Please all students participate in the awakening ceremony. Please ask the class teacher to organize the team and enter the training ground one after another. The loudspeaker of Dinghai Primary School kept repeating the voice. Every student in the 5th class of the 6th grade was nervous. Lao Sa, I played games all night last night. It's over. I'm dead now. Will it affect my awakening? Guletian looked worried. If the awakening fails, he can only return to the village to inherit the 10 billion family business. Yes, Lin Hao said earnestly. I have seen on the internet that some people played games too much, which led to mental excitement. And the awakening crystal was unstable, resulting in failure. Gu Tianluo was broken when he heard this, and immediately made a strange sound. What's the beam movement? After a commotion, the class returned to a tense atmosphere. Lao Sa, what do you think your awakening will be like? Gu Tianluo asked in a low voice. Me? If it's a ninja, it's at least Kage level, such as Senja Hashirama, Namikaze Minato. If it's a Zanpakuto, it has to be Hyarimuru, the god-killing spear, and if it's a devil fruit, then it's Nika. Lin Hao thought for a while and answered. Puff. Gu Tianluo almost spit it out. Old Saw, give me a big pen bag. If you can awaken these, you recognize me as your father. He said immediately. Get out of the way. Lin Hao was speechless. Alas, since the fusion of the other world and reality 300 years ago, Blue Star has become the world of job changers. Everyone has a chance to become a ninja, get a Zanpakuto, and get a devil fruit when they are 15 years old. Gu Tianluo looked up at the sky, but most people awaken to be genin, and jonin is even more of a luxury, not to mention Zanpakuto and devil fruit. It's good to get a Shirkai, and Bankai is directly recommended to Peking University and Tsinghua University, but most people are the lowest level of shallow fight. Hearing the words of his best friend, Lin Hao also fell into silence. That's right. Even if he was reborn and experienced a new life for 15 years again, he was nervous when facing such a big event at this moment. In these 15 years, he relied on his memories of Naruto, Realm, and pirates in his previous life to become the top student in the school for 3 consecutive years. But it's useless. As long as there is no awakening, everything is uncertain. Similarly, he has seen too many excellent seniors who finally awakened a rubbish genin and got a rubbish Zanpakuto and a rubbish devil fruit. At first, they were unwilling to give up, thinking that even if they were trash, they could prove themselves. In the end, nothing came of it. As a time traveler, Lin Hao also has his own unique insights into this world. This is a world similar to an online game. In reality, you can use a portal to teleport to a dangerous other world, where tailed beasts are rampant and aliens are rampant. There are also various dungeons and secret realms in the wild. As long as you kill a monster, it will drop a crystal that can be upgraded. Genin can be upgraded to above the level of Kage. Zanpakuto can also be upgraded from shallow attack to final release, and devil fruits can be upgraded to assimilation, creation, manipulation, and law. Everyone has a chance to awaken directly to any high level, thereby skipping levels and losing most of the upgrade time. This group of people is called genius. Just when Lin Hao was thinking, they had arrived at the training ground. The first 4 classes had awakened, and now it was their turn. Everyone lined up step by step, like a cow carrying a load. Did you see that? Just now a student awakened a genin, and couldn't accept the reality, so he banged his head against the wall. Did he die? No. That person was so stubborn that he even knocked a hole in the wall. The school's instructors were discussing this. They were tired of this situation. Isn't it just that you start later than others? In fact, as long as you are willing to accept the reality, upgrade slowly, and work hard, you will be able to go to college one day. It's our turn. Come on by one. When the Dragon Country official calls your name, go to the awakening platform quickly. Get your mind right. Even if you have awakened the most basic level, as long as you work hard, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. After all, youth never closes. The head teacher reminded in front. Yes. Lin Hao and Gu Tianluo shouted. Then, 5 minutes passed. The first one, Huang Shi. Here. Huang Shi ran out of the class quickly, and everyone's eyes were on him. What kind of power will he awaken? Walk to the center of the awakening platform. Put your hands on the awakening crystal and get ready to start. Yes. Huang Shi responded quickly, and very obediently placed his hands on the huge crystal in front of him. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. At the 3rd second, the awakening crystal suddenly flashed purple light. Wow! With the exclamation of everyone. Even the official commissioner of Longwood couldn't help but nod his head. Very good. The bottom line is Chunin Shirkai, one of the creations. Great! Huangshi also knew what this meant, and his face flushed with excitement. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, his body followed with a purple light, and a Zanpakuto gradually formed and appeared in his hand. Congratulations, you awakened the Zanpakuto of Shirkai, Tsurugi. Hiss. No matter who it was, they all exclaimed at this moment. Someone has awakened the Zanpakuto Tsurugi before, which is very powerful, and the only Zanpakuto related to water, which is very rare. I didn't expect that this student was so lucky to gain such power. Yeah, Huangshi couldn't hold it in any longer. After all, he had been suppressed for so long, and finally broke out, making a yed gesture to the sky. Hurry up and get off. Why are you embarrassing yourself? The head teacher was speechless and quickly pulled Huangshi off. I didn't expect Huangshi to be so lucky. Guletian was envious. Next, Hanche. A few minutes later, the awakening stage flashed again. However, this time it was a dim yellow. Jinin, a Kimichi Choji. Wow, Hanche almost fainted. This was too bad. It was over. Until he was pulled off the stage, he still looked lost. Hanche is finished. I didn't expect him to awaken a Jinin. How pitiful. Gu Tianla shook his head. Bug, it's almost your turn. I heard there is a key to awakening, which is to enter the sage state when awakening. Lin Hao suddenly said, Sage state? Gu Tianla understood immediately, but looked around and whispered, Old Saw, you can't. Next, Gu Tianla. Get lost. Lin Hao kicked him to the awakening platform. Sage state, sage state. Gu Tianla began to imagine the state he entered after each flight, and his face showed an idiotic expression. Look, the bug guy looks like he deserves a beating. Wait until he comes down. I will definitely punch him twice. Damn, is he provoking me? The crowd suddenly became chaotic. Chapter 2. The Fighter Among the Useless, C-Class Rogue Ninja Sasuke. However, Gu Tianla appeared utterly unfazed by the external reactions, maintaining a sage-like demeanor. The awakening crystal before him gradually shifted from a pale yellow to a deep blue. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Although it might be the most rudimentary form, it could potentially lead to the rank of Chunin, commented an official from Longhua. Yet, before their words could fully register, the blue awakening crystal transformed into a vibrant purple. Huh? At that moment, the academic leaders of the school rose in excitement. Incredible! Who would have thought that Gu Tianla, like Huangshi, had secured a guaranteed outcome? Well done, you little rascal. Truly impressive. The students below erupted in cheers. Haha, I told you I could do it. Old rascal, this method really works. Gu Tianla was filled with exhilaration. Just then, the awakening crystal began to shift from purple to gold. What? The Longhua officials were taken aback. The atmosphere became palpably tense. What does this represent? Gu Tianla, too, was taken aback. His expression resembling that of a fool as he looked at everyone. Guaranteed to be a Jainin, with a high probability of a Mangeki Sharingan. And the ability to manipulate devil fruits, exclaimed the homeroom teacher in astonishment. A genius. Finally, our school has produced one. After the awakening crystal stabilized, the Longhua officials spoke up. Gu Tianla, awakening successful, you have become the copy ninja, Kakashi Itaki. Gasped. In an instant, everyone inhaled sharply. The copy ninja. Did I hear that right? That rascal. This must be an illusion. Ah. The students of Class 5 were in a frenzy. The little rascal, who was usually underestimated, had awakened as a Jainin, enabling him to leap directly into advanced studies. What does it mean to soar to great heights? A miracle had unfolded before their eyes. Activating ninja, Kakashi. Without hesitation, Gu Tianla utilized his newfound powers. Whoosh. In the next moment, his appearance transformed into that of Kakashi. With striking white hair that caught everyone's attention, especially the enchanting Sharingan. Many girls were captivated. However, as soon as they remembered that the face still belonged to the little rascal, their fluttering hearts were swiftly extinguished. The little rascal could never have anticipated that his first love would end before it even began. Lin Hao was genuinely happy for his close friend. After all, they had grown up together, and his awakening as a Jainin brought him joy. Hurry, get down there. The homeroom teacher urged Gu Tianla, finally dragging him off the stage. Next up, Lin Hao. At last, it was his turn. The focus on Lin Hao was undeniably the highest in the room. Given his status as a top student, Lin Hao from Dinghai Junior School was renowned for his extensive knowledge, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Is that really Lin Hao? The Longhua officials couldn't help but glance over. What kind of power would he awaken? Shadow level? Or perhaps a final release? The liberation of a devil fruit? Who knows? But it certainly wouldn't be low. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Hao stepped onto the awakening platform. The moment he placed his hands on the awakening crystal, he felt an extraordinary power resonating back to him. By the way, what is the origin of this awakening crystal? Lin Hao pondered as the crystal displayed a pale yellow hue. However, no one was surprised. Given Gu Tianla's precedent, the awakening crystal was bound to evolve further. Yet, 1 second passed, then 2, and nothing happened. Awakening successful, rogue ninja. Instantly, the venue erupted in chaos. What the heck? A rogue ninja? Lin Hao awakened as a rogue ninja? What is a rogue ninja? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Even the Longguo officials frowned in confusion. Old rascal, what are you doing? Awakening as a rogue ninja? Gu Tianle was equally stunned. Rogue ninja refers to a fallen ninja, categorized into various ranks, with the most dangerous and threatening often designated as S-class. The official responsible for the awakening ceremony's eyes gleamed. S-class rogue ninjas typically possess mastery in ninjutsu and taijutsu, often reaching J-nin level or higher. Well, in an instant, the entire school fell silent, then erupted into a thunderous uproar. Lin Hao is incredible. Truly. He is that man. He awakened as a rogue ninja, an entity even more formidable than J-nin Kakashi. However, soon someone seemed to make a realization. The color of the awakening crystal had not changed, which meant Lin Hao awakened not as an S-class rogue ninja, but as a C-class rogue ninja? The uproar fell silent once more. Lin Hao awakening as a C-class rogue ninja, Uchiha Sasuke. Everyone was left dumbfounded. All were left in shock. The man who had been held in such high regard, the undefeated top student for 3 consecutive years, had awakened as such a disappointing ninja. They all knew one thing. Sasuke as a ninja was considered a fighter among the useless. Why? Because no one had ever been able to unlock the Sharingan to 3 tomo. Even though the Sharingan is powerful, it is only strong in the early stages. In the later phases, it becomes increasingly ineffective. Easily defeated by a Bankai or obliterated by a devil fruit. How unfortunate. A promising talent, awakening as a rare breed of rogue ninja, yet it happened to be C-class. And moreover, Sasuke. The Longguo officials wore expressions of regret. This individual was finished. Nonetheless, Lin Hao remained remarkably calm. He understood that the people of this world were still in an exploratory phase. They knew nothing of the 6 paths, the 10 tails, or that the lowly ninja could be the ones to annihilate heaven and earth. The Sasuke he had awakened was merely at the stage of having just left Konoha, seduced by Orochimaru. At this time, Sasuke had already grasped immense power. He was certainly not the waste they spoke of. Consider this, the Sharingan cannot reach 3 tomo? They likely did not realize that beyond 3 tomo lies the Manjiki, and even the eternal Manjiki. Lin Hao, do not be discouraged. Even as a C-class rogue ninja, with hard work. The principal patted his shoulder reassuringly. A steel rod can be ground down to a needle, right? Lin Hao smiled and walked off the stage calmly. However, his composed smile was misinterpreted by others as a display of helplessness, bitterness, and regret. Indeed, it must be painful, right? To awaken as a useless ninja while being a top student. He must be incredibly heartbroken. That smile was truly heart-wrenching. Surrounding him were expressions of shock, regret, sympathy, and schadenfreude. Old rascal, I've got your back from now on. Gu Tianle offered no comforting words, knowing they would be futile. With the old rascal's character, he would undoubtedly align with those upperclassmen who awaken with low ranks. A rogue ninja? If it were S-class, that would denote strength at the shadow level or higher, ensuring a direct admission to prestigious universities like Peking University or Tsinghua University. Chapter 3. The Superdimensional Villain System, Infinite Self-Awakening. Li Feiyin awakened as a C-rank ninja. Wu Yuanming awakened his Zanpakuto, initiating its Shirkai, and Su Zhao gained the ability of the Soap Devil Fruit. As the students of Class 5 gradually awakened, the significant events of their lives slowly began to unfold. The homeroom teacher led the class back to the classroom. Along the way, the awakened classmates eagerly discussed their newfound abilities, ninjutsu, Zanpakuto, and devil fruits. Lin Hao silently recited his attribute panel, checking the information on the rogue ninja Sasuke. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated. Host has completed awakening, and the superdimensional villain system has been successfully bound. What? Lin Hao initially doubted his hearing. A system? Had the benefits of a traverser finally arrived? While he knew how to help Sasuke evolve, he was otherwise just like everyone else. But now, with a system in place, his long-cherished desire was finally coming to fruition. System, do introduce your capabilities. You have no idea how long I've awaited your arrival. He eagerly thought. Host, this system is the superdimensional villain system. All major villains can be utilized, such as SS rank Nagato and Konan, SS rank Itachi Uchiha, S rank Kisame Hashigaki, S rank Orochimaru, SSS rank Madara Uchiha, Jin Ikamaru, Aizen, Ulquiorra Cypher, and so forth, including Kaido and others, capable of exterminating all upper moons. Indeed, the system did not disappoint him. All major villains could be employed. Was this not a formidable advantage? He was a man who comprehended everything. Wielding the powers of these villains would surely inflict a dimensional blow upon this world. Host, whether it is Ninja Awakening, Zanpakuto Awakening, or Devil Fruit Awakening, it requires only 1/5 of the growth value to facilitate rapid growth. Damn, Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Did this mean he could possess more than one ninja? A second, third, fourth, countless Zanpakuto? Could the devil fruits also be included? Was it not common for devils to clash within their own bodies? Furthermore, those who awakened with 2 abilities were exceedingly rare, each a formidable being. Now, he could effortlessly surpass them. Leveling up required merely 1/5 of the growth value. What a stress-free upgrade. At that moment, noticing Lin Hao's inexplicable smile, Han Che approached with a mocking grin. It seems our esteemed scholar has lost his mind. Can he accept that he is a C-rank rogue ninja? He jeered. Hanche, you are merely a lowly ninja yourself, a member of the Akimichi clan. What right do you have to criticize? The surrounding students could no longer tolerate his taunts. Although Lin Hao faced setbacks this time, his character was impeccable within the class, deserving of respect. Many classmates had benefited from his academic assistance and felt compelled to defend him. Are you all fools? A C-rank rogue ninja? Please, Lin Hao has become insignificant. Han Che retorted arrogantly, bolstered by the backing of Huang Shi, who had initiated his Zanpakuto. Yet, Lin Hao was engrossed in studying the system, completely disregarding him. This indifference, however, enraged Han Che and Huang Shi. Lin Hao, you dare ignore me? Very well, I shall teach you a lesson. Huang Shi snapped, shoving Han Che aside and advancing with his Zanpakuto drawn. Water sky rumble, Shirkai, Lihua. Instantly, a wave of spiritual water surged around him, transforming his Zanpakuto into a trident-shaped spear with a spiral tip. The powerful aura stunned all nearby students. Shirkai in action. Huang Shi, are you seeking trouble? In an instant, Gu Tianle slammed his hand on the table, transforming into the form of Kakashi Hitaki. As a jonin, he could suppress Huang Shi's Shirkai. Huang Shi retreated several steps, his expression one of shock and anger. If a confrontation ensued, Gu Tianle, possessing the copy will I, would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Should you dare trouble Lin Hao again, I shall deal with you. Gu Tianle glared sternly at Huang Shi and Han Che. Typically, he would not dare to act so boldly, but the circumstances had changed. He could now protect Lin Hao. Pest, we are no longer from the same world. My Shirkai allows me to leap levels, while you cannot, Huang Shi declared darkly. Gu Tianle, you two shall soon be leaping levels. Let us see how long you can protect him. With a cold smirk, Han Che returned to his seat. Rest assured, as long as you mention my name in the future, I promise no one will dare bully you. I will protect you, Gu Tianle proclaimed confidently. In truth, apart from Huang Shi and Han Che, the other students were good friends of Lin Hao. It was uncertain who would protect whom. Lin Hao chuckled. Alas, my dear friend, I understand you are disheartened. I shall refrain from saying more, but a C-rank rogue ninja truly has little future. Gu Tianle sighed. For in this world, only those who awaken at higher levels can leap ahead. If one is ordinary, they must toil like mortals, battling monsters to level up in preparation for academic assessments. Pest. 2 years hence, at Sabaody Archipelago, we shall meet at Huiguang University. Lin Hao remained remarkably composed. With the super-dimensional villain system, he would shatter the dimensional barrier and deliver a decisive blow to this world. At that time, he would reveal to the world that he had emerged victoriously. I don't believe you, Gu Tianle scoffed, yet he harbored deep trust in Lin Hao. He knew Lin Hao never spoke of impossible feats. Perhaps the rogue ninjas indeed possessed secrets unknown to the masses, for those who awakened as rogue ninjas were exceedingly rare. He continued to delve into the system. Class change. C-rank rogue ninja. Uchiha Sasuke, potential. SSS rank clan. Uchiha clan. This ninja possesses uniqueness. Reincarnation of Indra bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Ninja form. Curse mark I. Ability 1. Curse mark transformation. The power of the curse mark provides a substantial amount of chakra. Akin to a blue buff in games, it continuously replenishes blue but does not augment damage. The curse mark is a simplified version of Sage Arts, Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Dragon Fire Technique, Taijutsu, Lioness Barrage, Basic Leaf Taijutsu, Ninjutsu Technique, Sharingan Manipulation, Windmill 3-Bladed Sword, Bond, Unknown. Upon seeing the SSS rank potential and the unknown bond, a smile crept across Lin Hao's face. The people of this world were still in an exploratory phase. They remained unaware of the tremendous impact that this C-rank rogue ninja, Sasuke, could have on the ninja world. Planetary devastation. I wonder what expressions they will wear. Chapter 4. The assessment begins, embarking on the path of strength. After the awakening is complete, the next step is a crucial advancement examination. Are you all prepared? The homeroom teacher entered the classroom with a grave expression. This advancement assessment is imperative. Every student, upon completing their job transition, is immediately subjected to an evaluation with no respite. Furthermore, the significance of this examination cannot be overstated, as it determines whether one progresses to a mid-level academy. The freshly awakened students swallowed nervously, their faces etched with anxiety. They had just overcome the hurdle of awakening, and now faced yet another formidable challenge. However, should they surmount this trial, a smooth ascent awaits them in the future. Enter in an orderly manner, do not lag behind. Silence is paramount. The homeroom teacher began organizing them towards the training ground. In Class 5, apart from Gu Tianle and Huan Shi, most students were low-level ninjas, possessing only shallow capabilities and unassimilated devil fruits. Many felt a tingling sensation at the back of their heads. Above them, a cadre of instructors from mid-level schools observed, serving as the evaluators for this assessment. The pressure intensified. Their performance would directly determine whether they would gain entry into the mid-level academy. Subsequently, the system would allocate academic points based on their performance, with a maximum of 1,000 points and a minimum of 0. Long ago, someone achieved a score of 980, gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Peking University and Tsinghua University. It is rumored that this score has yet to be surpassed. Thus, the higher the score in the assessment, the greater the chance of selection. Of course, any exceptional performance would also be duly noted by the evaluators, potentially leading to immediate advancement. Conversely, failure would mean relegation to studying abroad, awaiting another opportunity. Last time, over 500 students were held back in the 6th grade. Hence, the veterans eyed their surroundings with predatory gazes, fully aware that everyone present was a competitor. Class 5 comprised 50 students, including one upper-level ninja, Kakashi, who had awakened to Shinigami's initial release, which was commendable. The instructor leading them through this assessment was named Lee Mumu, who nodded in satisfaction. However, the upper-level and initial release awakeners were soon to advance, with their transfer procedures likely still being processed. Thus, this advancement assessment served as a bonus. Their performance would dictate whether they could enter a better school. In this alternate world, defeating monsters yields experience points. Upper-level ninjas can utilize these points to further ascend to shadow level, while the Shinigami can liberate their abilities as well. And the devil fruits can also be upgraded to gain assimilation capabilities. As the queue formed to enter the portal, "It's your turn, Lin Hao." Lee Mumu called out to Lin Hao, her tone tinged with regret. In truth, she held high hopes for Lin Hao within this school. Yet, what was the outcome? He had awakened as a rogue ninja, classified as C rank, a ninja akin to Sasuke who could not further upgrade. The mystery of his Sharingan remained unsolved. Hence her expression of disappointment. Lin Hao, like his peers, approached the portal. The school's entrance did not directly transport them to the alternate world. Rather, there was an intermediate resting square bustling with individuals from all corners of the globe, including people from the Dragon Kingdom, the United States, and those of various ethnicities. Recruiting Shinigami Initial Release Awakeners. Negotiable benefits. Contact me. Yin Yuxuan is hiring. Can accommodate freshly awakened students. Message me. The 9-Star Guild seeks strong individuals. Direct message. Esteemed leaders, I have just awakened. A novice seeking guidance in the new player space. Discounted ninja tools, items, scrolls, materials, potions, blueprints for sale. Is anyone up for high difficulty spaces, exterminating the hanging corridor? 30-level boss, no family compensation for death. The sheer volume of people was overwhelming. Stretching as far as the eye could see. The students were left in awe. This was the path to the alternate world. Traversing through here would lead them to various realms. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with wonder, realizing he had crossed into a mysterious online game world, which was truly remarkable. The other students were similarly mesmerized, their expressions reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief at this unprecedented sight. Though the internet was incredibly advanced, allowing for easy access to videos, the visceral experience of being present was far more impactful. This was the realm of the strong. The gateway to the path of strength. Remember, do not wander off, refrain from initiating conversations with others, and ignore any greetings. Stay close to your instructor, or you will forfeit your examination eligibility. Lee Mumu led her class, which included Lin Hao and his companions. At this moment, other instructors also began to lead their respective classes into the space. We understand, the students nodded earnestly, acutely aware of their unfamiliar surroundings. The gazes of the strong sent shivers down their spines. These formidable individuals were seasoned by bloodshed, and the mere aura of their presence was almost unbearable. They felt like sheep exposed to the predatory stares of wolves, their fears laid bare. These people are truly terrifying. Will I become like this in the future? Gu Tianle bit his lip. The thought of one day standing among such powerful beings filled him with trepidation. At this moment, Lee Mumu began submitting the application fee to the portal personnel at the transfer square. The students were not required to cover this expense, as the school absorbed all costs associated with the assessment. The portal is now open. Please step back. A massive circular portal materialized before all the classes, seeming to beckon them into an unknown world. Indeed, on the other side lay the alternate realm. Each activation of the alternate space incurred a hefty fee for the Dragon Kingdom, though they enjoyed a discount of 20%. The assessment environment would undoubtedly be a novice setting, such as the Eerie Forest, Vortex Island, or Zombie Carnival. The monsters in these locations would not exceed level 10. Allowing even freshly awakened individuals to prevail. Prepare for transfer, Lee Mumu announced. Activate your ninja. Lin Hao activated his C-rank rogue ninja, Sasuke. In an instant, his ninja attire enveloped him, and his aura transformed. A pair of Sharingan appeared on his face, emanating an intimidating presence. Wow, your ninja transformation is quite impressive. Gu Tianle remarked, admiring Lin Hao's change, particularly the Sharingan's formidable allure. In truth, his own transformation as Kakashi was equally striking, garnering considerable attention. After all, he was a rare talent within the entire school. Chapter 5, Zombie Carnival Day. Who will the 3 villains choose? The teleportation begins. With a resounding whoosh, the portal emits a blinding light, enveloping all mentors and students within. A momentary dizziness may ensue, akin to bungee jumping. Keep your mouth closed to avoid biting your tongue. Lee Mumu cautioned just before the transition. Amidst the cacophony of screams and shouts, everyone transformed into beams of light and entered the colossal spiral portal. Alternate dimension, Zombie Carnival Day, mutation, entry requirement. None. Description. This is the carnival day for the undead. A multitude of zombies are ravenous, yearning for flesh. May you not become their next meal. Level, 0 to 5, geographical location, Western region, entry limit, 1000, exit limit, complete the challenge, or actively use the return skill. This space possesses a balancing system. The strong will have their combat power automatically adjusted, preventing any overpowering. Challenge time limit, 36 hours. Rewards, unknown, creak, creak, creak. Lin Hao's vision suddenly blurred. And upon regaining clarity, a monstrous creature loomed before him, claws outstretched in a menacing grasp. Name, zombie, mutation, race, mutant, level, 1 health, 100, magic, 100, skills, venomous bite LV2, roar of dread LV1, stun LV3 swish. Lin Hao's reflexes were extraordinarily swift. Transformed into a ninja, he effortlessly evaded the attack. Boom. Suddenly, a blade cleaved the creature in two. How could we be in a mutation space? Are we truly this fortunate? The likelihood of a mutation space appearing is a mere 0.01. Li Mumu wiped the blood from her blade, her expression shifting. Classmates, an unexpected event has occurred. The assessment space we entered has mutated, tripling the difficulty. Is this some kind of joke? Can we not return and teleport again? Triple difficulty? The entire class was instantly taken aback. We have already been transported to an alternate realm. Failing to complete the challenge equates to failure in the assessment. Will you choose to give up? I am merely here to supervise. Should your safety be at risk, I shall intervene, Li Mumu stated. Abandoning a mutation space would be a tremendous waste. She herself was eager to explore, for the chances of such an occurrence were exceedingly rare. If they succeeded, not only would they earn official rewards, but they could also acquire a mutation treasure chest. It is rumored that mutation treasure chests can yield exceedingly rare items, coveted by all, regardless of quality. Let us just accept our misfortune, Gu Tianle sighed. Indeed, we cannot simply surrender. If the difficulty is tripled, then let it be tripled. Let us rally together. We can certainly prevail. Seeing the class's morale rejuvenated, Li Mumu nodded appreciatively. Thankfully, they had not given up. Ahem, is your minner. I shall guide you through this challenge. I possess live broadcasting equipment, and your every action will be monitored by the assessment officials. Strive to eliminate monsters and complete tasks. Find a way to succeed. You can do it. Li Mumu encouraged them. Let us get to it. The students nodded in agreement. Though the mutated zombies posed a high challenge, they believed that through teamwork, they could overcome it. At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly addressed Gu Tianle. I'll be right back. Old rascal, where are you going? Hey, is it for the defense? Gu Tianle hastily whispered. However, Lin Hao vanished in an instant. Approximately 5 minutes later, he reappeared in an open area, and the system sent a notification. Detected host entering an alternate realm. Automatically receiving the Outer Dao Golem reward view. Summon, Outer Dao Golem, true form, 10 tails, incomplete form, growth value, 1, ability 1, Outer Dao Dragon. Can extract the power of souls from its mouth. The souls it touches will be converted into growth value and can be extracted. Ability 2, Phantom Dragon 9 seals. Uses chakra dragons expelled from the golem to seal tailed beasts within the golem and Oppo's body, requires sealing of tailed beasts. Ability 3, Outer Dao Chains. Releases chakra chains from its mouth, which possess sealing capabilities for tailed beasts. Ability 4, Outer Dao Lightning. The protrusions on the golem's back can emit tremendous lightning, requires sufficient chakra to accumulate. Ability 5, the golem can release tailed beast orbs after absorbing the power of tailed beasts. Ability 6, Chakra Receiver, the golem transforms into a black rod, allowing injection of its own chakra to control corpses. A second boon for the traveler. Lin Hao licked his lips. Swiftly forming hand seals to summon the Outer Dao Golem. Boom. The massive golem materialized like a small mountain, exuding an aura of intimidation and awe. The golem and Amp, Oppo's ability to extract souls from slain monsters allowed for perfect conversion into growth value. Lin Hao mused. Others who slay monsters only receive fragmented growth value. Yet, with the golem, he could obtain it in its entirety. With the Outer Dao Golem, the villain system was finally complete. Outer Dao Chains. Lin Hao swiftly formed seals and harnessed the golem's power. Buzz. The Outer Dao Golem trembled violently and unleashed a terrifying roar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, thousands of chains erupted from its mouth, slithering and twisting like serpents, shooting in all directions. Gotcha. Lin Hao smirked slightly. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, 100. Over 100 mutated zombies nearby were ensnared by the Outer Dao chains. They shrieked and struggled, their claws scraping against the chains, sparking with futile resistance. Could these outer chains be physically destroyed? Gather. Lin Hao employed ninjutsu to forcibly drag the mutated zombies closer. Soon, the souls of each zombie were extracted, entering the body of the Outer Dao Golem. Obtain complete soul of level 1 mutated zombie. Perfect conversion increases growth value by 10. Obtain complete soul of level 2 mutated zombie. Perfect conversion increases growth value by 15. Obtain complete soul of level 2 mutated zombie. Perfect conversion increases growth value by. In the blink of an eye, over 100 zombies had their souls extracted, completely losing their decayed lives. Perfect conversion of growth value. Each zombie yielded 5 points more than usual. In mere moments. Growth value. 1268. Ecstatic. Lin Hao soared with joy. His growth value had surpassed the 1,000 mark. Ding. You have accumulated sufficient growth value. Spending 1,000 allows you to awaken as one of the villains from Naruto, One Piece, or Bleach. Please select from the following: Kakuzu, Ulquiorra Cipher, Gecko Moria. Huh? The three great villains? Lin Hao was astonished at how swiftly the second awakening had arrived. Chapter 6. Ulquiorra Cipher. I choose Little You. Indeed formidable. Lin Hao hesitated, contemplating the prowess of this ninja who could manipulate his chakra to unleash black tentacles capable of seizing the hearts of others. Able to store a maximum of 5 hearts within his being. This was tantamount to possessing 5 lives. Moreover, by exchanging hearts, he could prolong his lifespan, earning the moniker of one who shares eternity with heaven and earth. With his secret technique, each heart could transform into a black monstrosity formed by the technique of the earth's resentment, capable of wielding the abilities of its original heart's master. The 5 elemental natures of lightning, wind, fire, earth, and water implied an unrestricted use of all types of ninjutsu. His formidable combination techniques, such as the composite ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence, and the spectral eruption, inflicted widespread damage. He was once a man who battled against the first Hokage, Hashirama. Opting for the second awakening would undoubtedly be a wise choice. Lin Hao's gaze shifted to Moonlight Moria. A villain among pirates, he possessed the powers of the Shadow Fruit, enabling him to seize the shadows of others. By injecting shadows into corpses, he could command them as zombies, inheriting their personalities and combat abilities. This was a remarkably potent ability, especially when using the Devil Fruit to absorb all the shadows he controlled into his own body, resulting in continuous growth in size and strength. With sufficient willpower, he could grow infinitely stronger, making it a challenging decision between him and Kakuzu. If the latter were chosen, the entire zombie carnival would become his personal revelry. Finally, Lin Hao and Appo's attention turned to Ulquiorra Cipher. This man, ranked as the 4th Espada, wielded the ability of the first release, unleashing a rain of black spiritual pressure from above, and boasted a pair of massive black wings that could obscure the sky. In this state, his speed, defense, and attack power were immensely amplified. He could also create weapons resembling lightsabers from spiritual particles for unlimited use. The second release, known as the second stage of sword release, unleashed an overwhelming spiritual pressure that surpassed the first release in speed, defense, and attack, making him quicker and tougher. When utilizing the Hogyoku, the second release underwent a transformation, with his wings shifting from bat-like to 2 pairs of black feathered wings, resembling a fallen angel. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. The first 2 choices leaned towards development, being complex and cumbersome. Only the third option, Ulquiorra Cipher, was direct and violent, complementing Sasuke splendidly. The fusion of both powers would undoubtedly yield a new force of unprecedented might. This intrigued Lin Hao immensely. He made his decision, choosing the third option. Ding. Choice completed. Self-awakening of Ulquiorra Cipher successful view. Self-awakening. Ulquiorra Cipher. Potential. SSS grade. Espada. 4. This Espada possesses uniqueness. Can utilize Hogyoku. Comes with a Zanpakuto form. Pure white humanoid hollow. Ability 1. Rapid regeneration. A skill possessed by certain hollows. Generally, hollows forsake this ability for greater attack power after becoming Arrancar, but Ulquiorra retains it, allowing all body parts except for internal organs in the brain to regenerate in a remarkably short time. Ability 2. Shared vision. By removing the eyeball from its socket, it can remotely transmit reflected images or share vision with others. Ability 3. Sonido, the high-speed step technique of the Arrancar. A rapid movement ability comparable to Shuinpa and Skywalk. Others yet to be unlocked. Another awakening with SSS-level potential filled Lin Hao with joy. He needed to return to his class immediately. Otherwise, the instructor would disqualify him from the assessment, as it must occur under the watchful eyes of the evaluators. Where is that old rascal? Has something happened? Gu Tianle pondered whether to inform Li Mumu. Old rascal, you're finally back? He suddenly felt a sense of intuition and turned abruptly, yet found no one, only to see an eyeball floating on the ground. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he questioned whether it was an illusion. What the hell? Gu Tianle exclaimed, reacting quickly and throwing a punch, instantly drawing the attention of others. Did you hear me? I saw an eyeball flying, he uttered in panic. Eyeball? Isn't your eyeball on your face? Someone retorted. Could it be your Sharingan has developed cataracts? Woohoo, take off. The class burst into teasing laughter, as the atmosphere had become too tense after hunting down several zombie mutants. However, classmates gradually adapted to the pace, and it was expected they would soon complete individual kills. Did I really see wrong? Gu Tianle rubbed his temples. The thought of being in another world reassured him. Perhaps his mental strain had induced an illusion. Meanwhile, no, Lin Hao's eyeball nearly burst from Gu Tianle's antics. As the eyeball floated closer, he hurriedly installed it back into its socket for protection. He had just utilized shared vision, one of Little Yu's powers, which was keenly detected by the Sharingan. Thankfully, no one in the class noticed his absence. Thus, upon returning, he seamlessly blended back in. Old rascal, listen to me. I just witnessed the most terrifying thing in the world, an eyeball floating in midair. Yes, just like yours. Gu Tianle suddenly wore a face of terror, leaping backward. Eyeball, 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 eyeball. He pointed at Lin Hao, repeatedly uttering the word. Gu Tianle. What madness has overtaken you? Don't you want to pass the assessment? Li Mumu shook his head disapprovingly. This Jiang, instead of performing well, is causing a scene. Doesn't he wish to enter a better school? I'm fine, instructor. Gu Tianle struggled to maintain composure, then whispered, Old rascal, have you turned into a zombie? Indeed. Only a zombie mutant could casually detach their own eyeball for amusement. At that moment, Huang Shi and Han Che could no longer hold back. What the hell are you two sneaking around for? Just a trashy rogue ninja, and you've learned to cause trouble to draw attention? Huang Shi sneered coldly. Gu Tianle, don't think just because you awakened as a Jiang, you can act arrogantly forever. If you're bold enough, challenge us both. That useless rogue ninja. Can't you keep quiet? You're not that scholarly prodigy everyone should notice everywhere. Han Che added mockingly. Fine, Huang Shi, Han Che. If it's a duel you want, then let us have it. Instructor, I request a duel. Gu Tianle could no longer contain himself. These two scoundrels dared to provoke him and insult Lin Hao as useless. Chapter 7. Gu Tianle's 1,000-year kill, an effortless victory. Are you two going to duel? The instructor. Li Mumu appeared unfazed, as if this was an ordinary occurrence. She glanced at Huang Shi and Han Che, then at Lin Hao and Gu Letian. The nearby zombies had already been eradicated. If they wished to duel, they could do so at any moment. Duels among awakened individuals were commonplace. However, as they were still students, it was imperative that they conducted the bout under her supervision. Should either party become overly aggressive, her role as the referee would necessitate her intervention to prevent any life-threatening situations. Gu Letian, you intend to back Lin Hao, do you? Very well, you instigated this. Instructor, I request to initiate the duel immediately. Huang Shi glared menacingly at Gu Letian. Do not think that simply changing your class to Kakashi makes you invincible. Ninjutsu cannot be wielded arbitrarily. Even if you succeed in your class change, you will require growth points to train in ninjutsu. Engaging us now would be tantamount to courting death. Gu Letian, do you accept the duel? Li Mumu's expression remained impassive. Regardless of any numerical disadvantages, she would not intervene. Once a duel was accepted, it constituted a choice made by one party. Defeat would not warrant any complaints. One must either recognize their own strength and decline the duel or possess unwavering confidence in their ability to take on two opponents. Very well, I accept. Gu Letian exhaled forcefully, stepping forward. Bug, why are you in such a rush? I want to participate too. Just then, Lin Hao unexpectedly grasped his shoulder from behind. What? Is Lin Hao joining the duel? Surely not. He is a C-rank rogue ninja. Indeed, a C-rank rogue ninja lacks any combat prowess. Isn't that akin to delivering oneself to slaughter? Is Lin Hao out of his mind? Observing Lin Hao's actions, not only the students but Li Mumu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Hao, are you serious? Gu Letian was startled, intending to dissuade him, but he caught sight of Lin Hao's narrowed eyes he recognized too well. Fine. We will take them on together and crush Huang Shi. Thus, the duel commenced. Lin Hao and Gu Letian stood to one side, while Huang Shi and Han Che faced them. Li Mumu confirmed that no wild creatures were nearby and stepped into the center, declaring, the duel will last 15 minutes. Regardless of the outcome, it will conclude immediately. The defeated party must accept their defeat without complaint. Now, begin. With the command given, Huang Shi unleashed his Zanpakuto. Let the waters surge, twisting blossom. In an instant, the Zanpakuto transformed into a trident-like spear, creating waves of spiritual water that captivated all present. The other students stood in awe. This was the initial release. Han Che, too, completed his transformation, charging forward with a cacophony of sounds. Arm multiplication technique. Lin Hao, brace yourself for a major strike. Today, he was determined to press this arrogant scholar into the ground, particularly Huang Shi, who sought to erase all past humiliations. Lin Hao, step back. Gu Letian's expression shifted dramatically, as he had not anticipated the overwhelming aura of their opponents. Feeling psychologically overwhelmed and contemplating a desperate last stand, he thought of a possible mutual destruction. Bug, move aside. But unexpectedly, a voice behind him made his heart leap into his throat. Before he could turn, he felt a searing heat wave approaching from behind. What? Gu Letian instinctively dove to the side, a natural reflex. When he turned to look back, he was stunned by the sight before him. A fireball. A roaring inferno enveloped a massive fireball, rampaging forth, its scarlet flames greedily consuming everything in their path. Heading straight for Huang Shi and his companions. Fire release. Great fireball technique. What the hell? Huang Shi and Han Che were momentarily dumbfounded. How can such a colossal fireball exist? Li Mumu, the instructor, was also taken aback. Great fireball? Isn't that merely a fireball? Huang Shi, dodge. Han Che shouted as he quickly leaped to the side. Dodge? Huang Shi growled. He had just awakened the twisting blossom, a rare water element Zanpakuto capable of countering fire techniques. How could he evade? Surge forth. He thrust forward forcefully with his spear. With a flourish, his spear technique stirred the waters to deflect the great fireball. However, in the next moment, he regretted his decision. He had completely underestimated the fireball's power. Although he managed to deflect a significant portion of its force with his Zanpakuto, he was still swept away by the residual waves. With a gust of wind, he emerged charred black, his hair frizzed into an explosion, smoke billowing from his mouth. From the external assessment team, Impressive. This fire-release ninja. What was his name again? C-rank rogue ninja, Sasuke. Oh, is Sasuke's great fireball truly this formidable? You wouldn't understand. Sasuke was incredibly strong at the beginning but faltered later. The user of Twisting Blossom Zanpakuto lacked experience. They could have simply circumvented and struck instead of clashing directly with the great fireball. A few instructors from the assessment team were evaluating the battle. Not many were observing their class, just a handful. Yet, they witnessed this fascinating spectacle. This student wielding the Twisting Blossom Zanpakuto is from our Linhai Intermediate School. Linhai Intermediate School? Poaching students, are we? Then I want Kakashi. No way. Kakashi is ours too. You are too greedy. In an alternate space. This is my first battle, and I am rather anxious, he remarked hastily. Damn it. Hanche was infuriated, nearly exploding with rage. Why do you say you're anxious? Shun and Appos. It be fear? This brat dared to look down on him. Buzzing. Just as he formed the seals to execute the multiplication technique, intending to deliver a substantial blow to Lin Hao, Gu Tianle had already appeared behind him. What? He turned in disbelief. 1,000-year kill. So swift. He hadn't even realized it. This kid had completely concealed his presence? How could this be? Is this the prowess of a jonin? Hanche's face turned from white to purple. He then emitted a wailing cry, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as he was shot backward. His body crashed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his backside. Hanche is unable to rise again. Instructor Li Mumu declared the outcome. Now, only Huang Shi remained. Giggling, the two looked at Huang Shi, whose mouth twitched incessantly. How had events escalated to this point? Ordinarily, the physical and ninjutsu capabilities of a jonin would be challenging to surpass, necessitating arduous training to acquire proficiency points for usage. Furthermore, how could C-rank rogue ninja Sasuke unleash such a potent great fireball? I admit. As he spoke, Lin Hao and Gu Tianle's fists were already flying toward him. Bang, bang, bang. After several seconds of relentless assault, Li Mumu announced the victor. Lin Hao and Gu Tianle are truly formidable. Han Che and Huang Shi are no match for them. Indeed, I initially anticipated a one-sided affair. Who would have thought that Han Che's team would be the ones to suffer defeat? They must have been thoroughly beaten, especially Huang Shi, who appeared utterly dazed. This is what one might refer to as a character correction punch. Poor Han Che, with blood still oozing from his rear. The classmates found it quite amusing. Particularly during the final moments, when Lin Hao and Gu Tianle relentlessly pummeled Huang Shi, leaving him with panda eyes. TCH, I haven't had my fill yet. Gu Tianle complained, eager to land a few more blows on Huang Shi, wanting him to understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Lu Mumu then declared, winners, Lin Hao and Gu Tianle. Losers, Huang Shi and Han Che. The defeated must harbor no grievances and refrain from any retaliatory actions in the future, otherwise. The instructors will hold them accountable. Do you understand? Yes. Huang Shi stammered, even his speech faltering. How could he dare oppose Lin Hao now? Meanwhile, Han Che lay silent, blood still seeping, resembling a lifeless figure. Do you understand? Guo Aoshuang inquired sternly. Yes, I understand. Huang Shi nodded in fear. Old devil. Judging by his state, he probably won't dare to trouble you again, Gu Tianle remarked. He wouldn't even dare to challenge him again, Lin Hao agreed. Then, this is the designated assessment area for novices. We shall commence the evaluation now. Go forth and hunt monsters. The academic system will record your scores. Feel free to exhibit your abilities, Li Mumu announced. She would no longer intervene, allowing the students to act freely. Whoosh. As her words echoed, everyone dashed out. The maximum score is 1,000, achieving over 500 guarantees advancement. Every second wasted is a life squandered. Old devil, your strength surpasses my imagination. How did you transform into a C-rank rogue ninja like Sasuke? Tell me in secret. I promise not to share. I swear on my little brother. Gu Tianle whispered. No. I fear you cannot handle the shock, Lin Hao replied without a moment's hesitation. TCH, still playing mysterious with me, huh? Farewell. I'm off to slay monsters and earn points. With your prowess, you should manage just fine, Gu Tianle stated. As before, I aim for a perfect score. Lin Hao's confident demeanor left Gu Tianle speechless. Initially, he had worried, but it seemed unwarranted. Especially after witnessing Lin Hao transform into Sasuke and easily overpower Huang Shi, it was clear that he had surpassed even this jonin. At least, in terms of ninjutsu proficiency. He could not compare to Lin Hao. However, the title of Jonin Copy Ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, is not to be taken lightly. Once he fully masters all the techniques of that ninja, Lin Hao would surely not stand a chance against him. To the leader's area, Lin Hao declared as he vanished with a body flicker technique. Since the objective is a perfect score, he would unleash all his power. Ulquiorra, awaken. A mighty force surged through him. However, his form was that of a pure white humanoid hollow, akin to a newly emerged Ajuchas. Not yet reaching the level of a Vasto Lord. In this assessment, he aimed to evolve little Ulquiorra, striving at the very least to attain the initial form of his Resurreki N. Chapter 8, Awakening Sasuke and Little Crow. Due to the pure white humanoid void having no offensive power, possessing only rapid regeneration, it proves practical in battle. Defeating mutated zombies poses a challenge. Especially for Sasuke during his rebellious phase, still in the state of the three-tomo Sharingan, capable of utilizing the cursed seal's first form. Had he employed the cursed seal in the earlier duel, Huang Shi and Han Che would have had no opportunity to intervene, although the outcome would have been similarly swift. The effects would differ. Ding. Host detected to have awakened as Hokage, character of the realm, automatically unlocking bond effects, power fusion effects, ninjutsu fusion effects, taijutsu fusion effects, fusion of ninjutsu, and taijutsu. A succession of prompts instantly filled Lin Hao with elation. Indeed, whether as Hokage or within this realm, one can awaken multiple times. First awakening Sasuke, second awakening Little Crow, activate. Swish. Transformed into the pure white humanoid void, Lin Hao's form shifted once more. Donning the adornments of cursed seal Sasuke, a portion of the mask on his face peeling away. Sharingan manifest. Little Crow paired with Sharingan. Now he possessed combat prowess. Lin Hao resolved to embark on a vigorous hunt to accumulate growth points, facilitating the rapid development of Little Crow and Sasuke. Summoning. Outer Path Golem. Boom. A terrifying colossal figure materialized behind Lin Hao, moving with an uncanny gait. The hunt commenced. Lin Hao was exceedingly satisfied. Time remaining for assessment, 30 hours. At this moment, night had once again fallen. On the zombie carnival day, ghouls and monsters emerged, howling and roaring. Navigating through this novice area was no simple feat, as it was a mutated space, exponentially increasing the difficulty. Ultimate move, Weeping Thousand Birds. Lin Hao's body plunged from the sky, peculiar wings flapping behind him. Boom. Upon reaching the target point, the Black Thousand Birds obliterated a mutated zombie. Crackle. The piercing power of the lightning release was formidable, creating a crater in the ground, fissures radiating outward in all directions. You have killed a mutated zombie. Earning 1 assessment point. You have killed a zombie. Then, the Outer Path Golem began harvesting souls, converting them into cultivation points. Hollow. Little Crow is evolving. Requires XX more. Cursed Seal Sasuke is evolving. Requires XX more. Such power, such speed. Such strength, who could rival this level of ninjutsu? Lin Hao was thoroughly pleased. The might of Cursed Seal Sasuke was astonishing, truly unexpected. No wonder it resembled a disabled version of Sage Mode. However, Sasuke's power carried backlash effects. He would suffer from the side effects of the Cursed Seal, experiencing fatigue and mental instability. After all, in the world of Naruto, it was challenging for someone Sasuke's age to master such power for the first time. Yet, Little Crow's strong will mitigated these side effects. Once he evolved the Cursed Seal's second form, Sasuke's abilities would become even more formidable. After hunting for so long among the decaying corpses, Lin Hao had gathered nearly enough materials. It was time for the third awakening. Just as Lin Hao's mind wandered, a powerful zombie, with cold eyes, fixated on his figure. In the next moment, it swung its venomous claws toward his back. At this very moment, not far from the depths of Zombie Carnival Day, a small camp was bustling with individuals resting. They were teams who had come to level up in this space. Most were freshly awakened individuals, not organized by any school, nor guided by mentors. Thus, they entered this alternate realm at their own expense. Confidently, they believed they could conquer Zombie Carnival Day with just a handful of people, given that the monsters in this event would not exceed level 5. The first team to clear the event would receive the rewards. Many assessment students had likely entered, eager to seize their rewards. How could they possibly be allowed to take them from us? True, those with mentors had it significantly easier. Yet, mentors would not intervene directly. Whether they could clear the event depended solely on their own capabilities. Many were engaged in fervent discussions. It is worth noting that within the same area of the alternate realm, there are infinite spaces. However, each spatial area has a limited capacity. Once the limit is reached, the excess individuals are automatically selected to enter the next spatial realm. Thus, they stack infinitely, resembling parallel worlds. It is essential to mention that regardless of where one enters the transit area from Blue Star, upon being transported to an alternate realm, they will automatically enter into a match. For instance, the novice area has a maximum capacity of 1,000. Exceeding this number results in being allocated to other parallel spaces. The number of splits corresponds to the above figure. Moreover, only the novice area imposes a limit on participants. Once one exits the novice space, no such restrictions apply, and the monsters become increasingly fierce and dangerous. The Dragon Kingdom mandates that newly awakened individuals must clear all novice scenarios before entering hazardous zones. This rule is a protective measure for newcomers. Otherwise, those headstrong newcomers would recklessly plunge into dangerous areas, effectively becoming fodder. Thus, the Dragon Kingdom, after extensive trials and studies, designated 3 of the simplest alternate realms as novice areas: the Sinister Forest, Vortex Island, and Zombie Carnival Day. In former Blue Star, the highest known monster level was 120. The Alternate Realm Countermeasure Bureau classified it as an SSS level difficulty space. A global bounty was issued, promising a reward of 100 billion for those who could hunt this creature and submit all its body materials. Thus, a multitude of bounty hunters exists in this world. Lin Hao once aspired to be a bounty hunter, driven by a simple motive: to amass wealth. He planned to start his quest for riches in the 3 novice spaces of the alternate realm. Many of the newcomers gathered in Zombie Carnival Day share this same ambition. Who would have thought we would encounter a mutated space? No wonder the zombies we discovered along the way were significantly stronger than before. Indeed. Yet the items and rewards dropped have escalated dramatically. The difficulty has increased a tier, and I nearly faltered just moments ago. Are we truly unlucky or fortunate? The probability of encountering a mutated space must be exceedingly rare. If we fail to clear this, won't we face catastrophic losses? Indeed. Just the entrance fee for this zombie carnival day has left me financially devastated. Regardless, I have no intention of retreating easily. Into camp. Many were discussing a serious issue, the mutated difficulty of zombie carnival day. They were uncertain whether to celebrate or lament. Yet, clearing the event would yield additional rewards. We stand to gain immensely. Among them, one team expressed delight. Even if zombies are the lowest tier of monsters within the alternate realm, one should not underestimate the mutated variants. The team leader was a novice mentor, dedicated to guiding them through the challenges. His role was to ensure the safety of the newcomers, and upon clearing the event, he would receive his remuneration. Such professionals abound in the transit square. As long as one has the funds, they can hire them for protection. Completing a zombie carnival day typically takes no more than half a day. Thus, they willingly accept commissions, treating it as a leisurely excursion while enjoying the scenery. After the passage, one can still touch the treasure chest to see if there are any additional rewards. Furthermore, this endeavor is quite leisurely. Protection is only offered when newcomers find themselves in dire peril. It is both profitable and relaxed. Why not indulge in it? What is there to fear in the most desolate realm of another world? The others also wore expressions of confidence. The newcomer mentor observed this with a nod, saying nothing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths, reverberating throughout the entire corrupted abode. The sound was terrifying, sending shivers down the spine and causing one's very soul to tremble. What? The newcomer mentor was startled as well, instantly teleporting to the highest point. He gazed into the distance, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. He witnessed the previously scattered zombies now rushing frantically towards the interior like madmen. What manner of creature could be summoning them? How could these mindless zombies exhibit such bizarre behavior? Could it be? He quickly realized that a leader boss had already been engaged. Reaching the inner sanctum with such swiftness, how long had it been? Hey, what is going on? Inquire those below. To be honest, they too felt something was amiss upon hearing that roar. This is serious. Someone has already begun battling the boss ahead of us. The newcomer mentor teleported down. His brow furrowed. However, it was unprecedented for a zombie leader to summon a horde of zombies. The zombie king, it seemed, did not possess such an ability. Summoning minions was a skill reserved for level 10 leaders. What on earth is happening? No, we must hurry. We cannot allow him to seize the boss, cried one of the newcomers in the team, hastily charging forward. After finally entering the mutated space, if the mutated leader were to be snatched away by someone else, it would be a significant loss. The materials from the mutated leader's body were worth enough to cover their next entrance fee. Yet, seizing the leader was no small feat, as multiple teams were vying for the same goal. Many teams had come here for training, and they too had noticed someone engaging the boss. Some, with more daring spirits, had already prepared to compete for it. After all, the leaders in the mutated space were guaranteed to drop valuable loot. If they could manage to emerge from the ancient realm, it would be a tremendous windfall. In an instant, even teams that had not aimed for the leader began to rush towards the interior of the space. Meanwhile, outside at the Dinghai Primary School, a group of evaluators from other secondary schools stood in utter disbelief. What is the background of this student? How did he manage to confront the leader directly? Did he perhaps cheat? What power is that? I have never seen anything like it before. Is that Sasuke? No. The black wings? Does Sasuke have wings? And those red eyes, how many Tomo are there? I didn't look closely. Can someone tell me? Black Lightning. Chapter 9. The Devil's Invitation in the Mutated Ancient Realm. After all, Sasuke has now fused with the little owl, resulting in some physical alterations. A white-faced Sasuke? A Zanpakuto? Has this student awakened two abilities? The mentors of the assessment group were filled with bewilderment. In any case, they had never witnessed such a form of Sasuke. If I am not mistaken, it should be the Cursed Mark. At this moment, someone spoke with a tone of astonishment. Cursed Mark? Many were left perplexed. Sasuke's Cursed Mark form had previously been unintentionally activated by someone, after which it appeared randomly and uncontrollably. Others nodded, noting that the power of the Cursed Mark form could impose significant mental distress on the host, which is why no one who had transitioned to Sasuke had ever chosen to wield this power. I see. Someone exclaimed. Then, how is it that this student seems unaffected by such mental distress? The mentors exchanged glances. It is highly likely related to his mysterious form, after all. This is a Sasuke form we have never seen, somewhat akin to a newly born hollow. They furrowed their brows and looked towards the school's mentors. Could there truly be a second awakening? No, absolutely not. Moreover, geniuses with a second awakening are exceedingly rare. How could such a phenomenon occur in our school? Everyone hastily waved their hands. Indeed, this student Lin Hao's awakening crystal distinctly shows him as a C-rank rogue ninja. With only one awakened ninja, the class teacher quickly added. Then that is indeed strange. The mentors of the assessment group fell silent once more, setting aside his awakened ninja. What on earth is his summoned entity? I have no idea. I have never encountered anything like it. It is truly perplexing. I wish I could unearth his secrets. In the otherworldly space, the zombie carnival day, Lin Fan narrowly evaded an ambush from the zombie king with remarkable agility. Roar. The zombie king let out a furious howl. Otherworldly space, zombie carnival day boss, zombie king, level 10, mutated, abilities, bite LV10, claw strike LV11, lethal virus LV15. Copper skin LV9, killing may yield a mutated treasure chest, a mutated treasure chest. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. A chest capable of yielding rare items. It is the dream of all to possess such an otherworldly box. The quality of a mutated treasure chest is indiscriminate. The rewards from extremely difficult spaces remain the same. The Outer Path Golem, obliterating the target. Roar. Under command, the Outer Path Golem raised a massive hand and struck down heavily upon the zombie king's body. Bang. The zombie king was sent flying, its bones undoubtedly shattered in numerous places. It struggled to rise. Yet, the Outer Path Golem delivered another crushing blow. Boom. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered as it was flattened into a meat pancake. The Outer Path Golem was executing a dimensional strike, controlling it to extract the zombie king's soul. Ding. You have slain the boss zombie king, obtaining the soul of a level 10 mutated zombie. With growth points increased by 1567, you have earned assessment points. 100, your total assessment points. 1000, you have cleared the zombie carnival day. Receiving an additional reward of 999 growth points, the zombie king has dropped a mutated treasure chest. Congratulations. Delightful. The mutated treasure chest is in hand. Lin Hao soared with joy. A single zombie king had provided enough growth points to level up significantly. Ding. You have accumulated sufficient growth points to evolve Sasuke's cursed mark and Ulquiorra. Whom to evolve? Lin Hao pondered. Currently, Sasuke is in the first cursed mark state, with 3 Tomo Sharingan and wings sprouting from his sides, displaying considerable strength. Little Owl is a pure white humanoid hollow, yet to remove the mask from its face. Should he choose to evolve Sasuke, it would propel him towards the mature form of the 3 Tomo Sharingan Sasuke in his white garment state, achieving the second cursed mark in the might of Kirin. At this point, Sasuke has rapidly progressed in strength under Orochimaru's tutelage. Furthermore, the white-garbed Sasuke also possesses the second cursed mark form and the Kirin form, making him exceptionally powerful with proficiency in Orochimaru's various snake techniques. The Kirin form of Sasuke can be considered the pinnacle among the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Following that is the Manjiki Sharingan Sasuke, which undoubtedly requires an astronomical amount of growth points, certainly in the tens of thousands. Little Owl is still in its nascent form, a pure white humanoid hollow with only visual senses. Upon upgrading and evolving, it could resemble a hollow. Notably, to enter the first release form, one must unlock the Zanpakuto. The advantage of awakening the Espada is that it inherently possesses a Zanpakuto, with both the being and the sword holding extraordinary abilities. As for Little Owl, with over 2,000 growth points, it is insufficient to elevate Sasuke to the white-garbed form. Thus, Lin Fan decided to channel all growth points into Ulquiorra. Ding. Ulquiorra Cipher has successfully leveled up, achieving hollow form view. Ulquiorra Cipher, potential, SSS level, Espada. 4. This Espada possesses uniqueness, can utilize the H-Gyoku. Inherently has a Zanpakuto. Form, hollow, ability 1, ultra speed regeneration, a skill possessed by certain hollows, typically abandoned by regular hollows upon transformation to gain more powerful attacks. Yet Ulquiorra retains this ability, enabling rapid regeneration of all body parts except for the internal organs and brain. Ability 2, shared vision, removal of the eyeball from its socket allows for remote transmission of images or shared perspectives with others. Ability 3, Sonido, the high-speed movement technique of hollows, comparable to Shuinpa or Skywalk. Ability 4, Zero, a devastating attack technique used by large hollows, concentrating spiritual pressure and releasing it instantaneously to create a blinding flash of immense destructive capability. Ability 5, Grand Ray Zero, a black zero that can only be utilized in the released state of an Espada, possessing substantial power and range. Ability 6, Moonlight Sword, first stage of release. Ability 7, Sensory Nerves, the hollow's spiritual pressure perception, allowing awareness of surroundings, including enemies, and discerning their strength and location. Ability 8, Bala, firing fixed spiritual pressure at enemies. While less powerful than Zero, its speed is 20 times that of Zero. Ability 9, Steel Skin, a skin enveloped in armor-like protection, reputed for its high spiritual pressure hardness, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Ability 10, First Release, Release Command. Seal, Black-Winged Great Demon, an exclusive skill of hollows. Unlike Zanpakuto Release, it liberates itself, restoring the hollow's true form. Remaining abilities are yet to be unlocked. Finally, the first release is achieved. Lin Hao felt elated. Both Sensory Nerves and Steel Skin are excellent enhancements. Furthermore, he gained several offensive skills, including the Moonlight Sword, Grand Ray Zero, and Bala. Most impressively, he can finally utilize the first stage of release. Indeed, allowing Little Owl to grow first was the wisest choice, as subsequent forms will require substantial growth points. Only the initial evolution demands the least amount of growth points. Before he had the chance to open the mutated treasure chest, a new development unfolded on site. Ding. The zombie king's body has unexpectedly transformed into a portal leading to the ancient realm. Oh, Lin Hao did not anticipate such fortuitous luck. An ancient realm would emerge within the mutated space? This is remarkable. Check. Mysterious mutated ancient realm. Invitation of the demon. Difficulty. Unknown. Entry restriction. Below level 10. Challenge time limit. 10 hours. Successful completion rewards. Mutated ancient realm treasure chest. With over 10 hours remaining for the assessment. There was ample time to engage in an ancient realm challenge. Lin Hao unhesitatingly confirmed his participation. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished from the location. Outside, at the assessment venue. Had the zombie king truly perished just like that? By heavens, what kind of summon beast was this student named Lin Hao employing? A battle pet? It must be a battle pet, certainly not a spirit beast. Could this individual be a top tier of immense wealth? The most affordable battle pets cost over 10 million. Even I do not possess one. The assessment mentors were overwhelmed with envy and jealousy, nearly drooling at the prospect. To dominate the novice space in such a manner, had it not been for a super battle pet, they would have faced an intense interrogation. Super battle pets, though not excessively priced, still command tens of billions. He had single-handedly defeated the boss, and his assessment score could very well exceed 900 points. In the mutated space, achieving a perfect score was certainly within reach. 1,000 points? It had been years since a perfect score was last recorded. With such a score, he could choose any school he desired. Wait. Did you see that? An ancient realm has emerged. Is it truly an ancient realm? In an instant, mentors from various city schools stood in astonishment. The emergence of an ancient realm within the mutated space signifies not just a mutated treasure chest, but also a chance to obtain a mutated ancient realm treasure chest. The mutated ancient realm treasure chest can yield battle pets and war mounts, which can be sold in the outside world for 10 billion. Originally, the mutated space felt akin to winning the lottery, and now with the emergence of an ancient realm, claiming they are not chosen ones is utterly implausible. Our school is willing to offer 15 billion to acquire the mutated ancient realm treasure chest. 15 billion? 10 billion is merely the starting price, without 30 billion. It is nothing but a pipe dream. The astonished assessment mentors were irresistibly drawn to the mutated ancient realm, seemingly forgetting that this was an entrance examination. Moreover, they were oblivious to the terrifying nature of the mutated ancient realm. After all, both the mutated treasure chests and the mutated ancient realm treasure chests are worth their weight in gold, coveted by all. At this moment, it was not just Lin Hao. Over 1,000 individuals from the zombie carnival day across parallel spaces could also enter this ancient realm challenge. Once the ancient realm is activated, it becomes a shared experience across the entire space, allowing thousands to enter simultaneously, highlighting the immense difficulty. Entering the mutated ancient realm, Lin Hao stepped inside. As a wave of dizziness washed over him, the next second, he found himself in an enormous blood prison. You have entered the mutated ancient realm. Invitation of the demon. Maximum participants, 10,000. Recommended awakening, Bankai Zanpakudo, demon fruit assimilation, or above. For shadow level challengers and higher, completion condition, eliminate all monsters within the ancient realm. Description: the ancient demon has been sealed within the blood prison for a long time. It is eager to satiate its thirst for blood and devour your souls. Resist, and perhaps, if you are fortunate, salvation may be within your grasp. Chapter 10, The Exceedingly Challenging Ancient Realm, Black Void Flash. The Devil's Invitation Mission 1. Prevent the resurrection of the ancient demon, complete various assault tasks in the blood abyss. Guard the sealing pearl for 10 hours, and reseal the ancient demon. Mission 2. Eliminate the ancient demon. Unable to exit, death erases all, completing the mutated ancient realm. Each participant may receive a guaranteed chest. Gold tier, significant contributors may receive a mutated ancient realm chest. Such a high level of challenge? Lin Hao initially thought it would be a solo endeavor, yet it turned out to be the zombie carnival day where all parallel spaces are shared. Is this a joke? Unable to exit, death erases all? At this moment, everyone entering the ancient realm, originally intrigued, began to panic. Upon seeing the suggestion to summon the Bankai Zanpakudo, and the challenge for those above the shadow rank, they could no longer contain their disbelief, and exclamations of dismay erupted. They had been so excited. Envisioning treasures and items within the ancient realm, it was almost too good to be true. But what happened? They were met with a harsh reality. They had just transitioned into their new roles, mere novices, and were thrust into such a terrifying spatial challenge? Death? The large red font instilled a profound fear in their very souls. In that moment, the smiles on their faces transformed into expressions of disbelief and despair. Thoughts of self-harm crept into their minds. Had they known, they would never have entered. They cursed their own reckless decisions. Someone cried out in desperation. The difficulty of the mutated space was already daunting. Ordinary individuals could scarcely hope to succeed. Now, they were faced with an exceedingly challenging ancient realm? As if sensing their collective despair, a notification chimed again. Detected overall strength mismatch with this otherworldly space. Significantly below the requirements to challenge the ancient realm, item drop rate in the ancient realm increased by 1,000. Before anyone could react, chains rose from the blood abyss. Something lurked below. A voice cried out. Now, over 10,000 individuals found themselves on a colossal blood abyss platform, surrounded by an abyss filled with black chains. Buzzing. The dark chains began to pull upwards, and a shadow broke through the mist of the abyss, revealing itself before the crowd. A massive statue, approximately 50 people tall. Ancient demon, level 25, abilities, petrification LV30, tough skin LV30, boxing LV30, martial arts LV30. A series of ability notifications left everyone speechless. The list was astonishingly extensive. Ding. The ancient demon awakens. Prepare for death. Darkness shall consume you. Be careful. At this moment, Li Mumu's voice reached Lin Hao's ears. It seemed she too succumbed to the temptation of entering. Where are you, old flirt? Not only her. Gu Tianle was also searching for Lin Hao's whereabouts, knowing he must have entered the ancient realm as well. Suddenly, Lin Hao appeared behind him, clapping him on the shoulder. Whoa, you startled me. Did you really come in too? Gu Tianle turned to see Lin Hao behind him. Lin Hao, my savior. Please, you must save us. The students surrounding Gu Tianle rushed to cling to Lin Hao's legs. Had they known the difficulty of this ancient realm would be so terrifying, they would never have sought such thrill. Now, it was too late to regret. There was no way to exit. This is my fault. I should have stopped you all. Li Mumu's face clouded with gloom. She had never ventured into the mutated ancient realm of the novice space herself, driven by curiosity. She had not deterred her students from the assessment. After all, the mutated ancient realm in the novice space seemed almost like a free gift, restricted only to those below level 10. To her, it appeared to be an easily conquerable otherworldly ancient realm. Yet, upon entering, she was left dumbfounded. She was not alone in her shock. Other instructors were equally stunned, realizing it was not merely a single-class assessment. Now, leading their students into the ancient realm, they were filled with regret. At this moment, the ancient demon finally revealed its fangs, the chains shackling it shattered. Boom. Its massive body crashed down, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Gulp. Every person present felt cold sweat trickle down their backs, their scalps tingling, legs trembling. Roar. The ancient demon unleashed a roar, saliva spraying forth. Oh my god. Finally, someone could no longer contain their fear and burst into tears, collapsing onto the ground. Paralyzed by terror. How on earth do we fight this? Many newcomers from various guilds, freshly transitioned into their roles, stood agape, stumbling backward. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, the ancient demon continued its malevolent advance, step by step. Ding. Assault mission activated. Collect the nearby power of retribution and awaken the colossal guardian to combat the ancient demon. Quick, the mission has appeared. Let us get to it. Someone shouted urgently. Hope surged among the crowd as they rushed to gather the nearby orbs of light. These orbs represented the power of retribution, and the towering statue behind them was the colossal guardian meant to oppose the ancient demon. Boom, boom, boom. However, without hindering the ancient demon's advance, they could not collect the power of retribution. Bankai, devil fruit assimilation, above Janine, only 100? Li Mumu gritted her teeth. It was time to act. Everyone, collect the power of retribution while we hold off the ancient demon. Other instructors and the few capable individuals present had no choice but to take action. Shirkai. Let the enemy be stung, Hornet. Li Mumu's Shirkai, the Hornet, manifested as small blades attached to her fingertips, resembling the stingers of ordinary wasps. When struck by the Hornet, the impacted area bore the imprint of a black butterfly pattern, known as the bee pattern. If the center of the bee pattern was hit again, it would cross and overlap, forming an 8-pointed star. Anyone struck would surely perish, hence the term two-hit kill. Shirkai attributes, added ability type. Category, direct attack type, Shirkai. Wait for the right moment, then activate Bankai. Li Mumu thought to herself. The Hornet's Bankai transformed into a massive whip-like form, capable of launching projectiles akin to nuclear weapons, wielding immense power. However, this Bankai was too large and unwieldy for rapid movement. Small lives, become my strength. The ancient demon sneered, confronting the group of strong individuals who dared to intercept, its hands as colossal as ancient trees clenched into fists, ready to strike. In an instant, blood rained down, pristine bones scattered in all directions, as several ch-nin fell to their demise, such a brutal end. Silence enveloped the area. All were rendered speechless by the scene. Did they die so quickly? The ancient demon had merely swung its fist, effortlessly obliterating its target into fragments. Standing before them like an indomitable mountain, witnessing such a horrific sight, some were left utterly stunned. Gulp amidst the crowd, someone swallowed hard, nearly choking. The aura emanating from the mutated ancient realm's boss felt as if it could tear them apart. No, we cannot retreat. If we don't stand our ground, who will? Li Mumu gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. She had no choice but to speak up. At present, their situation is dire. Someone must rise to the occasion, or else anyone could perish within this realm. Oh, the fragility of life. The gaze of the ancient demon swept across the scene, instilling a paralyzing fear that none dared to meet. It looked down upon the multitude, raising its right hand and pointing forward, its sharp fist locking onto Li Mumu. Master! Gu Tianle gasped at the sight. The hearts of those behind nearly ceased to beat. Could they evade it? No, escape was utterly impossible. If this continued, Li Mumu was destined to meet a grim fate. In a moment of sheer desperation, a terrifying black shockwave surged toward the ancient demon. The mutation in the ancient realm? 10,000 people, among them, several thousand students faced an exceedingly difficult event, the invitation of the ancient demon. At this juncture, the Dragon Kingdom's officials had already received a distress signal. Certain individuals employed extraordinary means to alert the otherworldly response bureau of the situation. This included urgent pleas from examiners at various schools, who, upon discovering the crisis, were filled with regret. The students had already entered the ancient realm, rendering any attempt at intervention or rescue futile. The matter had escalated beyond their control. They could only suspend the assessments and issue a call for help. However, to effectuate a rescue, the use of the Heavenly Spike was imperative. The Heavenly Spike, the Dragon Kingdom had only 2 remaining, crucial for countering the threats of the West. The expression of the Bureau's officer was one of distress. Currently, the entire nation was mobilizing its strength to explore the otherworldly space, having engaged a level 120 boss, the Skeletal Dragon. Yet, amidst this turmoil, the West, without honor, sought to seize the Skeletal Dragon at a pivotal moment. How could the frontline warriors of the Dragon Kingdom relinquish their hold so easily? They awaited but a command to deploy the Heavenly Spike, to breach the dimensional barrier, and to unleash their forces upon the Skeletal Dragon's territory, delivering a significant blow to the West. However, in light of the current situation, they found themselves in a predicament. Director Wang, we still have 2 Heavenly Spikes. According to our previous plan, both must be utilized to carry more personnel and increase the success rate. Losing one could jeopardize everything. An officer from the response bureau spoke. The Heavenly Spike can only be retrieved from mutation treasure chests, and the odds are exceedingly slim. Now, the question arose, to save or not to save? Every gaze turned toward that solitary figure. Save. Director Wang Yang of the response bureau seemed to have made a resolute decision, nodding vigorously. We must rescue them. But at that moment, the main screen within the bureau illuminated with the faces of numerous prominent figures. The Heavenly Spike cannot be utilized. One individual spoke, clear and resolute, issuing a definitive order. The Heavenly Spike is of utmost importance to us. In the face of greater righteousness, necessary sacrifices are permissible. Among the dignitaries, another voice chimed in. Director Wang Yang, we command you not to employ the Heavenly Spike. Upon hearing this, the entire response bureau was taken aback. Would they really forsake those 10,000 souls? Would they merely watch as they perished? Wang Yang took a deep breath, exhaling a plume of smoke, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. You cannot sway me. Only the central government can command my actions. I will ensure their rescue. Chapter 11, Transformation of the Ancient Demon, Stage 2. The matter of the Heavenly Cone is of utmost importance. Wang Yang, you must not act recklessly. I command you. A prominent figure roared through the video window. His face contorted with fury, his gaze fixed on everyone in the strategy bureau. Each person was utterly intimidated, rendered speechless by this overwhelming presence. What has transpired? I will take responsibility. It is merely the Heavenly Cone. Before that, I will obtain another one. Wang Yang had made up his mind. With a decisive click, he abruptly ended the video call and turned to face the members of the strategy bureau. Prepare the Heavenly Cone. Li Mumu closed her eyes, awaiting her fate. Suddenly, a flash of dark void surged from the distance, saving her life. Who possesses such power? She was astounded and hurriedly searched for her savior. In a swift motion, Lin Hao appeared not far from her, his form strikingly peculiar. Is this the C-class rogue ninja Sasuke? Before she could process this, Lin Hao raised his Zampiket and swung it forward. With a crashing sound, the wailing thousand birds coiled around the small crow-esque sword, unleashing a bolt of black lightning aimed directly at the ancient demon. Boom. The tremendous force caused the entire space to tremble. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Lin Hao could be so ferocious. With a single strike, he had reduced the ancient demon's health by 1%. How potent was this attack? Old rascal, your Sasuke's strength is astonishing. Gu Tianla's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even he could not fathom how Lin Hao had mastered Sasuke's skills so adeptly. It appeared he had broken the seal. However, breaking the seal was not unprecedented. Others had done so before. Yet, none had exhibited such ferocity. Gulp. The others swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on Lin Hao's figure. At this moment, he might be their only hope against the ancient demon's onslaught. Quickly, gather the power of judgment. Someone shouted. And everyone snapped into action, hastily collecting the scattered orbs of light from the ground. Ding. You are activating the giant divine weapon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rumbling. The giant divine weapon finally sprang to life, causing the ground to quake violently. There were 4 of them. Majestic and imposing, as their charging intensified, they began to stride towards the ancient demon. Help me deliver a fatal blow. Li Mumu called out urgently. She wished to strike the ancient demon once. Despite its might, it was enormous. Yet, the larger the target, the easier it was to hit. Whoosh. Transformed into his hollow form, Lin Hao, with the wailing thousand birds entwined around his Zampiket, sprouted wings and soared high into the sky before diving downward. Boom. Thunder reverberated as he struck the ancient demon. Roar. The massive form of the ancient demon bore a long wound from its shoulder to its waist, oozing blood. Weak humans, surrender your bodies to me. Though injured, it continued to advance toward them. Ninjutsu, water wave. Zampiket, Shurkai, freeze it. Devil fruit, expand. At this moment, an array of ninjutsu, sword techniques, and devil fruit powers tore through the air, striking the demon's body, exploding like fireworks. Ding. The ancient demon possesses tough skin LV30, Petrifying Tough Skin LV30. Your attacks are ineffective. Please expedite the collection of judgment power. Damn it, if we don't stop its movements. How can we collect? Li Mumu spat out a curse. One strike. Under the protection of the other mentors, she finally landed a hit on the ancient demon. Instantly, a beautiful bee pattern appeared on its leg. This was the bee pattern flower. When struck at its center by a wasp, the bee pattern would overlap to form an octagonal shape. The target would be doomed, thus earning the name certain death upon the second strike. Second strike. Li Mumu was all in. It was either the ancient demon's demise or theirs. Boom. A deep pit suddenly appeared in the ancient demon's leg. The bee pattern flower did not kill it instantly. As expected, Li Mumu took a deep breath. However, she had finally wounded it. Old rascal. When did you become so formidable? At that moment, Gu Tianle had instantaneously arrived beside Lin Hao. Asking this now is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Here it comes. Lin Hao kicked Gu Tianle away and dashed forward, evading to the side. Boom. A bolt of demonic power, akin to lightning, shot from their previous position, striking the spatial barrier behind them, unleashing a blinding light. Ding. The ancient demon has sustained multiple injuries and is now exceedingly enraged. Its seal is gradually dissipating, and it can now utilize its abilities. Upon hearing this information, Li Mumu, along with the other mentors, guild members, and students, including Lin Hao and Gu Tianle, were all left in shock. This entity could continue to grow stronger? What the hell? Is it cheating? Is it truly unbeatable? Rumbling. Fortunately, at that moment, those who had gone to collect judgment power had gathered enough strength to activate the giant divine weapon. The four colossal warriors brushed past them, their focus solely on the ancient demon, advancing steadily. Roar. The ancient demon underwent a transformation, its form now in the second stage, unleashing black tendrils that flailed wildly. Each tendril that struck them shattered into countless shards of stone, producing deafening booms. At this rate, the giant divine weapon would be obliterated first. Someone screamed in terror. Ding. A new mission has appeared. Collect judgment power to augment the sealing crystal S strength. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the ancient demon can be sealed. The mission has arrived. Instantly, a surge of hope filled the hearts of 1,000 people as they frantically began to gather the mysterious orbs of light scattered on the ground. Ding, ding, ding. The sealing crystal is being activated. 1, 1, 2. This pace was half as fast as that of activating the giant divine weapon. Now, their only hope rested on Lin Hao, Gu Tianle, Li Mumu, and the mentors. If they could just hold it off, victory would be theirs. Old rascal. That kick was brutal. Cough, cough. Xiao Liken nearly lost consciousness from the kick but managed to steady himself. He realized Lin Hao had saved him. Otherwise, he would have surely been struck by that bolt of demonic power. Ding. Due to prolonged combat, the power of the chaotic demon is beginning to unseal. Roar. The ancient demon howled, a torrent of demonic energy erupting from within. The surrounding winds compressed and transformed into a raging demonic tempest, a vast area of effect skill. Yet, its true power lay in its void lock. Before being attacked, no one could move an inch, only able to watch in despair. Chapter 12. Seal the Blackwing Demon. Boom. In the next moment, Li Mumu spat blood and was violently thrown away. Boom. The other mentors were also blasted away, the destructive force multiplying and sweeping across the battlefield. Thousands were struck simultaneously, their bodies and equipment shattered. Those closest were left bleeding from all orifices, their internal organs and bones obliterated in an instant. In a heartbeat, 3,000 souls perished. Moments later, someone staggered to their feet, filled with indescribable terror, exclaiming, the ancient demon's power had just been unleashed, revealing a terrifying might. How could one possibly resist? The challenge of the mutated ancient realm was truly beyond human capabilities. Lin Hao, with blood streaming from his head, glanced down at the battlefield and realized it was overwhelmingly one-sided. Almost everyone had lost their combat effectiveness from the strike. Pain, wails, and despair permeated their minds. Although Xiao Liken was nearby, he too was suffering, his complexion pale and his body swaying. The mentor group was nearly obliterated. Even Li Mumu had temporarily succumbed, while the students had perished on the spot, fainting instantly. Even the giant divine soldier had been reduced to useless stone. It seemed that the mission to seal the crystal had become impossible. They had failed. Lin Hao inhaled deeply and suddenly twisted his wrist downward. If not now, then when? Return the blade. Seal the Blackwing Demon. Buzz. The air was filled with cries of anguish, as if the heavens themselves were tearing apart. Roar. Even the ancient demon let out a ferocious roar. Old rascal, what are you doing? Gu Tianle suddenly saw Lin Hao's unusual action and gasped. Throwing away the sword? Has Lin Hao truly given up? No. In an instant, he realized this was not merely discarding the sword. Rather, the blade had vanished into the void before Lin Hao. Could it be? Buzz. Suddenly, a pure black aura erupted from Lin Hao. Gu Tianle was left dumbfounded, his hair blown in all directions, eyes wide with astonishment. This power was on par with the ancient demon, perhaps even stronger. The return of the blade. This was the return of the blade. Old rascal, how could you? Gu Tianle was completely stunned. Was Lin Hao merely a C-rank rogue ninja named Sasuke? There was only one possibility. Lin Hao had concealed something, that he actually possessed two awakened abilities. One was from the Hokage, and the other was one of the Espada. No wonder he had never seen anyone use Lin Hao's form before. The merging of these two abilities was a fusion skill. As Lin Hao activated his return of the blade, Li Mumu struggled to open her eyes, witnessing the black spiritual pressure descending like raindrops. She was astounded. What is this? The spiritual pressure released by Lin Hao felt as heavy as an ocean above the heavens. Swish. A pair of enormous black wings that could overshadow the sky, fused with Sasuke's bizarre cursed seal wings, materialized. Lin Hao slowly lifted his head, his fingers transforming into long claws, significantly enhancing his speed, defense, and attack power. Old rascal, step back. His right hand suddenly manifested a spear-like weapon made of spiritual energy, entwined with the wailing of 1,000 birds, igniting like flames. This was Lin Hao's most formidable power, fully unleashed. Pierce through it. With a low growl, Lin Hao's spear suddenly thickened and enlarged. Unfortunately, he had not yet awakened the second stage of the return of the blade, but this was already his full power. Boom. As the spear struck down from above, the entire sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Gu Tianle felt a blinding flash before him, unable to see anything. All he could hear was the ancient demon's furious roar gradually diminishing. Ding. Congratulations, you have cleared the ultra-high difficulty ancient realm, the Demoness Invitation. Each participant receives a guaranteed 1 gold treasure chest, 3 silver treasure chests, and 10 bronze treasure chests. Rating: C rank, lying flat. Ding. You have obtained the title, Ancient Realm, Slayer of the Ancient Demon. Everyone receives growth points. 10,000. Did we win? Gu Tianle's expression was one of disbelief. He had merely played a minor role, and the boss was gone? One strike from Lin Hao had taken it out. What more was there to say? Lin Hao was panting heavily. Thankfully, it was resolved. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. The fusion of Xiao Wu and Sasuke's powers was indeed terrifying. Ding. As a result of defeating the ancient demon, you have obtained 1 mutated ancient realm treasure chest. Ding. Due to your defeat of the ancient demon, you receive a growth point bonus, gaining 30,000 points. Ding. Due to your defeat of the ancient demon, you have acquired the rare title, Ancient Demon Slayer. This title comes with special abilities. Delightful. Lin Hao was overjoyed. Thus, he had obtained 1 mutated treasure chest, 1 ancient realm treasure chest, 1 gold treasure chest, 3 silver treasure chests, and 10 bronze treasure chests. Additionally, there were 30,000 growth points. It was known that the mutated zombie king only granted 500 growth points. The ancient demon was so generous, directly bestowing 30,000, 40,000 growth points. Surely he could acquire the white-clad Sasuke now. Kirin was waiting for him. As if having relaxed, Lin Hao collapsed. Utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically, after his final attack had drained everything from him. Old rascal, you must explain this well. Just tell me one person. I swear I won't reveal it to anyone else. I vow on my manhood. Gu Tianle's voice was like an ancient god's whisper. Lin Hao could no longer hold on, having collected all the rewards and now utterly spent. Zzz. At that moment, a piercing sound suddenly rang out in the celestial expanse. Li Mumu and Gu Tianle, who had also regained consciousness, simultaneously looked over, fearing any further disturbances. If there were still monsters in the mutated space, they would truly be doomed. Bang. With a resounding thud, a massive conical crystal pierced through the space barrier, descending towards them. Is this the heavenly cone? The well-informed Li Mumu exclaimed. It was actually the official rescue from the Dragon Kingdom. It seemed the outside world had learned of their perilous entry into the ultra-difficult ancient realm, where survival was bleak. They had dispatched the precious heavenly cone to save them. But in truth, there was no need for them to come. The ancient demon had already been vanquished. As she spoke, darkness enveloped Li Mumu, and she lost consciousness. She had suffered severe head trauma and was likely to experience amnesia. Medical personnel quickly approached for assessment, confirming there was no immediate danger to her life. What on earth happened here? Wang Yang was dumbfounded, surveying the battlefield in disarray, bodies sprawled everywhere. Yet most showed signs of life, indicating they had not perished. Director, some individuals are severely injured. We must get them out quickly, someone from the Countermeasures Bureau urged. We must expedite treatment and carry everyone out. The power of the heavenly cone can sustain us for an hour, and we cannot afford to leave anyone behind. Wang Yang immediately began issuing commands. In any case, regardless of what had transpired, the priority was to leave this place before discussing further. Chapter 13, The Maiden of the Holy War, the Ancient Realm's treasure chest unveiled. Within the Ancient Realm, the formidable ancient demon, at level 25, exhibited strength akin to that of a level 100 creature. This assessment was provided by the Underworld Countermeasure Bureau. Eyewitness accounts revealed their astonishment, particularly regarding the boss's characteristics. Boasting a tough skin equivalent to level 30. A creature of level 100 merely possessed copper skin at level 100. Yet, the tough skin at level 30 was comparable to that of a level 100 copper-skinned entity. How could such a leader in the ancient realm have been vanquished by them? Did you not discern who was responsible? Wang Yang inquired urgently. No, not at all. It was too chaotic at the time. The boss unleashed a skill that rendered us all unconscious. We had no opportunity to see who defeated the boss. As these individuals gradually regained consciousness, their minds felt clouded, their memories somewhat fragmented. Where am I? Particularly, Li Mumu seemed utterly dazed, unable to recall how he had entered the ancient realm. Hey, you, yes you. Did you witness what transpired afterward? Someone called out to Gu Tianle. Gu Tianle was startled. Hastily forcing a smile, I didn't. I was also unconscious and know nothing. Really? The expression of skepticism on the bureau and Oppo's personnel was evident. Gu Tianle quickly added, I only saw a black shadow casting some skill. Oh yes, it was called Heaven's Strike, I believe. Then I lost consciousness, and upon awakening, the boss was already slain. The bureau's staff murmured among themselves for a moment before addressing Gu Tianle. Where is your classmate? This one here? Hey. Wake up. Well, Lin Hao sustained severe injuries. Oh yes, he hit his head. Gu Tianle quickly covered for him. Then why not hurry and find a medical ninja? The staff, noticing blood trickling from Lin Hao and Oppo's forehead, urged him on. All right. Thus, under Gu Tianle and Oppo's guise, Lin Hao successfully departed the scene. Thank you, you little pest. Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, speaking. Why are you concealing this? That's the official authority of the Dragon Kingdom, if they discover your strength. You and Oppo's surely receive preferential treatment, perhaps even direct entry into prestigious schools or universities. Gu Tianle couldn't comprehend why Lin Hao would choose to hide his abilities. Given that the Dragon Kingdom is actively seeking capable individuals for their explorations, wouldn't revealing myself result in being conscripted as labor? Lin Hao whispered. Who doesn't cherish their youth? Youth is fleeting. If not properly valued and utilized, it is lost forever. But I still feel. Gu Tianle's words were abruptly cut off by Lin Hao. In truth, even if you remain silent, they will eventually trace it back to me, whether in a day or a week. It is merely a matter of time. Lin Hao meant, if he could delay even a day, he would, as he despised being constrained. Indeed, with a death toll in the thousands among the 10,000. The authorities will undoubtedly investigate you. Gu Tianle nodded, for Lin Hao's display of power had been astonishing. Whether through his curse seal enhancement or his transformation into the 10 blades, wielding powers that left him awestruck. A double awakening, rarely found throughout the nation. His old friend was indeed a prodigy of dual awakening. Should this secret be revealed, Lin Hao would find it impossible to lead a tranquil life. We must leave at once, Lin Hao urged. This assessment may be invalidated due to such events. If subjected to another evaluation, he would not endure it. Yet, even if a second entrance examination were to occur, he would easily excel. Let us go. Gu Tianle nodded and hurried back to school. He had acquired a golden treasure chest, 3 silver chests, and 10 bronze chests from the ancient realm, filling him with uncontainable excitement. He yearned to open them immediately and discover what treasures lay within. Open. He promptly unsealed all the chests. Congratulations, you have obtained. As he reached the end of the announcement, Gu Tianle could not suppress his overwhelming joy. Purple-level ninja tools, along with S-tier ninjutsu and other useful items. Overall, it was a resounding success, a considerable gain. It is worth mentioning the rankings of ninja tools: white, blue, purple, red, and orange, while ninjutsu ranges from C to SSS. Thus, Gu Tianle considered himself quite fortunate. What have you unearthed that brings you such joy? Lin Hao inquired. Joy? Me? How could I be joyful? You've just acquired a treasure from the ancient realm. Haven't you? Gu Tianle suddenly recalled something, eyes wide. Hurry, open it. Let us see what treasures await. The ancient realm's treasure chest is exceedingly rare. Whatever is revealed is bound to be top tier. Yet the most lucrative would be combat pets or steeds. Lin Hao prepared to examine it closely. You're missing the point. What if you unveil an SSS level ninjutsu? Gu Tianle licked his lips. That would be a significant loss for me. Lin Hao shrugged. He could awaken infinitely and lacked any shortage of ninjutsu. As for ninja tools, he had no desire for them. They were merely external possessions. Ancient Realm Treasure Chest. Description: reflect upon your desires and make a wish. Ding. The Ancient Realm Treasure Chest is slowly opening. As blinding golden light emerges, it appears you have acquired a combat pet. Oh, it truly opened? Lin Hao exclaimed in delight. A combat pet? Gu Tianle's mouth twitched. He had hoped for Lin Hao to uncover an SSS level ninjutsu, such as the Divine Art of Thousand Hands, would release the Forest Descends, or the Wood Dragon Technique, all immensely powerful abilities. With a flash of golden light, a golden-haired, twin-tailed, adorable little girl appeared before Lin Hao. Master. She spoke sweetly, her voice melodious. View. Combat pet. Maiden of the Holy War. Mary Rose. Race. Angel. Attribute. Light. Level. 0. Rarity. Chosen. Usage restriction. Lin Hao description. A battle angel from mythology, wielding punishment through her firearm. Mary Rose was once immortal. Yet, unwilling to witness her people suffer, she bravely donned the crown of divine fate, toppling the corrupt empire. Possessing power that transcends the mortal realm, she was feared by the masses and ultimately vanished into obscurity, only to respond when her strength is truly needed to protect. Gu Tianle shook his head nearby. To him, nothing aside from SSS-level ninjutsu was worthy of note. You know nothing. Lin Hao remained silent, aware that his image in Gu Tianle's eyes had irrevocably shattered. Yet what could he do? Was it his fault for summoning a golden-haired, twin-tailed, adorable girl? The pursuit of beauty is an unavoidable virtue for all. The treasure chest indeed reflected his innermost thoughts, previous regrets, past disappointments, and the sage-like state following his outbursts. The 3D learning materials, once sealed within his computer south hard drive, would now finally be rendered unnecessary. Chapter 14. A global announcement. Can the Pillar of Heaven be salvaged? Does Gu Tianla understand? What can he possibly comprehend? He merely fulfilled a desire. Yet, he committed a mistake that any man could make. It baffles me why you all are so infatuated with high silk. Gu Tianla sighed. At that moment, Mary Rose adjusted her stockings. The indentations where the fabric pressed into her skin rendered Lin Hao momentarily speechless. You do not understand. This is one of the greatest inventions in human history, he spoke earnestly. That haze and clarity, no matter how I strive to conceal it, cannot quell the call from the depths of my heart. I must simply go with the flow and follow my true self. Whenever I feel lost, I turn to high silk. It opens my heart anew until my spirit is rejuvenated. This is why I indulge in it daily. It alleviates my stress. By the way, you're not suggesting that you. At this point, Lin Hao's expression shifted, realizing that his longtime friend, with whom he had grown up, could possibly be. No, absolutely not. I swear it on my little brother. Gu Tianla instantly grasped Lin Hao's thoughts and said, I merely find no interest in that. I prefer the kind from the land of the morning calm. Just look at my study materials. Brooms. Lin Hao glanced at the hard drive, filled with hundreds of gigabytes of collections. Almost forgetting his purpose, he said, Old pervert, I'm here to pack my bags. The transfer procedures are all set. Gu Tianla suddenly recalled something and checked the time. It was almost time. The intermediate and advanced classes are merely transitional, until we aim for the prestigious university together. Lin Hao said, Indeed, I won't waste words on trivialities. Gu Tianla nodded. He had always admired Lin Hao's prowess and held no worries about his college admission. With their dual awakening, if others were to find out, wouldn't those schools scramble to enroll them? Soon, Gu Tianla departed from the school. In the dormitory, Lin Hao remained alone, with several treasure chests yet to be opened. Open. Lin Hao decided to unveil them one by one. Mutation chest, opening. Ding. The mutation chest is slowly opening. Once the blinding golden light appeared, you have obtained a legendary Zanpakuto. Shirkai. Its name, flowing blade like fire. Shirkai? Mary Rose exclaimed in astonishment. Logically, the mutation chest should not yield the Shirkai of a Zanpakuto, right? Although she had just been reborn, her powers were godlike, allowing her to instantly grasp the common knowledge of this world. Typically, a mutation chest should not produce a final release sword, should it? Lin Hao directly chose to reveal its attributes. Zanpakuto, flowing blade like fire, form. Shirkai, the strongest and oldest fire-type Zanpakuto. Reputed to possess the most formidable attack power among all Zanpakuto. The heat released upon Shirkai activation incinerates everything in its path to ashes. While the temperature during Bankai is akin to the core of the sun. Shirkai ability, City Flame Rising, Torch, Scorching Hell. Bankai ability, Remnant Fire Greatsword. A millennium ago, the Remnant Fire Greatsword sealed all flames of the flowing blade like fire into the sword during its Bankai, incinerating whatever it strikes with a fiery explosion. Bankai techniques, Remnant Fire Greatsword, East, Rising Sun Blade. Remnant Fire Greatsword, West, Setting Sun Hell Garb. Remnant Fire Greatsword, South, 10 Billion Flames Great Burial Array. Remnant Fire Greatsword, North, Ashes of Heaven and Earth. Due to being the oldest Zanpakuto, there are no awakening conditions. Wielding the sword allows immediate use. What an intriguing setup, Lin Hao mused, a slight smile gracing his lips. No awakening conditions? Mary Rose exclaimed. Although the little crow possesses a Zanpakuto, it is a 10 blades. There is a distinction between the return of the blade and the Zanpakuto. Lin Hao nodded and continued. Thus, this oldest Zanpakuto is not contradictory at all. Now I see, Mary Rose exclaimed, enlightened. In this light, the mutation chest has not yielded a disappointment. After all, the mutation chest is of immense value. Initially, she had anticipated it would produce divine artifacts, orange-grade ninja tools, SS-grade ninjutsu, or other items. A Zanpakuto was beyond her imagination. Here, take it. Lin Hao suddenly handed her the sword. Swish. Mary Rose assumed a combat stance and swung forward with great force. Suddenly, a fiery blade sliced through the air, soaring towards the sky outside the window. Ding ding ding. Detecting that you have opened the mutation chest and obtained the oldest Zanpakuto, would you like to announce this globally? Yes. Lin Hao smirked, eager to send a ripple of shockwaves through foreign lands with this revelation. Thus, beneath the sky of the real world, the system's voice echoed. Attention, everyone globally. Attention. What is going on? Why? At this moment, everyone halted their actions. The system controlling both worlds? Upon hearing this announcement, it seemed like a decade had passed since the last one. What could be the matter? Surely it wasn't an impending assault from an otherworldly empire? Tension gripped the air. Dragon Country has opened a mutation chest and unexpectedly acquired the oldest Zanpakuto. The people of Dragon Country have opened a mutation chest and unexpectedly acquired the oldest Zanpakuto. The citizens of Dragon Country have opened a mutation chest and unexpectedly acquired the oldest Zanpakuto. The system's voice resonated thrice, reverberating across the globe. At this, everyone was utterly astonished, left in a state of shock. Moments later, chaos ensued. Hey, Hey, Dragon Country? What is going on? What is the oldest Zanpakuto? Does anyone know? I just awakened a garbage Zanpakuto, and you tell me someone else got the oldest? This is insane. The world erupted into pandemonium. Who could the person wielding this sword be? Could it be the strongest in Dragon Country, Haotian? Mutation chest? Why was there no announcement regarding the ancient realm mesh chest? Wang Yang pondered, perplexed. Could it be that the one who defeated the mutation secret realm S leader is not the same as the one who vanquished the ancient realm S boss? Regardless, we must locate them, because opening a mutation chest often accompanied the Pillar of Heaven. This individual is among the masses. Investigate. Mobilize all resources. If we can regain a Pillar of Heaven, we can amend the prior losses. If the higher-ups blame us, we can remedy it. Director Wang Yang's words ignited hope within the entire strategy bureau. Given their capabilities, this was not a daunting task. They would soon ascertain the identity of the individual. Even if the slayer of the ancient demon and the wielder of the oldest Zanpakuto were not the same, they merely needed time. The Pillar of Heaven was a crucial strategic tool. Its absence would significantly affect the front lines of exploration. There was still time to remedy the situation. But if the Little Sun and the Koreans became aware, it would spell disaster, particularly the eagle-eyed Americans, who would undoubtedly take action at the first opportunity. Chapter 15. The white-clad Kirin Sasuke sets up a stall to sell ninja tools, 1 gold treasure chest, 3 silver treasure chests, and 10 bronze treasure chests. Lin Hao found himself puzzled. Was his luck truly exhausted? The ninja tools, the Zanpakuto, and the devil fruits were all the most rudimentary of rubbish, with the best reward being a pair of blue ninja shoes. Wasn't obtaining 5 of these supposed to be a rarity only found in a mutated treasure chest? Holding 5 heavenly spikes, his expression was one of deep vexation. It was uncertain whether his luck was extraordinarily good or pitifully bad. Heavenly spike, description, appears to open a dimensional wall. Previously, it seemed that the strategy bureau had employed this very item to rescue them. He decided to set it aside for now. Next, he needed to manage over 40,000 growth points. The white-clad Sasuke, having undergone significant growth, donned a white robe. Mastered lightning release and fire release, capable of transforming the Chidori to annihilate distant foes, and possessed curse mark level 2. Thus, Lin Hao channeled all his growth points into Sasuke. Ding. Uchiha Sasuke has successfully leveled up to the white-clad Sasuke form. Uchiha Sasuke, potential, SSR level. This 10 blades possesses a uniqueness, reincarnation of Indra's chakra form, Shippuden curse mark level 2. White-clad Kirin, strength, elite Jonin, capable of overwhelming contemporaneous ninjas, heavenly curse mark, state 2. Further enhances curse mark state. Rapid chakra augmentation, lightning release technique 1. Chidori stream, a technique derived from Chidori, enveloping the user in Chidori, originating from Gaara. A unique absolute defense that paralyzes foes, lightning release technique 2. Chidori blade, Chidori thousand hands. Chidori sharp spear, lightning release ultimate technique. Kirin, a unique technique utilizing the great dragon fire technique to create thunderclouds and unleash the immense lightning force of nature against enemies. This is the pinnacle of lightning release. Fire release techniques, great fireball technique, phoenix fire technique, dragon fire technique. Great dragon fire technique, paired with lightning release Kirin, bloodline limit. 3 Tomo Sharingan, illusions, illusionary chains technique, Sharingan. Support type techniques, transformation technique, shadow clone technique. Substitution technique, manipulation of shuriken technique, Sharingan manipulation of windmill. 3 great swords. Taijutsu, body flicker technique, shadow dance leaf. Time-space ninjutsu, summoning. Serpent gaze curse binding, summoning. Hidden shadow snake hands, summoning. Thunderlight sword transformation. Summoning. 10,000 snakes, combination ninjutsu, wind demon shuriken, shadow windmill, ninja tools. Kusanagi sword, not owned, can be replaced with Zanpakuto, finally transformed into SSR level potential. Sasuke had transcended the juvenile stage. How powerful indeed. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. Although he had exhausted all his growth points, he could finally unleash the Kirin. At this stage, Sasuke had matured, wielding terrifying power. The flowing blade of the Zanpakuto substituted for the Kusanagi sword. And with the activation of the black-winged great demon white-clad Kirin, he felt triumphant. My master, this world is truly fascinating. In the past, I reigned supreme. Yet in this era, everyone possesses the potential to ascend to the highest echelons. It is far from lonely, Marirose expressed with a radiant smile. Once feared for her overwhelming strength, she had ultimately chosen self-exile, disappearing into the annals of otherworldly history, forgotten by all. In those times, she had languished in solitude, pondering why the heavens had bestowed upon her such formidable power. Now, reborn in this era, it seemed the heavens had fulfilled her long-held wish. Roses, when you were present. The otherworld was likely akin to Blue Star, yet now, it has evolved into a realm of terrifying proportions. Lin Hao briefly elucidated the concept of the infinite otherworldly space. Has the otherworld fractured into so many fragments? Marirose exclaimed in astonishment. The once cohesive otherworld has splintered into independent spaces over the course of millennia. Each region now an isolated realm, which further divides into infinite parallel spaces. As you mentioned, it has indeed become more formidable since my time. But what force could have caused such a schism in the otherworld? She pondered, even as nascent knowledge from Blue Star began to intertwine with her understanding. Who do we ask such questions of? Lin Hao shrugged. Perhaps a super powerful being shattered the otherworld with a single strike? Regardless, many factions now exist in the otherworld. With the Undying Empire opposing the Dragon Kingdom, the members of the Undying Empire wield ninja techniques, Zanpakuto, and devil fruits, frequently clashing with the Dragon Kingdom, leading to escalating hostilities. Moreover, there lies the Dimensional City, the Soul City allied with the Dragon Kingdom. Its inhabitants traverse between Blue Star and the otherworld through portals. However, Dimensional City was recently besieged by a minor faction of the Undying Empire and is currently in a state of recovery, with interdimensional transport temporarily halted for an estimated month. When I was there, the Starry Empire existed, which I single-handedly toppled, Marirose recalled. Yet that was so long ago, I doubt anyone remembers the Starry Empire now. As for Dimensional City, I know even less. Perhaps upon returning to the otherworld, I might recall something, now that I have completed my advancement examination. I still have a holiday which I have already planned. Roses, let us depart. Lin Hao quickly tidied up and led Marirose away from the school he had attended for 6 years. He hurriedly arrived at the portal, only to find that his savings fell short of the cost to enter the sinister forest. Thus, he resorted to trading the recently acquired ninja tools, technique scrolls, useless Zanpakuto, and low-tier devil fruits. Transaction successful. Remaining stall time, 1 hour. Lin Hao had rented a roadside stall in a bustling transit area, where soon enough, people began to take notice of him. All items were clearly priced, available for anyone to peruse and purchase. Lin Hao simply wished to swiftly rid himself of these useless items. Such low prices? I want this one for 100,000, direct transfer. Hey, I need this one. What is the price? Can you lower it a bit? A mix of men and women lingered at his stall, selecting goods. In that moment, he felt as though he were playing an online game. Yet, the reality of the situation reminded him that lives were at stake, prompting him to dismiss his momentary frivolity. Though the monster levels in the novice area were low, there was no guarantee that powerful creatures wouldn't unexpectedly intrude. This was a phenomenon known as a crossover. In such a case, the average person would instinctively flee. As a battle pet, Marirose could freely enter and exit the pet space, which served as her home, easily reshaped by her will, akin to a Pokemon's Pokeball. However, Marirose evidently preferred not to reside within. She appeared beside Lin Hao, peering around in wonder at her surroundings. I believe I recall now. The statues and architectural style here bear a striking resemblance to the center of the sacred domain. Chapter 16. The precious pinnacle of heaven in the eerie forest in the heart of the sanctuary. Lin Hao was busy packing up the remaining ninja tools and other items when he heard Rose's remark, prompting him to instinctively inquire. The sanctuary is an organization I established single-handedly, and having lived here for an extensive period, I can still recall its essence. To think that after millennia of resisting the Stellar Empire, it has been reduced to a mere transit station, a springboard for you. Indeed, the sanctuary possesses such teleportation capabilities, Marirose stated solemnly, revealing a chilling truth. Keep your voice down, Lin Hao exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Had he just uncovered an unsettling reality? The jump space of Blue Star was, in fact, crafted by his battle pet into the sanctuary? This was remarkable. The treasure chest had indeed yielded an extraordinary figure. At that moment, several curious glances were cast in their direction, seemingly searching for something. Noticing this, Marirose fell silent. The entrance fee had been gathered. Lin Hao had sold everything without a trace left. As he rose, he spotted a group of individuals in uniforms hastening towards him. It appears to be the Strategy Bureau. Marirose observed in surprise. Are they here for Lin Hao? Surely, they intend to ascertain whether he was the one who defeated the ancient demon in the assessment space. If they captured him, Lin Hao knew his days of peace would be over. Acting swiftly, he initiated the teleportation process. Beep. Activation successful. Entering the eerie forest. Parallel space number 128. Transmitting, please wait. 3, 2, 1 wait, hold on. Just as Lin Hao was on the verge of teleporting, the group rushed forward. But they were too late. A beam of white light enveloped Lin Hao and Marirose, and they vanished in an instant. Goodness, this kid is quick. Wang Yang panted. They had just mobilized personnel to clarify Lin Hao's identity when they encountered a problem. He had led a team to fetch him, only to discover that upon arrival, everything had been meticulously packed away. Damn it, pursue him. After reviewing the city's surveillance footage, Wang Yang was furious and rushed towards the transit space. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. They were a moment too late. Lin Hao's figure had already disappeared into the portal. My pinnacle of heaven. He roared skyward. Unauthorized use of the pinnacle had already placed him under immense pressure from above, and due to constant explanations, he had not had the chance to clarify the situation in the assessment space. After finishing his tasks and discovering Lin Hao's whereabouts, he never anticipated such events would transpire. What are we waiting for? Chase after him. But Wang Yang soon found himself dumbfounded again. Captain Zhao Ji of the Otherworldly Strategy Bureau had directly followed Lin Hao into the Frost Ruins. However, upon arrival, he was immediately taken aback. There was not a soul in sight within the eerie forest. Fuck, I've been diverted, he exclaimed. Exit, I want to exit, return to the city. Beep. Return successful. You may challenge the eerie forest X times today. Back at the transit station, Wang Yang immediately activated the process again, attempting to enter parallel space No. 128. But he was unable to squeeze in and was diverted to another parallel space behind. Damn it, don't mess with me. The pinnacle is too important. In the next moment, Wang Yang vanished again. Like the individuals from the strategy bureau who had continuously entered, he too was unable to gain entry. At this time, the queue for parallel space number 128 had extended beyond sight, now exceeding 200. Squeeze in, make way for me. Consequently, the members of the strategy bureau commenced a frenzied line-squeezing endeavor. Returning to Lin Hao's perspective. Otherworldly space, eerie forest, entry conditions, none, description, this is the paradise of slimes. Do not underestimate these slimes, for they can mercilessly dissolve you. Yearning for fresh flesh. May you not become their next meal. Level, 0 to 5. Geographical location, West. Entry limit, 1,000 individuals. Exit limit. Clear the challenge or actively use the return skill. This space possesses a balance system. The strong will have their combat power automatically balanced, preventing overpowering. Challenge time limit, 34 hours. Rewards. With Sasuke upgraded, Lin Hao aimed to advance Little Wu as well. The form of returning blade 2 was the true pinnacle of power. First, he would evolve Little Wu, then gather monster materials to awaken the third individual. This was Lin Hao's objective. However, he needed to clear the 3 major novice zones, the Eerie Forest, Whirlpool Island, and Zombie Carnival. Now, he had finally arrived at the second space. The essence of this otherworldly space, after thousands of years, felt so familiar. Mary Rose's delicate nose twitched slightly, as if savoring the fragrance within the soil. After millennia of battle, I wonder if your body is rusted? Lin Hao wielded the most ancient of soul-cutting swords, lunging forward with a fierce swing. Whoosh. Flames surged like black thunder, unleashing a terrifying virtual slash. This strike, imbued with the characteristics of Little Wu, flowing blade like fire, and Sasuke, was undeniably formidable. Boom. The distant black slimes were abruptly cleaved into pieces, turning to ash. The impact of the blade struck the ground, sending nearby trees flying and leaving a vacuum of flames in its wake. Its strength was evidently over 3 times that of before. After all, Sasuke was now in the second curse seal form, significantly augmenting his power. Angel's Sword. Mary Rose also began her trial of combat, testing her skills. However, her power was vastly inferior to Lin Hao's. It seems my combat strength has been diminished. I can only exhibit a mere fraction of my original prowess, Mary Rose lamented. Even the angelic attire she wore could only manifest a millionth of its capabilities from thousands of years ago. Flowing blade like fire, you may use it first. Lin Hao suggested. He had noticed that the monsters Mary Rose dispatched would also count towards his progress. Buzz. As Mary Rose wielded flowing blade like fire, she effortlessly swept through the wild creatures. Her Angel's sword was now inferior to the purple ninja tools. What existence was the most ancient soul-cutting sword at the shallow level? With a mere flick, the slimes were obliterated. Summon Outer Path Golem. Lin Hao summoned the Outer Path Golem, which crushed the monsters before them with the ease of a steamroller. The slime stood no chance against the onslaught. The sensation was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Beep. Your battle pet, Mary Rose, has leveled up to 1. Beep. Your battle pet, Mary Rose, has leveled up to 2. Beep. Your battle pet, Mary Rose is leveling up. Upon reaching the 3rd level, her speed noticeably increased. As for Lin Hao, he had not cleared all the novice zones. Therefore, his level remained at 0, marking him as a newcomer. Oh, the long-lost slimes. I remember slaying 1,000,000 of them just to obtain a rare title and rewards, remarked Mary Rose, who had golden hair, twin tails, and was clad in vibrant attire. Chapter 17, 1,000,000 slimes? Lightning release, Kirin. 1,000,000 slimes? Lin Hao was utterly astonished. Mary Rose was indeed a relentless powerhouse. To have slain a staggering 1,000,000? The rare titles and rewards were remarkably attainable, and given the slime's weakness, they were easily dispatched. In the otherworldly realm, they would respawn infinitely. Locating a spawn point would allow one to accomplish this feat in a matter of days. Mary Rose remarked, moreover, the growth points awarded for 1,000,000 slimes are quite formidable. Fortunately, I know where the slimes spawn most abundantly. In the past, she had traversed every inch of the vast, eerie forest in pursuit of slimes. Ultimately, she discovered the most efficient and rational spot for monster hunting. It was this very location that enabled her to achieve the milestone of 1,000,000 slimes. However, with the otherworld fractured, she wondered if the landscape of the eerie forest had been altered, or if the cave still existed. With a casual tone, Mary Rose continued, I believe this serious task must be entrusted to you. Lin Hao placed his hands on her shoulders, his gaze fixed. Even if such a place existed, the notion of slaying 1,000,000 slimes was overwhelming. Was this something an ordinary person could endure? Not a problem, Mary Rose responded immediately, without hesitation, as if monster hunting was as mundane as eating or drinking to her. Truly, she was the oldest angel, the woman who had created the holy domain. Lin Hao couldn't help but admire this formidable powerhouse, a titan of construction. Very well. With a powerhouse like you around, I have confidence in achieving the million slimes accomplishment. Oh, by the way, what is the reward? He nearly forgot the most crucial detail. The reward is random. As I was not the only one to complete the task at that time. However, all are exceedingly rare items worthy of pursuit, Mary Rose explained. Then let us act swiftly, Lin Hao declared earnestly. If my memory serves me correctly, we should head this way. Thus, under Mary Rose's guidance, they turned left and right, navigating for nearly an hour until they arrived at a desolate and remote location. Here, the landscape was dominated by indestructible rocks, and Lin Hao had reached the very edge of the space. Let me scout ahead, Mary Rose said, exhibiting her agility as she leaped from one spot to another, surveying the area. Shortly after, her face lit up with surprise. Found it. Is it true? Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment, rushing to see for himself. Indeed. Under Mary Rose's leadership, they discovered a highly concealed nest. It was virtually impossible for anyone to stumble upon this place, and the sounds of writhing within were unmistakably filled with a multitude of slimes. 10,000, 20,000, or perhaps 50,000. The entire nest below is packed with slimes, filling the space entirely, yet they cannot escape. Lin Hao pondered in awe. Could this be an anomaly of the otherworld? He had previously learned that the otherworld contained many inexplicable phenomena, often referred to as bugs. Mary Rose had led him to one such instance. This is the spot. We can unleash large-scale skills here. The rocks are indestructible, and the slimes respawn at an extraordinary rate, unable to attack us, Mary Rose lamented. However, I can hardly exert even one of my power. Even with the flowing blade of fire, I am still at a beginner level, lacking growth. But what about my presence? Lin Hao chuckled. With my transformation into the white-clad Uchiha Sasuke, curse mark level 2, Kirin, fire release, and lightning release, aren't those all large-scale ninjutsu? Moved to the side, he instructed Mary Rose to step out of the range of his technique, then activated his Sasuke form. Transformed, he appeared in a flowing white outfit. A dashing figure. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Lin Hao formed hand seals, unleashing 3 or 4 fire dragons into the sky. Mary Rose stood frozen, unsure of his intentions. Why was he directing ninjutsu towards the sky? Wait, what is that? Boom. She then heard the thunderous rumble, taken aback. Was that the power of natural elemental forces? She was astonished. If so, the potency of this technique would be absolutely terrifying. It could annihilate all the slimes in the nest below with a single strike. Lightning release. Kirin. Lin Hao summoned the lightning from above with great force. Boom. Suddenly, a dragon of lightning surged forth from the dark clouds, roaring as it descended upon the nest below. The immense power encompassed the entire area, leaving not a single slime capable of escape. Ding. You have slain a slime, level 1. Ding. You have slain a slime, level 2. Ding. You have slain a slime. It was utterly insane. A cascade of notifications flooded Lin Hao's interface. A total of 50,000 slimes had been obliterated in one fell swoop. Upon completing the Kirin, Lin Hao stood in disbelief. Ding. You have earned the title, 50,000 man. What is this title? He pondered, but for the moment, he set it aside. The 50,000 slimes had granted him 5,000 growth points. Thus, eliminating 1,000,000 would yield a staggering 10,000? Lin Hao felt a rush of exhilaration. Previously, he had to exert tremendous effort to slay the ancient demon merely to receive 4,000. Now, to slay 1,000,000 slimes and gain 10,000? This would enable him to unlock Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan. Haha. The thought made him unable to contain his laughter. Master, the slimes respawn rapidly. It is estimated that this area will be filled again in 20 minutes, Mary Rose remarked, giving a thumbs up. This strike unleashed 2 of my power from back in the day. Then I shall activate Curse Mark level 2 to replenish my chakra. Lin Hao responded gleefully, beginning to channel his Curse Mark to enhance chakra recovery. 20 minutes would suffice. Preparations for the next Kirin were underway. Meanwhile, Wang Yang from the Strategy Bureau employed a special item to discern that Lin Hao's position had not changed, and he could only anxiously await outside. Director. Shall we wait here for him? He will emerge eventually, suggested a colleague nearby. For how long? A summer vacation? He has 60 days of leave. Director Wang Yang had received accurate information regarding Lin Hao's academic break, which was far too lengthy. How could he possibly endure such a wait? The celestial spike was of paramount importance. He must devise a means to recover it. As long as he could locate Lin Hao, everything else would fall into place. Yet, with mounting pressure from above, it was proposed that they first search for other celestial spikes and try their luck. Thus, the Strategy Bureau split into 2 factions, alerting various departments for assistance, now relying on the Patrol Bureau within the Otherworld for support. Wang Yang sighed, lamenting that he had not paid closer attention to that student at the time. By the time he conducted further investigations after leaving, it was already too late. The events transpiring in the ancient realm were impossible to conceal. Lin Hao's formidable combat prowess had already come to light. Chapter 18. The Slime Inn, the most popular hostess. At this moment, Lin Fan was enthusiastically slaying slimes. Each one met with his relentless assault of Kirin Jutsu. 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. His eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly oblivious to any monotony. The summoned aberrant golems were voraciously absorbing souls. So this is what leveling up feels like. Is this the sensation of being a true gamer? With 500,000 slimes defeated and 50,000 experience points gained, he was still short of his target. Lin Fan licked his lips, initially pondering how to activate Sasuke's Manjiki Sharingan. But now, all his queries seemed resolved. Lightning release, Kirin. As another lightning dragon-like Kirin descended from the heavens, all the slimes within the cavern were obliterated into ashes. Countless ninja tools had fallen within the cave, yet Lin Fan had no interest in collecting them. The loot from the novice area was nothing but trash, not surpassing the blue tier. Time passed swiftly, and with each Kirin strike, ding. You have slain 1 million slimes, earning the title of Slime Nemesis with attributes, ding. Congratulations, you have received a special reward, the Slime Inn. Huh? Lin Fan stood in a daze. Master, what reward did you receive? Marie Rose tilted her head in inquiry. The attribute title is of little use. And then there is this, the Slime Inn. A miniature building materialized in Lin Fan's palm. It depicted a red slime wearing a crown, adorably crafted, with a mouth that resembled a door and windows for eyes and a nose. It featured 2 stories and a balcony, quite enchanting. Oh, so it's this. What a pity. Marie Rose shook her head. It's not a combat item, merely an inn. Lin Fan gazed thoughtfully at the Slime Inn. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and a smile crept across his face. Marie Rose watched in astonishment as the Slime Inn was affixed atop the back of the aberrant golem. Why didn't I think of that? She exclaimed, marveling at the idea of a mobile home. Ah. Lin Fan pushed open the door, and a maid appeared instantaneously. Greetings, master. I am Tifa, the maid of this inn. Lin Fan struggled to contain his excitement. Staying at the Slime Inn also came with a stunning 3D hostess? Gazing at Tifa's delicate figure, he fell silent. First Marie Rose, then Tifa. At this rate, he would surely lose his composure. Gulp. Ahem. Half an hour later, Lin Fan, Marie Rose, and Tifa had mastered the workings of the inn. It was a tavern with lodging. The second floor housed guest rooms, including a special room for the proprietor, complete with a small observatory terrace. The first floor consisted of a kitchen and dining area, managed by Tifa, in other words. The innkeeper, Lin Fan declared. So, Marie Rose, from now on, you shall be the food procurement officer of this inn. The food procurement officer? Marie Rose nodded. She didn't mind the task of hunting for ingredients. This delineated their roles clearly. A mobile tavern in another world. How exhilarating. Lin Fan could already envision the influx of income. The more, the merrier, as future entrance fees, usage fees, and challenge fees would all require funding. Leveling up in this otherworldly space while earning money was pure bliss. I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired, so thirsty, and I long for a delicious meal and a refreshing drink. Me too. Hunting in another world is exhausting. To support my family, I must work. I thought I was the only one. It seems everyone is struggling. Life is not easy. Look at these slimes. They struggle when they're slain. In that case, perhaps you should refrain from killing them, Saint. Get lost. I merely pointed out their struggles. Who said to stop? Feel my blade. Those laboring in the otherworldly hunts wielded the most basic of weapons, lacking even the initial release, while the transitioning ninjas were hardly noteworthy. As for the devil fruits, they were either soap fruits or liquid soap fruits, suitable for washing hands. The majority of people in the world were like them, occupying 90% of this otherworldly space. Suddenly, a woman with voluminous waves pointed into the distance, her eyes brimming with astonishment. A sign? What does it say? Others soon noticed, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? The slime tavern? Alcohol? Food? Instantly, they began to connect the dots. Genius. Why didn't I think of opening a mobile inn in this otherworldly space? One exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Why don't we check it out? What if there's something delicious inside? They all agreed and decided to investigate. Upon arriving beneath the aberrant golem, a ladder was lowered. Is this a cue for us to climb up? Several exchanged glances and decided to ascend. As they climbed, they beheld the Slime Inn, exquisitely crafted, surrounded by lush greenery and small creatures. Knock, knock, knock. They approached and knocked on the door. Please push the door open. We are open for business. Come in. With that, one person pushed the door, and the scene inside unfolded before their eyes. It was cozy yet orderly, luxurious yet understated, overall creating a delightful and comfortable ambience. I can't believe such a place exists in the otherworld. They whispered among themselves. Please, take a seat. At that moment, Tifu appeared. Instantly, the men in the group were rendered speechless, quickly snapping back to reality. This beautiful lady, would you be interested in adding me on V? My name is. Forget that, please marry me. Hey, mind yourselves. Yes. If it weren't for the warning from that voluminous woman, they would have completely succumbed. Restrain yourselves. As bounty hunters in this other world, how can we be swayed by feminine charms? Yet, just then, a button on Tifa's blouse popped open, striking a man squarely in the face. The sound was sharp and clear. The man's head snapped back, the button resting on his forehead. In an instant, the room fell silent. I'm so sorry. Tifa quickly apologized, rushing to retrieve the button. It's all right, just marry me, As the man spoke, his expression shifted dramatically, for he had caught sight of Tifa's astonishing allure, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted from happiness. Hey, The voluminous woman rushed forward in indignation. This woman is too much. With Tifa as the hostess, there's no worry about clientele. Lin Fan watched from behind, grinning from ear to ear. Even if something were to go awry, Marie Rose would be there to protect him. Chapter 19. The second stage of return, the true Thunder Lance. The Slimeman was bustling with activity, and Lin Hao and Maine were skillfully collecting resources. Money was not a concern in excess, but it certainly must not be insufficient. After eliminating the bugs in the sinister forest, he had an unused growth value of 100,000 points. It was time to evolve his companion, Ulquiorra Cipher, to the second stage of return. Lin Hao resolved to invest all his evolution points into Ulquiorra Cipher. Beep. Ulquiorra Cipher's form evolution initiated. Beep. You have 12,000 growth points remaining. Form evolution successful. Check status. Ulquiorra Cipher. Potential. SSS level. 10th Espada. 4. This Espada possesses a unique trait, capable of utilizing the H-Gyoku, and possesses its own Zampakit. Form. Arankar. Ability 1. Super Regeneration, a skill possessed by certain hollows. Typically, ordinary hollows forsake this ability upon becoming Arankar for greater offensive power, yet Ulquiorra retains it, allowing all body parts, except for vital organs and the brain, to regenerate in a remarkably brief time frame. Ability 2. Shared Vision, removing the eyes from their sockets, allowing for remote transmission and shared visuals. Ability 3. Sonido, the high-speed movement technique of Arankar, akin to Shumpa, a rapid mobility skill. Ability 4. Zero, a destructive technique utilized by higher-level hollows, releasing concentrated spiritual pressure in a flash to create an immensely damaging beam. Ability 5. Black Zero, a powerful Black Zero that can only be used in the released state by the Espada, exhibiting significant power and range. Ability 6. Moonlight Blade, first stage of return. Ability 7. Spiritual Awareness, the ability to sense spiritual pressure, perceiving all individuals in the vicinity, including enemies, allowing knowledge of their strength and location. Ability 8. Bala, a technique that shoots fixed spiritual pressure at enemies. While its power is inferior to Zero, its speed is 20 times greater. Ability 9. Steel Skin, a skin resembling armor that is impervious to blades, reputed for its high spiritual hardness, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. Second stage of return. The second stage of return, known as the Sword Release second phase, has never been witnessed by anyone, including Aizen and other Espada, and he is the sole Espada possessing this capability. Upon entering the second stage of return, he is enveloped in black feathers, wings fully unfurled, revealing bat-like claws and a controllable long tail, with a knife-like bony structure at the tail's tip, sharp claws on his feet, an enlarged hollow hole, and a black pattern appearing around the hollow hole on his abdomen. Description: a considerable enhancement of strength and agility based on the first stage of return. Second stage of return ability, Thunderlance, a skill that generates a spear-like spiritual entity in his hand, aiming at a target before launching an attack. The destructive power is astonishing, and even a missed shot generates a shockwave affecting a vast area, faster and more powerful than the first stage of return. Tail Whip, the tail form during the second stage of return serves as a weapon for attacking enemies. Next form, the third stage of return with H-Gyoku, requires an exceptionally high growth value in the item, H-Gyoku. Description: Fallen Angel form, transformation based on the second stage of return, with hair and tail turning white and extending in length, black flames forming horn-like structures on both sides of the head, black feathers on the arms fading, the lower half transforming into a skirt-like appearance, and the original hollow hole replaced by the H-Gyoku, resembling a fallen angel. The Thunder Lance of the second stage of return, combined with Sasuke's Indra's Arrow, who could possibly withstand such power? Lin Hao resolved that before advancing in his studies, his next objective would be to awaken Sasuke's Sharingan. Rose, are there any other bugs? He grasped Mary Rose's shoulders, shaking her back and forth. No, I can't remember. Mary Rose's memory was exceedingly muddled as she replied. The novice area was too challenging for me to recall anything. After all, it was so long ago. It seemed they needed to venture into a higher level area, leaving only the Vortex Island yet to conquer. Lin Hao swiftly dispatched the Slime King in the Sinister Forest and set his sights on the final otherworldly space. Beep. Otherworldly space, Vortex Island. Entry requirements, none. Description: this is the lair of the sea spirit, level 0 to 4, geographical location, Western region, entry limit, 999 individuals, exit limit. Clear the challenge or actively use the return skill. This space possesses a balance system. Powerful individuals will have their combat strength automatically balanced, preventing overwhelming advantages. Challenge time limit, 34 hours, rewards. Beep beep beep. A mutation has occurred in this otherworldly space. Please take caution, a mutation has occurred. Another one? Lin Hao thought gleefully. As long as it wasn't a grotesque mutated ancient realm, the mutated bosses in the novice area were hardly a challenge for him. He figured Mary Rose could handle it and should be able to clear it with ease. Name: Sea Spirit, mutated. Race: mutant. Level 2. Health: 100. Magic, 100 skills. Roar LV2, Waterball LV5, Sluggishness LV5 water type? Lin Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his hand, unleashing a crackling lightning jutsu. Chidori stream. Puff, 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 puff. A dozen sea spirits ahead were utterly obliterated. He summoned the Outer Path Golem. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted as the Outer Path Golem appeared on the vast island, beginning to consume souls. Utilizing lightning ninjutsu, particularly the Chidori variation, made it exceedingly effortless to deal with these monsters, completely countering them. Just as he was reveling in his success, Vortex Island had reached full capacity. Number of individuals, 999. Damn it, a mutated space? Are you kidding me? I came here to farm ordinary monsters, wasting my resources. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of panic. He glanced around at the others. Each person mirrored his sentiment, confused, helpless, terrified, and horrified. A mutated space was a rare occurrence, akin to winning the lottery. Yet the difficulty was unimaginable. Some monsters were even more formidable than those found in certain B-class spaces. They all trembled in fear. Maybe we should just return. I don't care about the money anymore. A beautiful woman hesitated, her eyes trembling. Previously, she had witnessed others challenge the mutated space, only to see them turn into flesh and bone, gruesomely perishing before her eyes. Meanwhile, he stepped over the corpses of those unfortunate souls to survive. Everyone, calm down. Jiang Ming growled. If he did not assert control now, it would truly be the end. There were 20 of them in total. He was the initiator of this mission. Jiang Ming had obtained an otherworldly treasure map. With the location right here, along this parallel line, he had spent a substantial amount of money for a designated group teleportation. As commoners, they could hardly afford a second entry fee. Exiting now would mean all their efforts were in vain. Chapter 20. Good heavens, has the level been cleared already? Is it coming again? Survival of the fittest. This is our destiny, and we are the strong. Our own fortuity is one of our sources of strength. We have earned this opportunity through our own power, so do not fall into misconceptions. The mutation space has appeared solely to accommodate our treasure-seeking endeavors. This is sufficient evidence that the treasure map contains immense wealth, perhaps even S-grade items or above. Jiang Ming's words sent a tremor through everyone present. S-grade items? Gulp. Some couldn't help but swallow hard. Indeed, if they were truly S-grade, any one of those items, be it tools, scrolls, or whatnot, would make all 20 of them prosperous. Remember, our affairs must remain confidential. This is our secret, Jiang Ming asserted with a fierce glare. However, the treasure map specifies a large team challenge. I checked, and it seems to require over 500 individuals. Someone remarked quietly, their expression complex. What did you say? Jiang Ming abruptly seized him. Do you even realize what you're saying? How could 500 be sufficient? Are you out of your mind? I am not foolish, but I understand that the hint must hold significance. The individual tilted his head, speaking softly. While the treasure is important, one's life is even more so. Since we are all citizens of the Dragon Nation, why not share it together? The difficulty would be considerably reduced. Upon hearing this, several others nodded in agreement. Have you not matured? Jiang Ming forcefully tossed him aside. Those world-class strongmen, who among them did not fight fiercely for their opportunities. Otherwise, how could they rise to the pinnacle of strength? Look at you all, such pitiful appearances. He scoffed. I created the treasure map. My word is final. Don't think for a moment that we are unaware. This map was pilfered from you. A voice from the team interjected coldly. So what if it was stolen? That group is undoubtedly doomed. There is no way they could survive in a level 10 boss lair. Nobody knows. Jiang Ming sneered. Besides, when we left, the only strong one among them was gravely injured. How could they possibly survive? Do not forget, you did not lend a helping hand, but rather watched coldly from the sidelines. I am the one who bears the brunt of the blame. I am the villain here. And now you act as if you were saints? Upon hearing this, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, that was the truth. Lured by the treasure map to this place, it was also a fact. Since we are all on the same path, let us drop the pretense and cease the charade. Shall we? Jiang Ming continued coldly. The 20 of us will extract the treasure from the map and then depart, splitting the spoils. It's as simple as that. If anyone still opposes, then leave now. There will be no share in the treasure for you. Live your life as a pauper. Silence fell. Since there was no dissent, it implied agreement. Should any issues arise later, if you dare to blame me, I shall deal with anyone who complains. Jiang Ming took out the treasure map to examine it. But just then, ding! A voice announcing the interdimensional space prompt echoed. The space has been cleared successfully. The mutated novice area, Vortex Island. Defeat the level 10 sea spirit leader and destroy the sacrificial lair to make an astonishing impact. Congratulations, Lin Hao successfully cleared the challenge solo. As the leader slayer, you have received an additional mutated treasure chest. The mutated space area Vortex Island has returned to normal. What? Upon hearing this prompt, Jiang Ming's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. An expression of indescribable disbelief washed over his face. It had only been 20 minutes, hadn't it? How was this possible? How could it be cleared so quickly? The sea spirit leader has been slain? Cleared? Boom. Everyone was equally stunned. As if they had heard the rumble of thunder in the sky, their voices trembling in response. How did this Lin Hao accomplish such a feat? At this moment, Zheng Ming's brain was in a frenzy, overwhelmed by shock and disbelief. Everyone stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. It is important to note that this space operates on a balance system. Strong individuals would have their combat power automatically adjusted, preventing any overwhelming dominance. Thus, to clear the challenge, the time would typically exceed 8 hours, with the fastest record being 7.5 hours. What in the world is going on? Suddenly, Zheng Ming seemed to realize something. Instantly, all his shock dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. Wonderful! This means we can proceed safely to claim the treasure. The monsters have returned to their normal state. Let us hasten to dig. We owe our gratitude to this Lin Hao. Though unsure of his methods for clearing the challenge so swiftly, this inadvertently aided us. The crowd, now devoid of dissent, even began to urge him on. Let us go. Zheng Ming waved his hand and led the 20 towards the treasure site. It was not far from their current location. Ding. Defeated the boss sea spirit. Acquired level 10 mutated soul. Growth value increased by 2002. You have cleared Vortex Island. Receiving an additional growth value reward of 999, the boss sea spirit dropped a mutated treasure chest. Congratulations. Ding. You have successfully cleared 3 major novice areas. Completely breaking free from novice restrictions, you may now challenge higher-level interdimensional spaces. Interdimensional space difficulty, CSSS, varies few. Lin Hao unleashed a devastating attack, easily obliterating the boss sea spirit. Noticing that no ancient realm portal appeared beneath the sea spirit, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, the difficulty of the ancient realm is exceedingly harsh. One can only wonder what ancient monstrosities might emerge. The last encounter with the ancient demon had been a torment. If another entity even more formidable than the ancient demon were to appear, he would have to employ the second stage of Blade Return, the Thunder Spear. In truth, there was a slight regret. It seems that obtaining an ancient realm portal is not as simple as it appears. Ding. Please note, someone is currently using a dimensional shovel in this space to dig for treasure. Ding. Treasure digging successful. Ancient realm. The inviter of judgment. Coordinates. XXXX. XXXX. Lin Hao nearly spat out in disbelief. He hadn't uncovered the ancient realm portal, yet someone else had managed to dig it out. Master, shall we challenge it? Mary Rose and Tifa inquired nearby. Lin Hao pondered. He had just evolved his little crow to the second stage of Blade Return. And Sasuke had also transformed into a white Kirin form. Their combat capabilities had significantly increased, soaring by more than tenfold. After all, these are ultimate level skills. Facing ancient realm creatures should not be as dire as before. The ancient realm mutated treasure chest, truth be told, I would like to obtain another one. Lin Hao resolved to activate the outer path demon statue and head towards the coordinates. Although ancient realm monsters are challenging, they are not insurmountable. Moreover, it is an excellent place to gain growth value. He vividly remembered casually acquiring 40,000 last time. Chapter 21. The Ruthless Pig Slaughtering Machine, the Judge. The news of the ancient realm's emergence spread throughout the entire Vortex Island, accompanied by coordinate indicators. Zheng Ming had never anticipated this. Shortly after their arrival, hundreds of players rushed in from all directions, drawn irresistibly by the allure of a mysterious treasure. The ancient realm, indeed. To think I could step into the ancient realm one day and strike it rich. I shall go ahead. Stunned into silence, they hastened into the portal without hesitation. There were no limits to the number of participants in the ancient realm. Every awakened being on the 999 Vortex Island could enter. Upon Lin Hao's arrival, he entered the portal without a moment's pause. As dizziness engulfed him, he found himself in an immense space. You have entered the ancient realm. The judge's invitation, maximum participants, unlimited, recommendation, none, completion condition, defeat the unique monster. Description, the judge from another world awaits your arrival. He shall judge your sins. Those found guilty will face judgment and be cast into hell. Boss, the judge, exit not possible. Death means erasure, another exit-less scenario with death leading to erasure? Lin Hao was taken aback. This was unexpected. The others were equally dumbfounded, particularly Zheng Ming and his group, who were left speechless. Moreover, as he observed more players materializing around him, he realized the situation was dire. The information about the treasure had spread across the entire island, seemingly shared among all spaces. Had he known this, he wouldn't have wasted his breath on these individuals. However, what was this nonsense about being unable to exit and facing erasure? How could such a setting exist in the ancient realm? At that moment, the smile on his face transformed from casual to one of sheer dread. He felt a sense of impending doom. Initially, they thought they were entering a mutated space, but with the mutation lifted, the ancient realm's rules may have been affected as well. Some were trembling at the prospect. Had it not been for the announcement of the mutation's cessation, they would not have ventured into the ancient realm. To their dismay, they had fallen into a trap. This peculiar rule remained intact. They had studied that only in the mutated versions of the ancient realm was there a stipulation of no exit and no erasure. Now, they had sealed their own fates. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Damn it, with so many of us, are we truly afraid of a single judge? someone voiced, attempting to bolster their morale. Yet, as if sensing their collective despair, another prompt echoed in the air, delivering a new message. Detected. Your levels are significantly below the challenge conditions of the ancient realm. Item drops in the ancient realm increased by 2,000. Before Lin Hao could react, a stone sculpture rose majestically in the center of the space. It was an angel adorned with demonic wings, exuding an aura of terror. As the statue fully materialized, it shifted from gray to vibrant colors, gradually unveiling its captivating green eyes. In an instant, the awakened statue gripped its long blade, poised for an attack. In that moment, all present were engulfed in a vision of a bloody hell. Jiang Ming's face contorted in fear. What manner of creature is this? Challenge commenced. You will face the judge. Challenge failure results in immediate erasure. Upon hearing those last two lines, they nearly spat out blood in horror. The crowd was petrified. Cries of terror filling the air. They felt the visceral threat of a gruesome end, as if they could be cleaved in two at any moment. The speed of the impending strike was overwhelming. Lin Hao turned to see the judge vanish, only to reappear in the distance, slaughtering a group of men and women. Yet, he could not afford to concern himself with them. The judge had shifted his focus back to him. Clearly, the judge recognized him as the most significant threat. With a surge of resolve, Lin Hao unleashed his technique, the Thousand Birds Flow. His body radiated the energy of 1,000 birds as he executed a shadow clone technique. His real self and clones darted towards the enemy from 3 directions, attacking its vital points. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike met the judge's blade. The judge appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly repositioned to strike at the crowd once more. A woman, terror-stricken, scrambled to evade. In that instant, she seemed to forget her identity as an awakened one. Clang. Yet, the judge's target was not her. He swiftly dispatched a young man with one blow. The victim's silence was chilling, as a line of crimson appeared from his crown to his abdomen, splitting him apart. Others followed suit, not in physical dismemberment, but in a shattering of their very spirits. What level of boss is this? They had no way to ascertain or access any information. Jiang Ming and his companions were so terrified they nearly lost control of their bladders, scrambling in panic. Help me! Don't kill me! They pleaded, their cries echoing in desperation. But with the arena so confined, where could they possibly flee? Under the overwhelming force of the judge, their plight was utterly dire. Who could have foreseen such a monstrous entity lurking in the novice area of the ancient realm? They had envisioned a grand treasure, only to find themselves slaughtered like pigs. With a swift motion, the judge raised his blade. Ninjutsu, earth wall, Jiang Ming bellowed, forming a seal, hoping to alter the very structure of the earth itself. Chapter 22. The Angel of Judgment, the Collapse of Parallel Dimensions. The ground trembled violently as the judgmenter remained impassive, unperturbed. Could mere disturbances in the soil's structure hinder its movements? With a swift motion, it vanished from sight. Where had it gone? Panic surged within him as he shouted in terror. The judgmenter had disappeared. Despite its absence, an overwhelming dread enveloped his heart, as if he would soon meet a grisly fate. Earth escape, rock armor. Jiang Ming roared, drawing the soil beneath him, encasing himself in a formidable suit of armor. This ninjutsu was immensely protective, a technique he had relied upon for survival. Yet, a terrifying voice reverberated throughout the space. In an instant, his colossal head, now enveloped in the earthen structure, soared into the sky. Jiang Ming's expression morphed into one of sheer horror as he felt his head begin to spin midair. He hazily perceived the judgmenter, an apparition that had stealthily appeared behind him, its long blade dripping with blood. Thud. The earthen body composed of ninjutsu disintegrated rapidly. A headless corpse toppled forward, blood gushing from the neck, splattering the ground. The collective cries of despair echoed around him, as many succumbed to utter despair. What manner of creature was this? In less than 5 minutes, it had claimed 200 to 300 lives? The crowd finally dispersed. Yet Jiang Ming felt the grip of fate closing in. Amidst this chaos, a peculiar figure emerged from behind the judgmenter, exhaling a stream of black energy. Like a man is lying in wait for its prey, Lin Hao struck decisively, enveloping the judgmenter in a shroud of darkness. Buzzing. The armor upon the judgmenter quaked violently, shedding numerous plates before it was sent flying 100 meters back, its gaze icy and unyielding. At this moment, all eyes turned in astonishment, pressing against the outer walls. Wide-eyed at the unfolding scene, a singular confrontation? An absurd notion took root in their minds. Confronting the bug of this distorted space, the ancient realm leader? Ding. The judgmenter has sensed your sins. Your insatiable greed has rendered the judgmenter immensely powerful. It shall reveal its true angelic form to pass judgment upon all your transgressions. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was left speechless. What in the world? Tears of frustration welled in their eyes. The true form? Lin Hao, seizing the moment, unleashed his full power, donning an ethereal robe and activating Sasuke's abilities. Mariel Rose, Outer Path Demon Statue, arise. Summoned from the realm of battle pets. Mariel Rose sensed an impending calamity. Master, the Vortex Sea Island's otherworldly dimension is on the brink of collapse. At this revelation, Lin Hao was taken aback. Boom. The ground beneath him shattered like a mirror. Crash. Not only below, but the dimensional walls in all directions crumbled. What? He was engulfed in shock as he fell into the void, plummeting endlessly. Suddenly, numerous figures appeared around him, all in free fall. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The judgmenter shall judge your sins. The boss's voice echoed once more through the collapsing space. The crowd looked downward, witnessing the judgmenter transforming into an oddly shaped angel, opening its mouth to address them. What the hell? Thousands of beings from the Vortex Sea Island erupted in exclamations of disbelief. In this moment, astonishment was a given. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel their scalp prickle. What was happening? Was this an unexpected boss? What the hell? I was in the midst of slaying monsters, and now the space is collapsing. Can someone explain this? The parallel dimensions of Vortex Sea Island were fracturing wildly. A multitude of figures fell into this realm, swelling the numbers to nearly 100,000. What an immense count. They stood before the Angel of Judgment, their very souls trembling. Ding! The Judgmenter has revealed its true form, level 120. Its awakening will usher in endless calamity. Those who slay it shall receive an invaluable angelic treasure chest and be bestowed rare titles and ultimate rewards. What? Is this a joke? Level 120? Goodness, is this not the highest monster level in Dragon Nation? An angelic treasure chest? I've never heard of such a thing. You're still thinking about treasure chests? Think about how to survive first. Ding! The space has been restructured. Final level completion initiated. Participants, 100,000. Victory, slay the Angel of Judgment. Failure, total annihilation. Countless guilds and powerful beings could no longer contain their shock. The phrase total annihilation struck their hearts with terror. Damn it. I'm just a novice. Why must I face this? Many were on the brink of tears. They had envisioned bright futures and promising paths, yet here they were, facing annihilation. Who was responsible for unleashing such a monstrosity in the novice zone? They cursed incessantly. Yet the true culprit had long since met a gruesome end. Do we have no chance of victory with 100,000 people? Someone finally spoke up. With nearly 100,000 present, if they could not overcome the Angel of Judgment, then they would accept their fate. What are we waiting for? Let us fight. Many swallowed hard. The vibrant aura surrounding the Angel of Judgment, with its glowing green eyes, drew closer. Boom, boom, boom. Each step it took reverberated through the void. I take back my earlier words. Who wishes to fight? Let them act. Many felt cold sweat beat on their foreheads, their teeth chattering, their legs trembling like leaves. Before them stood the pinnacle of monsters in Dragon Nation. As novices, newly awakened in this otherworldly space, this was a disaster. Judgment upon your sins. Descend to hell. The Angel of Judgment roared from within the luminous mist, its form expanding to over 20 meters, towering over all. In that instant, many felt their vision blur, releasing hoarse cries. Boom. The entire void trembled once more, the shockwave radiating from the Angel of Judgment sweeping over everyone. Ugh. Many hastily employed ninjutsu, tools, and powers to defend themselves, yet they still felt the searing pain on their skin. This was merely a small Angel of Judgment, the lowest minion of the celestial realm, once easily dispatched with a single blow. Yet now, it exuded such arrogance. At that moment, Mariel rose bit her lip, unable to accept that she too had been sent flying. As the most ancient angel of the Holy Realm, the daughter of the Holy War, once the bearer of the Divine Crown, she would not allow a mere underling to tread upon her legacy. Chapter 23, A Casual Triumph. I come to pass judgment on your sins. Drink, blade of the heavens. With a swift stroke, Mary Rose struck down. Had it been her former self, such insignificant ants would merely be beneath her notice. Your power actually originates from the celestial realm. Who are you? The judgment angel, struck by her blow, found cracks appearing in its black shell, astonished. Celestial power? It has been ages since I have encountered it. Could it be that the once mighty celestial realm still has descendants? I am Mary Rose, the oldest angel of the celestial realm. She proclaimed with immense pride in her identity. Mary Rose? I only recognize the third, the Winter Moon Angel. I and Appos, am not acquainted with you. The judgment angel sneered, raising the sword of judgment to strike at Mary Rose and Appos, as position. Boom. Like an avalanche, Mary Rose was sent flying. Filled with frustration, this judgment angel, once just an ant, not recognizing her was to be expected. Young angel, after all, I am the oldest of the celestial realm. Boom. The judgment angel showed no mercy and swung again. Hey, wait, let me finish my sentence. Mary Rose cried out, fleeing in a most disheveled manner. Presently, she could barely muster even 1,000th of her previous strength. No matter how reluctant she was, she continued to be overpowered. Rose, allow me to take over. Lin Hao chimed in cheerfully. Life and death are inconsequential. If you refuse to yield, then fight. Clearly, Mary Rose was far from willing to submit. Yet, her defiance was of no use. The judgment angel, once a mere subordinate of the celestial realm, had now grown capable of shouldering great burdens. In this shattered otherworld, even such insignificant beings could rise to become leaders of ancient realms. TCH, Mary Rose retreated to the side, her angelic armor surpassing divine artifacts. Yet its power was unlocked to less than 1%. Even after slaying 1,000,000 slimes, her level had barely reached 10. After all, as an ancient angel, it is only natural for my growth to be slow, she muttered to herself. Beginning the judgment, your sin is arrogance. Lin Hao fixated on the towering Judgment Angel as a dark aura gradually enveloped him. Buzz. This dark aura expanded violently. Seal it, black-winged demon. Bang. Yet, with a thunderous roar, Lin Hao was hurled into the void. Even if others wished to rescue him, it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Hao was slain. Just moments before, he had displayed such awe-inspiring prowess that many had taken note of him. Alas, fate is cruel. And he was thus extinguished by the chaotic demon. However, no one in attendance felt sympathy. For the next would surely be their turn. The shadow of death loomed, casting a pall over every face. Disregarding martial ethics? A sneak attack, is it? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the depths of the void, rolling forth like distant thunder, sending a shiver through everyone present. Buzzing. The ground trembled incessantly. Retreat. Someone shouted urgently, and all hastily fell back. Pfft. Countless black thunderbolts erupted forth like a forest of lightning, piercing the Judgment Angel. Boom. Thunder and fire. My goodness, folks, who understands? I have lost count of how many times I have exclaimed in astonishment. This oppressive feeling. All present were left dumbstruck. What power, what ninjutsu? Zanpakuto? Espada? Could it be a Bankai? Someone gasped. Yet, they had never before encountered such a terrifying Bankai. Ulquiorra cipher. Was he only capable of Shurkai? Why? Every heart was filled with a resounding question mark. Black void flash. Bang. Lin Hao suddenly appeared, unleashing a wave of black light directly towards the leader in midair. Health. 80. Though the damage was not substantial, it was evident that the health was diminishing. The health bar illuminated. As long as there was a health bar, one could kill. The Judgment Angel descended, with black arcs of electricity crackling across its body. Boom. Upon landing, the shockwave swept outward. Kill, kill. Many instantaneously regained their senses. Re-entering the fray, blood was shed, the health bar lit up. Even if it were a god, they would show no mercy. At this moment, unbeknownst to all, Lin Hao had already made his move. When he struck, it was nothing short of astounding. Swish. The Judgment Angel swiftly reversed its wrist, slashing backward. Yet, Lin Hao elegantly withdrew his blade, leaping to a distance. Can one survive a pierced heart? Yet, it was evident that the Judgment Angel was a monster, devoid of any blood within its form. It seemed the challenge would not be so simple. Lin Hao continued to employ his Sasuke-like abilities. Swish. The Judgment Angel, with an indifferent gaze, lunged at him like a specter. Clang. However, just as its sword was about to make contact with Lin Hao, an unseen protective force intervened. The Judgment Angel's brow furrowed, only to hear, Curse seal state, Thousand Birds Blade. Buzz. The powerful force of thunderous energy sent the Judgment Angel flying, along with its sword, into the air. Yet, astonishingly, the Judgment Angel swiftly returned to the fray. Boom. Swish. In the next instant, Lin Hao found himself behind it. Pfft. He landed gracefully, while the Judgment Angel crashed behind him, its body beginning to crumble into dust. Judgment Angel remaining health, 30. Attention. Judgment Angel has entered berserk state. Ah. The next moment, the Judgment Angel howled at the sky. Shockwaves emanating from its broken form. Its shattered body appeared entirely unaffected. With a single wave of its hand, it sliced through the very fabric of space. Pfft. The crowd, panicking and unaware of where to flee, found their bodies struck repeatedly by the cutting energy, leaving them grievously wounded. Lin Hao swiftly spread his curse seal, disregarding the Judgment Angel's spatial slicing, and slapped his massive black-winged curse seal wings against his back. In the next second, he vanished into thin air. To the Judgment Angel, Lin Hao charged towards it, only to suddenly disappear, leaving it utterly bewildered. Not even a trace of his presence remained. Bang. Yet, its body suddenly jolted. In disbelief, it looked down to find its left leg had vanished without it realizing when. It stood there foolishly. Bang. Next, its left arm trembled violently, without understanding what had happened. It lost its arm. Your sins have been judged by me. Lin Hao elegantly sheathed his blade, a smile gracing his countenance. Boom. The leader was completely obliterated. Notification. Judgment Angel remaining health, 0. Congratulations, you have succeeded in the Ancient Realm Challenge. The Slayer receives 1 Ancient Realm treasure chest. You will be teleported out of the Ancient Realm. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Teleportation. As Lin Hao and Mary Rose materialized in a bustling transfer trading square, amidst a cacophony of voices. Chapter 24. Transforming into a little crow, frantically slaughtering monsters. The Ancient Realm treasure chest? Not the Ancient Realm mutation treasure chest? Lin Hao stroked his chin. No wonder. The Judgment Angel boss was so easy to defeat. He didn't even employ the Thunder Spear or the Qilin, effortlessly dispatching it instead. It seems there is a notable disparity between the mutated Ancient Realm and the ordinary Ancient Realm. Is it over? Mary Rose returned to the safe zone alongside him. Over? There are still challenges left in the 3 novice areas, and I despise waste. Lin Hao activated his skills, first sending Mary Rose back to the battle pet space. Seal it, Blackwing Demon. The power of Ulquiorra cipher manifested once more. Boom. In the next moment, immense energy enveloped him, transforming Lin Hao and Appo's S-form. The void descended with black spiritual rain. A pair of colossal black wings, capable of obscuring the sky, emerged from Lin Hao, resembling a demon. Shadow clone technique. Bang. Another self appeared beside him, exuding an icy demeanor. His scare turned green, and his pupils mirrored those of a hollow. His abdomen, legs, arms, and back were cloaked in black feathers. With wings fully spread, bat-like claws were revealed, and the horns on his helmet elongated and sharpened, sprouting a long, controllable tail. The tail and Appo's tip bore a knife-like bony structure, while sharp claws adorned his feet, with a black pattern appearing from the void to his abdomen. The spiritual pressure felt as heavy as an ocean. It radiated the most formidable sense of oppression he had ever felt, surpassing even the Conqueror and Appo's haki in its power and uniqueness. Upon utilizing Sasuke and Appo's abilities, his green pupils were swiftly replaced by the Sharingan. Ding. A mysterious bond has formed. If Uchiha Sasuke activates the Susanoo, the black flames of Amaterasu and the three-stage K-10 will manifest as Amaterasu. Ding. A mysterious bond has formed. If Uchiha Sasuke activates the Susanoo, the second stage K-10 and Appo's little crow, when throwing the Thunder Spear, will transform into the Black Indra Arrow. Impressive. Lin Hao praised himself, canceling the shadow clone technique and flapping his enormous black wings. Curse Seal. Virum. The wings of the black-winged demon transformed once more, becoming even more exaggerated and sharper with Sasuke's Curse Seal. The bizarre and Cthulhu-esque style of the black wings was enough to inspire dreams. Haha. Lin Hao laughed maniacally, soaring towards the Whirlpool Island. His power was growing exponentially. In no time, he ascended to the pinnacle of Whirlpool Island, resembling a demon descending, his figure inspiring awe among countless spectators. What is that? A demon, is it? No. This aura. Is that of an awakened one? What level of awakened one is this? What kind of ninja is that? No. Is it even a ninja? How have I never seen such a being before? My heavens, what is this? I cannot fathom such an existence. How could someone so powerful appear in the novice area? Could it be a prominent figure from a superpower, come to guide the newcomers? The emergence of Lin Hao in his second form left everyone astounded. Had they ever witnessed such a sight? Absolutely not. The second form of Ulquiorra cipher simply did not exist in this world. The people here could only awaken the little crow's Zanpakuto. Yet no one had ever reached the level of Bankai. Who had ever seen the Black-Winged Demon, let alone the second form of the Black-Winged Demon? Especially one possessing the Sharingan and the state of Cursed Seal. Lin Hao grasped the Thunder Spear once more, lifting it with one hand, unleashing an endless torrent of lightning. The cursed and tainted Thunder Spear was no longer blue but black, shimmering with dark light in midair. Oh no, what is he planning? I sense a terrifying force. One that could obliterate the entire Whirlpool Island. Run, run, run. The people on land began to flee in panic. Go. Lin Hao and Appo's expression twisted. Perhaps influenced by his demonic transformation, and he threw it recklessly. Boom. The sea spirit's lair erupted in a burst of black light. Buzzing. The resulting shockwave swept in all directions like a bulldozer, more ferocious than the super divine Rasen Shuriken. What defines the Tunguska event? Beneath Lin Hao's feet. It was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated, rising into a gigantic black thunder mushroom cloud. When the smoke cleared, a deep abyssal pit lay revealed. Ding. Ding. You have slain the sea spirit leader, 5 points. Ding. The sea spirit unexpectedly dropped a bronze treasure chest. Ding. The bronze treasure chest is slowly opening, and you have obtained 5 white-level ninja tools. You are exiting the alternate dimension space. Activation successful, entering Whirlpool Island. You have 5 challenge attempts remaining. Maintaining this form, Lin Hao descended into an entirely new alternate dimension. Without hesitation, he raised the Thunder Spear, aiming downward and commencing a barrage. Ding. You have killed the sea spirit. Ding. You have killed the sea spirit. Ding. You have killed. Finishing up, with a beginning and an end, a true man. Lin Hao and Appo's appearance instilled not just terror and shock among everyone. Even Mary Rose stood agape, astonished by Lin Hao's extraordinary performance. He was more than 10 times stronger than before. His speed and clearing levels was simply monstrous. The Thunder Spear's relentless assault left others with nothing to do. Whoa, don't hit me. Big brother, bro. Big shot. Wait, I haven't escaped yet. Both the newcomers and other guild members were scurrying away in disarray. They all mistakenly believed Lin Hao was a figure of significant stature, come to relieve his frustrations in the novice area. Little did they know, Lin Hao was still merely at level 2. Even if he killed 1,000,000 monsters, it would merely be a glitch and would not elevate his level. Thus, Lin Hao remained a newcomer. What on earth is this? In the surveillance bureau, the personnel were utterly baffled. They gazed at the demon on the screen, questioning whether this truly was an awakened one. The intelligence had been relayed. This individual's aura matched, likely identifying him as Lin Hao. Someone immediately turned and exclaimed, "Again him?" Wang Yang's mouth fell open. How could he have transformed into such a form in such a short time? Moreover, what exactly is his awakening? The scene shifted back to Lin Hao, his dark wings engulfing the entire Eternal Night Forest. Boom. Following a resounding explosion, everyone's hair was blown back. Ding. Whirlpool Island has been cleared. The clearers receive additional rewards. They gaped, still frozen in place. For, not even 10 seconds had elapsed. The Thunder Spear. Lin Hao executed a precise long-range throw, striking the sea spirit leader with pinpoint accuracy. The lair was annihilated, and a nuclear explosion visible from afar. The mushroom cloud apparent to all. What defines dimensional suppression? Today, they finally witnessed it. I bet he must be a level 10 powerhouse. Nonsense, he must be level 15. I wonder how he compares to Hao Yin. That's a no-brainer. It must be Hao Yin. He is the best in the world. I initially thought the same. But seeing this individual, I now harbor doubts. Please set aside your doubts. Hao Yin is invincible. The murmurs of the crowd have reached the ears of Mary Rose. Chapter 25, Shedding the Novice Identity, the Level System Unveiled. Ding. You have exhausted all novice area spaces. Please take a proper rest. Challenge attempts will reset in 2 months. Ding. You have completely exhausted all novice areas, shedding your novice identity and gaining access to the level system. Ding. You have opened a mutation treasure chest and obtained an orange-grade ninja tool, a red-grade ninjutsu scroll, blue items. Ding. Lin Hao opened the notifications, and a plethora of information flooded in. The most significant piece of news was that he had entirely shed his novice identity. And the level system was now fully accessible. Name, Lin Hao. Level 2, Zanpakudo, Flowing Blade of Fire, Shallow Strike. Items held, Celestial Cone, 5, and others. Battle Pet, Mary Rose, Daughter of the Holy War, the Oldest Angel. Support, Tifa, Slime Inn's mascot. Property owned, Slime Inn. Self-awareness, Superdimensional Villain, Uchiha Sasuke, White Kirin. Ulquiorra Schiffer, Resurreki Endos. Current title, Ancient Demon Slayer, Rare, Summon, Outer Path Golem. At long last, he had shed his novice identity. The true journey was about to commence. Lin Hao exclaimed joyfully. Due to the protective barrier in the novice area, there are hardly any individuals from other nations, only a few. It is only by shedding the novice identity that one can truly access the global space. Various characters, from small-time adventurers to formidable foes, could now be encountered in perilous zones. Moreover, the number of dangerous areas was staggering. According to the current records from the Dragon Kingdom, there were already 18,000 perilous spaces, each with a strict classification of disasters, including over a dozen rated SSS and danger levels. The world's highest level boss, the skeletal demon dragon, was among the SSS-rated disasters. Presently, small-time adventurers were tackling this dragon, while the Dragon Kingdom had opted for another SSS space. However, they would constantly face attacks as other nations would not allow them to succeed in their ventures and claim abundant rare rewards. Thus, the Celestial Cone, capable of breaking through dimensional barriers, was a strategic national asset, with each piece being sought after at exorbitant prices in the civilian market. Even so, the quantity of acquired Celestial Cones remained limited. Until the Countermeasure Bureau's Wang Yang used one to save someone, the Dragon Kingdom had only one left. This single piece had a limited capacity for transportation, making its efficacy significantly diminished compared to having two. If they were attacked during their exploration, support would be impossible. Losing the nation's top-tier warriors would drastically weaken the combat capability of the Dragon Kingdom's exploration team. In the Countermeasure Bureau, where on earth are you? Lin Hao, Wang Yang lamented, tears nearly spilling. He had been stationed at the transfer station for an indefinite period, looking disheveled and utterly exhausted. If he failed to secure additional Celestial Cones for replenishment, his position as director would be in jeopardy. Most importantly, he bore a heavy responsibility and regretted his earlier decisions. Yet, even so, he had no remorse for the life he had saved. The only course of action now was to make amends. He knew Lin Hao had acquired various mutation treasure chests and had a significant chance of obtaining a Celestial Cone. At any cost, he had to acquire one. Director, you should return and rest. We can keep watch here, others hastily advised. It's fine. I can hold on a bit longer. Wang Yang was oblivious to how long it had been since he had last slept. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was enjoying a sound sleep at the Slime Inn. The next day, he stretched lazily, feeling it was time to depart. Ding. You are leaving the novice area, returning to the transfer station. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao found himself standing alone on a white surface. After vanquishing countless monsters, he had finally returned. This marked the beginning of a new chapter. That person is. It's him. The director, it's him. Suddenly, the members of the Countermeasure Bureau erupted in jubilant shouts, drawing the attention of those around them. Yet, they no longer cared. At long last, they had found their target. Lin Hao had returned. You're out? Wang Yang's spirit soared. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Lin Hao. Hello, Countermeasure Bureau. Please come with me. At the Countermeasure Bureau headquarters. What does this mean? Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings, a group of people with bloodshot eyes staring intently at him as if they wished to devour him whole. Ahem, my name is Wang Yang, the director of the Dragon Kingdom's Countermeasure Bureau. We have been searching for you for quite some time. Wang Yang, fatigued from lack of sleep or perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, appeared utterly drained, his complexion pale. I suggest you rest quickly. You look as if you might collapse at any moment. Lin Hao noted, his eyelids twitching. This appearance was terrifying, reminiscent of someone who had pulled an all-nighter at an internet CAF for an entire week. 10 days. You've been gone for 10 days. Wang Yang trembled. If it had been one more day, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Thankfully, you finally returned. Heh. I completed all the challenges in the novice area and came out. Lin Hao chuckled. I suspected as much. Wang Yang fixed his gaze on Lin Hao. Cutting straight to the point, I want to beat around the bush. You must have obtained a mutation treasure chest, perhaps even the mutation ancient realm chest. You must have acquired some item. What item? Lin Hao countered. The celestial cone. Wang Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with anticipation, praying in silence. The others shared his nervousness, anxiously watching Lin Hao. Oh, that. I got it, a total of 5. Lin Hao smiled, casually revealing the information. However, that item was not obtained from the mutation treasure chest, but rather from the golden treasure chest. Initially, he had felt quite vexed about it, but later, he realized it was a vital strategic resource for the nation, each piece worth an immense fortune. In an instant, everyone, including Wang Yang, nearly spewed their drinks. 5 pieces? Are you sure you aren't joking? They gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide. Slap. Lin Hao pulled out the celestial cones from the system space, laying them on the table in a neat row. My goodness, they are real, and there are indeed 5? How did you come by 5? The members of the Countermeasure Bureau erupted in astonished cries. For a single celestial cone, we are willing to offer 5 billion for it. Wang Yang remained remarkably composed, prioritizing acquisition first. 5 billion? Lin Hao was taken aback. He had mentally prepared himself, yet the offer exceeded his expectations. If the Dragon Kingdom and Appos, S officials were willing to pay that price, the foreign parties would undoubtedly offer several times more. It was no wonder some individuals, lured by the promise of wealth, secretly traded celestial cones to outsiders. Is that so? Are you not satisfied with this price? Chapter 26. The Awakening of Londa. Upon awakening, Wang Yang quickly remarked, this is the official price set by our Dragon Nation, absolutely fair. Moreover, you are contributing to the nation and can earn an honorary medal along with various benefits. As a fervent youth who had just awakened, I was overwhelmed by the prospect of such wealth. Earning a mere 100 yuan had previously been my utmost limit. Lin Hao chuckled in response. 5 pieces. That amounts to 25 billion? Good heavens, has he suddenly become a billionaire? What should I do now? Should I buy a grand villa or a luxury sports car? Oh, I see. Wang Yang sighed in relief, his frail body nearly collapsing from the tension. Director, the personnel from the Strategy Bureau hurriedly assisted him back into his chair. However, I do not intend to sell them all. I wish to keep one. Lin Hao suddenly interjected. Keep one. Why? Wang Yang was taken aback. Isn't it obvious? This item is a miraculous escape tool. Lin Hao exclaimed, if I encounter a foe I cannot defeat, I can break through the dimensional barrier and flee. In that instant, the entire Strategy Bureau was rendered speechless. Indeed, the heavenly spike possessed such an extraordinary function. Yet, such a rare strategic item had never been utilized in this manner before. After all, many perilous realms offered a return option. Only specific spaces, like the ancient realm, lacked this feature, making the heavenly spike invaluable in those situations. Very well. We accept, Wang Yang nodded. For heavenly spikes had exceeded all expectations. He had anticipated that Lin Hao would acquire just one, which he would then procure to replenish their stock, a tremendous boon in itself. He never expected to receive an additional 3. Excellent. Lin Hao stored one of the heavenly spikes in his system storage space. 20 billion will soon be deposited into your bank account. Wang Yang felt utterly liberated, forcing a smile as his eyelids began to droop. By the way, young comrade, would you be interested in joining our strategy bureau? Not interested, Lin Hao replied without hesitation. Joining the bureau would entail numerous complications, and he preferred freedom. Ah, it seems you are interested in the exploration team instead. I will recommend you. However, your battle pet, personal strength, and everything that transpired in the novice space have all been officially concealed from you. Please exercise caution, should you attract unwanted attention. As Wang Yang spoke, he unexpectedly dozed off in his chair. Director! Others rushed to check if he had succumbed, only to find him peacefully asleep, a satisfied smile still on his face. Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. Lin Hao felt a bit embarrassed. He had sensed the bureau was searching for him. Yet he had not anticipated the director's remarkable patience, waiting a full 10 days without closing an eye. Comrade Lin Hao, we have observed your strength using the Angel's Eye. It is extraordinarily powerful. Some members of the Strategy Bureau could not help but give him a thumbs up. To uncover what had transpired in the mutated ancient realm, they had employed the Angel's Eye, a crucial tool for observation that incurred significant cost with each use. Nonetheless, they were willing to expend resources to discover the truth. Consequently, they witnessed Lin Hao manifesting a pair of enormous black wings capable of shrouding the heavens, with dark rain cascading from the sky, an astonishing sight. Wang Yang immediately deduced that he must have defeated the leader, prompting orders to locate Lin Hao. And what happened? Lin Hao had entered the 3 major novice regions ahead of them, engaging in a frenzy of grinding for 10 continuous days without a break. Moderate, Lin Hao replied humbly. Now in the second stage of his blade return, the Thunder Spear could easily annihilate the mutated ancient realm within the novice area. However, continuing to grind there was no longer necessary. Setting aside the improbability of encountering mutations, it would be a waste of time if not for the necessity of leveling up. Yet, it was a stage that everyone must endure. Grinding was unavoidable. Shall we escort you out? No need. I can manage on my own. Upon returning to school, Lin Hao began packing his final belongings. With over 40 days remaining in the vacation, there was still plenty of time. Remaining growth value of the outer path golem, 65. 555. Having defeated the Judgment Angel and thoroughly ground through the novice area, Lin Hao had accumulated this amount of growth value. How should he allocate it? Should he awaken a new character? Little Crow could not evolve for the time being, after reaching the second stage of Blade Return. He required a broken jade to evolve into a fallen angel. The White Kirin Sasuke could ascend to the level of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan Sasuke. With the Kaleidoscope, his abilities in copying, hypnotizing, and observing would reach their zenith, and he would possess powerful ocular techniques. Amaterasu. Such ocular techniques would develop according to Sasuke's particular domain. Yet they carried substantial risks and side effects. Overuse could lead to blindness. Thus, it would be prudent to achieve 2 evolutions in one fell swoop. Directly transforming into the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The Eternal Kaleidoscope would eliminate the risk of blindness, significantly reducing the strain on the body. In this form, Sasuke could utilize the complete version of his formidable abilities. Moreover, there were numerous forms beyond the Kaleidoscope Sharingan that could undergo further evolution. However, with only 555 growth points, it was insufficient to evolve even one form. Lin Hao sighed. It required 100,000 evolution points just to evolve Alquior's cipher to the second stage of Blade Return. Thus, he could only awaken a new individual. But who? Lin Hao hesitated. Ding. You may self-awaken, with options including Naruto, Bleach, One Piece, and various other choices, but they must possess villainous attributes. The system conveniently reminded him. In truth, there was only one choice. That man. Lin Hao took a deep breath, knowing exactly whom to awaken. Using all growth points, he declared, awaken. Ding. Your third awakening is successful. Sosuke Aizen. View. Sosuke Aizen. Potential. SSR level. Form. Youth. Zanpakuto. Kyoka Suigetsu. This character possesses special attributes. Peak spiritual pressure. Genius. Inkido. Ability 1. Various Kido and binding techniques. Ability 2. Technological invention. Like Orochimaru, he is an inventor, whether it be hollow technology or Shinigami technology. He is undoubtedly the Einstein of the Shinigami world, on par with Orochimaru. This card requires a significantly high amount of growth value for development. But if the Broken Jade form is cultivated, you will become immortal. Broken Jade form. Your second awakening, Alquior's cipher, will also be affected, achieving the third stage of Blade Return. Londa, it has to be you. Lin Hao said with satisfaction. He must expedite the evolution of this formidable individual. Could it be that a double Broken Jade awakening awaits? Chapter 27. Lin Hao returns home, enrolling at Qingsheng School. The following day, Lin Hao woke early, and his first task was to head straight to the Lin family residence. This was not his first visit to the luxurious villa district in the city center. However, upon announcing his arrival this time, the Lin family exhibited an enthusiasm far greater than before. As he approached the entrance, his stepmother, Shui Yun, came out to greet him personally. Xiao Hao, you've come. Shui Yun beamed with warmth. She had always felt a sense of pity for Lin Hao. Recently, upon hearing about his unfortunate encounter with a traitorous ninja awakening, she had been saddened for quite some time. Yet now, Lin Hao had truly astonished them all. Why? He had been accepted into a middle school with outstanding grades and had garnered offers from multiple institutions. The notorious traitorous ninja had, in his case, astonishingly achieved a perfect score in the assessments. Lin Hao glanced at the butler beside him, who immediately conveyed a reassuring look. The individual in question, his biological father, Lin Tiancheng, was absent. The butler was unaware of the specifics but had likely only heard about Lin Hao's acceptance into the middle school and the perfect score. With Shui Yun's warm welcome, Lin Hao finally stepped into the Lin family villa. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he revealed his purpose for the visit. I have come today to sever ties with that person. Saying this, Lin Hao produced a document he had commissioned the night before to formally dissolve his father-son relationship. He laid the document before Shui Yun. As one of the decision-makers in the Lin family, she immediately recognized its significance. Severing the father-son bond? Shui Yun's brows furrowed at Lin Hao's request. Isn't that unrealistic? How could he possibly agree to this? Nevertheless, being perceptive, she took the document and pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I will discuss this with him. After all, I am aware of your circumstances. Here is a bank card for you. The password is your sister's birthday. Since you've been accepted into the middle school, consider it a gift from me as your elder to celebrate your entry. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao expressed his gratitude and accepted the card, knowing that refusal would be futile. After leaving the Lin residence, Gu Tianle accompanied Lin Hao on their stroll. Your family is quite prominent. Are you really willing to sever ties and forego your inheritance? Gu Tianle remarked, casting a glance at Lin Hao. Inheritance? Lin Hao replied with a mysterious smile. I am already a billionaire. Let us go buy a villa, he declared. Old rascal, what are you saying? Gu Tianle was taken aback by the sudden declaration, stopping in his tracks, astonished by Lin Hao's words. Have you gone mad after just 10 days apart? Do you think I'm joking? Here is the blueprint. I intend to build it myself, Lin Hao said, pulling out a construction plan from his pocket. Gu Tianle quickly took a look. It was a grand villa, even larger than his family's. The main structure alone covered no less than 3,000 square meters. While he was sure how Lin Hao had amassed such wealth, Constructing such a property would cost tens of millions just for the land. Lin Hao, however, merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. They began procuring various materials and hiring experts throughout the city, investing a considerable amount of money and several days in the process. Gu Tianle observed everything, realizing that Lin Hao had indeed struck it rich. Come on, how much wealth have you really acquired? Gu Tianle inquired seriously. That's a secret for now. Lin Hao replied with a grin. The next day, construction commenced on a vacant lot in the city, with various construction companies beginning work on the villa according to Lin Hao's designs. From land acquisition to selecting materials, time flew by, and before long, 10 days had passed. On this particular day, Lin Hao was at home planning his future when his phone rang. It was a call from the Education Bureau, instructing newcomers like him to select a school and report early. After enrolling, a simple assessment would be conducted. Gu Tianle had already completed his enrollment and was attending a high school, different from Lin Hao's. All right, if everyone is here, come to me to collect the enrollment forms. After filling them out, head to the respective university's registration window, but you must make your choices in advance. Complete the registration for awakened individuals, and you'll be tested upon entry, the voice at the meeting point announced. The students, who had been chattering about how to gain experience points, fell silent. Wang Long, which middle school are you planning to apply to? Given your awakening potential, it must have been easy to level up after a month, right? Indeed, if I had your awakening power, I'd be soaring. Honestly, there aren't many good options for middle school. I heard from a cousin that there will be a major reshuffle soon. I'm still a mediocre awakened one. Therefore, it's best to just find an easy-to-enter middle school and not be picky. Many had already given up, waiting to join guilds and work as laborers. As the discussions echoed around him, Lin Hao turned and locked eyes with someone, his sister, Lin Mingyue. Lin Mingyue said nothing, merely glancing at him before turning away. However, whether intentional or not, Lin Hao caught a glimpse of her enrollment form, which bore the same name, Qing Sheng, as his own. The middle school and high school were indeed integrated within the same institution. Lin Hao smiled faintly, unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to the indifference of the Lin family. Without hesitation, he filled out his enrollment form with the name Qing Sheng and entered his personal information, including his awakened status and recently achieved level. Though he met Qing Sheng's admission criteria with a perfect score, the fact that his awakened ninja was a traitor would raise eyebrows. Yet, Lin Mingyue was regarded as a promising candidate by Qing Sheng School's instructors. This year truly boasts a plethora of talent. The instructors at Qing Sheng School chuckled upon seeing the densely packed enrollment forms, their smiles growing ever more radiant at the prospect of the generous rewards they would soon receive. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already taken his enrollment form and was heading towards the school. Chapter 28. You C-Class Trader Ninja, even awakening your eyes is a challenge. At the entrance of Qingxing School, a renowned institution in the Dragon Kingdom, a multitude of individuals queued to register. As one of the nation's most prestigious academies, this was to be expected. Despite the rigorous entrance examinations, there remained a plethora of aspirants eager to seize the opportunity. After a brief period of waiting, it was finally Lin Hao's turn. The first in line was Lin Mingyue. Your Zanpakuto is quite impressive. Although our first-tier school's assessments are notoriously challenging with your caliber, passing should be a straightforward endeavor if you approach it earnestly. You may proceed to the back and wait. The admissions officer accepted the registration form with a nod of approval. Upon glancing at Lin Mingyue's appearance, his nodding intensified. Lin Mingyue frowned slightly, choosing silence as she turned and walked towards the rear. Next came the others, whose presence barely elicited a flicker of interest from the officer, who seemed overtly impatient. Go ahead. He dismissed them, granting them approval to register without a word of encouragement or praise. Finally, it was Lin Hao's turn. Observing the information on the registration form, the officer's brow furrowed. C-Class Trader Ninja? Is there even such a profession within the C-Class? My dear student, have you perhaps made an error? Surprised by the question, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Lin Hao's eyes. Nevertheless, he shook his head. There's no mistake. That is indeed what I filled in. At that moment, a figure seated behind the officer seemed to have an epiphany. He whispered a few words into the officer's ear. Instantly, the admissions officer's gaze towards Lin Hao became overtly disdainful. After a brief pause, he shook his head and pushed Lin Hao's registration form back towards him. Despite achieving a perfect score, I will not waver. A C-Class Trader Ninja, or rather, Sasuke, is far too weak, lacking any potential for growth. The man's tone was laced with contempt. You must understand, our Qixing School bears the immense responsibility of cultivating the most elite professionals for the Dragon Kingdom. Not just anyone can gain entry here. Therefore, you should leave. You are in the wrong place and will not pass our assessments. With that, the officer gestured dismissively, a look of feigned concern etched on his face, signaling Lin Hao to depart. The sudden turn of events attracted the attention of many onlookers. Those who had initially gathered out of curiosity shook their heads upon learning Lin Hao's designation as a C-Class Trader Ninja. It was common knowledge that Sasuke could only awaken to the third Tomo, and the conditions were exceedingly stringent. It was not only Qixing School that would reject him. No institution would accept such a designation. Feeling the weight of scornful gazes, Lin Hao's expression turned frigid. If I recall correctly, registration merely requires a transcript, which I possess. Furthermore, I meet your criteria. Qixing School demands a score above 650, and I achieved a perfect score. Upon hearing Lin Hao's audacious rebuttal, the officer's fury ignited. What insolence! You dare to challenge me? His countenance darkened. Enough. We have no need for the likes of a C-class traitor ninja. You may leave now. Do not waste the time of those behind you. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed Lin Hao as one would swat away a fly. The contempt in his words caused Lin Hao's expression to harden completely. If this place does not welcome me, another will. He resolved to depart, only to be met with a chorus of derisive glances from those around him. Anger surged within him. His system would not reveal what had been predetermined upon awakening. Appearances held no weight for him. If that was their perspective, he would seek another avenue. Panwu School. This institution had once been esteemed in the Dragon Kingdom, primarily tasked with nurturing talent for the exploration teams. However, Lin Hao had little desire to join such teams. Regrettably, over the past few years, Panwu School's standing had declined significantly. Prior to arriving, he had conducted research and learned of rumors hinting at its impending closure. Thus, he made his way to Panwu School's admissions site. Greetings, I am C-Class Trader Ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Do you accept registrations? A sudden voice from behind startled the admissions officer, who had been lamenting the challenges of recruitment. Turning, he found Lin Hao, whose gaze was piercing, standing before him. After a moment of surprise, the officer promptly accepted Lin Hao's registration form without hesitation. We adhere to the regulations. You meet all requirements. However, you must undergo a preliminary test to determine your eligibility for admission. There was no hint of disdain in his tone towards Lin Hao's awakening. Panwu School seems promising. Lin Hao acknowledged with a slight nod. Without hesitation, he amended the information on his registration form to reflect Panwu School. Just as he was completing the paperwork, another figure approached. My mother insisted I enroll in the same school as you. To his astonishment, it was Lin Mingwe. She had also come to Panwu? This, Lin Mingwe? As she handed her registration form to the officer, he nearly gasped at the information before him. Zanpakuto, Mushizuka, a biological type, Zanpakuto, exceptionally powerful. Her results in the entrance examination were also outstanding. Yet, why is she not in the advanced class? She filled out for the intermediate class? His gaze towards Lin Hao shifted, now filled with newfound respect. Mother? Enrolling together? Not to mention, both Lin Hao and Lin Mingwe share the same surname. Are they from the same family? Meanwhile, the principal of Qixing School, engaged in conversation, caught wind of the news. Lin Mingwe, a promising candidate, had forsaken their institution for one that was rumored to be on the brink of collapse the following year. His blood pressure soared in frustration. Why? He hastily drove over, only to find the two attending to their registration. Stop, he bellowed in a fit of desperation, drawing the attention of everyone present. Yet, as the principal, he could hardly concern himself with appearances. He strode forward, snatching the registration form from Lin Mingwe's grasp. Do you realize what you are doing? Lin Mingwe? You are making a decision that will impact your entire future. You must return to Qixing. Only there can you become a formidable warrior. His thunderous voice nearly drowned out Lin Mingwe's protests as he grasped her arm, leading her towards his vehicle. Chapter 29. The Entrance Examination and Lin Mingwe's Surveillance. Stop! Roared the admissions officer of Panwu School, unable to let the opportunity to recruit students slip away. If they failed to enroll new students, the school would face dire consequences. Let go of me, Lin Mingwe replied coolly. Lin Mingwe, you must think carefully. This is Panwu School, on the brink of collapse. If you go there, you'll have neither resources nor teammates. How can you explore the other world? The principal of Qixing School said earnestly. Upon hearing these words, the admissions officer of Panwu School furrowed his brow. Indeed, their institution lacked advantages in every aspect. However, he asserted, Panwu School has historically supplied backup personnel for exploratory teams. And what of it? It has now fallen into disrepair, the principal of Qixing School retorted, showing no regard for Lin Hao and addressing Lin Mingwe directly. If you reconsider, I can provide you with 350 of the resources personally. What do you say? Gasp. The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. This was a considerable offer. The principal of Qixing School had placed such value on a female student. Sighing inwardly, the admissions officer of Panwu School understood their predicament. Lin Mingwe would surely be taken away. But what of Lin Hao? If he could recruit him into the school. And as for him, if you are willing to join Qixing, we can make an exception for Lin Hao. He is your brother, after all, and we have investigated thoroughly. Seeing Lin Mingwe's lack of response, the principal of Qixing School finally revealed his trump card. At that moment, Lin Mingwe cast her gaze towards Lin Hao, seemingly seeking his opinion. What an unprecedented situation. Lin Hao was perplexed. He had spoken fewer than 10 words with this half-sister throughout their lives. Yet she seemed to have come specifically to follow him. Could it be? A sudden thought struck him. Was that man deliberately arranging for Lin Mingwe to monitor him? The idea made sense. After all, he had just begun to shine. And that man could not have been pleased. Above Lin Hao, there was an elder brother, Lin Tianyi, the legal heir of Lin Tianqing, who held all priority rights. No one was allowed to surpass him. As Lin Hao pondered this, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Lin Mingwe before shifting to the principal. You are a nuisance here. I intend to join Panwu School. Well, his declaration stunned all three parties. Qixing, Pan Wu, and Lin Mingwei, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Lin Hao would forsake the powerful Qingxing. Yet, she quickly understood. It was merely pride at play. After being turned away, how could he return to the fold? It was rather distasteful. Thus, Lin Hao would not choose Qingxing. This was both expected yet surprising. You. The principal of Qingxing School had never encountered such an audacious student. To think he would declare him a nuisance. Unbeknownst to them, they were unaware of the events that transpired before and after Lin Hao's entrance examination. They still believed he was merely a sea-level renegade. No one would suspect that in such a short time, Lin Hao's capabilities had undergone such a transformation. Both his Zanpakuto and Kirin assistants were extraordinary. Not to mention the growing presence of Aizen. They were oblivious to the fact that Lin Hao had once been invited to join an exploratory team and that various agencies in Longwo were monitoring him in secret. He had been rejected by Qingxing without their knowledge. You two are already students of our school. You should take your leave. The admissions officer of Panwu School beamed with delight. With Lin Mingwei, the school could surely recover. You will come to regret this. You certainly will. The upcoming examination will reveal the terror of Qingxing. The principal of Qingxing School glared at them, truly incensed. He intended to strike hard during the examination. Suddenly, the faces of those entering Panwu School changed. What was happening? This had nothing to do with them. After all, only Panwu had accepted them. No other school would. This was troubling. The admissions officer hesitated as he watched the principal depart. If Panwu were to suffer a comprehensive defeat in the examination, it could easily shatter the students' confidence, leading to despair. Their nascent recovery would be undone. No, Lin Mingwei, it all rests upon you now. And Lin Hao, you must do your best. He placed all his hopes on Lin Mingwei. Zanpakuto, Rojaka Shaku. Upon release, it transforms into a large, flat, flying one-eyed manta ray, possessing the ability to heal those it consumes. Its bankai is called All is Finished, where the blade transforms into an extendable and bendable blood blade, capable of causing the bodies it strikes to decay into white bones. Its power is self-evident. Lin Mingwei nodded, her gaze shifting towards Lin Hao. Oh, Lin Hao appeared nonchalant. An examination? Don't make me laugh. Qingxing, I apologize, but they will face a dimensional strike. After all, they were unaware that the Longwo authorities had concealed the truth of his abilities. He chuckled slyly. As they prepared for the examination, they provided enrollment documents. And after 2 major assessments, they could advance to the next level. But Lin Hao did not dwell on that. He was contemplating how to torment Qingxing, making them understand why the flowers bloomed so beautifully. Lin Mingwei, as you follow me, be cautious not to acquire any bad habits, Lin Hao remarked. Lin Mingwei remained expressionless, as though she had not heard him at all. Thus, Lin Hao was convinced that this was undoubtedly Lin Tianxin's arrangement to keep an eye on him. If it were surveillance, so be it. As long as she could keep pace with him. All right, all students, welcome to Panwu. I am Wu Qingxuang, but you are not yet formal members of our school. You must pass a simple examination. As he spoke, Wu Qingxuang noticed the atmosphere had grown somewhat gloomy, prompting him to begin outlining the examination rules. Completing the designated entrance examination space for the Otherworld will record your new status based on your performance. This is essentially an enrollment registration for statistical purposes. However, this examination space is universal across all schools, meaning conflicts may arise at any moment. Yet malicious killings are strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe penalties and will be barred from any future assessments at any school. Chapter 30. The test begins in the lost city of the Otherworld. The test is about to commence. Please stand here. I will use a special item to transport you. The coordinator, Wu Qingxuang, arranged the newly recruited students in a line and began preparing the teleportation device. Once everything was set, he proclaimed, "Students, I wish you great success in your martial endeavors." With a rush of dizziness, Lin Hao opened his eyes. Beside him stood a dozen students, including Lin Mingwei. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wan Zhang." Wan Zhang stepped forward, extending a hand toward Lin Mingwei while completely disregarding Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled faintly. He had grown accustomed to such behavior. Lin Mingwei. Lin Mingwei merely nodded, refraining from shaking his hand. "Greetings, everyone. From now on, we are all students of Panwu Academy, and we should support one another, right?" Wan Zhang retracted his hand without a trace of embarrassment, addressing the others. Indeed, the newcomers to Panwu were all individuals who had awakened the weakest of abilities, subpar devil fruits, Zanpakuto, or ninja skills. In short, they were the unwanted. Only the nearly defunct Panwu Academy was willing to accept them. Thus they held a sense of gratitude towards the institution. However, I just heard that Qingxing intends to target us. Is that true? A frail girl, slender in frame, spoke with a look of terror. Yes, it appears so. Wan Zhong glanced at Lin Mingwei. He had witnessed the earlier scene where someone approached Lin Mingwei, soliciting her to join Qingxing, only to be rejected. He could not fathom the reason for the refusal. Could it be because of that boy? Wan Zhong's gaze fell upon Lin Hao, his eyes narrowing slightly. May I inquire about your relationship? I merely wish to understand, nothing more. Siblings. Lin Mingwei replied coolly. Lin Hao remained silent. So that is the case. Wan Zhong pondered for a moment. Could it be that a remarkably powerful sister chose to attend a lesser academy in order to protect her timid, inept brother? This narrative seemed plausible, especially with Lin Hao's nonchalant, irreverent demeanor. In an instant, he formed a definitive opinion. What a pitiable sister. Yet, this approach was flawed. Indulgence would only lead to further incompetence in the brother. Wanzhong, what should we do now? There were only a handful of students who had joined Panwu Academy, and they had no other classes. Thus, after the test, they would be classmates. They already regarded Wanzhong as one of their own. After all, he had demonstrated a commanding presence, exuding confidence from the outset. In summary, the objective of their team in the Lost City is to find an exit. Leaving this place will signify the completion of the test. Wanzhong explained, during this time, we will encounter numerous monsters. Our combat data will automatically be recorded, allowing the mentors to verify our achievements later. Monsters? I've only managed to defeat level 2 creatures, the previously timid girl interjected hastily. She was clearly terrified of monsters, Qingxing, and the students from other schools. She had heard that the testing space does not tolerate weakness, often leading to fierce conflicts that could endanger the more vulnerable students. All they desired was a safe passage through the test, without the need for competition. No worries. We will assist you. After all, we are all at level 0 now. Wanzhong encouraged, we have all left the novice area. Defeating monsters will grant us experience, enhancing our strength. Even the weakest among us can become formidable. Yes. Many nodded in agreement. It must be said, his methods of encouragement were quite effective. In a short time, he had managed to unite them into a cohesive group. Lin Hao admired this, though like the others, Wanzhong overlooked him. Yet, that was to be expected. In times of weakness, others often disregard you, only to seek your favor when you grow strong. Let us commence our actions. Wanzhong produced a capsule item, tossing it to the ground, which then revealed various ninja tools. This was a form of storage space, one-time use, costing 100 coins each. It could only carry smaller items such as tools and scrolls. Bang, bang, bang. The others followed suit, donning their equipment as the test had commenced. Swish. Lin Mingwei unsheathed her Zanpakuto, closing her eyes. Descend, flesh-bearing fish. With a flourish, the Zanpakuto transformed into a colossal manta ray, a creature capable of effortlessly carrying several individuals. Wow. The others gazed in envy at her Shirkai. After all, they were merely at the initial stages, uncertain of when they would attain such a transformation, especially those who had acquired devil fruits, whose growth was even more arduous. Only the ninjas seemed somewhat capable, as basic techniques like shadow clone and body flicker were accessible to anyone, granting them a modicum of combat prowess. The most unfortunate were those who merely wielded basic techniques, who could only charge at monsters with reckless abandon. Swish. However, Lin Mingwei seemed intent on not allowing anyone aboard her manta ray, hovering above as she led the group onward. Caw, caw. Suddenly, a swarm of mechanical creatures charged forth, numbering over 20, advancing in unison. Lost mechanical monsters, level 2, description, a group of unique beings residing in the Lost City, attempting to occupy the bodies of other creatures upon sight. Race, mechanical, health, 100, magic, 100, skills, charge LV2, intimidate LV1, stupefy LV3, be careful. Everyone shouted in unison, all bracing themselves with serious expressions. It had begun. The exhilarating moment of the first test battle had finally arrived. Zzzzzzz. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning erupted from behind, and before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, the mechanical creatures were reduced to charred remains, scattering in the wind. The students stood dumbfounded, including Wanzhong, the frail girl, and the others, along with Lin Mingwei floating above, nearly losing their balance. What just happened? Excuse me? Who was that? They mechanically turned their heads to the user of the lightning technique, who was casually blowing arcs of electricity from his fingers, seemingly indifferent. Don't waste time. I need to go and deal with Qingxing, Lin Hao stated ominously. Chidori, a one-shot kill. What more is there to discuss? Whose fault is it? Is it not the monster's weakness? Chapter 31. A fire-released dragon resolves a school crisis. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, frozen in shock. Lin Hao remained unfazed. If it were a monster-killing test, he could have transformed into the little crow and unleashed a relentless barrage of the thunder spear, ending it in no time. Why delay and waste precious moments? The Lost City was a labyrinth in space, where collaborative efforts were essential to swiftly locate the exit. The more participants, the faster the passage. Yet, he had no intention of squandering time on slaying monsters, so he swiftly dispatched all of them. Wanzhong, caught off guard, stood speechless, his mouth agape. The others were equally bewildered, as if witnessing a ghost. Lin Haoyu, Lin Mingwei exclaimed, utterly astonished. How can your lightning release be so formidable? Aren't you a C-rank rogue ninja like Sasuke? Breaking the silence, she could not help but voice her disbelief. That was during my awakening. How much time has passed since then? Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. My personal data has been updated. I'm no longer a C-rank rogue ninja. What level are you now? Wanzhong quickly inquired after closing his mouth. He felt that Lin Hao had concealed too much, deceiving everyone. However, upon reflection, it seemed there had been no deceit. Lin Hao simply hadn't cared. That air of confidence was a manifestation of his overwhelming prowess. For the first time, Wanzhong realized he had misjudged him. It's a secret, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Let us hasten to clear this test. The monsters here yield no growth value. Even defeating 10,001T guarantee a level up. All right. Wan Zhong nodded in astonishment. His perception of Lin Hao had dramatically shifted. The others too. From initial trepidation to burgeoning admiration. Who claimed C-rank rogue ninjas were worthless? Step up and take a hit. Lin Hao, help. A classmate wielding a Zanpakuto cried out in desperation. With a swift motion, a fire release concluded the threat. Lin Hao, I'm going to die. Ah, boom. Lightning release. Thousand birds blade. Lin Hao remained undistracted by the chorus of brother calls, as assisting his classmates was simply the right thing to do. After all, there were so few students at Panwu School. If even a few faltered, the institution would indeed face dire straits, which would not bode well for him. To defeat the strongest Qingsheng with the weakest school, that was Lin Hao's current ambition. He was eager to strike down the students from Qingsheng. At this moment, Wan Zhong noticed a group in the distance engaged in a scuffle. The creature they were attacking emitted a screech resembling that of a wild boar. Initially believing it to be a monster, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a person, battered and bruised. Huh, fool, I'll kill you. Su Xiao, did you think I wouldn't be here waiting for you? Break his legs. A group from Whiting School, brimming with hostility, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Utterly unconcerned for the victim's life. Stop, Wan Zhong bellowed, unable to bear the sight. Bullying someone should not descend to such brutality. Someone could die. Who dares tell us to stop? One of them sneered. Oh, it's the Panwu School. How amusing that a nearly defunct school thinks it can stand up for others. The group of 30 or so laughed menacingly. Wan Zhong's boldness surprised the students from Panwu School. Such fervor bordered on recklessness. Kid, you're brave, aren't you? Come, fight him. The Whiting students dropped the sandbags they had been using on Su Xiao and charged at them. Fight. Are we afraid of them? Wan Zhong roared, activating his punch fruit, ready for a brawl. Fight. The other students steeled themselves. There was no turning back. They had to engage. It was their first fight since enrollment. Boom. In the next moment, a fire dragon roared forth from behind, sweeping through all the Whiting students before vanishing into the distance, engulfing them in the ruins 100 meters away. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Fight? By the time you finish, the flowers will have withered. Lin Hao had effortlessly dismantled Whiting School. Wan Zhong felt tears brimming. His fervor had been extinguished in an instant. Was there any point in fighting now? You, father. At that moment, the battered Su Xiao lunged forward. Father, please accept me. Silence enveloped the scene. What was happening? Father? Even Lin Mingyue was taken aback. Father, please take in your child. He cried out. What audacity! Lin Hao was at a loss for words. Father, I bow to you. My child. Su Xiao continued, undeterred, with shameless bravado. Scram. Lin Hao's eyelids twitched. O great father, I shall serve you diligently and commit myself unto death. Su Xiao proclaimed. Tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. Can you just go away? Lin Hao was exasperated. How could someone this young, just awakened, be calling him father incessantly? Father. Watch me roll away. Su Xiao proclaimed, standing straight and rolling on the ground. What does it mean to be shameless? The students from Panwu School gaped in astonishment. Witnessing this spectacle, thus, Lin Hao gained a son, leading him to suspect he had inadvertently consumed a sun fruit. In future encounters, he might jestingly say, be my son. Just imagine the reaction to such a bold statement. One would likely stand there, dumbfounded, eyes glazed over. Perhaps during a lecture, suddenly one's gaze hardens with resolve. Confidently extending a hand with a gentle smile, proclaiming, be my son. Would one emerge from the campus alive after such an encounter? If they did, he would swallow his pride. More than a sun fruit, Lin Hao yearned for a face fruit. In this world, a face demon fruit truly existed, capable of compelling any creature, even monsters, to grant the user respect. In most instances, the other party would yield, making concessions, while the face fruit would provide certain rewards. Should the other party persist in denying respect, they would suffer varying degrees of repercussions, with severe cases leading to loss of life. Of course, the face fruit was also tied to one's charisma and was exceedingly rare. In the pirate world, when Sig dared to disrespect red-haired Shanks, he was ultimately devoured by the Sea King. When the Sea King refused Shanks respect, it severed Shanks' left arm, which 10 years later led to Luffy defeating it with a single punch. Akainu, who had shown Shanks respect during the Marineford War, ultimately gained the benefits of the face fruit and rose to the rank of admiral 2 years later, although Kazara disregarded Shanks. Pursuing the submarine of law with his 8-son serpent, Shanks, upon his appearance, chose to show a modicum of respect, raising his hand in a gesture of restraint. This act can be interpreted as a concession, effectively balancing the scales of merit and demerit, which resulted in no change to their ranks 2 years later. Kizaru remained a formidable general. Furthermore, Shanks and Appo's first mate, Beckman, possesses the Dawn and Appo's T-move fruit. When a user of this ability aims a weapon at an adversary and utters the command Dawn and Appo's T-move, the opponent is compelled to surrender immediately, lest they face devastating consequences. This ability is a potent derivative of the concept of respect. Chapter 32. What Lin Hao exposed, deciding to make a bold move foster father. I'm a student in the intermediate class of the Divine Sword Academy. Before I enrolled, I heard news that the Qingxing Academy, in conjunction with our school and others, is imposing sanctions against your Panwu Academy, Su Xiao said, recalling something upon learning that Lin Hao was from Panwu. This is no trivial matter. Joint sanctions like this Haven and Oppos, T occurred in many years. Either the Academy has aroused widespread anger, or it has offended someone at Shuden and Oppos, T have, sanctioning us. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Wang Zhong and several other classmates were taken aback. They had already been aware of this, but they had not anticipated that Qingxin would be so ruthless, clearly aiming to prevent their advancement and drive Panwu Academy to complete ruin. Every word is true. Absolutely authentic, no deception, Su Xiao hurriedly added. Humph. Lin Mingyue's eyes sparkled with intent. It seemed that once they left this place, she would need to take action. Qingsheng? Their instructors cannot be above level 30, right? Not even as capable as a dog raised by my family. At this moment, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes. They were forcing his hand. Afterward, they should not blame him. When encountering those from Qingsheng, he would simply eliminate them. Initially, the test would not oppose conflict and could directly eliminate opponents by defeating them. However, there were lines that should not be crossed. Panwu Academy was already on the brink of closure, and if this batch of students encountered any further issues, it would surely spell disaster. Killing and striking at the heart, it was indeed a well-calculated scheme. But killing was not an option. What about crippling? Severing an arm or a hand? If they dared to provoke him, death would clearly be unavoidable. Sentencing? That would be premeditated murder. But what about self-defense? As long as the system determined it was a counterattack, there would be no repercussions whatsoever. Thus, a sinister smile crept across Lin Hao's face. Clearly, he needed to demonstrate to these individuals the brutality of this other world. He had once watched videos showcasing the hellish experiences of those in the wilderness. Experiences that were incomprehensible to individuals of their age. Understanding competition beforehand was far more prudent than entering the future hell with unrealistic naivety. But how could they possibly be a match for their foster father? Su Xiao arrogantly proclaimed, regardless, wherever Lin Hao goes, I shall follow. Lin Hao's strength was evident. Yet they were lacking in power themselves. Once a group battle commenced, casualties were inevitable. Wang Zhong remarked, a great battle is bound to affect the innocent. Lin Hao is incredibly strong, but he cannot possibly protect everyone, can he? Moreover, we are all classmates now, and we do not wish for Lin Hao to bear this responsibility entirely. Spirit summoning. Lin Hao instantly grasped his thoughts. First, he summoned the outer path demon statue. And as the door to the slime swung open, Tifa greeted them with a smile, saying, everyone, I've heard everything. Rest assured, this place will protect you. A dozen classmates stood beneath the feet of the outer path demon statue, looking up in stunned silence. This. Su Xiao stammered, pointing at the giant. What did he see? The pinnacle of the 3D zone. He never expected his foster father to construct a bronze sparrow platform. How grand. Was this a cosplay of Tifa? No, it was simply Tifa herself. I shall take flight as a sign of respect. At that moment, even Lin Mingyue's face darkened. She had not anticipated that her brother was concealing such a beauty here. Hi. Especially as Tifa greeted them. Wang Zhong began to bleed from his nose. What a spectacle. Behind Tifa, another girl appeared, blonde twin tails and clad in sheer stockings. Instantly, everyone's gaze toward Lin Hao transformed. A divine pairing of a mature woman and a little girl. What a celestial existence. So his foster father enjoyed cosplay. Su Xiao realized that the girl resembled the character Mary Rose from the 3D zone. Ahem, this is the oldest angel. Lin Hao awkwardly attempted to explain. Indeed. She was also named Mary Rose and bore a striking resemblance. However, she was a legitimate angel, certainly not some model from the 3D zone. Yet, his explanation was overly forced. Lin Mingwei and the others had begun to believe in Lin Hao's taste. Well, Su Xiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Lin Hao, weary of further explanations, stated, Mary Rose will fight alongside you, as long as you do not leave the slime in. The outer path demon statue can protect you at any time. Now, let us create chaos. At this moment, everyone could sense a palpable feeling of excitement. Indeed, with such a formidable lineup, it was more than sufficient to give Qingxing and the other schools targeting them a run for their money. Who knows who would emerge victorious? Let's cause a ruckus. Wang Zhong nodded vigorously. What if the school was on the verge of collapse? Just wait. A bunch of lowly individuals with disdainful eyes would soon see. Wang Zhong would ensure they received their due. Lost City, the panel displayed a flurry of messages. You have slain a mechanical sprite, LV3. You have slain a mechanical great sprite, LV4. You have slain a mechanical. A cacophony ensued as the students of Panwu Academy began to level up. Their current mode was team action, which not only provided growth value bonuses but also avoided division. In fact, their growth value surged. The leveling system was based on performance, with various achievements and feats randomly yielding upgrades. Lin Hao's level had already reached level 4. My great sword is eager for battle. Wang Zhong, seemingly liberated, frantically hunted monsters under the protection of the outer path demon statue. The mini-test was merely a simple otherworldly space, free of charge. Why not slay more monsters to accumulate growth value? Hey, is Wang Zhong's image collapsing? Everyone whispered among themselves as they observed Wang Zhong's frenzied demeanor. In truth, he had just been rejected by a prestigious school due to his awakened devil fruit, dubbed the toy fruit. Indeed, the toy fruit was rather lackluster. Yes, there is not much potential, they murmured. However, despite the discussion, Wang Zhong's performance was still commendable. It seemed he had thoroughly researched the toy fruit. Go. Lin Hao utilized the eye of Little Wu. Within just a few minutes, the entire otherworldly space began to rapidly fill with red markers. Aside from monsters, there were individuals from other schools as well. As soon as the red monster targets appeared, he noticed a group of people swiftly heading towards them. Strong Academy. He narrowed his eyes and unhesitatingly commanded the outer path demon statue to advance. Boom. In the wake of a tremendous explosion, fierce lightning erupted as several monsters were eliminated without a moment's chance for reaction. TCH, the chosen test otherworld is too simplistic. It offers no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 33. I expelled everyone from the testing space. Indeed, for us exceptional elites, it was as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Hadn't Qing Sheng issued a bounty? We were instructed to incapacitate any individuals we encountered from the Panwu faction. Incapacitate? Hee, should we also incapacitate the women? Wouldn't that be a waste? Haha. It's easy to incapacitate. How foolish. You are absolutely right, haha. They effortlessly dealt with a horde of monsters, basking in their triumph. Just then, they noticed a colossal shadow in the distance, swiftly approaching through their blurred vision. What on earth is that? The students from the Tian Dao school widened their eyes, straining to see. When the massive shadow finally loomed before them, they trembled in fear. What in the world is this? One student opened their mouth, but was at a loss for words. Are there such creatures in the Lost City? Unable to identify the information? Only awakeners above level 20 are qualified to assess. At that moment, a group emerged from the slime and above, all wearing broad smiles as they fixated on the students below. Incapacitate them? Should we target the women? I'll break your third leg first, Lin Minghua shouted. And the massive ray fish floating atop the Six Paths demon statue charged forward. Ah! In an instant, cries of horror erupted. You have injured a testing student from the Shun Dao Academy. Please be advised, you are taking the initiative. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Minghua maintained her composure. She had not committed murder, so she felt no concern. Wasn't it agreed upon to wait for a defensive counterattack before striking decisively? Look, they've already been incapacitated. What can we do now? Lin Hao's dissatisfied voice echoed. His sister, Ever the Maverick, had come to observe him without uttering a word. What was she thinking? The plan hadn't even begun, yet she had already taken action? The testing students from the Shun Dao Academy stood with their mouths agape. Just now. They were supposed to be duped? Should they thank Lin Minghua for incapacitating them? What kind of situation is this? I will not let this go. One student screeched. Just you? 2 big slaps from up there would knock you out cold. Shun Dao Academy is finished. Next. Lin Hao waved his hand, and the Six Paths demon statue led the group forward once more. The Shun Dao Academy students were doomed. Once time was up, passing the test was impossible. They could only return to the city in disappointment. Adoptive father, a total of 150 schools have entered the testing space, including Hui Tong, Shun Dao, and Su Xiao pondered. The schools allied with Qing Sheng likely number over 80. Yet at this pace, they might eliminate all before the testing concludes. Not necessarily. I suspect they have received some bounty orders. Wang Zhong remarked. We should go all out and expel all the candidates, ensuring only our Pan Wu students pass. How intriguing. Lin Minghua's eyes sparkled. This would certainly astonish the world, garnering newfound respect for Pan Wu Academy. All doubts would dissipate, and the school would not face closure. This is what youth should be. Lin Hao nodded. ISNT leveling up about accomplishing significant feats? This will surely enable everyone to rise at least 10 levels. This is bad. This is serious. The principal of Qing Sheng Academy, having just taken a brief respite, was abruptly awakened by a series of frantic knocks at the door. The next moment, upon opening it, he was met with the anxious visage of the vice principal, clutching a display device. Principal, this is terrible. You must see that Lin Hao. Something is amiss. The principal's heart raced as he swiftly seized the device from the vice principal's hands. What he saw next filled him with horror, an array of injured students being carried out on stretchers. What is happening? These are the testing students from Shun Dao Academy. Do you know what they said? The vice principal exclaimed in terror. What did they say? The principal was bewildered. They stated that Pan Wu Academy is systematically expelling all students from the otherworldly space, forcing all testing students back to the city. The vice principal's words sent shivers down his spine. Impossible, how could this be? The principal found it hard to believe. The lost city cannot be monitored easily, to observe. One must use the eye of the angel, and even then the images are quite unclear. After all, that space is inherently unstable. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. He rushed to the resource room. Quick, use the eye of the angel. The next moment, a blurred image appeared on the screen. However, contrary to expectations, Lin Hao led the Pan Wu students on a rampage. There were no group battles or fierce fighting. Instead, the footage revealed Lin Hao peacefully sleeping on a luxurious bed, relishing a moment of tranquility. This bed seems to be the finest Sealy mattress in Blue Star. The vice principal whispered in astonishment. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged incredulous glances at the vice principal. At a time like this, how could he concern himself with that? Hadn't he noticed they were in an inn? Switch the perspective, zoom out, zoom out. Following the principal's roar, they hurriedly adjusted the eye of the angel. Yet, the image remained too hazy until they finally caught sight of a massive entity moving about. Unprompted, it deftly swatted away surrounding monsters, akin to swatting flies and mosquitoes. What left everyone breathless was that atop this giant, there was indeed an inn, where Lin Hao lay sleeping. Moreover, they witnessed Pan Wu's students binding a group of men and women, torturing them in the most cruel fashion. I can't take it anymore. I give up on the test. I want to return to the city. One by one, they voluntarily surrendered. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood frozen in shock. Those were their newly recruited students, all prodigious talents, upper ninjas, shuriken users, devil fruit wielders. Yet now, they were tied up like pigs. Although some struggled desperately, they ultimately conceded. I give up on entering Qingsheng. Please stop tickling. I was wrong. Hearing this, the principal of Qingsheng nearly ground his teeth to dust. How on earth was this creature summoned? A battle pet? Or perhaps a spirit beast? Call for help, alert the authorities. This is a monster. He shouted. If this continues, Qingsheng might as well claim the title of the laughingstock of Dragon Country for an entire year. The shame would be monumental. This must not be allowed. He would not permit such an occurrence to transpire. Chapter 34. On that fateful day, they all transformed into the tormenting monarchs. In the otherworldly realm known as the Lost City, monstrous entities emerged, shattering the dimensional barrier. Upon receiving a tip-off, Wang Yang resolved to uncover the truth. As he connected with the informant S-screen, a video materialized. What appeared before him was a group of students, exuberantly transporting something. Wait, were they moving individuals bound tightly? He was taken aback. At that moment, not only Wang Yang, but others also recognized something familiar, the Slime Inn. The once quaint lost city now harbored such dreadful creatures. The principal of Qingsheng School was fervently calling for immediate eradication, urging swift resolution. It was Lin Hao. Wang Yang exchanged glances with his colleagues. Words unspoken. That was indeed Lin Hao, and the creature was his battle pet. Only they were privy to this knowledge. It seemed that the suppression of information had been remarkably effective. Few were aware of Lin Hao's true prowess. Those who had overseen the entrance examinations had received substantial hush money, signing confidentiality agreements. Thus, the principal of Qingsheng School, along with other collaborating institutions, reporting the incident was hardly surprising. Lin Hao had qualified to join the expedition team. Wang Yang mused on his successful recommendation, awaiting formal inclusion. This minor test will soon conclude. We shall merely observe the spectacle until the expedition team arrives, he stated. This action inadvertently led the principal to misinterpret their intentions as an arrest of Lin Hao, prompting him to beckon eagerly, I await your arrival. Unbeknownst to him, the true purpose of their visit lay elsewhere. In the otherworldly space, within a chaotic labyrinth, Lin Hao had just dismantled another academy, leaving over 50 institutions remaining. As surmised, they had indeed united with Qingsheng School. This made matters simpler. They would purge them all. Although visibility in this realm was limited, the massive form of the external demon was bound to attract attention. Suddenly, a disturbance caught the attention of another academy. They gazed in confusion as a figure rushed towards them. I am a test candidate from Panwu School. I inadvertently provoked a horde of monsters. Please, lend me your assistance. The actor was Wanzhong, stumbling toward them in a plea for help. Panwu School? The group immediately displayed amused grins. They had searched high and low, only to have their prey delivered to their doorstep. What do you intend to do? Wanzhong halted abruptly, fear etched upon his face, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Fool. Of course we intend to beat you. 20-odd individuals revealed wicked smiles. Beat me? Wanzhong's expression shifted, a cold smirk gracing his lips. If that's the case, then it's easily arranged. What do you mean, easily arranged? Before they could finish their inquiries, a colossal arm from afar struck them, sending them sprawling. Boom. The ground, dirt, and rubble were all hurled into the air. Ah, that hurts. What struck me? With visibility already poor, they failed to discern what had assaulted them. As they strained to widen their eyes, they finally glimpsed a shadow the size of a hill crouching amidst the fog. All captured. Lin Hao declared with a wave of his hand, employing the same method. First, they would endure torment, then he would scavenge their belongings. Stop. You. A girl trembled, utterly aghast at such brazen thievery. Spare your words. Hurry and strip. Su Xiao chuckled sinisterly. Wailing, the girl burst into tears, her sobs echoing like a torrential downpour. Yet Su Xiao showed no mercy. Strip. He forcibly removed the gear from her body and presented it to Lin Hao. Father. It still radiates warmth. Please enjoy. He offered it with both hands. Get lost. Lin Hao kicked him away. Damn it, Su Xiao. Can't you see the poor girl is close to tears? Do we have any ice-based items? Give her something. Don't let her suffer. He too had become a seasoned tormentor. I want to go home. In the end, subjected to both mental and physical duress, the crowd surrendered. Outside, at the testing site, another batch of students emerged, stark naked. What transpired within? A reporter hurriedly thrust a microphone toward a trembling boy. Don't ask me. I know nothing. At this declaration, a collective pause ensued. What sort of ordeal had they endured to warrant such memory loss? Behind them, Wu Qingxuang had been listening intently. Yet a growing sense of unease settled upon him. They repeatedly mentioned Panwu. A frenzied thought took shape in his mind. What on earth transpired? He seized a student whose gaze flitted nervously. I know nothing. I know nothing. The same reply echoed back. Clearly, they were genuinely terrified. The instructors from other schools wore expressions of fury. Who was responsible? It was Panwu School. At that moment, the principal of Qingxing spat, his teeth clenched. The revelation jolted Wu Qingxuang's heart, a wave of dread washing over him. The worst had come to pass. Yet, he could not fathom how such chaos had erupted in the otherworldly realm. The new recruits he had summoned had decimated their peers, leaving them too frightened to utter a word. Panwu School? The instructors and leaders from various institutions turned their gaze toward Wu Qingxuang. Please explain, what exactly transpired? A throng of reporters nearly shoved their microphones into his mouth. I truly do not know. Wu Qingxuang felt on the verge of tears. He had hoped that the new recruits he had brought in would navigate the minor test successfully, a stroke of good fortune. Instead, they had proven ferocious. Meeting the test candidates from various schools, his mind was now in disarray. Among those students who possessed such formidable capabilities, was it Lin Mingwei? Yet, her Zampicat lacked a Bankai. Stop pretending. The principal of Qingxing advanced, gripping his throat, shouting, You must know something. Speak. I truly do not know. Wu Qingxuang gasped, shaking his head vigorously. This minor test was intended for competition, and it did not contravene any regulations, did it? Panwu School had now become the target of collective ire. However, he found a perverse satisfaction in witnessing the disarray and failures of these prestigious schools, secretly reveling in their misfortune. Regardless of who was responsible, they deserved a grand reward. Wu Qingxuang knew that this individual would not lie. Calm down, calm down. It may genuinely not concern him. Other leaders from various schools urged the principal of Qingxing, attempting to temper his rage. Chapter 35, The Stirring of the Lin Family. The truth unveiled. A multitude of journalists awaited to report the unfolding events. Should it make the headlines, the consequences would be dire. I have employed the Angel's Eye for surveillance and reported to the Observation Bureau. The official response unit of the Dragon Country has already commenced action to apprehend this wretched creature. The principal of Qingxing seethed through gritted teeth. What? You called the police? Wu Qingxuang exclaimed, his mouth agape. Was it truly necessary for such a trivial test? At that moment, a new batch of test subjects emerged from the portal, each one battered and bewildered. No matter how they probed, no useful information could be extracted. Infuriating, the principals and leaders gathered. 20, 40, 80. Someone was still counting the names of the schools. There were still 10 schools test subjects unaccounted for. Just as the words left their lips, another group appeared, similarly dazed. They had suffered a dimensional assault and were left severely threatened. It was likely they would not recover within a day or two. 5 more schools. Suddenly, within moments, 30 more individuals were dragged out, bound and helpless. It was from Weiyang School, Kongyu School, Mashi School, Hubi School. As each name was called, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Oh, what a monumental event. A live broadcast. Look at the scene. They have been thoroughly beaten. Why do the mother pigs scream at midnight? Is it a moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Is this all a manifestation of a lost conscience? Qingxing School. Why did the 90-year-old woman rise from the dead? Why do thefts plague the girls' dormitory? Why are instant noodles in the supermarket suffering from foul play? Follow me. I am every day has something to say. I am the esteemed host. The reporters were beside themselves, having not encountered such explosive news in ages. This would undoubtedly top the headlines tomorrow, trending at number 1. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Qingxuang lamented, tears welling as the leaders of various schools gripped his throat. They had been calm until it was their school's turn, transforming into a wrathful mob. Die. Just die. Return our genius. Flames of fury blazed in their eyes as smoke erupted from their throats. What began as a mere test had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Unfortunately, the Angel's Eye could not discern the events within. Otherwise, Wu Qingxuang would have been choked to death by now. In the absence of substantial evidence, they had to await the arrival of the Dragon Country's officials. Stop. Stop. A few minutes later, Wang Yang arrived leisurely with his team. You from the response unit. You have finally come. Principal Qingxing hurried forward to greet him. You must capture that creature and eliminate it. Lin Hao is actually an otherworldly being, a spy. Yes, a spy. Look at the plight of these students. I cannot help but weep. Oh, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes, uttering words steeped in significance. I received a report that your Qingxing School, in collusion with all these schools, issued bounties to launch an all-out assault on Panwu School. A hushed gasp rippled through the throng of reporters. Is this true, Qingxing? Do you not feel a pang of conscience? This is a major news story. This is a serious violation of the Education Bureau regulations, is it not? Passers-by, as well as casual observers, were left astonished. The truth was indeed revealed. No wonder Panwu School retaliated and sought to expel all test subjects. This was nothing short of the villain crying out first. How dare you do this? Wu Qingxuang. momentarily at a loss, suddenly found strength and began shaking the principals of those schools fiercely. Ugh! The principals could only stare, tongues out, utterly speechless. Do you have anything left to say? According to Article 180 of the Dragon Country Education Bureau, you have seriously violated the discipline and are now under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. Wang Yang waved his hand. Arrest him. In swift succession, a group of officials apprehended the stunned principal of Qingsheng, ushering him into a police vehicle. Who leaked this information? Even now, he remained wide-eyed, unable to comprehend who had tipped them off. The current principals were all in the same boat. None would betray him. Who could it be? Lin family, using such sordid methods. How dare they target my precious daughter? Shui Yin had just set down her secret communicator when she noticed the butler's beaming smile behind her. Madam, you are the one who dotes on Mingyue the most, the butler remarked. Is that so? Shui Yun tapped her fingers on the table, then added, in truth, I wish to assist him, Lin Hao. Madam, the butler looked astonished. He could not fathom why she would want to help young Master Lin. Lin Hao's relationship with his father was tenuous, bordering on estrangement. Shui Yun gazed at the severance document in her hand and said, but that man, Lin Tiansheng, is inherently indifferent to Lin Hao. All his thoughts are devoted to Tianyi. The only one who can be good to them is me, I suppose. But, madam, the butler was deeply moved. In truth, Lin Hao had been under the protection of the madam all these years, though he was unaware. Otherwise, many would have sought to trouble him simply due to his lineage. Let it be. Do not speak of this matter. Shui Yun's gaze remained fixed on the severance document. She was not yet ready to decide. After all, she did not know what kind of terrifying actions Lin Tiansheng might take upon receiving those documents. It would be fine if she simply ignored it, but on the other hand, Shui Yun thought of this and tossed the severance documents into the nearby trash can. Dispose of it, she commanded. Yes, the butler nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that Lin Hao's rise poses a threat to the eldest son, Lin Tianyi? What judgment would the master, Lin Tiansheng, make at that time? Would he continue to support the eldest son Tianyi, or would he shift some resources and focus toward the younger son Lin Hao? And Lin Mingyue, always striving for excellence, has been following in her elder brother's footsteps. Now, under her mother's command, she is set to advance to school alongside Lin Hao. What changes in mindset might occur? Young master, everything now rests upon you. The butler, holding the severance document, walked over to the underground incinerator and cast it in. In no time, it was reduced to ashes. At this moment, Lin Hao's cleansing actions were nearing completion. Foster father, there remains but one final school, the Super Dream High School. Su Xiao swallowed hard. This institution housed the most formidable group of test subjects they would encounter thus far, each one an elite. Chapter 36, the last prestigious school, Dream High School. Dream High School. I am only aware that it is an elite institution for prodigies, even more formidable than Qingsheng, and it is unlikely to heed any bounty orders. Wang Zhong pondered. It remains to be seen how this group will respond. Lin Hao commanded the outer demon statue to advance. At this moment, they had been lingering here for quite some time and had nearly discerned the location of the exit. Lin Mingwei approached with a stoic expression. What is it? Lin Hao inquired. Dream High School is where my elder brother once studied, she replied coldly. Oh? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Is it him? The eldest son of the Lin family, Lin Tianyi, that man's illustrious offspring? If you were to vanquish Dream High School, it would undoubtedly be a provocation to our father. Lin Mingwei stated impassively. Indeed, that is the case, Lin Hao nodded. His family had dedicated all resources to nurturing Lin Tianyi. If he were to defeat Dream High School, it would indirectly imply that Lin Tianyi, who once attended that school, was inferior to him. How could Lin Tianyi accept that? But I have already submitted the documents to Shui Yun to sever ties with the family. Lin Hao shook his head. You wish to sever your family ties? When did this happen? Lin Mingwei exclaimed in surprise. She could not comprehend why Lin Hao would take such a step. Just earlier, Lin Hao shrugged. What prompted this? Lin Mingyue's eyes sharpened, her tone slightly agitated. Initially, she had observed Lin Hao's growth. With such a rapid pace, he might one day surpass Lin Tianyi. At that time, Lin Hao could contend for a prominent position within the family. As his sister, she aligned herself with him against Lin Tianyi. Now, she was left in disbelief. Lin Hao actually claimed he wished to sever ties with the family? Wouldn't he that ruin her plans? Is it so strange? Moreover, I have never availed myself of a single resource from the Lin family. Is that surprising? Lin Hao queried. Even so, you should not sever ties, Lin Mingwei advised. You have grown now. I can see that. Once you return, as long as you demonstrate formidable strength, the Lin family will surely not treat you poorly. Yet I do not require it. The mere resources of the family amount to little more than control over a few otherworldly spaces, Lin Hao replied. Perhaps in the past, he would have entertained such thoughts, but with the acquisition of the villain system, wasn't it trivial to traverse otherworldly spaces? You disdain family resources? Lin Mingwei felt a pang of frustration. She had never anticipated her brother harbored such ambitions. Father, we are almost there. Su Xiao called excitedly from ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingwei fell silent. It's the people from Dream High School. At that moment, in the distance, a group of shadowy figures was moving, all clad in splendid gear, accompanied by summoned beasts and battle pets. The disparity between them and other schools was glaringly evident. I even feel like a scavenger, a student from Panwu School self-mockingly remarked. After all, before them stood a prestigious institution. These individuals were either scions of wealthy families or offspring of officials, making it impossible to compare. Boom. The emergence of the outer demon statue attracted the attention of Dream High School. What is that? A leader? They were initially startled, then immediately went on high alert. We are from Panwu School, greetings. Wanjung chuckled. It was their customary tactic. Most people, upon hearing Panwu School, would be unable to resist mocking them. Panwu School? A member of Dream High School exclaimed, stepping forward. I am Zhou Zimo, a test student from Dream High School. Panwu School. You are quite impressive to have driven other schools from the otherworld. Zhou Zimo's tone was laced with caution, a stark contrast to the rabble they had encountered previously. Next. It will be your turn, Lin Hao declared, stepping to the forefront. Our turn? Zhou Zimo's brow furrowed tightly. What immense pressure. Who was this person? He had never heard of such an individual within Panwu School. Not just him, but the others from Dream High School felt a wave of apprehension wash over them. They sensed an unfathomable spiritual pressure emanating from afar. Zampikit? Such potent spiritual pressure. I have never felt this from those level 20 instructors. They were utterly astonished. They had never experienced such weighty pressure. What kind of monster has joined the test students of Panwu School? Zhou Zimo warned cautiously. He recognized that Lin Hao was likely the strongest individual on the opposing side. No wonder he had managed to defeat all the other School S test students. Just this overwhelming pressure was enough to demonstrate the terror of his strength. Will you depart voluntarily, or shall I compel you? Lin Hao stood atop the outer demon statue, his robe billowing in the sandy winds. Behind him, Su Xiao, Lin Mingwei, and others flanked him, emanating a terrifying aura. We from Dream High School have never feared anyone. Zhou Zimo shouted in a deep voice. We hold no grudge against you. If you wish to target us, know that this matter will not end here. In the future, Panwu School will undoubtedly face comprehensive retaliation and attacks. Ha ha ha. Does our nearly defunct school truly care about that? Wanzhong scoffed. Form seals. Lin Hao waved his hand. Swish. Swish, swish. The students of Panwu School all moved to the fingertips of the outer demon statue, beginning to collectively form seals. Water release. Water dragon roar. They unleashed their combined ninjutsu, determined to give their all against Dream High School. Boom. With the power provided by the outer demon statue, a massive water dragon surged forth. Be cautious. This technique has an enormous range. Zhou Zimo exclaimed in alarm. He had not anticipated the combined ninjutsu from the opposing side to possess such formidable power. Combined ninjutsu. Tornado. The winds howled. As the combined ninjutsu from Dream High School was formed, the tornado intertwined with the water dragon, rendering the already obscured vision even more indistinct. Perception ninjas quickly locate the enemy's position. Zhou Zimo shouted. But at that moment, a certain lightning-released ninjutsu surged toward him. Boom. He was taken aback, swiftly employing ninjutsu to evade, only to see a deep pit where he had just been standing. Simultaneously, a shadow loomed overhead. Zhou Zimo instinctively looked up, and what he beheld would be etched in his memory forever. Lin Hao had transformed into a demonic form, his colossal black wings casting a shadow over them all, as the lightning-infused technique gradually morphed into the shape of a weapon. Chapter 37. The mightiest of humanity, Hao Tian emerges. Alas. Zhou Zimo felt a tremor in his very soul, his body trembling uncontrollably. Flee. At his frantic shout, the sky was engulfed in a sea of dark light. This was the final vision witnessed by all within the Dream Academy. Upon awakening, they found themselves beneath a familiar sky. To their astonishment, everyone lay upon stretchers. Click, click. A throng of reporters was fervently capturing their every moment. Even the Dream Academy was no match for Panwu. What a revelation. A new powerhouse has emerged. And it is none other than Panwu. Thus, the once failing Panwu Academy gained unprecedented fame. Only one institution passed the examination. The eyes of the multitude were upon them. Had they truly triumphed? Wu Qingxuan was utterly flabbergasted. He had struck out against Nanshan Qingshan Kindergarten, kicked at Dream Nursing Home, and stomped in the morgue. Who dared to challenge him? You, Panwu Academy, have truly impressed me. Well done indeed. I shall remember you. I extend my gratitude for the lesson you imparted today. Some school principals were seething with rage. This joint examination had been completely overshadowed by Panwu. Was it possible that this was merely a misunderstanding of monumental proportions? Wu Qingxuan was drenched in cold sweat. Being the focus of such scrutiny was no light matter. Henceforth, Panwu Academy would undoubtedly acquire countless enemies. The examination concluded, and the moment arrived. Just as the reporters frantically clicked their shutters, a hum reverberated through the air. Suddenly, the portal at the forefront began to ripple, and a procession of figures emerged. Click, click. The cameras were nearly pressed against their faces. Lin Hao, it is indeed you. Wang Yang from the Strategy Bureau revealed a knowing smile. Who else could act so recklessly? As Lin Hao appeared, flanked by a cadre of individuals who seemed well-versed in the ways of the world, he pondered, how did I perform? Was there any slip? Did I maintain my cover? He muttered under his breath, conscious of the grand spectacle before them. Hadn't we rehearsed this? Maintain our image. This oppressive atmosphere was bound to go viral. It infuriated him. If not for Qixing, how could our newcomers suffer such embarrassment? It was all Qixing's fault, limited capability yet so many troubles. Damn it. Principals from various universities were filled with regret. Yet, they also felt an acute sense of frustration. Wasn't this merely an entrance examination? Must it attract such a multitude? And so many reporters, as if a great figure were about to arrive. Especially the people from Longhua. Why were they still lingering? An unsettling sensation washed over everyone. Just then, the sound of a flying vehicle pierced the air. Finally, they have arrived. Wang Yang exclaimed with delight. The pioneers had returned. Click. As the hatch of the vehicle opened, a figure descended. It was Hao Tian. I have awaited this moment for so long. Charge. The reporters and anchors went wild. So, it was Hao Tian. Only then did they realize they were awaiting the strongest of them all. But how had Hao Tian come to this place? Hao Tian was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, news of his arrival had leaked prematurely. Thus, he merely cast a glance at someone, quickly adding them to his contacts, before boarding the vehicle and vanishing once more. What was his intent? He had disembarked for merely an instant, yet left within 10 seconds. What was Hao Tian truly after? You have new information. Please check. Once Hao Tian disappeared, a message appeared on Lin Hao's communicator. Nice to meet you for the first time, I am Hao Tian. Lin Hao simply replied with 2 words. The director of the strategy bureau had once suggested he join the pioneers, and now it seemed that was becoming a reality. However, he had never even visited the headquarters. Surely, Hao Tian's intentions were not merely a casual greeting? Old Wang recommended you join the pioneers, so I passed by to assess you. Hao Tian sent a voice message. Assessment? Lin Hao was indifferent. He could easily pass any test. However, he remained hesitant about joining the pioneers. After all, such a perilous endeavor, who would willingly engage in it? Yet it was no longer necessary. Your strength has surpassed my expectations. Hao Tian continued. You are a dual-awakened individual? I suppose so, Lin Hao replied, narrowing his eyes. Dual awakening? Apologies, for he had just awakened his 3rd antagonist, and Blue had yet to flourish. A truly promising warrior. Splendid. With your inclusion, the pioneers will undoubtedly progress further. Hao Tian appeared quite pleased. Wait, I never claimed I would join the pioneers, Lin Hao countered. This left Hao Tian momentarily perplexed. He could hardly believe someone would reject the invitation to join the pioneers. Anyone who heard of such an opportunity would be overjoyed. When he himself joined, he could not contain his excitement. Yet here was Lin Hao, dismissing the offer outright. Was he truly so prideful? What's wrong? Do you not wish to join the pioneers? Hao Tian inquired, his tone gentle. Who desires to undertake such exhausting labor? Lin Hao replied candidly. Ahem. Hao Tian nearly choked. Incredulous as he said, joining the pioneers signifies contributing to the nation. It is a symbol of honor. To join this group means freedom from constraints. No one can govern you. You can dictate your own fate, and you refuse? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao paused. This contradicted everything he had learned online. Joining the pioneers would not impose restrictions on freedom. There would be rules and regulations to follow, he exclaimed in astonishment. I do not know where you obtained such information, but it is undoubtedly false. As a principal member of the pioneers, I can confirm that joining represents absolute freedom. Hao Tian continued, the pioneers only convene during expeditions, otherwise. We enjoy unrestricted autonomy, travel where we please, engage in whatever pursuits we desire. Moreover, possessing this identity grants access to numerous benefits and conveniences from our nation. I see. Lin Hao nodded, contemplating before responding. Following the conclusion of the entrance examination, Wu Qingshuang greeted them as if they were ancestral spirits. Please report to our school tomorrow, he said wearily. Today had been a harrowing ordeal for him at the hands of the various schools. Yes, mentor. Several individuals beamed with joy. Having successfully enrolled, a new beginning, a fresh start, indeed a prospect to be coveted. Panwu Academy had been revitalized by their efforts. They eagerly anticipated the arrival of tomorrow's new students. Chapter 38. Money is but an external object, merely tens of millions. On the eve of enrollment, Lin Hao had already arrived at his villa. Major construction companies, lured by substantial financial incentives, worked tirelessly day and night, culminating in the completion of a private villa on this very day. After selling the heavenly cone, Lin Hao amassed a fortune, leaving him with a remaining capital of 10 billion. One could say he had indeed become a tycoon. Old rascal, living alone in such a vast house. Do you not feel lonely? Gu Tianle remarked earnestly. I suppose I should sacrifice myself to accompany you and move in together. Father, this immense villa must take 5 minutes just to reach the restroom, right? Su Xiao added with a serious expression. Should I serve as your restroom attendant? Get lost. Lin Hao kicked back, appalled. Such crude language dared to be uttered in broad daylight? Lin Mingwei stood by in stunned silence. Not due to Su Xiao's lewd banter, but rather at the sight of the villa, which left her struggling to comprehend Lin Hao's financial prowess. Where did he acquire such wealth? She knew he had distanced himself from the family since childhood, lacking any resources for support. He had managed to scrape by with odd jobs, even cobbling together funds for his tuition. How had he suddenly transformed into a wealthy individual overnight? She even harbored doubts about the family patriarch, Lin Tianqing, secretly nurturing this young master. However, it was inconceivable. The patriarch's focus was solely on Lin Yi, leaving no room for others. Where did you accumulate such wealth? She finally ventured to ask. Previously, I completed a transaction with the Strategy Bureau. Nothing grand. Just a few billion, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Lin Mingwei nearly choked. Nothing grand? Just a few billion? That could buy the rights to an alternate realm. What could possibly be so valuable? Money is but an external object. Lin Hao waved his hand, transferring millions into Lin Mingwei's personal account from his assets. Ding. Payment received via WeChat, 6,660,000. What? Lin Mingwei leaped up like a startled cat. Her mother only supported her with 2 million per year. Yet Lin Hao casually gifted her tens of millions? Consider it pocket money from your little brother, Lin Hao chuckled, clearly amused by his sister's astonishment. However, being from a prominent family, Lin Mingwei quickly regained her composure. I cannot accept this money, she insisted, attempting to transfer it back. To me, tens of millions are but a drop in the ocean. Lin Hao proceeded into the expansive estate, summoning the external magical figures. Tifa and Mary Rose soon appeared. They seemed unfazed, merely perceiving the house as large. Lin Hao, flaunting your wealth like this will attract attention from the family, leading to unnecessary trouble, Lin Mingwei cautioned suddenly. Are you suggesting it will reach that man's ears? Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. I am no longer concerned with the family. Compared to the empires of alternate realms, the modest Lin family on Blue Star is insignificant. Hearing this, Lin Mingwei felt her brother's ambitions were grand indeed. Clearly intending to surpass the Lin family. I still advise you to retrieve the severance documents, she reminded him again. You have just begun. I know you are strong now. But it is still too early to confront the Lin family. People always grow under pressure. Lin Hao gazed up at the sky. Thus, the following morning, they received their enrollment notice from the Panwu Academy. Originally, both the school and Gu Tianluo were registered at other institutions, but they were transferred to Panwu. Thanks to Wu Qingxuang's underhanded tactics, it is worth noting that Panwu Academy had gained notoriety, not only being boycotted by various institutions but also facing joint complaints from parents. In short, life had become even more difficult than before. With my father figure around, how could our school possibly close down? Su Xiao declared resolutely. As long as Lin Hao is here, everything will be fine. You're finally here. You're 10 minutes late, Wu Qingxuang exclaimed, pulling them along. However, there were only a handful of new students. A 10-minute delay was hardly an issue. They swiftly arrived at the assembly square, where over 200 students from the intermediate and advanced classes loitered, yawning and utterly bored. Upon discovering the newcomers, they erupted in excitement. Salute! A multitude approached, expressing their utmost respect towards Lin Hao. Is that Lin Hao? I heard he sent all the test students from other schools to the hospital. Incredible! He has become a legend. Wow! The entire school erupted in commotion. The earlier calm was merely a prelude to the storm. Now, they could no longer contain their excitement. Lin Hao was so popular. Was he destined to become the campus heartthrob? Fellow newcomers, your dormitories have been arranged. There will be no classes today. You need to familiarize yourselves with our school, and the senior students will guide you on a tour. The principal delivered a brief address before stepping down. Devoid of any grandiose rhetoric, the enrollment ceremony concluded rather abruptly. A stagnant pool, indeed. Have you seen the videos online? Gu Tianle remarked. The videos featured the Xinjiang Academy, where, under the banner of Longhua, the entire school fervently pledged their oaths, unlike their own experience, which was wrapped up in mere 2 sentences. Hey, new girl. Shall I show you around the academy? A rather audacious senior approached, attempting to flirt with Lin Mingwei. Get lost, Lin Mingwei coldly retorted. TCH. The senior mumbled in frustration before turning away. What tour? There is nothing worthwhile in this academy, is there? Wu Qingxuang interjected. Common occurrence? Lin Hao chuckled. Mediocre seniors and inexperienced juniors. Do you really think these individuals can revitalize glory? Regardless, shall I show you around the academy? Wu Qingxuang suggested. We can manage on our own, Lin Hao replied. Wu Qingxuang nodded, stating, classes have officially commenced, but they are essentially free periods. If you wish to hunt in alternate realms, our school wholeheartedly supports it. So, we need to fund it ourselves? Gu Tianle remarked, speechless. Alas, our school lacks sufficient funds. Wu Qingxuang shrugged. Instantly, the group fell silent, merely nodding in agreement. Chapter 39. A storm brews, our school faces change. The institution is financially strained. In a robust school, entering the otherworldly realm once a day is commonplace. Wealthy heirs can venture into these realms and even invite esteemed mentors from the school to accompany them, merely incurring a nominal additional fee. Yet, our glory school boasts barely 20 mentors in total. I have arranged your accommodations. Each of you will have a single room with private bathing facilities, Wang Zhong announced. Wang Zhong, we do not reside on campus. Su Xiao replied with a sense of pride. My adoptive father has constructed a private villa for us. What did you say? Wang Zhong seemed taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. I want to live there too. After a moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey, what if you let out a foul odor and disturb everyone? My flatulence doesn't stink at all, so you needn't worry. How can I be sure? Just give it a whiff. Their light-hearted banter continued until Lin Hao had thoroughly explored the school. The crumbling, filthy walls were a sight to behold, adorned with stains and bird droppings on the statues. Garbage piled high in every corner suggested a long-neglected cleaning effort. The classrooms were suffocated by dust and grime, and Lin Hao noted that even the floors were sticky. At that moment, he truly comprehended the meaning of impending closure. He would believe it if someone said the school would shut down the very next day. Gu Tianla was utterly dumbfounded. This was far removed from his expectations. It was a rarity for a school like this to still exist in this era. It would be better to close it down quickly. In order to revive the school, one must paint a vision of hope. With a vision, dreams and aspirations could flourish. Upon his enrollment, Lin Hao had an abundance of tasks to undertake. Foremost among them was to hunt monsters and accumulate growth points to facilitate the third awakening of his abilities. Currently, Kirin Sasuke and the two small crows had reached their limits. The required growth points were overwhelming. However, Hao Tian had mentioned that whenever the exploration team had a mission, he could join them. Those high-level otherworldly bosses could yield significant growth points. At that time, he could then evolve the first two awakenings. So that was to be temporarily set aside. As for the expenses of entering the otherworldly realm, he had sufficient funds, so there was no need for concern. Nevertheless, he wished to elevate the school alongside himself, especially since graduating from the advanced class would grant him access to university. Should Glory School close mid-journey, transferring to another school and undergoing assessments would be a considerable hassle. Once in university, he would gain entry to even more perilous areas of the otherworld. The restrictions imposed by Longwo would be utterly lifted. What did you say? You want to invite me to join Panwu? Li Mumu was taken aback. The communication indicated it was Lin Hao. Panwu School, that institution on the brink of collapse. How could she not be aware? So what is your choice? Lin Hao inquired. Do I even need to say? I accept. Li Mumu readily agreed. Her interest lay not in the school but in Lin Hao. Ever since she had accompanied him on an otherworldly hunt, the memory of the transformed Lin Hao lingered in her mind. She eagerly anticipated witnessing that scene again. Thus, Panwu School gained a new female mentor. Welcome to our school. The principal, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, wore a cheerful expression. How extraordinary that a mentor would willingly join at such a time. Regardless, he decided to welcome her first. Escaping later would be impossible. The next day, the principal of Panwu reclined leisurely in his office chair, perusing news from the otherworld. The immortal empire is on the verge of war with Dimension City. Our Longwo is likely to be involved as well. He sipped his tea. Bang, bang, bang. Abruptly, a series of loud knocks startled him, causing him to spill the scalding tea. What is it? Why the rush? He raised an eyebrow, sensing that such tension was ill-suited for his school. Principal, you must see this. The director of education held up a tablet displaying a student assembly in progress. A student assembly? ISNT that initiated by the students themselves? Let them be. They're just a bunch of children. The principal dismissed it nonchalantly, taking another sip of his hot tea, but the director insisted, it's the content, the content. He snatched the teacup away and placed it on a nearby table, urging the principal to listen closely. What is this? No way, it can't be. As he listened, the principal's disbelief grew until he was utterly dumbfounded. Our school is about to undergo a transformation. The student council will be established. The council's funds will not belong to the school's treasury and will arise spontaneously from the students. The council's system of rewards and penalties will coexist with the school's regulations without conflict. According to the policy, all who conquer the otherworld can earn various rewards and benefits. All monster materials will be purchased at 1.5 times the market price, while all ninja tools and props will be recycled at market value. Items in the council's unique treasury can be purchased in installments, and the new agreement applies to everyone, including mentors, homeroom teachers, and the director of education. Moreover, the council is actively seeking foundational talents, with terms negotiable. Li Mumu continually read aloud, announcing stacks of documents. Each segment she recited incited ripples of excitement among the students below. Is this for real? The rewards from the student council are incredible. Installment payments? Loans? What a novel scheme. They were astonished. The council is initiated by the students and is not affiliated with the school's official structure, meaning even the principal has no authority over it. Their eyes widened in disbelief. If this were indeed the case, the entire Panwu school would be revitalized. Everyone would rush to the otherworld to hunt monsters for rewards. As for entry fees, loans could be arranged with no strings attached. Once they obtained items or ninja tools, they could exchange them for cash or earn contribution points through tasks to repay their loans. This model was innovative and inclusive, granting everyone an opportunity to venture into the otherworld while consuming in advance. It necessitated a substantial flow of funds. The director of education, who had hurried over, appeared utterly bewildered. They would need to assess the students' credit. If this were to be extended to the outside world, risks would abound. However, if managed well among the students, the principal of Panwu was left speechless, his expectations realized. A transformation was indeed on the horizon. The female mentor he had personally recruited, Li Mumu, had ignited a revolutionary storm. Now, please welcome the student council president, Lin Hao, the vice president, Lin Mingwei, the head of the organization department, Gu Tianla, the head of the publicity department, Su Xiao, the head of the mobilization department, Wan Zhong. Moreover, this chapter shall take effect immediately. Li Mumu let out a sigh of relief, placing the documents down. The entire school erupted in excitement. Chapter 40, The Iron-Eating Beast Star. A spectacular display. Following the introduction of the new regulations by the student council, the response within the school was nothing short of explosive. In just a few days, the entire institution was revitalized. From the principal to the mentors, everyone was taken aback. Who would have thought that a mere student council could possess such formidable influence? Rescuing their nearly defunct Panwu school? Moreover, journalists flocked to cover the story, propelling it to the headlines and trending topics. Hadn't they already conspired to suppress it? The various principals gritted their teeth in frustration. Panwu school faced not only parental opposition but also a complete lockdown from them. In such dire circumstances, its survival and resurgence were the last things they wished to witness. After all, the previous minor assessments had left them in an embarrassing predicament. As long as Panwu remained operational, this humiliation would be forever etched on their foreheads. Where did their funding originate? The Lin family, undoubtedly. Lin Hao, Lin Mingwei. No wonder Panwu school was revitalized under their influence. Whispers of speculation erupted, making it impossible for the news to remain contained. Just as I had anticipated. Lin Mingwei maintained a stoic expression. The outside world erroneously believed the Lin family had invested in Panwu school. Soon, this would undoubtedly reach Lin Tianqin's ears. Their father would surely react explosively. Wonderful, absolutely splendid. It would be a perfect opportunity for that old coot to witness my capabilities, Lin Hao chuckled. You truly are unafraid. Lin Mingwei sighed in resignation. It is understandable. You left the family when you were quite young and remain oblivious to the Lin family's true nature. Aren't they merely real estate developers investing in otherworldly properties? Lin Hao queried. That is merely the FAAD. The Lin family's genuine trade lies in assassination, taking on covert missions, espionage, and so forth, Lin Mingwei revealed. I have lived for so long and only now discover that the Lin family is an assassin clan, Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Our father, Lin Tianqing, is the most formidable assassin king. Do you realize that no one can escape his assassination? The mere mention of his name sends chills down the spines of otherworldly beings, Lin Mingwei added. And what about you? Lin Hao scrutinized her. Certainly not. Lin Mingwei shook her head. The art of assassination is passed down to males but not to females, and thus Lin Tianyi is the chosen successor, destined to inherit Lin Tianqin's skills. Such matters indeed exist, Lin Hao finally comprehended. A real estate developer capable of instilling such fear every time others mention the Lin family. An inexplicable dread arises. It turns out they are an assassin clan. You are expanding rapidly, overshadowing Lin Tianyi. Trouble is bound to come knocking. There is a possibility that an assassin may be dispatched to eliminate you, Lin Mingwei cautioned. Our family's assassins possess extraordinary skills, their specialties akin to ninjas. Utilizing bloodline limits such as the Moonlight Gale, which is exceedingly terrifying. Moonlight Gale? Phasing? Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is exceptionally suited for assassination. It appears the Lin family has been actively seeking such awakened individuals to recruit into their ranks as assassins. As for him, he remained neglected and completely disregarded. Merely a pawn. I must take my leave. I will investigate matters on the family side, Lin Mingwei stated as she departed for Shuiyun's residence. She knew that only her mother stood by her side. Aside from her mother, she trusted no one else. That leaves the burden on my elder sister, Lin Hao said with a chuckle. Lin Mingwei was indifferent to this address, turning away without hesitation. An assassin clan, Lin Hao pondered, observing her retreating figure thoughtfully. He had initially perceived them as ordinary real estate developers, but now, thanks to Lin Mingyue's revelations, he understood the true nature of their family business. This certainly adds an intriguing twist. His rise to prominence seems unstoppable. How will Lin Tianyi attempt to suppress him? Only time will tell. A week passed, and affairs within the school were nearly resolved. All necessary arrangements had been meticulously made. As long as they adhered to the rules, they could steadily progress. Despite facing joint resistance from various schools, their foundation remained unshakable as long as they persisted. In numerous cities, some guilds were actively suppressing Panwu school. Why? The recent assessments had humiliated many students across institutions. Among these students were the offspring of guild members, who were exceedingly irate and sought to dismantle Panwu. However, when all was said and done, they dared not challenge further, lacking even the courage to initiate a school war. They were, after all, frightened by the earlier beatings. Foster father, the results have been remarkable. Our school is growing stronger by the day, and we have recruited numerous mentors and new students, Su Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Nevertheless, a considerable number of students have transferred here in recent days. Under Minerly Mumu's leadership, other mentors have also joined Panwu, recognizing that the student council's regulations apply equally to them. In other words, they can strengthen themselves alongside the students. Although pressures persist, enduring them can yield substantial rewards. Lin Hao, too, remained active, having opened a new otherworldly space. Beep. Entering A-class otherworldly space, iron-eating beast planet. Description. This planet is inhabited solely by iron-eating beasts. No other life forms exist. They have been deprived for far too long, and only slaughter can resolve their hunger. Population limit, 100. This otherworldly space possesses a balance system. Objective. Kill the leader to complete the mission. Return to town skills can be utilized at any time. This otherworldly space presents no additional tasks. One word, slaughter. Sealing off the area, Darkwing Demon. Upon entry, Lin Hao transformed amidst a throng of novices, nearly scaring them witless. He soared into the air, only to be forcibly brought back down by a tempest. Even the powerful second stage blade could not rival the might of nature. Curse form, second phase. Boom. Upon landing, Lin Hao unleashed the curse mark. His black wings flapping as he conjured lightning techniques, the thunder spear. Boom. Wherever he struck, mushroom clouds erupted, drawing the attention of all iron-eating beasts. Hiss. In an instant, every iron-eating beast on the planet surged toward Lin Hao. What is happening? This is bad. Run. The iron-eating beasts were awakened, exclaiming, "Run, quick. Return to town." Those who had come to farm the monsters fled in a frenzy. Only Lin Hao stood atop the highest point, observing the swarm of iron-eating beasts converging around him. Puff, puff, puff. Fire Dragon Fireball Technique. As several fireballs ascended rapidly, the storm in the sky fused with the flames. Lightning Technique. Qilin. Boom. A fearsome Qilin descended from the heavens. Thunder roared, and the cries of beasts echoed. Wherever the shockwave passed, mountains crumbled and the ground quaked. Countless iron-eating beasts perishing in an instant. In any case, the corpses lay strewn across the land, resulting in a massacre of the planet. Chapter 41. Witness my path of destruction, the heavens shake and the earth roars, awe-inspiring. You have slain a level 10 iron-eating beast. You have slain a level 15 iron-eating beast. You have slain. In the aftermath of the Qilin, the scene erupted in a cacophony of flames and lightning, a relentless symphony of chaos. In an instant, thousands of iron-eating beasts were eradicated. Yet, these creatures possessed no comprehension of fear. They howled and screeched, brandishing their razor-sharp claws with astonishing ferocity. Lightning escape, thousand birds flow. Lin Hao unleashed a torrent of birds from his entire being. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the throng of iron-eating beasts, he wreaked havoc, an unstoppable force. Blood ignited, surging forth with terrifying might. The lightning surged forth, piercing the iron-eating beasts like mere mortals. One onlooker remained, curious to discern the unfolding events. Yet, what he beheld was a sky drenched in blood, leaving him utterly bewildered. Blood splattered everywhere, and the corpses of the iron-eating beasts plummeted to the ground. The monstrous army was utterly impotent against this Dragon Kingdom warrior. But in his stupor, he failed to notice that an iron-eating beast had stealthily approached from behind. Thud. The beast's tail pierced through him, extinguishing his life. Crackling. Due to the ferocious storms on the planet, Lin Hao was compelled to lower his body to launch attacks. With the speed of a small crow, he struck while employing Sasuke's lightning techniques and Sharingan ninjutsu against the iron-eating beasts. Both techniques were wide-ranging, and it was merely a matter of time before they succumbed. External Path Golem Growth Value 12547. The growth afforded by the A-level alternate space was abundant. Lin Hao continued his slaughter until he finally beheld the leader of the iron-eating beasts. Path of Destruction 31. Scarlet Fire Cannon. The Third Awakening, the Power of Aizen. A genius of destruction. The force of this path resembled a meat grinder. No iron-eating beast could withstand its might. O Sovereign. Mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms. Soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity, truth and moderation, unknowing of the wall of sinful dreams, merely standing upon it. Path of Destruction 33. Azure Firefall. Lin Hao recited the complete incantation. Instantly, a thunderous assault descended from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The iron-eating beast leader shrieked in agony. In that fleeting moment, its formidable shell began to crack, green blood gushing forth. The scattered bones of beasts, spires, crimson crystals, wheels of steel. The active winds, the serene heavens. The sound of spears clashing resonated throughout the ethereal city. Path of Destruction 63. Thunder Roar Cannon. Lin Hao executed his final complete destruction technique, effortlessly claiming the life of the iron-eating beast leader. Ding. You have slain the iron-eating beast leader, ding. Iron-eating beast planet cleared. Do you wish to pay the entry fee for the next challenge? Please note, the iron-eating beast planet can be challenged 4 more times. Some trash. Mary Rose stepped forward to collect the dropped equipment, shaking her head. Although it was A-level, the probability of ordinary spaces yielding red-tier ninja tools was dismally low. She tossed them directly into the Student Council's bank repository. Lin Hao was there to accumulate growth value. He typically disregarded such worthless equipment. However, they could now serve as exchange items for students to purchase and enhance themselves. Of course, several powerful ninja tools were also tossed into the warehouse. The time taken to challenge the iron-eating beast planet was 57 minutes and 25 seconds. Lin Hao calculated that completing all challenges would take only about 5 hours, just in time for a good night's sleep. Thus, he replicated the process, swiftly challenging the iron-eating beast planet 4 more times. Great one. Please lead us. Great one. Are you still grinding? Great one. Amidst the calls of admiration, Lin Hao remained grounded. These novices were mostly at low levels, 1 or 2, nearly akin to his own. After all, this was his first formal venture into the alternate space. Spaces that allowed for repeated challenges were the most commonplace, as most people gambled on ancient realms. Hence his continuous 5 attempts. If an ancient realm did not materialize, they would sell the materials to recoup the entry fee. Moreover, there existed higher difficulty spaces, also A-level. But they could only be completed once within a certain time frame. These spaces often came with tasks, objectives, and limitations. The rewards were invariably superior to those of repeatable spaces. Yet Lin Hao sought to prevail through sheer volume, and with ease, he could obliterate the beasts, aiming to fill the Student Council's bank repository. By the conclusion of the 5th round, a plethora of ninja tools, soul-cutting blades, and devil fruits filled the space. His fortune was remarkable. The drop rate was exceedingly high. Ding. You have completed 5 consecutive challenges of the Iron-Eating Beast planet, leveling up to level 3. At midnight, Lin Hao returned to Blue Star. He felt no fatigue whatsoever. Completing 5 rounds was effortlessly accomplished. External Path Golem Growth Value 32341. This was already substantial, especially considering the expansive area of devastation wrought by the small crow in its blade state, the thunderous spear, and the path of destruction techniques, alongside Sasuke and Appo's Chilin, all of which were high-speed, wide-ranging, and explosively powerful. Continuing in this manner yielded growth values far more efficient than grinding a million worthless monsters. However, it was still insufficient to elevate Sasuke to the Eagle Team status. Lin Hao shook his head. The revolution was not yet successful. He needed to persist. Once he ascended Sasuke to the Eagle Team, the Manjiki would awaken. Not only would Susanoo become available, but also Amaterasu. At that juncture, monster grinding would be even more efficient, faster, more precise, and more ruthless. The more Lin Hao contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Finding himself unable to sleep as he lay in bed, he decided to check the campus network on his phone. The forum was filled with posts about team formations and strategies for alternate spaces. After perusing a portion, he found them commendable, as they were well researched. Following the strategies would ensure successful clearances. At that moment, he waved his phone in the air. The school and Appo's built-in drifting bottle feature allowed him to view others and Appo's messages. I long to encounter a delicate elf maiden clad in black stockings in the alternate realm. The content of the drifting bottle elicited a chuckle from Lin Hao. Without hesitation, he sent over a picture of Mary Rose. Ding dong. You have a new message. The reply read, "Marry me, please." Could this individual be an acquaintance? Lin Hao suddenly pondered. However, many had seen Mary Rose, so it was unlikely. He then opened a second drifting bottle. I have a secret to confess. I am actually a man. Throw it away. Lin Hao was speechless and opened a third bottle, treating it as pre-sleep entertainment. I have discovered a terrifying phenomenon in the alternate realm. Please listen closely. The contents of this drifting bottle were intriguing, prompting Lin Hao to continue reading. That is, there are more men than women. Finding a partner is quite challenging. Get lost. Lin Hao was once again left speechless. Truly, the youthfulness of campus life was replete with an atmosphere saturated in hormones. After perusing several drifting bottles filled with messages from eager suitors, he lost interest in the last bottle and felt his eyelids growing heavy. Chapter 42. Lin Tiansheng, Shuiyun, Sin and Punishment. Since the establishment of the Student Council, the operations of Panwu School have finally entered a proper rhythm. The students have spontaneously formed an increasing number of hunting teams. Most importantly, there has been a steady influx of students transferring in, to the extent that the demand for mentors has far exceeded the supply. In the coming days, despite resistance from other schools and parents, many mentors will still join Panwu. They have genuinely been attracted by the policies of the Student Council, which benefit both the students and the mentors, as well as the school itself. This was inevitable, yet the timing was unexpected. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Everything was proceeding as he had anticipated. After all, he was a traveler from another world. He could simply replicate the knowledge he had accumulated on Earth into the Blue Star. Regardless of external pressures, as long as the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, people would be drawn in. Ahem, Student Council President Lin Hao, Titan School wishes to hold a friendly sports competition with us. Should we accept? Wu Qingxuang inquired on behalf of the school. Now, the leaders of the school must heed the opinions of the Student Council. After all, the one who pays holds the power. Those with deeper pockets command the respect. Why not accept? This is an excellent opportunity to elevate our school's reputation. Lin Mingwei replied expressionlessly. I fear they think the same way, hoping to suppress us through this opportunity. The key lies in this battle. A sports competition? Lin Hao pondered. Although it is termed a sports event, it is, in essence, a contest held in an alternate space. Is Titan School prepared to challenge us in a 1v1 format? He could not help but ask. Indeed, Titan School has been established for quite some time, its reputation far surpassing that of Qingxing and Dream High School. They may have heard rumors or been incited by others. In any case, to secure victory, personal triumphs are inconsequential. Wu Qingxuang was well aware that Lin Hao had previously bested various schools and Appo's challengers. However, the sports event is different. The school must send representatives, at least 20, with overall performance determining the outcome. Thus, individual victories hold little significance. In this competition, personal levels will be at stake. Higher levels correlate with superior physical prowess. Lin Hao tapped his fingers on the table, stating, Our student council has only recently been established. Although we have attracted numerous students and mentors, their levels are currently quite low, making it difficult to defeat Titan Academy. Indeed, Titan School is likely aware of this and is deliberately provoking us. Wu Qingxuang nodded. They do not expect us to accept. By declining, they can undermine our morale. Do they wish for us to understand that there are always greater mountains and skies beyond? Lin Hao stood, narrowing his eyes. What do you all think? Damn it. Let's do this. Gu Tianluo was filled with indignation. Initially, he had aspired to join the advanced class at Titan School, but they had rejected him, mocking him instead. claiming his Sharingan was worthless and his chakra insufficient to perform mini jutsu before it ran dry. This infuriated him greatly. And now that there was an opportunity to teach them a lesson, he was more than willing to accept. 20 students from our school against 20 from Titan School. The numbers are even. Let us do it. Wan Zhong nodded, expressing his agreement. Adopted father, let us first select 20 students and then focus on enhancing their abilities. Su Xiao proposed. I volunteer to be the first. I have no suggestions. I have not organized many sports events myself. Li Mumu lamented, if it really happens. Mentor Wu Qingxuang, you must assist me greatly. No problem. Wu Qingxuang immediately agreed. The majority will prevail, so we shall accept. Lin Hao nodded. Vice President Lin Mingwei. You and the mentors will diligently select the 20 students. No problem. Lin Mingwei replied expressionlessly with a nod. However, the sports event will not commence immediately. It will be approximately a month later. This time is ample for preparation. She glanced at Lin Hao. Such a grand display is bound to draw her father's discontent. Lin and Amp, Appo's residence. Before the window, a man stood like a statue, completely merging with his surroundings. His sleek, straight black hair, angled, striking brows, and elongated eyes containing a sharpness, along with a thin, tightly pressed mouth, seemed to narrate his current feelings. This man is Lin Tianxing. With a sharply defined profile and a tall, slender stature that is not coarse, he resembled an eagle in the night. Cold and proud, he exuded a dominating presence. Standing alone with an air of superiority over the world. Sir. The butler stepped forward respectfully. He observed a report about Panwu School laid on the desk. How is Tianyi faring? Lin Tianxin's voice was somewhat thin, yet it carried an imperious tone, demanding respect. The young master is fine. He merely hunted a level 50 boss and sustained some minor injuries. The butler replied. Use the best medicine for his treatment. Lin Tianxing said coldly. Understood. The butler acknowledged and was about to withdraw when Lin Tianxing suddenly asked, Are you aware that Lin Hao has entered Panwu School? The butler trembled slightly but dared not conceal anything. I am aware, sir. Earlier, Lin Hao came to the house regarding Yu Shuai. I know all about it. Why was Tia informed? Lin Tianxing lowered his gaze, his voice deep and chilling, seemingly extremely displeased. Sir, regarding the young master. You previously stated that there was no need to report such matters in the future. The butler responded, his voice steady, though he felt a shiver down his spine. Lin Tianxing acknowledged, his black hair glistening like silk in the sunlight, emanating an aura of a king who commands the world. From now on, any such news must be relayed to me at the earliest opportunity. He said slowly, I have Set and Amp, Appo's, punishment, and Amp, Appo's, who infiltrated Titan School to undertake certain tasks. I wish to prevent Lin Hao from being publicly exposed in the future. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the butler and Appo's expression changed dramatically. Yes. He lowered his head, his expression complex. Bring that girl Lin Mingyue back to me. Let and Amp, Appo's, Sin and Amp, Appo's, take action. Lin Tianxing added. If she dares to resist, break her legs. Understood. The butler nodded. He looked at the stern man before him and turned to leave. Knock, knock, knock. The butler arrived at a secure location, pulling out a new earpiece from his clothing. Did you hear everything? He asked respectfully. Tianxing has gone too far this time, actually sending someone with the codename and Amp, Appo's, Sin and Amp, Appo's, to capture Mingyue. Hurry and notify her to return and avoid following Lin Hao for now. It's too dangerous. Shuiyun urged. Madam, I will take care of it. The butler nodded. However, he could not intervene personally. He needed to arrange for someone else to deliver the message, a person with no ties to the Lin family, ideally a stranger. Otherwise, if he were exposed, the master would deal with him and Lin Hao together. Chapter 43. The unique abilities of the Lin family, ecstasy. Lin Tianxing lowered his gaze onto the report lying on the table, his expression remaining unchanged. The individuals captured in the photograph were none other than Lin Hao and his companions. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated from his door. Tianyi, why aren't you taking proper care of your injuries? Lin Tianxing inquired upon seeing the visitor. Father, this minor injury is hardly worth mentioning. The successful assassination of the level 50 leader marks a significant advancement for me. Lin Tianyi replied proudly. My battle pet, Yali, has also ascended to level 30. Most importantly, my ability has been upgraded to Ecstasy State LV20. HM. Hearing this, Lin Tianxing nodded. The Ecstasy State was a unique ability reserved for family members, distinct from the realms of Hokage, Shinigami, or Pirate. Its official designation was Ecstatic Intelligence Syndrome. When any emotional excitement occurred, a certain level of endorphin would be secreted. This neurotransmitter would dramatically enhance the activities of the central nervous system, including the brain, cerebellum, and spinal cord. As a result, the reaction speed, cognitive abilities, and thought processes during the ecstasy state would increase severalfold, enabling actions that ordinary individuals could scarcely achieve. This capability was particularly suited for assassins. For instance, it allowed one to instantaneously predict the trajectories of bullets fired from multiple firearms and to respond flexibly based on the specific combat situation, an extraordinary trait possessed by the Lin family. The effect lasts from 30 minutes to 1 hour. Additionally, when activated in a near-death state, the near-death ecstasy would further enhance the ability, elevating it beyond the foundational ecstasy state LV20. However, this ability bore a drawback. The longer the ecstasy state persisted, the greater the burden on the brain, increasing the risk of symptoms such as cerebral hemorrhage. Your LV20 equates to 20 times the power. At 18, you are indeed at the pinnacle of excellence, Lin Tianxing cautioned. Lin Tianyi nodded. Father, I am well aware of that. The family's unique abilities adapt exceptionally well, whether in conjunction with ninjas, zanpakuto, or devil fruits. Their power is self-evident. He continued. Moreover, the family's 3 core abilities, an impenetrable physique akin to steel, resistance to toxins that can incapacitate a whale with just 0.1 milligrams, and my assassination techniques, which I have mastered, are formidable. Father, it is time to assign me an SSS-level mission, is it not? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianxing furrowed his brow. Not yet, your strength is lacking. Although your ninja, Moonlight Gale, is the strongest assassination-type ninja, should you encounter formidable beings from other realms, such as those from the Crimson Church, guardians inheriting divine bloodlines, you would not stand a chance. In response, Lin Tianyi could only shrug. The Crimson Church was a deeper, more powerful force behind the Eternal Empire, an organization of immense strength. Many powerful figures from the Dragon Country Alliance's dimensional city had been forcibly converted, brainwashed into becoming slaves of the Crimson Church. Despite the Lin family and Appo's prowess, they could not withstand the brainwashing capabilities of the Crimson Church. Focus on your training. Have the pioneers been bothering you lately? Lin Tianxing inquired. Not at all. Hao Ian had mentioned wanting to kill me, but he is currently on leave. I'm not sure what he is thinking, Lin Tianyi replied casually. Even if he did come to kill me, I could simply vanish using my hiding technique. I will ensure that family members protect you in the shadows, Lin Tianxing nodded. At that moment, Lin Tianyi inadvertently cast his gaze upon the table. Lin Hao? He uttered, recognizing the name instantly despite not having seen him for over a decade. Curiosity and confusion washed over him as he turned to Lin Tianxing. Why is there a report about Lin Hao on your desk? You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it, Lin Tianxing replied nonchalantly. Handle it? Lin Tianyi's expression remained stoic as he nodded. Very well. Father, I shall take my leave. As he slowly closed the door, his face transformed into a mask of fury. Lin Hao, Lin Hao, Lin Hao, he growled, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. Come with me. At that moment, the figure before Lin Mingyue was a tall assassin adorned with a blood moon mask, exuding a malevolent aura beneath the shroud of night. This was Zue, sent to retrieve her. Master. Lin Mingyue inhaled deeply, unleashing her zanpakuto, Yuju, to shield herself. She had not anticipated that the family would act so swiftly, dispatching Zue to bring her back. This implied that Lin Hao had already caught her father's attention. She had foreseen that Lin Tianxing would take action against Lin Hao, but did not expect to be targeted first. It was important to note that at this moment, Lin Hao was in another realm, unable to return until the following morning. Mariloth had also been summoned there. With no one else to rely on, she had only herself. Strike, she commanded, urging Yuju to attack Zue. I am most familiar with your zanpakuto. Unleash your full power, or... Zue's voice was icy as a dagger materialized in her hand. Whoosh. Lin Mingyue instantly entered her family's ability state, perceiving the world around her as if it had slowed. Yet, she noticed Zue had vanished. Where are you? She frantically searched, but to no avail. My ability level surpasses yours. You must be aware of that, apprentice. Zue had somehow positioned herself above Lin Mingyue without her noticing, her form resting lightly upon Lin Mingyue's body. You. Lin Mingyue gasped, yet after spending time beside Lin Hao, she had learned a few cunning tricks. She curled her body and struck upward with her palm. I never taught you such a move. Zue appeared genuinely surprised, not anticipating that Lin Mingyue would resort to such a tactic. If you hit me, wouldn't you risk tearing apart? Whoosh. In a single motion, Lin Mingyue's palm swung through empty air. Zue effortlessly coiled back around her. This was the unique power of her devil fruit, the binding fruit. Its ability allowed for a brief entrapment, moving in an eerie manner upon the enemy. Once Zue ensnared Lin Mingyue's neck with her legs, victory was already sealed. Moments later, Zue released her fruit ability, and Lin Mingyue fell into unconsciousness. If you do not resist, you shall not suffer, apprentice. She hoisted Lin Mingyue over her shoulder and walked toward the school's exit. Merging with the darkness, she remained undetected by anyone. Chapter 44, Foster Father. Promised to complete the task. Upon returning from the otherworldly space, Lin Hao experienced a substantial harvest. External demon golem growth value, 54321. His personal level has reached level 5, and he has updated his entire set of ninja tools, all in red grade, with several pieces at the highest orange grade. At such a young age, possessing such equipment is akin to being a super rich heir. However, he does not intend to utilize the growth value within the golem immediately. Instead, he plans to accumulate it to 100,000, enabling a direct upgrade to Eagle Team Sasuke. Although it is not the eternal Manjiki Sharingan and carries significant side effects, It does allow for the use of Susanoo and Amaterasu. Therefore, Lin Hao intends to immerse himself in the otherworldly space for an entire week. Foster father, I have something to report. I haven't seen the vice president of the student council these past few days. Do you know her whereabouts? At this moment, Su Xiao sent a message. Lin Mingyue? Lin Hao, who had been hunting in the otherworldly space, genuinely had no idea of Lin Mingyue's location. Logically, she should be at the student council, right? Checking his contacts in the otherworldly space, Lin Mingyue was also offline, her avatar grayed out. Where could she have gone? A sudden sense of unease surged in his heart. Returning to Blue Star, Lin Hao directly sought information from the student council. She has been missing for 4 days? His expression was one of astonishment. It seemed that she vanished shortly after their last meeting. She would not simply disappear without a word. Something must have gone awry. Lin Hao resolved to return to the Lin family. He had a premonition that Lin Mingyue's disappearance was somehow connected to him. Chairman, the sports meeting is set to commence tomorrow morning, and we need you to preside over it for the day. The membership of the student council had increased significantly. Understood. Lin Hao nodded twice, prioritizing the sports meeting before addressing any other matters. In the second round, Titan School dispatched 20 students, and Panwu arranged for another 20 students. Initiating the grand sports meeting, the expansive green field, which should have been a stage of vigor and splendor, was instead imbued with an undercurrent of hostility. Prohibition on the use of any abilities. The 1,000-meter race begins. Li Mumu, acting as the referee, raised the black starting pistol, and the venue fell silent. The athletes held their breaths, focused entirely, akin to warriors awaiting the command to charge. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and Appo's villa was beset by a group of uninvited guests. Dressed inconspicuously, they brazenly intruded upon his private residence. Search for clues, commanded the leader. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a gunshot echoed as the athletes surged forward like arrows. The cheerleaders on either side erupted in cheers. Go, go! Damn! How can these punks possess such strong physical conditioning? Gu Tianle charged ahead, leading the pack, closely pursued by another athlete from Titan School, igniting a chase. With levels nearly equal, the 5 of them raced towards the finish line like arrows released from a bow. Finding no significant clues, they stumbled upon a large pair of floral shorts. Does young Master Lin have such a large backside? They were indeed the assassins of the Lin family. Could it be that young Master Lin is a 200-pound fatso? They were left bewildered. Keep searching for evidence of any alliances with other factions. The group rummaged through the villa, turning it upside down. Unexpectedly, the door to the external demon golem swung open, revealing Mary Rose yawning as she stepped out, unexpectedly locking eyes with the assassins. For a moment, both parties were stunned. Is this young Master Lin and Appo's girlfriend? Young Master Lin has quite the taste. The thought of a blonde twin-tailed lowly crossed their minds. Forget it, let in Appo's just take her back. Make a move, you little thieves. Trespassing into a private residence. Mary Rose brandished the angel and Appo's sword at them. Holy cross slash. Buzz. The immense sword energy of the cross slash enveloped the assassins. Though she was only level 10, her equipment was not to be trifled with. What? The assassins were taken aback, not anticipating such lethality from the seemingly innocent girl. They hastily attempted to counter with ninjutsu. Boom. The collision of sword energy resulted in a series of explosive bursts, leaving the assassins dazed and covered in soot. Losing consciousness on the spot. Master, I have dealt with a group of intruding little thieves. Mary Rose sent a message. Little thieves? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback and turned to Su Xiao beside him, saying, please handle the event for me. I have urgent matters to attend to. Foster father. I promise to complete the task. Su Xiao immediately nodded. After taking the microphone, she passionately shouted, Titan students, have you witnessed the prowess of our school? What? Not intimidated? The next competition is football. Lin Hao hurriedly returned to the villa, only to find 7 individuals bound and carelessly tossed aside. A few had already regained consciousness and were avoiding his gaze. Who are you? Lin Hao squinted as he inquired. What followed was a profound silence. Not willing to speak, are we? Very well, Rose, eliminate them. Lin Hao was eager to uncover Lin Mingyue and Appo's whereabouts. After all, as the vice president of the student council, her absence had led to a myriad of troubles for him. Originally, the sports meeting was meant to be hosted by Lin Mingyue. He had been thrust into the role and had barely managed to pass the microphone to Su Xiao. Trusting his instincts, he understood that these individuals were undoubtedly connected to Lin Mingyue. All right. Mary Rose seemed unhesitant as she brandished the angel and Appo's sword, preparing to strike at their necks. Stop. I'll speak. The sword halted mere millimeters from the man and Appo's throat, causing him to panic. My name is Xia Gaofei, from the Xia family branch of the Lin family. I have just inherited the position of the head of the family and received orders to search for clues regarding your collusion with other forces. The leader, Xia Gaofei, hastily clarified his intentions. Young Master Lin, we mean no harm. We are merely following the family's orders. Suspecting that you were secretly colluding with other factions to plot against the family. I collude with other factions? Lin Hao was taken aback. This is truly a case of false accusations. Family members were casting aspersions upon him. The intelligence indicated as such. We are merely following orders. The men and women accompanying Xia Gaofei chimed in, all from the Xia family. Oh, Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and quickly accessed the surveillance footage. Indeed, just as they had stated, they were searching for something within the villa. However, he was taken aback to see someone effortlessly unlock the electronic lock. What kind of ability is this? There is no such thing in ninjutsu, let alone a Zampakit. Is there a devil fruit for unlocking? How did you open the electronic lock? I said. He could not help but ask. This is. Xia Gaofei hesitated, glancing nervously at Mary Rose's sword, swallowing hard. Chapter 45. Would you rather not exterminate me for the new year? It is my personal prowess, the strength of my family, and the art of electronic hacking. Xia Gaofei replied obediently. What on earth is that? Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment. In this world of ninjas, death gods, and pirates, how could there exist such an extraordinary ability? What is electronic hacking? Young Master Lin, are you not aware of the capabilities of our family? At that moment, Xia Gaofei appeared even more bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. I have been estranged from my family since childhood. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. What is going on? Isn't your family merely a mundane real estate enterprise from another realm? How could you possess unique abilities? Ah, I see. Lin Hao, please free me, and I shall explain. We are not adversaries. Xia Gaofei hurriedly urged. Breaking path. Nameless fire. With a mere gesture, Lin Hao severed the metallic bonds restraining Xia Gaofei, granting him and the others their freedom. He harbored no concern about their escape. The formidable outer path demonic image stood nearby. Who would dare escape? One slap would suffice to end their existence. An incantation less breaking path? Xia Gaofei was taken aback. Speak. What is the matter? Lin Hao possessed ample patience to listen. It is this way. Taking a deep breath, Xia Gaofei continued, the Lin family is not merely a company developing real estate in other realms. It is also a military-industrial complex. Both the main branch and the collateral branches are adept in the art of assassination. Every family member possesses a powerful ability. Lin Hao listened intently, his curiosity piqued. Xia Gaofei elaborated, this ability is a direct transmission of ancient court espionage assassination techniques. Why did they target me? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, already piecing together the puzzle. This is due to your recent extraordinary performance, which poses a severe threat to the firstborn of the family. Lin Tianyi, such a situation is intolerable within the main branch. Xia Gaofei continued, Lin Tianyi is the sole heir of the family, before ascending to power. He must not have any blemish on his record. So that is it. Lin Hao mused, astonished. No wonder he had felt the servants of the family treated Lin Tianyi with such reverence since childhood. Everything had already been arranged. The assassination techniques passed down in our family are incredibly potent, not belonging to ninjas, Zampakit, or devil fruits. Xia Gaofei went on, for instance. I have mastered the ability of hacking. Any electronic device locked before me is as good as unprotected. I can effortlessly infiltrate the security systems of this heavily fortified villa, manipulate system information at will, and even control the electronic devices of an entire city. Indeed, you are a remarkable talent. Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim, astonished by the revelation. This ability is terrifying. The man before him, having just entered middle age, is a top-tier hacker. Furthermore, his family is an assassin clan. If not for hearing it from a member of the collateral branch, he would have remained oblivious. Our family's abilities stem from ourselves. Each member's is unique. Xia Gaofei continued, I can transfer thoughts from my mind to electronic devices, allowing computers to process them as if they were mere aftershocks, thus achieving control. Our abilities vary. Some directly enhance physical qualities, while others emit weak electromagnetic waves to sense changes in reflected waves, thereby detecting enemies. However, most family members, like me, are supportive types. Only a few can manipulate bioelectricity to strengthen their bodies. Only one person, Lin Tianyi, perfectly inherited the assassination techniques passed down from the main branch. His ability is the most terrifying, attaining true transmission known as the hyper-excitement state. The hyper-excitement state? Lin Hao was taken aback. The official name is hyper-excitement syndrome. When a particular emotion is heightened, a certain level of endorphins is secreted. This neurotransmitter acts as a medium, causing the central nervous system, including the brain, cerebellum, and spinal cord, to undergo a dramatic surge in activity. Consequently, the reaction speed, cognitive ability, and thought processing speed of an individual in a hyper-excitement state can increase severalfold. I have heard that Lin Tianyi has advanced his ability to a 20-fold enhancement. 20-fold? It can still be upgraded? Lin Hao finally grasped the terrifying nature of this ability. Consider this. You already possess the strength of a ninja, a Zampakit, and a devil fruit. To have that multiplied? And it can continue to grow stronger? Under the same level, pray tell, who could stand as your adversary? This is no longer a mere exaggeration. It is akin to a super-Italian spiral Thomas cannon. To think he is from an assassin clan? Truly a sight to behold. No wonder Lin Tianyi is so highly regarded within the family. He possesses such a terrifying ability. After all, he is the only one to receive true transmission in the family. Xia Gaofei continued revealing astonishing truths. If the collateral branch of the Xia family had not disclosed this, I would have remained in the dark. Lin Hao nodded. Young Master Lin, Xia Gaofei added, before your awakening, you were but a minor player. with no need to know the family's secrets. One could live in ignorance without anyone caring. But now, the world is full of secrets, and your actions cannot remain hidden forever. In truth, Xia Gaofei had long been aware of Lin Hao's rise to prominence in the Long Kingdom's various departments. Having been invited by Hao Hian to join the pioneering team, for the Lin family, this was nothing short of a shock. Imagine, a supposed failure suddenly rises. Attending the very school that the heir had previously attended, how would the family react? At this moment, the light radiating from Lin Hao was gradually beginning to overshadow the heir. Even if he did not surpass him, it was still a form of sacrilege. Unless he behaved like a complete fool, no one would pay him any mind. Yet, he continued to grow stronger and more brilliant. Would the main branch desire to witness such a situation? Absolutely not. They would rather eliminate you than allow you to linger. And now, Lin Hao has even formed a student council, creating a sensation in the educational realm. The main branch has already reached its limits in tolerating this. Thus, it is so. I now fully comprehend this. I have inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. Lin Hao smirked. If he had not awakened the villain system, he would have likely been frightened into a stupor by this revelation. A group of assassins seeking to ensnare him. Would he still be able to maintain his composure? Young Master Lin, Xia Gaofei lamented, your current strength has caught the attention of the family. You have been drawn into this familial conflict. What was once a desire to sever ties has unexpectedly become quite intriguing, a family of assassins. Lin Hao gazed skyward, suddenly reminded of something, and lowered his head to ask confidentially, am I also a member of the main branch? Do you think I could awaken an ability as well? Chapter 46. The right to inherit the throne. Pursue your ambitions. Whether from the main family or the branch, this innate ability is a birthright. Yet you, young master, are extraordinary, uniquely special. Xia Gaofei struggled to find the right words. Lin Hao fell into silence. Damn it, why was he treated differently in his childhood? At last, he had uncovered the reason. It was all because he lacked the hereditary abilities of the family and was thus marginalized and sent away. The truth was finally revealed. At the age of 3, even a maid dared to bully him openly and look down upon him. Everyone else possessed abilities, and he did not. Young Master Lin Hao, this is the reality. Xia Gaofei offered an awkward smile. Otherwise, why would members of the main family have been sent away? Left to fend for themselves in the outside world? It was a disgrace. His very existence was an affront to the main family. Now that Lin Hao was flourishing, was it not an obvious humiliation to the main family? Could it be possible that I would acquire the ability later? Lin Hao said earnestly. For both the main and branch families, the latest age for awakening abilities is 5. Xia Gaofei quickly interjected. However, it is a matter of urgency, perhaps. After a great psychological shock, one might awaken their abilities, like when facing death. Is that so? Lin Hao stroked his chin. Did he possess any abilities? Could it be that as a transmigrator, his abilities were erased? Did everyone in the family, even the maids and butlers, possess abilities? He sought confirmation again. Everyone has abilities. Though the branch families have weak ones that are almost negligible, but it is certain, they exist. Xia Gaofei replied earnestly. Then I understand. Lin Hao felt disheartened. Damn it. Everyone has abilities, yet he does not. Facing death? Does that mean he must push his spirit to the limit? Originally, he had a villain system that required no conditions for awakening. He could awaken directly and then evolve using growth points to access powers like Susanoo, Amaterasu, and so forth. Forcing him to face death was difficult unless he directly challenged an S-level danger zone. Bang. At this moment, the sports event was still ongoing, seemingly reaching a fierce stage. With the crowd roaring, I still have questions. Who abducted Lin Mingwei? Lin Hao inquired. I'm not certain. But I know that if Lin Mingyue's Zanpakuto were to grow larger, an ordinary person would not stand a chance. The person from the main family with such capabilities must be someone the family head trusts. The guards, Sin and Punishment, are highly suspicious. Xia Gaofei pondered briefly before responding. Sin and Punishment? Lin Hao mentally noted this name. Xia Gaofei, if I were to ask you to follow me, how would you choose? He continued. Young Master Lin Hao. Xia Gaofei was taken aback. I was ordered by the family head. If I cannot find clues, I must fabricate them to frame you, which would lead to your expulsion from the school, thereby allowing us to confine you back to the family. In truth, the main family does not wish to kill you. After all, you are still part of the family. He hesitated and continued. To speak frankly, if you cannot bring us any benefits, even if you possess great personal strength, you will not win our allegiance. Even if you forced it, I am merely a branch family member, not worth mentioning. In Longhua, our Lin family has numerous branch families. Over 100, scattered throughout the nation. We are involved in military industry, technology, and biotechnology, with substantial corporate strength. In summary, he despised Lin Hao's lack of power. So, you are not here to kill me. Lin Hao nodded and said, the main family wants to confine me because my recent activities have affected my elder brother Lin Tianyi. Right? Exactly. It seems young Master Lin Hao is well aware of the situation. Your brilliance has been too overwhelming lately, especially since you joined Panwu School. Xia Gaofei hesitated and said, originally, Lin Tianyi was also a student at Panwu School, but due to the strict school culture, they refused to grant him any favors, leading to retaliation, boycotting, and suppression. Panwu School is facing closure because they did not give Lin Tianyi any special treatment? Lin Hao finally grasped the truth. No wonder the teaching staff at the school were reluctant to mention it. Initially, this school was a stronghold for training talent for the pioneering teams. But due to some trivial matter, it harmed Lin Tiany's interests or reputation. Thus, they faced retaliation from the Lin family. Now, as he joined Panwu School and revitalized it, gaining widespread fame and media coverage, was it not a blatant slap in the face to the Lin family and Lin Tiany? Lin Tiany was the sole heir of the main family, destined to lead all branch families in the future. Young Master Lin Hao, you have your own considerations in doing this, correct? Suddenly, Xia Gaofei's eyes lit up. No wonder you mentioned for us to follow you. It is because you intend to contend for the main family's position. If that is the case, now that we understand your ambitions, we shall surely follow you. We, as branch family members, do not wish to follow someone without great aspirations. If you truly possess such ambition, we are willing to take the gamble. Gu Tianla, who had been listening nearby, suddenly spat out his drink. He had thought something serious had occurred and rushed back, only to hear such matters. The Lin family. Such coincidental events? He knew that Lin Hao's first choice was not Panwu. Entering Panwu School was entirely forced upon him. Now, by sheer accident, it had become a means to contend for the main family's position. Truly impressive, his adoptive father deserved admiration. Su Xiao exhaled 2 puffs of heated air. He saw Gu Tianla rushing back and tossed the hosting duties to Wan Zhong. He was aware of the Lin family. They were a real estate giant from another world. A leading group corporation. These branch families had substantial industries in Longhua, encompassing military, technology, and various sectors. If Lin Hao ascended to the main position, would he not leap into the ranks of the top 100 in Longhua? Lin Hao was taken aback. He had never cared about families, initially thinking they were merely ordinary real estate merchants from another world. Now, it seemed the main family possessed such astonishing strength. With over 100 branch families scattered throughout Longhua, what kind of script was this? After living in this world for so long, he truly knew nothing. To fulfill your ambitions, we are willing to follow you. Xia Gaofei had already changed his mind, stating, we have witnessed young Master Lin Hao's capabilities. A school on the brink of closure was revitalized in just a few days, showcasing your management and leadership talents. Indeed, you are worthy of being the heir of the main family. Xia Gaofei nodded, his eyes filled with fervor. Therefore, you wish to demonstrate this strength for us branch family members to see, correct? Chapter 47. It turns out to be you, Wu Qingxuan. Lin Hao found himself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer improbability of the situation. His companion, Gu Tianla, shielded his eyes, equally astonished by the coincidences unfolding before them. Lin Hao had merely sought to prevent the school's closure, which would entail the cumbersome process of transferring, and thus he initiated the formation of a student council, inadvertently leading to success. Yet, this had resulted in a grievous misunderstanding by those who had separated from the main family. His adoptive father was quite impressive. Su Xiao was equally astonished, realizing that the surface of this entire scenario concealed profound schemes. Truly, his adoptive father was deserving of admiration. Clearing his throat, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. If there was an opportunity for profit from the main family's position, why not seize it? At that moment, Ali had already liberated the members of the Xia family. Young master, henceforth we are at your service. Xia Gaofei bowed deeply, offering the utmost respect to the one in power. Please, direct our actions at your convenience. Lin Hao pondered for a moment before responding. Your task is to absorb the other branches. Do not worry about resources. I shall provide them. The Xia family members glimmered with excitement at this proclamation. It seemed their suspicions were indeed correct. The young master Lin Hao was poised to instigate significant changes. Perhaps he could indeed dethrone Lin Tiany, and they would fervently pledge their allegiance. By the way, young master Lin Hao, we have merely feigned an attack. I received intelligence that someone intends to strike during the sports event, but I do not know who it is. Xia Gaofei suddenly recalled vital information and hastily spoke up. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the sports event between Panwu School and Titan School had entered its second phase, when unexpectedly, a series of explosions erupted. The participants from Panwu had just been transported into an alternate dimension when they were ambushed by a mysterious assailant. This is bad. President, we are in trouble. Wan Zhong urgently relayed a message, his voice filled with alarm. It must be someone else. Only we from the branch family are here. It could be from the main family. Understanding dawned upon Lin Hao. Xia Gaofei had merely come to gather so-called evidence, fabricating accusations against him. The true culprits were those hidden within Titan School. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black light, soaring into the skies above the sports event, where students were frantically seeking shelter. Several instructors had been injured by the blasts, struggling on the ground. Medical team, hurry. Li Mumu, accompanied by other instructors, was desperately tending to the wounded. However, amidst the chaos, more explosions erupted throughout the school, indicating a comprehensive assault aimed at obliterating the institution. Lin Hao communicated through his earpiece. The intelligence has been relayed to you. Commence operations to eliminate all explosive devices within the school. Understood. Mary Rose, Tifa, and all others immediately sprang into action. It was outrageous that these explosives had been planted right under their noses, waiting to be detonated during the sports event. Yet, Lin Hao pondered, Who could have set up so many explosives without being detected in such a short span of time? Su Xiao exclaimed in frustration, but did not dwell on it, merely noting the enemy's swiftness and stealth. However, Gu Tianle furrowed his brow, recalling someone from yesterday, Wu Qingxuang, responsible for student recruitment. Wu Qingxuang had crossed paths with him, and in retrospect, there were glaring inconsistencies in what he had said. The last place he remembered seeing him was. Follow me. He instructed Wang Zhong. Beep. Entering C-grade alternate dimension, rocky zone, description. This is an uninhabited area filled with rocks, home to various rock monsters. Often frequented by blue star inhabitants for gatherings. Population limit, 10,000. This alternate dimension possesses a balance system. No tasks assigned. Return to town skills available at any time. Upon entering the alternate dimension, Lin Hao noticed several students from Titan School kneeling in agony on the ground. Is this indiscriminate attack? Lin Hao seethed with anger. This individual seemed indifferent to the destruction of Panwu School. Titan School was merely a pawn in this game. It appeared that this sports event had been orchestrated by this very person. So it is you. I never anticipated this. He sensed a familiar presence and flew towards it. Halting at a short distance. Before him stood Wu Qingxuang. How did you manage to catch up? What power do you possess that I have never witnessed before? Wu Qingxuang's expression was one of astonishment, tilting his head as if examining something extraordinary. After all, although Lin Hao had triumphed over everyone in the preliminary tests, the specifics of his powers remained a mystery. He had exhibited no remarkable abilities since entering Panwu School, and his actions in the alternate dimension were also unknown to others. To outsiders, Lin Hao was an enigma. Now, seeing Lin Hao hovering in the air with wings unfurling behind him, how could Wu Qingxuang not be surprised? He conjured images of ninjas, blades, and devil fruits, but none seemed to fit the bill. Thus, amidst a shock, he was even more intrigued. Wu Qingxuang. You are one of the main family members? Lin Hao inquired. He had never suspected that this new student recruiter hiding by his side was connected to the Lin family. Indeed, Wu Qingxuang readily admitted, fixing his gaze on Lin Hao. While I am affiliated with the Lin family, I have long operated in the outside world, posing as a regular instructor while secretly serving as an assassin. You were deliberately waiting for me at the recruitment desk? Lin Hao squinted, questioning him. How could that be? I was equally surprised to see you come to register, haha. Wu Qingxuang laughed heartily. My sincerest apologies, young master. This sports event was also instigated by me, with the goal of annihilating Panwu School and preventing you from shining any further. Are you devoid of feelings? Lin Hao retorted coldly. Feelings? Wu Qingxuang shook his head. The explosive devices will not truly kill anyone. As long as the school is destroyed, my mission will be accomplished. Thus, your recently established reputation in the outside world will inevitably crumble following this terror attack. Your demeanor is quite abhorrent, instructor. Lin Hao conjured a black chidori in his hand. Young master, it seems your experience is lacking. You have failed to realize that you have fallen into my trap. Wu Qingxuang intoned darkly. I anticipated that Xia Gaofei would be discovered by you. He was merely a tool in my plan, and this body is nothing more than a shadow clone. At that moment, 5 assassins emerged across the plain. They were the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, prepared to ensnare him, ensuring that by the time he emerged, the school would have already been destroyed. Chapter 48. The Companion's Merit in Capturing the Traitor. Moreover, the leaders of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are the shadow guardians of the family head, punishment. Defeating him is no trivial matter. At this moment, outside, Wu Qingxuang is present. With a swift hand gesture, he dispels the clone technique he had cast in the otherworldly space. To his astonishment, the plan has unfolded with unexpected ease. First, they coordinated efforts to have Lin Mingwei abducted, then incited a conflict between 2 schools. During the highly publicized sports event, they dealt a crushing blow to Panwu. Thus, the young master's brilliance should be dimmed. What is the meaning of withdrawing after achieving success? He smiles slightly, turns away, and prepares to return to his family. Yet, unexpectedly, 2 figures appear before him, Gu Tianle and Wang Zhong. Indeed, it is you, Minor Wu Qingxuang. Gu Tianle, who has gathered all the information, grinds his teeth in anger. It is this scoundrel who has betrayed the entire school. I do not comprehend what you were saying. Wu Qingxuang feigns ignorance. Suddenly recalling the incident from yesterday that Gu Tianle witnessed, he wonders if that was when he was exposed. This Gu Tianle, who often appears foolish, has proven to be quite astute at a critical moment. Stop pretending. We already know everything. Wang Zhong glares in fury. Do you think you can truly stop me? Wu Qingxuang's eyes narrow slightly. Onward. Gu Tianle forms a hand seal, summoning his spirit beast, the ninja hound. Instantly, several hounds block Wu Qingxuang's escape. Wang Zhong is incredibly tense. He has seen the strength of Minor Wu Qingxuang. This will be a fierce battle. However, he did not anticipate that Gu Tianle would be so powerful and adept at summoning techniques. The 8 ninja hounds, led by Parker, are tasked with tracking. The other 2 are intelligence-gathering spirit beasts, while the remaining 5 are combat hounds. Capture him, Gu Tianle commands sharply. The sharp claws of the ninja hounds serve as lethal weapons, at least of purple rank. If they manage to strike an enemy, they will cause armor-piercing effects. Woof woof woof. The ninja hounds spring into action, lunging at Wu Qingxuang. Kid, how did you acquire summoning techniques? Wu Qingxuang is momentarily taken aback. In his hand appears the Zampa kit, along with the powers of the devil fruit, enabling him to easily evade the encirclement. Clang. At that moment, Wan Zhong delivers a kidney strike aimed at Wu Qingxuang's side. Bubble fruit. Wu Qingxuang exclaims. His devil fruit manifests bubbles all over his body, which can obscure the enemy's vision, conceal his form, and misdirect attacks. For instance, if a shuriken strikes him, the bubbles will intercept it. Even if he is directly hit, the layer of bubbles enveloping his body will provide protection. Whoosh. He expels a massive bubble, encasing himself within, then leaps and bounces away to escape. This is not good. He is making a run for it. Wan Zhong exclaims in alarm. Not a chance. Gu Tianle shouts, insisting that they must not let Wu Qingxuang escape today. Their hard-earned reputation would be utterly ruined if they fail to capture him. In the otherworldly space, Lin Haoyu feels frustrated. The 5 individuals representing the elements are evidently death guardians, capable of employing 5 sealing barriers. This is a formidable barrier that has trapped him, rendering him unable to move. Young master, do not waste time. It would be better to return with us. Punishment is a female figure with flowing purple hair. The 5 sealing barriers will last at least 20 to 30 minutes. Forget it. I shall use the heavenly spike. Lin Haoyu raises an artifact in his hand, relieved he had kept one. What is this? Punishment's eyes widened beneath her mask. She did not expect Lin Fan to possess such an artifact. Ding, you are using the heavenly spike to break through the dimensional barrier. Ding, the heavenly spike has been successfully activated. Boom. Instantly, a deep azure vortex opens above his head. Whoosh. A powerful pull engulfs him. Lin Haoyu offers no resistance. After a period of transmission, he finally returns near the school's teleportation portal. The explosions have ceased, and the injured are being carried away on stretchers, bandaged up. It is evident that the media has arrived to report on the incident. Undoubtedly, Wu Qingxuang had tipped them off. If the truth does not emerge, the painstakingly built reputation of Pan Wu will be irrevocably shattered, and this time it will surely plunge into despair, impossible to salvage by any means. The student council president. Lin Haoyu is he. Lin Haoyu, please answer a few questions. What transpired at the school? Are you all holding a joint sports event at Titan School? Why are Titan School's students all injured? What did you do, Pan Wu? Was this intentional? Absolutely wasn't he it? The media reporters seize upon various points, bombarding Lin Haoyu with questions, leaving him expressionless in anger. Damn that family, Wu Qingxuang. In an attempt to prevent his brilliance from surpassing He Tian, he resorts to such despicable tactics, blowing up the school. It is outrageous that he could conceive such a plan. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Wu Qingxuang has surely fled. To catch him, I must return to the family. Lin Haoyu is now contemplating how to salvage the school's reputation. Ding ding ding. You have new messages. Check. Old rascal. Ha ha ha. We have captured Wu Qingxuang. The voices of Gu Tianle and Wan Zhong ring out in the message. Lin Haoyu is taken aback. How did they know that the Wu Qingxuang in the otherworldly space was a decoy? Wait, I'll explain later. Hurry over. Gu Tianle sends another message. Whoosh. Lin Haoyu immediately employs his instant movement technique towards their direction. Indeed, not far from Pan Wu, he finds Wu Qingxuang incapacitated on the ground, tongue lolling out. Gu Tianle and Wan Zhong are also injured, blood streaming from their foreheads and bodies, indicating they have endured a fierce battle. Wu Qingxuang, did you ever expect this? Lin Haoyu kicks him. Cough cough. Young master, I never anticipated I would falter, falling into the hands of your companions. Wu Qingxuang struggles to speak. Your companions possess such remarkable potential. The master will not spare you, and neither will Lin Tianyi in dealing with you and your companions. Humph. Lin Haoyu cast a disdainful glance. If they dare, let them come. The position of family head is of no interest to me. No interest? Wu Qingxuang is taken aback, not expecting Lin Haoyu to display such ambition. However, he is still too young. He has no idea how terrifying the power of the family truly is. Wu Qingxuang, having fallen into my hands, your days will not be easy. If you are sensible, obey my orders. Lin Haoyu narrows his eyes. Haha, young master. I am a member of the family. I have faced countless storms. Wu Qingxuang adopts a nonchalant demeanor, unperturbed. Chapter 49. Preparing to venture into the wilderness ring of the Lord of Flames. Wu Wuxuang. Lin Hao shook his head. You cannot escape my technique. Once ensnared by my illusion, you are destined to be my puppet, albeit for a fleeting duration. Once I acquire the eyes of still water, that will grant me eternal dominion. What is this? Ah, the Sharingan. Indeed, this entire incident was orchestrated by me alone, including the manipulation of Titan Academy, all aimed at the destruction of Pan Wu Academy. Under the control of the Sharingan's illusion, Wu Qingxuang confessed to all his misdeeds before the cameras, detailing how he instigated the conflict and revealing the true nature of the Lin family, a lineage of assassins hidden from the public eye until now. Is this for real? An assassin family? Am I watching a movie? The online community was left utterly astounded. Furthermore, Lin Hao's identity was unveiled. He was the young master of the Lin family. His tragic fate became the subject of trending discussions. As the focal point of this scandal, he found himself at the center of public scrutiny. Who would have imagined that the assassin family would be exposed in this manner? Lin Hao gleefully remarked, "The tide has turned. I am now the underdog, with the entire populace rallying behind me. Your actions are nothing short of a provocation to all branches of our family." Freed from the illusion, Wu Qingxuang remained a mere shell of his former self. His earlier admissions before the media had laid bare the Lin family's secrets. A fate far worse than death awaited him. To his astonishment, Lin Hao boldly declared his identity, thrusting He Tian into the spotlight against his will. "From now on, you are free, yet you have forfeited your right to return unless you seek your own demise." Lin Hao departed, leaving Wu Qingxuang utterly defeated. He would now face the wrath of his entire family. This Wu Qingxuang has truly betrayed us, exposing our millennia-old lineage. He deserves to be punished. The senior members of the Lin family seethed with rage, wishing they could strike him down on the spot. Not only had he defected, but he had also brought their hidden assassin heritage into the light. It was too late to suppress public opinion. The current online populace exceeded their wildest expectations. Other senior members shook their heads in resignation. There was no turning back now. Whether Wu Qingxuang acted under duress was irrelevant. The pressing question was how to respond. Lin Hao, the last heir, had been underestimated. Indeed, before awakening, he must have been biding his time in obscurity. Now he has become a traitorous ninja, repeatedly stirring up major incidents, even joining the expedition team. The Lin family convened around their round table, filled with heated discussions. "I shall provide everyone with an explanation." Just then, Lin Tianqing, seated at the head of the table, lifted his gaze, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He would not spare anyone who dared to threaten his position. Water Cloud observed the reports, her expression betraying no emotion. She could only imagine Lin Tianqing's fury. Her initial plan had been to destroy the Glory Academy and undermine Lin Hao. However, the situation had backfired spectacularly. Panwu Academy had not only risen from the ashes, but had also exposed the millennia-old assassin family. What now? Water Cloud pondered, drumming her fingers on the table. With their identities laid bare, the assassin family could no longer remain hidden. "Madam, during the family meeting, the master was enraged and will undoubtedly target the young master. I wonder if he can withstand it," the ever-respectful butler remarked. "We must assist him in secret, given Tian Yi's temperament, if he learns of this." "I shudder to think of the consequences," Water Cloud replied, exasperated. "Indeed," the butler nodded. "By the way, has Lin Mingwei had anything to eat yet?" Water Cloud inquired. "Not a drop of water has passed her lips," the butler replied. "I shall check on her." Water Cloud rose and made her way to the basement room. Creak. She pushed the door open. Lin Mingwei was suspended by chains, seemingly in a deep slumber. "Wake her," Water Cloud sighed. The butler formed a seal, and Lin Mingwei's eyelids slowly lifted. "This is all orchestrated by your father, Lin Tianqing. For now, I cannot assist you. You must remain confined at home for a while." "But you must eat," Water Cloud urged with concern. "Very well," Lin Mingwei sighed. Lin Tianqing forbade her from associating with Lin Fan. Yet she was determined to defy him. Now, she had no choice but to acquiesce. While matters within the family remained unresolved, the expedition team in Dragon Country faced escalating tension. They were preparing to confront a level 150 boss, the Lord of Flames from the Ring of the Lord. This fiery demon had unexpectedly materialized in the otherworldly realm of the ring, presenting itself as a prime target. This boss, a master of flame in unarmed combat, was deemed easier to defeat than other bosses, which required the full might of the nation to conquer. The expedition team, with all its core members, was ready to face the Lord of Flames. 50 members against a single demon promised a high chance of victory. They urgently required the Celestial Nail and sacred artifacts to bolster their expedition team, as the impending conflict between the Immortal Empire and Blue Star loomed ever closer. The Dimensional City was under siege, and the Celestial Nail was crucial for the survival of Dragon Country's allies. "Expedition team, assemble," commanded Hao Tian. "Bring in the newcomers. This is a test. Should they fail, they cannot join the main team." "Are you really sending the newcomers to battle a level 150 boss?" A girl with blue hair, clutching a sniper rifle, exclaimed. "Surely this is a death wish. We lost numerous members against the level 120 boss, the Skeleton Demon Dragon. Now you're sending the rookies into the SSS Danger Zone to face the Lord of Flames?" "Indeed," Hao Tian surveyed the room, stating, "This is a rare opportunity for the newcomers. The Lord of Flames is a solitary combatant. Such chances are fleeting." "Then I shall summon everyone," the girl replied. The core members of the expedition team numbered only 50, with the rest being reserves, including Lin Fan. "Patience, we must prepare. The expedition will commence 1 week from today at this hour," Hao Tian concluded. Chapter 50. Entering Middle-earth. First slay a wave monster for fun. How delightful it is. Lin Hao, just like that. How engaging. Upon receiving this news, Lin Tianyi was initially taken aback, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. His face radiated madness. For Lin Tianyi harbored a deep-seated grudge. No one was aware of it. As a child, no matter what he did, he was always overshadowed by Lin Hao. Yet, inexplicably, he eventually surpassed Lin Hao, completely dominating this younger brother. As he matured, recollections flooded back, and he finally realized the truth. Lin Hao had intentionally allowed him to win back then. Despite being superior in many aspects, he had deliberately lost him. This secret was known to no one, not even their parents, who had been deceived by this younger sibling. Now, I have surpassed you. Lin Tianyi felt an overwhelming sense of pride. When he stood before his brother again, he would surely prevail through sheer strength. Young Master Lin Hao, we are now completely aligned with you. Xia Gaofei had joined his ranks. After all, it had been publicly acknowledged that Lin Hao's identity had been unveiled, becoming one of the heirs. Welcome to be a mentor at the school, Lin Hao said with a beaming smile. After the aftermath of this event, he had become a well-known heir of the family. Many sought to cultivate relationships or join their faction. Yet, most harbored ulterior motives, acting like opportunists drawn by self-interest. They underestimated him, thinking his youth made him an easy target. Little did they know, Lin Hao was a well-traveled and knowledgeable transmigrator. Once the family matters were momentarily settled, a notification pinged. You have new messages, please check. Upon opening it, he read, please arrive at the designated location for the exploration operation in 1 week. No absences allowed. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Location, XXX. An exploration team? Lin Hao had finally awaited this expedition. 1 week? It was not a long time, patience was key. As time flew by, 1 week later, Lin Hao commenced his journey, instructed to gather at a specific coordinate in another realm. He merely needed to find a portal to enter the transfer station and select the designated interdimensional travel. Surely, I won't have to pay out of pocket. He blinked. As a top member of the exploration team in the Dragon Kingdom, would he really have to buy an admission ticket? Was that reasonable? He had expected some sort of welcoming ceremony. Instead, they ignored him entirely. Once recruited, he enjoyed complete freedom aside from periodic payments and benefits. Perhaps it was due to his status as a reserve member, he mused. Becoming a full-fledged member might change things. Excuse me. Is this the portal to the S-level Lord of the Rings realm? A sweet-voiced girl in charge of transportation inquired. Yes, Lin Hao nodded. Very well. Please activate the fee here. Oh, you are a reserve member of the exploration team. Then there is no need. You may proceed directly. It seemed the girl had recognized Lin Hao's status, hastily adding her words. Well, it appears I am afforded a modicum of respect. Lin Hao felt considerably better. Transfer initiated. You have entered the Lord of the Rings series space. In Middle-earth, the elf blacksmith forged 9 rings of power for mortals. The dwarf lords possess 7. The Elven King 3, and the Dark Lord Sauron subsequently created the 1 ring to control all rulers. Time limit. None. Victory. None. Defeat. None. A deep roar resonated from the depths of Middle-earth. Teams within the series space, Eagle Sauce, Little Days, Stick. Curry Nation, Holy Artifact not yet obtained. Slay the Flame Demon to acquire it immediately. Sakura Nation is currently attacking the Flame Demon. Damn it. Just as Lin Hao entered Middle-earth, the excitement surged. A holy artifact? He was instantly ecstatic. It surpassed orange-level ninja tools, transcending all equipment. Market value, over 10 billion. And still scarce, equivalent to the annual GDP of a small foreign locale. A holy artifact? Mary Rose disdainfully shook her twin ponytails. What was she wearing? An angelic set. In comparison to a holy artifact, it was akin to a fighter jet among refuse. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened as he discerned Mary Rose's thoughts, his eyes narrowing slightly. If he sold this angelic ensemble, how much land could he procure? Could he simply purchase a small nation and become its chieftain? Useless, he thought. The angelic set is bound to my soul. If I perish, the equipment will vanish too. After being with Lin Hao for so long, Mary Rose immediately understood his expression. How could I be so superficial? Lin Hao proclaimed with righteous fervor. ISN and Oppos. It merely sacred equipment? Just watch. I shall first obtain the divine artifact, and soon thereafter, I will possess a complete imperial set that will evoke your envy and jealousy. Imperial set? Ha ha ha. Mary Rose laughed heartily, her laughter peculiar. Laugh all you want. Lin Hao strode confidently forward, the expanse ahead morphing into void. Middle-earth was vast. Every inhabitant of Blue Star arrived here via portals. Since its inception, this realm had never closed. It was immense, stretching endlessly. The sun, moon, and stars revolved beneath his feet, as if he were in ancient times. Why haven't I encountered a single monster yet? The external magic golem was summoned, and Tifa stood in front of the slime inn, gazing into the distance. There were plenty of wild monsters in Middle-earth. It was merely that the map was too extensive. Lin Hao was not wandering aimlessly. Utilizing the A-rank sensory ninjutsu learned from the ninja scrolls proved invaluable. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. The technique allows the user to inject chakra into the rain, thus enabling intuitive control. However, it required rain to commence. Seal it, Blackwing Demon. Lin Hao activated his second blade, transforming into a devil-like figure. Black spiritual rain began to pour from the skies around him, setting off the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. After a brief moment, I detected over 300,000 monsters. Suspended in midair, Lin Hao maintained his hand seals, eyes closed in deep concentration, through the feedback from the spiritual rain. The positions of surrounding creatures were revealed, with some colossal beings moving rapidly. Before gathering, let us commence the slaughter. Lin Hao opened his Rinnegan, transforming into the Blackwing Demon, and unleashed a surge of thunder from his palm. Lightning release, Thousand Birds Thunder Spear. Thus, a black meteor streaked across the firmament. and where it passed, black spiritual rain poured down like a tumultuous ocean. Boom. Before the nearby villagers could comprehend the situation, they were met with a deafening roar. A shockwave surged forth, enveloping the area in a shroud of darkness, accompanied by the sound of shattering stone and gold. What on earth is happening? Those engaged in tasks, exploring and slaying monsters, cried out in alarm. Chapter 51. Where have all the adventurers gone? Your growth value has increased. Your growth value has increased again. Your growth value has increased once more. Huh. He has slain quite a number. Lin Hao chuckled as an arm was ruthlessly shattered, dispersing into a cloud of crimson mist. The backlash from the thunder spear was terrifyingly potent. Yet, endowed with rapid regeneration, he swiftly restored his arm. Simultaneously, the Rain Tiger and Apos' free-flowing technique detected an elite monster struck by the thunder spear, which began to flee in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, it vanished beyond the reach of the spiritual rain. Is it truly so difficult to vanquish elite monsters? That was my full power strike. Lin Hao was astonished. With a whoosh, he reverted to his original form and landed atop the slime inn, commencing his energy recovery. What manner of monster is this that it remains unscathed? It possesses formidable strength. Indeed, Mary Rose and Tifa remarked. Even if it does not perish, it must at least shed some skin. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the central continent, where even elite creatures exhibit such abnormal resilience. We should hasten to the assembly point, Mary Rose suggested. No rush. I am merely a reserve member, the lowest tier. Currently, Little Sun is engaged in battle against the Flame Demon. Just hearing its name suggested is no trifling foe, surely it will decimate Little Sun and Apos as forces? Lin Hao replied. Logically, that should be the case. After all, it is a top-tier piece of equipment. Following traditional patterns, there ought to be an extraordinarily powerful monster guarding it. Beep. The representative team from Sakura Country has successfully slain the Flame Demon. Team leader Jean Gongtai has obtained an unsealed holy relic. The holder with the longest duration within 50 hours will receive the holy relic upon conclusion. The bearer of the holy relic is more easily detected by sensing skills. The slayer of the Flame Demon gains an additional 20 hours of holding time. What a slap in the face. Lin Hao was speechless. What is happening? Little Sun has acquired a holy relic? To treat international friends, one must display the fundamental qualities of a Dragon Country citizen, meeting them with a slap to seize Little Sun and Apos' holy relic. Rain Tiger and Apos' free-flowing technique, activate. From afar, he spotted a dark figure rapidly approaching. The malevolence radiating from this shadow clearly indicated it was not there for casual conversation. Sharingan. The two Tomo and Fan Lu and Apos' eyes began to spin as his mind raced to calculate. He anticipated the shadow and Apos' trajectory. Fire release, great fireball technique. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball, warping the air with intense heat. Boom, boom, boom. In response, the shadow unleashed a barrage of yellow light orbs. He caught two of them barehanded. His ninja tools shattered, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. Who is this formidable adversary? Fan Lu hastily halted and retreated, only to find a red light flashing beside him, a beam of light drawing near. Sizzle. The air filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. He had fallen victim to a ninjutsu. Humph. The shadow was none other than Jean Gongtai, who nodded in satisfaction. Dragon Country Pig, truly weak as a batch. Inferior to Sakura Country. Sakura Country is the best. Tear him apart, Scythe. He activated his Shurkai. The wind swirling from his blade transformed into ethereal green blades, capable of disassembling any foe that came into contact with them. In that moment, Jean Gongtai envisioned the Dragon Country Pig before him being torn asunder. Earth release, earth armor. Fan Lu bellowed, enveloping himself in a layer of solid material. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blade struck him, sparking incessantly and forcing him backward, while the earth crumbled around him. Bankai, wind-cutting slash. Jean Gongtai unleashed his Bankai, a storm erupting around him while his blade elongated. He disregarded the martial code and activated his Bankai without hesitation. Damn. Fan Lu was caught off guard by the relentless assault, despite the excruciating pain in his arm. He utilized Earth Release once more, rapidly transforming into a formidable earthen giant. Such powerful Earth Release? What sort of ninja is this? Jean Gongtai's eyes flickered with fierce malice. Boom, boom, boom. He struck relentlessly at Fan Lu's back. Cough, cough. Fan Lu was fleeing with all his might, blood spilling from his mouth. This little western brat is insufferable, targeting him solely because he is from Dragon Country. Little son, just wait. I will not let you off easily. He shouted as he ran. Dragon Country Pig, how could you possibly defeat me? You shall perish. Jean Gongtai shouted with fervor. Western brat, are you mistaken? That is the sound of a dog from the sticks. Fan Lu, unable to retaliate, could only pray for salvation. If not, this little son would not relent. Arg. Jean Gongtai paid him no heed, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Eliminate the Dragon Country Pig. Help. Damn it, I am being bullied by little son. They just slew the Flame Demon, and now all that remains is Jean Gongtai. Though Fan Lu's strength was lacking, his wits were sharp. He shouted to attract attention. Indeed, many were already rushing to his aid. Ha! Little Sun, Dragon Country Pig? Yet, they were a group of burly eagle sauce individuals, all wearing wicked grins. What do eagle sauce individuals excel at? They are masters of opportunism. Frequently profiting from others' disputes, they would never assist a Dragon Country citizen. Little Sun is merely their dog. Damn it, what terrible luck. First Little Sun, now eagle sauce individuals. Where are my fellow Dragon Countrymen? Fan Lu was compelled to alter his escape route. Yet, he did not anticipate another group ahead, mocking him. Ah, look. The Dragon Country Pig is being chased by Little Sun's dog? This group of Koreans, the stick people, laughed derisively. The sealed artifact now lies in Little Sun's possession. However, they did not intend to seize it immediately, instead mimicking the eagle sauce individuals. Stick dog? The eagle sauce individuals, upon seeing the group of sticks, could not help but chuckle. Like the Western Bratz dog, they were merely their own pets. As dogs bite each other, they refrained from joining the fray, waiting for their dogs to deliver the spoils. What a disaster. Fan Lu's head throbbed. According to expectations, the central continent should have plenty of Dragon Country citizens. Why have I yet to see a single one? Where has the adventurer team vanished? Were they not supposed to come to the central continent to slay the flame demon? Where are they? If Dragon Country citizens were present, they would surely not allow such insolence. Our Dragon Country is the strongest. Times have changed. And the eagle sauce individuals have long lost their advantage in this foreign realm. What audacity do they have to flaunt their might here? I cannot die. I must flee. Fan Lu hastily ran away. Behind him, that Little Sun had gone mad, swinging his blade while in pursuit, like a stubborn adhesive that could not be shaken off. Damn it, why is he chasing so closely? He gritted his teeth in frustration. Chapter 52, The Disappearing Pioneer Team in the Tumultuous Battleground of Middle-earth, the Chaos Surged. Damn it, I will not let this go. Fan Ludong hid in the shadows, yet could not evade Jin Gongtai. Dragon Kingdom swine. Jin Gongtai charged at him like a madman. Damn. Witnessing this scene, Fan Ludong felt a surge of anger and desperation rising within him. However, surrounded by numerous American and Korean adversaries, he realized this was his downfall. We merely await the Japanese dogs to make their offering, the Americans scoffed, arms crossed, leisurely trailing behind. Wait for a moment of their carelessness, and we shall snatch the sealed holy artifact and flee. If one were to question the most disloyal among dogs, surely it would be the rebellious Koreans. They whispered amongst themselves, biding their time. Each of their goals was to see Jin Gongtai eliminate Fan Ludong, and then act. Despair weighed heavily on Fan Ludong, as it dawned upon him that his demise was inevitable. Damn it, I will not end here. He bellowed. Muda 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 muda. Jin Gongtai howled madly. The Japanese, Koreans, and Americans all jeered, awaiting Fan Ludong's demise. It felt like a hunt, with them as wolves and Fan Ludong a helpless rabbit. Veins bulged on Fan Ludong's forehead. Could it be that he would meet his end today? However, at that moment, a colossal foot descended from the sky. What? Jin Gongtai had no time to react before being crushed, blood splattering everywhere. The Koreans, Americans, and Fan Ludong were left dumbfounded. What is happening? They slowly looked up to discover an oddly shaped statue looming above them, blindfolded and possessing 9 eyes. What is this? They quickly scanned for information. But the intel was vague, indicating a creature akin to a battle pet, a spirit beast, or a summoned entity. Boom, boom, boom. The statue lifted its foot. Jin Gongtai lay reduced to a pulp, and a radiant chest materialized upon his remains. Sealed holy artifact. Description. The nature of this artifact remains unknown until it is unsealed. I accidentally crushed him. A voice, surprised yet gentle, emanated from the statue. It was Tifa, peering curiously. Upon seeing Jin Gongtai's corpse, she realized Lin Hao had inadvertently squashed him. What? The Koreans, Americans, and Fan Ludong were all taken aback. What do you mean accidentally? You crushed the formidable Jin Gongtai with your battle pet? What level of battle pet is this? It crushed a Japanese dog? Then, a muffled voice echoed down as the statue squatted. Only then did they notice a lodge atop it. Slime Lodge. Description. A mobile lodge that doubles as a tavern. What trickery is this? Forget it. Let us seize the holy artifact first. Another Dragon Kingdom swine? The Koreans and Americans snapped back to reality, rushing to claim the holy artifact dropped by Jin Gongtai. Rose. Mary Rose darted forward with remarkable speed, snatching the item into her grasp. Not good. The Koreans and Americans lunged at her, but found only empty air, collapsing in a heap, utterly astonished. Why? What the hell? Dragon Kingdom swine? Their surprise was palpable. Yet, the holy artifact fell into Lin Hao's possession. What did you just call me? Lin Hao squinted, his ears not deceiving him. Dragon Kingdom swine? What audacity. Finally, salvation has arrived. This is a big shot. Fan Ludong rejoiced, especially relishing the sight of Jin Gongtai being brutally crushed. What is this windfall? I wonder if Gong Siyuan Ilong ever imagined he would meet his end this way. Ha! You heard wrong. We said nothing. Yes. We absolutely did not say anything. The Koreans and Americans, sensing the situation turning, hurriedly forced smiles. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Hao scoffed, commanding the exterior demon statue to lift a foot and launch a powerful kick. Boom. A tremendous shockwave, accompanied by stones and dirt, shook the earth. In an instant, that group was sent flying, vanishing from sight. Oh, my leg. Fan Ludong scrambled up the ladder, kneeling in awe. But it was not over. The Leg brother, the Koreans, the Americans, and more Japanese swarmed towards him. He gasped as shadows surrounded him, all eager to snatch the holy artifact from the Blue Star inhabitants. Lin Hao brandished his blade. Ryu Rinruahua. Leg brother, what is this? Fan Ludong stared in astonishment. The knife appeared ancient. Was it a Soul Reaper's blade? Or perhaps a ninja tool? If it were a ninja tool, was it white, blue, or could it possibly be purple tear? Just as he was lost in thought, a dazzling flame flickered before him. So beautiful. Then came the screams. Moments later, Lin Hao stood triumphantly atop a pile of bodies, his blade resting on his shoulder, exuding an imposing stature that left Fan Ludong in awe. Leg brother, they are coming again. Fan Ludong cried out. Another wave of Japanese surged forth. Baka, who goes there? Another Dragon Kingdom swine? Kill him. Take him down. The Japanese howled in unison. Damn, you little devils. I will not hold back. No one stop me. I will unleash my wrath upon you. With Lin Hao leading the charge, the Dragon Kingdom inhabitants rallied, launching a frenzied assault on the Japanese. The Japanese were no match for them, quickly scattering in defeat. Ha ha, delightful. Japanese, are you scared now? Thanks to Leg brother. Thank you, Fan brother. After chasing away the Japanese, the Dragon Kingdom inhabitants reveled in their long-awaited revenge. Fan brother? No wonder Lin Hao always felt familiar. He is a streamer from the Blue Star Network. Fans, come forth to pay respects to Leg brother. To their surprise, Fan Ludong pulled them along to meet Lin Hao. He exclaimed in a trance, hurry, bow. Leg brother will lead you to victory. With his protection, we shall surely triumph. Lead us to victory? The crowd erupted in joy. For the Inferno demon of Middle-earth had been vanquished. As long as they possessed the holy artifact until the end, they would secure their victory rewards. Initially, they had planned to abandon the quest and flee, yet the artifact's bearer was none other than Lin Hao. Leg brother, we bow to you. Suddenly, they all performed grand gestures of reverence, their voices echoing. Lin Hao. Chapter 53, the true objective of the expedition team. To my astonishment, Fan Lu has proven to be quite impressive. His fans are remarkably obedient. This has resulted in a newfound entourage of loyal followers, each gazing at me with fervent admiration, as if I were a superstar. Truth be told, I find the feeling of being revered and idolized rather agreeable. All right, that's enough. Brother Leg is not one to concern himself with trivial matters. A mere acknowledgement will suffice, Fan Lu declared with a proud demeanor. As devoted fans, we are eager to disclose a vital piece of intelligence. At this moment, a leading fan stepped forward to make an announcement. We have just overheard the scheming of the Little Days. Indeed, they are employing the Heavenly Spike. The Heavenly Spike? Precisely. They intend to breach the dimensional barrier and enter our realm. They will be accompanied by a man bearing the title of King of Fighters. The leading fan articulated each word carefully. King of Fighters? Lin Hao pondered. Is this not the individual who has recently gained notoriety and acclaim? However, where has the expedition team gone? Could it be that they have mistakenly arrived in the wrong otherworldly space? That cannot be. The goal of the expedition team is to confront the flame demon, is it not? Yet, I see none of them around. Instead, a plethora of foreign friends have congregated here. Could it be a stratagem to draw the tiger from its lair? Is the true objective of the expedition team not the Middle-earth continent? Not the flame demon? Not the sacred artifact? Fan Lu, are you a member of the expedition team? Lin Hao inquired. Indeed. Fan Lu nodded affirmatively. We are as well. Several others chimed in. So this is the case. Lin Hao finally comprehended. These reserve members are utterly unaware, merely being used as pawns to distract foreign attention. The expedition team has alternative plans. Nevertheless, this sacred artifact must not be relinquished without a struggle. Lin Hao observed the multitude of foreign friends vying for this item, including those from Japan who seek to breach the dimensional barrier to seize it. In any case, this King of Fighters shall not be allowed to make an easy acquisition. Rest assured, Brother Leg is invincible across the lands. A mere King of Fighters shall fall beneath my blade without issue. Fan Lu waved his hand, signaling everyone to remain calm, for he understood the immense power possessed by Brother Leg. Although feeling disgruntled at being treated as a mere tool, Lin Hao resolved to secure the sacred artifact. King of Fighters? Very well, let us engage in battle. I wonder, shall you prove to be a worthy opponent? In the land of cherry blossoms, the expedition team's goal is not the flame demon. The King of Fighters squinted, his eyes gleaming with intensity. What shall we do now, Lord King of Fighters? A group of subordinate leaders knelt before him, bowing respectfully. They presented a heavenly spike before the King of Fighters. Regardless of the sacred artifact, it surpasses any ninja tools. I must acquire it. This is a golden opportunity to surpass Musashi. The King of Fighters smiled with delight. Musashi is currently engaged in a campaign for his nation, battling a level 170 boss and shattering world records. He surely has no opportunity to compete for the sacred artifact. Therefore, the King of Fighters must seize this chance. Heavenly Spike, activate. He rose, gripping the crystal in his right hand, and with a fierce squeeze, it shattered. A mysterious radiance enveloped him as he began to ascend slowly. Buzz. At that moment, a dimensional rift opened in midair, and before the eyes of the subordinates, he entered within. Gahaha, the King of Fighters shall certainly acquire a new sacred artifact. becoming our beacon of hope. Indeed, all our hopes rest upon him. He shall surely surpass Musashi. The expedition team. We have spread false information about our campaign in the Middle-earth continent, while in reality, we are venturing into the world of Demon Slayer, and the results have been remarkable. The foreigners have been misled. Hao Yin led 50 members of the expedition team through the world of Demon Slayer. It is a pity about the sacred artifact, which will fall into the hands of those useless fools, lamented a woman with blue hair named Ichin, a support member of the expedition team. This operation is to remain strictly confidential, for the true target of the expedition team is the upper rank 6, Daki. We have gathered sufficient intelligence on Daki. She operates in the pleasure district of the Demon Slayer world under the guise of a courtesan, utilizing her blood demon art, which manifests as bandages. Daki can produce avatars resembling silk ribbons from her body, each possessing its own consciousness, and she can command them from a distance. The ribbons can ensnare humans. Even if the ribbon avatars sustain damage, it will not affect Daki's original body. However, if the avatars remain detached for too long, her strength may wane. But upon their return, she will regain her true power. Naturally, Daki can also acquire the information held by the avatars. Her combat techniques are quite straightforward. Blood demon art, 8-fold ribbon slash. This technique releases 8 razor-sharp ribbons from her body, capable of both obstructing the enemy's path and launching attacks. This is the weakest upper-rank demon we have painstakingly uncovered. Thus, we must covertly hunt this leader, as the rewards may surpass those of a sacred artifact. However, we are filled with uncertainties regarding the world of Demon Slayer. We only know that the lower ranks are generally weaker, while the upper ranks, aside from Daki, remain an enigma. Ichin continued. Perhaps the strength of this world is not exceptionally high. Hao Tian walked ahead, pondering. In the world of Demon Slayer, could there be no super boss leading these demons, such as the lower and upper ranks? The others turned their gazes toward this formidable man. Your speculation holds considerable merit, after all. Demons in this world seem to operate as an organized faction. Hao Tian nodded. What if we encounter other demons seeking to support them during our expedition? Someone whispered anxiously. Then we shall eliminate them together. Judging by Daki's strength, the demons in this world should be relatively weak. There is no need for concern. Hao Yin stated nonchalantly. Our entire expedition team is mobilized. Even if the upper ranks arrive, we can still engage them in battle. Indeed, a robust monk among the group nodded. His physique is impervious to mere ribbons. The 12 Kazuki, if they come, we shall slay them. I still harbor some concerns, Ichin sighed. After all, our intelligence is insufficient. Acquiring comprehensive knowledge of an alternate world is not an endeavor that can be completed in a day. Such complete understanding often necessitates exploration and information gathering simultaneously. Suddenly, Hao Yin glanced at a pale girl of slender build in the group. Rose, you sustained significant injuries from your battle with Lin Tianyi. You need not exert yourself fully this time. Rest assured, we are here for you. Rose nodded. She had not anticipated that Lin Tianyi, hailing from a family of assassins, would be so formidable. Should this man ascend to the leadership of the Lin family, he would undoubtedly seek to harm her clan. However, as long as she grows stronger, she will be able to protect her family. Chapter 54. The struggle for the sacred artifact. Little Sun has entered the Middle Earth. The space is sealed, rendering entry impossible. The inferno demon of the Middle Earth has been vanquished by Little Sunday, alas. There is an urgent need for a heavenly spike to seize the advantage. Wang Yang remarked. However, the expedition team has temporarily altered their strategy at crucial moments. We must have the heavenly spike on standby. Frustrated, he exclaimed, it's simply insufficient. Who possesses the heavenly spike? The director replied as officials. We have already issued a substantial bounty, yet we have received no responses. The staff of the Countermeasure Bureau wore expressions of helplessness. Why is it so difficult to locate? The heavenly spike is of utmost importance, a strategic asset. We wish to grasp every single one tightly in our hands. Central Dragon Kingdom has no objections to our decisions. The spike is indeed managed and utilized by us, and they have not stripped us of our rights. Proving that our prior actions were justified, someone remarked. In the Middle Earth, there are Little Sun, Little West 8, the Eagle Nation, and people from other countries. While the number of Dragon Kingdom inhabitants is concerning, indeed, the odds of acquiring the sacred artifact are exceedingly slim. What shall we do? Wang Yang sighed. The expedition team is genuine. Why change strategies? What about the sacred artifacts? Has Hao Tian abandoned them? Someone lamented. This only benefits Little Sunday, alas. The Middle Earth is not as easily observable as the 3 novice regions. Indeed, special tools are required. The Angel's Eye is necessary. Activated immediately. Wang Yang felt it was not the time to be frugal. Ding. The Angel's Eye is activated. Target, Middle Earth. Perspective, can rotate freely in 360 degrees. Adjustable up and down, forward and backward. Please note, during the activation of the Angel's Eye, no attacks can be sustained, and the duration is 100 hours. Then, the observed visual emerged. Though somewhat blurry, at that moment, Wang Yang still discerned a familiar silhouette. Stop, he shouted. The image froze at that frame, revealing a more recognizable face. Wow, Wang Yang was astonished. It was him. Lin Hao, he had entered the Middle Earth. His declaration ignited the entire assembly. What? It's him. If it is truly him, the sacred artifact may belong to our Dragon Kingdom. Our Dragon Kingdom has always suffered in the struggle for sacred artifacts, as the heavenly spike is far too scarce. Now, with Lin Hao present, we shall certainly witness new sacred artifacts. Indeed. How long has it been since the last sacred artifact appeared? Was it still Haotians? They were astonished. The significance of sacred artifacts was well understood by everyone. The presence of Lin Hao was a tremendous surprise. Trouble looms. New intelligence has just arrived from Little Sun. What is happening? The King of Fighters has entered the Middle Earth using the heavenly spike. The King of Fighters? Wang Yang gasped. This individual had previously overwhelmed numerous genius warriors in the Dragon Day University competition. He was deemed the youngest and most promising man from Little Sunday. If he entered the Middle Earth, it would be a massacre. The prospects for Dragon Kingdom's sacred artifacts seemed bleak. Latest intelligence. All preparatory personnel of the expedition team are in the Middle Earth. They were stunned. The expedition team intended to retain all preparatory members in the Middle Earth, not merely to use them as tools. It seemed they were being tested. With Lin Hao and all the preparatory team members present, the sacred artifacts could be seized. Wow. Wang Yang swiftly transitioned from shock to elation. We have it. We have the sacred artifact. The King of Fighters? Ha ha ha. Behold the talents of the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the angel's eye shifted the view, revealing Little Sun, the King of Fighters. Instantly, countless people gasped in astonishment. Lin Hao faced numerous Eagle Nation, Little West 8, and Little Sun adversaries along the way. However, he needn't lift a finger. Fan Lu could handle it all. The team had grown increasingly formidable. From the initial members, they had expanded to over 2,000. He held the sealed sacred artifact, intending to conclude matters gradually. Yet, a thunderous bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, and a confident Little Sun appeared. His entrance was so extraordinary that it drew significant attention. Damn, just looking at his face makes me want to hit him. He seems so punchable. I feel the same. Surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. For reasons unknown, they found this sudden appearance of Little Sun to be somewhat arrogant. The sacred artifact must be with you. I sense its presence. The King of Fighters squinted slightly. To his surprise, his luck was remarkable. Having just breached the dimensional barrier, he encountered the artifact's bearer. Moreover, the opponent appeared to be exceedingly weak, akin to a novice. He likely relied on his entourage for protection to retain possession of the sacred artifact, right? Humph. What a little trash. You bastard. Family, attack. With a call from Fan Lu, a large group surged forward. Outside, everyone gaped, astonished at the screen. Is that Fan Lu? How did he end up with Lin Hao? Is he daring to confront the King of Fighters? Gasps of disbelief filled the air as they grasped the formidable strength of that Little Sun. A bunch of little trash. Tremble before the King of Fighters. Yet, the King of Fighters disregarded them entirely. With a sudden burst of speed, he appeared before Lin Hao. Capture the king by seizing the ruler. Eliminate Lin Hao and claim the sacred artifact. Oh, Lin Hao has the rare opportunity to face a powerful Little Sunday. If he were to defeat him instantly, it would be dreadfully dull. Instead, I shall play with him. Meanwhile, people outside were left in disbelief. What? Why has Lin Hao suddenly become so weak? Although they couldn't comprehend the reason, his strength should not be so diminished. Wang Yang watched, nearly fainting. Family, who understands? Lin Hao, why must you conceal your power? What is happening? Why should we focus on this person? Indeed, what is going on? Don't you know? This is the talent Wang Yang recommended to the expedition team. Is that true? This is what you call talent? I feel I could do as well. Others from various departments were baffled. Has Wang Yang lost his mind? Or has he fallen under some illusion? Actually, he is concealing his strength, indeed. Wang Yang hurriedly attempted to clarify. Even if you say so, we remain unconvinced. After all, seeing is believing. Wang Yang, while we understand you wish to redeem yourself, you cannot play us for fools. At the very least, find someone who resembles a human. Look at this. Is this even a person? Individuals from various departments shook their heads. They were all aware that Wang Yang had utilized the soul heavenly spike. Now, many sought to create trouble for him. Chapter 55, Snakes and Such. Rose detests them the most. Initially, upon hearing about the recommendation of a genius, they found it hard to believe. Yet, the reality was even more dismal than they imagined, utterly unbearable to behold. Alas, it seems the hope for our sacred artifacts is lost. Had I known, I would have ventured into the central continent long ago. If the King of Fighters were to acquire the sacred artifact, his terror would be unimaginable. Indeed. All we can do now is pray. Countless individuals lamented their fate. Please, be patient a little longer. I assure you. His strength is certainly not as feeble as it appears, Wang Yang stated helplessly, while silently praying in his heart. Lin Hao, you must rise to the occasion. I implore you. I would even honor you as my godfather afterward. In the central continent, dog thief. Lin Hao yelled as he ran. Boom. The King of Fighters unleashed a punch, causing the very void to tremble violently with immense force. His power was self-evident. With a sinister grin, he shouted Baka Yaru, as he relentlessly pursued Lin Hao. At this moment, it was akin to a cat playing with a mouse. If he wished to end this young man's life, It would be but a fleeting instant. However, he did not desire such a swift conclusion to this exhilarating chase. He reveled in the thrill of the hunt. Boss. He sprinted ahead, with Little Sun trailing behind, and Fan Lu and his companions following closely. In the central continent, explosions erupted alternately from the east and west. Gaga gaga. The king of fighters cackled maniacally, delivering another punch. Boom. A violent explosion erupted ahead. Little Sun, do not be too arrogant. Lin Hao shouted, employing his instant movement technique. Where is he? The king of fighters, upon realizing Lin Hao had vanished, searched frantically yet found no trace. Impossible. The sacred artifact is still with this brat. How could he just disappear? However, at that very moment, Lin Hao, unbeknownst to him, had already positioned himself behind the king of fighters and delivered a powerful kick to his groin. Bang. A lightning-fast whip strike transformed the king of fighters' face into a deep shade of purple. Damn it. In a moment of desperation, he shouted a phrase well known to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Yamit. Lin Hao, unyielding, followed up with a second kick. Ah. The king of fighters screamed in agony. Outside, everyone wore a dazed expression. What on earth is this combat style? Clearly, they were rendered speechless. Lin Hao. Please, be a decent person. Wang Yang lamented, on the verge of tears. What is he even playing at? Something is amiss. The king of fighters has been pursuing him for so long. Indeed, how is it that Lin Hao has sustained no injuries whatsoever? At last, someone noticed the anomaly. Wait, it's true. Every attack from the king of fighters had a wide-reaching impact, yet Lin Hao appeared untouched by even a speck of dust. In such violent explosions, I would have been obliterated long ago. Could it be that he seems to be fleeing while actually controlling the situation? Are you suggesting he is merely toying with him? Otherwise, how do you explain it? Every time Lin Hao emerges, though his performance is exaggerated, he remains as steady as a rock. Indeed, I have observed the same. It is quite extraordinary. The various factions furrowed their brows in contemplation. Ding. Wang Yang was suddenly filled with joy, his excitement palpable. There is definitely potential here. Lin Hao, I knew you could do it. Charge, charge, charge. In the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Musashi gazed coldly at the scene displayed in the Angel's Eye. What is the King of Fighters playing at? Why has he yet to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom's warrior? The King of Fighters was merely toying with that Dragon Kingdom warrior. With his prowess, he could easily seize the sacred artifact. Many prominent figures observed, casting glances at Musashi. Let us hope it remains that way. Musashi scoffed, fixing his gaze on the Angel's Eye. Now, the King of Fighters was howling in rage. He was frantically pursuing Lin Hao to avenge the blow to his groin. Dragon scum, I shall skin you alive. Veins bulged on his forehead, still reeling from the excruciating pain. Spirit summoning technique, Yamada no Orochi. Boom. A colossal spirit beast emerged, its terrifying appearance featuring 8 heads and 8 tails, each resembling a dragon. Its massive body rivaled 8 towering mountains, dwarfing the surrounding landscape. Be careful. Fan Lu and his fans halted in their tracks, shocked by the beast's formidable presence. It's enormous, absolutely gigantic. They were left speechless. Such a colossal battle pet could easily crush them. Boss, be careful. Fan Lu shouted, his scalp tingling with dread as he worried for his mentor. Little son. You're quite impressive, Lin Hao smirked. This spirit beast must be the king of fighters' trump card, Yamada no Orochi? Its ferocity rivals that of the sealed demonic statues. Snakes and such, Rose detests them the most. Mary Rose emerged from the spirit pet space, raising the sacred sword in her hand, uttering a chant. Buzz. Suddenly, countless stars converged upon her sword. Crash. In an instant, the sacred sword expanded to over 300 meters in length. Wow. The onlookers were utterly astounded. They had thought the battle had reached its climax. After all, the king of fighters had summoned Yamada no Orochi. What did they witness next? Lin Hao summoned a battle pet. His battle pet, astonishingly, took on a humanoid form? No way. Is there such a thing as a humanoid battle pet? A 300-meter-long sword? What in the world am I witnessing? This has completely shattered my understanding. At that moment, as they stood in sheer disbelief, the ground shook ominously. In the central continent, the angel's sword sliced through the air. All the heads of Yamada no Orochi were severed in an instant. Buzz. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared, and blood rained down as the crowd gasped in awe. The king of fighters stood frozen, his body trembling in fear. What is happening? Did I just glimpse the divine? What was that? That little girl with golden hair and twin ponytails, clad in striking attire. What exactly is she? A battle pet? So that's it. A humanoid battle pet. Why didn't anyone mention this earlier? Humph. As Mary Rose's angelic glow faded, she returned to her original form. I detest snakes. She turned and retreated to the spirit pet space to rest, for this technique consumed an immense amount of energy. Hey. Lin Hao stood rooted in place. Dumbfounded. What is happening? Old horse from the west. Why was I not aware that my battle pet possessed such a move? Its power is utterly extraordinary. It rivals my thunder spear. Goodness. Is the king of fighters about to soil himself in fear? Baka, damn it. The king of fighters gritted his teeth. His Yamada no Orochi had been obliterated, and he himself was grievously injured. Everything is the doing of that person from the Dragon Kingdom before me. He has gone utterly mad. He arrived here filled with ambition and confidence, yet now finds himself in a pitiable state. Chapter 56, The Sacred Artifact in Hand. The Staff of Lotus. Take him down. Others shouted from afar. After all, little son had been too arrogant, even using the celestial nail to enter the sacred artifact space, ensuring he would face dire consequences. However, the King of Fighters still had a powerful move up his sleeve. He pulled a mysterious object from his pocket, his eyes gleaming. I have money. If you spare my life, I can transfer all the funds from my account to you. Suddenly, everyone at the scene erupted in laughter. In Sakura country, Musashi's expression turned furious. How dare the King of Fighters plead for his life and attempt to buy it with money? It was utterly disgraceful, an immense humiliation. Regardless of the outcome, he vowed to return and exact vengeance. In Long Country's various offices, the others were taken aback by Little Sun's unexpected maneuver. Money was something everyone lacked. It all depended on how Lin Hao would handle the situation. At the scene of the confrontation, Lin Hao's interest was piqued upon hearing the King of Fighters offer him money. A sly smile crept across his face as an idea formed. How much could Little Sun give him? His spatial ring contained a plethora of ninja tools and items, worth at least 30 million. If it were less than that amount, he turned to leave, only for Mary Rose's holy sword to close in on him. Ah! The King of Fighters screamed in terror. Wait, I have plenty of money. 30 billion. No, 60 billion. Don't go. 80 billion Long Country currency. This 100 billion was the liquid assets of the largest guild in Sakura Country, the Heavenly Devourer Guild. As a high-ranking member, he oversaw daily transfers. Today, 80 billion had just been deposited into his account. As a senior official, he could access these funds at any moment. Oh, Lin Hao paused. Although 80 billion Long currency was not a substantial amount for him now, acquiring it would significantly aid his future endeavors, saving him both time and effort. He glanced at Little Sun, skepticism evident in his gaze. No matter how one looked at it, the King of Fighters appeared far from wealthy. No. I truly have 80 billion. The King of Fighters hastily retrieved his phone, cautiously presenting the bank account interface to Lin Hao. I really do have 80 billion. If you let me go, I will transfer it all to you. The balance on his bank account confirmed the 80 billion, with his life in Lin Hao's hands. He had no reason to deceive. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with cunning. He feigned hesitation before nodding. If you give me this 80 billion, I can grant you a chance at survival. The King of Fighters' face lit up with joy, though doubt crept in, and his expression shifted several times. It's not that I don't trust you. Swear on your class as a ninja. After swearing, he transferred the funds to Lin Hao, bound by the oath. Lin Hao dared not harm him. The King of Fighters, emboldened, glared at Lin Hao with fury. Just you wait. I will reclaim this 80 billion with interest. This belonged to the Heavenly Devourer Guild, and now that it was lost, he had no idea how to explain it to Musashi. Damn Long Country scum. I must return and kill a few to vent my rage. Lin Hao cast a bemused glance at the King of Fighters. Fool. Utterly foolish. He turned to Mary Rose and commanded, kill him. The King of Fighters gasped in shock and quickly began forming hand seals. But Mary Rose unsheathed her sword and severed one of his arms in an instant. Ah! He writhed in agony, howling in despair. Mary Rose continued her brutal assault, each strike tearing flesh from bone. Soon, the King of Fighters was on the brink of death. You've broken your oath. He could hardly fathom that this Long Country individual would dare defy a vow. Did he not fear the consequences? How could he not? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, idiot, that oath only binds legitimate ninjas. With his last ounce of strength, the King of Fighters widened his eyes in despair. After a final gasp, he lay motionless, eyes unblinking. Lin Hao shrugged. I forgot to mention, I awakened as a rogue ninja. Indeed, he had effortlessly eliminated the King of Fighters, dispatching a prodigy from Little Sun's ranks with ease. This was how it should be, an example to deter others from arrogance. How dare they infiltrate Long Country so audaciously? The various offices in Long Country expressed their satisfaction with Lin Hao, nodding in approval. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ji finally relaxed, feeling reassured. It's settled. Joining the raid team has secured our position. At this moment, a notification shined. Ding, the Middle-earth continent has been cleared. The conditions to obtain the sealed sacred artifact have been met. Survivor rewards: 3 golden chests, 2 silver chests, and 1 bronze chest. Teleportation to the Middle-earth continent is now available. Upon receiving this notification, everyone beamed with joy. 6 chests were a commendable haul, and the sacred artifact was beyond anyone's imagination. The Staff of Lotus, a symbol of the 5th element, ether, also known as the Angel's Staff. It connects enemies with the staff. When the staff is damaged, the enemy suffers harm as well. When in use, the angel wings at the top will unfurl. Although its effects were not yet fully understood, its name alone commanded respect. It felt like a windfall. As for the other chests, they were casually opened. Purple grade ninja tool, soul blade, shallow strike, devil fruit. The rewards from the chests were rather disappointing. Lin Hao glanced at his level, realizing he had reached level 8. After all, the leveling system was based on overall performance and growth periods, resulting in unpredictable upgrades. Amidst the gazes of admiration and trepidation from other practitioners, Lin Hao took the lead and vanished. The distinctions between Blue Star and the otherworldly realm seemed intricate, yet there was a clear pattern. Whether it be ninjutsu, soul blades, or devil fruits, they all adhered to the essence of the 3 major worldviews. Countless otherworldly spaces each possess their uniqueness, perhaps drawing from the myriad films, television shows, novels, and anime he had encountered. A rather absurd notion suddenly took root in Lin Hao's mind. Could the otherworld be Earth? Could it be the Earth before his transmigration, an Earth of fantasy? However, pondering these matters felt premature. As a novice who had just emerged from the beginner-s zone, such thoughts were beyond his current concerns. After this incident, the members of the raiding team returned to Blue Star. But the true goal of Long Country's raid team lay in the world of Demon Slayer, using the sacred artifact from Middle-earth as a guise. They were now preparing to raid Daki. Yet, Lin Fan understood that they were surely unaware of Daki's true strength. The raiding team was destined to suffer a significant loss. Chapter 57. As long as I enter the otherworld, no one can find me. But what does it matter? It has nothing to do with him. Why should the official members of the pioneering team regard these reserve members as mere tools? Fortunately, the sacred artifact did not fall into the hands of Xiao Rizi, but surely many are searching for him at this moment. Lin Fan decided to temporarily vanish, entering the otherworldly space where no one could find him, thus sparing him from any annoyance. Beep. You are entering the Iron-Eating Beast Series Space 2, the final battle against the Iron-Eating Beast Army. Grade A. Description. You have successfully cleared the Iron-Eating Beast planet, only to discover that the Iron-Eating Beasts here are merely a small fraction of the army. You resolve to storm the Iron-Eating Beast's lair. Limit: 2,000 participants. The otherworldly space possesses a balanced system. Mission: eliminate the leader to clear the level. Return to town skill can be utilized at any time. I randomly selected a space and matched up with Iron-Eating Beast 2. Oh dear, the Iron-Eating Beast's lair is an extremely high difficulty space. I believe it is rated A. Should I return now? Damn it, are you insane? 100,000 soft sister coins. Are you a rich second generation? So what should I do? The three newcomers, 2 males and 1 female, looked around anxiously, completely oblivious to the presence of the Marine team's captain, Lin Hao. Quiet down, let's first examine the mission. Lin Hao instructed. Public Mission 1. Proceed to the Iron-Eating Beast's lair to activate the nuclear reactor and destroy the lair. Public Mission 2. Call for the spaceship at the designated location to escape this planet. Your Mission 2. Protect the newcomers and guide them to clear the level. Mary Rose. You lead the newcomers to call for the spaceship, Lin Hao directed. Mary Rose nodded. She was always diligent and would never slack off. Protecting the newcomers was within her capabilities. As long as they did not encounter monsters above level 50, she could easily guide them through. Are you going to solo the Iron-Eating Beast lair? A girl frowned, clearly skeptical of Lin Hao's abilities. She suggested, let's all go together to call for the spaceship. I've seen the strategy for this space. The spaceship's device is located at the base of this planet, and the calling process takes 3 hours. Once we call, the Iron-Eating Beast will swarm out. At that point, we can rely on the base's defensive equipment to eliminate all the Iron-Eating Beasts before the spaceship arrives. We can then head to the lair to detonate the nuclear reactor and leave. What do you think? Your proposal is quite sound, Lin Hao replied, slightly nodding. What is your name? He's Xin, she said. From Xiangtian School, I awakened my Shirkai in Zanpakuto. However, your plan is only suitable for ordinary individuals. Let us stick to my plan, Lin Hao insisted. I believe we should heed his advice, a boy chimed in. This strategy has been market tested. Your approach is too aggressive. Although some have succeeded, only those with extraordinary strength can pull it off. Your personal level is only 8. I find it implausible that you could single-handedly destroy the Iron-Eating Beast's lair. Enough of the chatter. I am the captain, and you are all to follow my lead. You are simply newcomers, Lin Hao dismissed them. He was too weary to debate further. Newbies are like this. Exercising caution is fine, in his shoes. He would do the same. Thus, he decided to assert his authority over them. Let us proceed to the base to activate the defensive equipment, regardless of them. The newcomers exchanged glances, some pouting. Mary Rose remained expressionless. Her duty was to protect these individuals. If the mission failed, her rewards would undoubtedly diminish. Although she was apathetic towards their fates, a mission is a mission, and as a diligent player, she had to take it seriously. Watching them depart, Lin Hao turned towards the Iron-Eating Beast's lair. Iron-Eating Beast 2 was not as simple as Iron-Eating Beast I. The lair lay underground, necessitating a traverse through a lengthy facility corridor. Suddenly, an Iron-Eating Beast appeared behind Lin Hao, its tooth-filled maw seemingly poised to pierce his skull. The chilling presence sent shivers through his very soul. Way of Destruction 1. Rush. Lin Hao made no movement, and a small shockwave formed behind him. Though its power was modest, the element of surprise was crucial. The Iron-Eating Beast, taken completely off guard, was struck down, spilling green blood as it collapsed. With his awakened abilities, Lin Hao, a prodigy of the Way of Destruction, executed the technique without chanting. After slaying one Iron-Eating Beast, a chain reaction ensued. Boom, boom, boom. 5 or 6 more Iron-Eating Beasts emerged from the corridor, attacking from all directions. Way of Destruction 11. Thunderclap. Lin Hao remained calm, raising his finger. This technique could unleash lightning along objects, meaning the entire corridor was now enveloped in electric energy. The Iron-Eating Beasts were suddenly scorched, emitting wisps of smoke. At that moment, another concealed Iron-Eating Beast leaped down from above. Had the difficulty increased? As expected of the balance system, I failed to sense its presence at all. Lin Hao swiftly raised his hand. Way of Destruction 12, Fire Trap. This technique allowed him to compress spiritual pressure into a linear form to ensnare and assault foes. Boom. The iron-eating beast that had just jumped was immediately struck. It transformed into a pink fireball, rolling and burning. Help! Help! Upon defeating this beast, Lin Hao heard a cry for assistance. Blue Star inhabitants? Before he could reach them, he spotted a team struggling to fend off the iron-eating beast's onslaught using ninjutsu. However, they were clearly overwhelmed. They had also chosen a route to the iron-eating beast's lair to activate the nuclear reactor. So, this was the true meaning of the public mission. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Way of Destruction 31. Crimson Fire Cannon. He raised his hand, concentrating spiritual pressure to launch fireballs at the enemy. Boom. The iron-eating beast suffered heavy casualties. The remaining few scattered in fear of the Way of Destruction. The Blue Star inhabitants were left astonished. They had never witnessed anyone execute the Way of Destruction without chanting. They understood that after awakening their Zanpakuto, they could practice the Way of Destruction. But each technique required a scroll to learn. The more powerful the technique, the pricier the scroll. Rumor had it that some could sell for up to 1 billion soft sister coins, even if they managed to obtain a scroll at such an exorbitant price. Insufficient spiritual pressure would render it useless. The barely executed techniques were inferior to ninjutsu, let alone the concept of chanting-less techniques, which was on par with the ability to cast without seals. At this juncture, a petite girl stepped forward, nodding in gratitude. If it weren't for you, we would have had to return to town. May we follow you to farm monsters? The others quickly inquired. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't be able to farm any monsters at all. Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders. He had no intention of forming a team with this group of individuals, as they would merely siphon off experience without any other utility. Moreover, I advise you to depart from this place post-haste. Thus, Lin Hao ventured deeper, under the gaze of the crowd. Here, the iron-eating beasts had proliferated, evidently awakened and entering a frenzied hunting mode. Breaking Path 32, Cherry Blossom Flash. Petal-like shockwaves of cherry blossom hue spread widely, sweeping away the iron-eating beast ahead. As the level of the breaking path increased, the iron-eating beast began to be left without complete carcasses. Chapter 58. For the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, I obliterate. Lin Hao traversed a path of carnage. Destruction of path. Number 31. Crimson Fire Cannon. The force of this technique was akin to a meat grinder. Not a single iron-eating beast could withstand its might. O Sovereign! The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad forms, soaring high, crowned with the name of humanity, truth and moderation, ignorant of the wall of sinful dreams. Merely stand upon it. Destruction of path. Number 33. Azure Fire Drop. At this moment, he recited the complete incantation. Instantly, thunderous assaults erupted wildly. In the subterranean space, the iron-eating beast guard forces ahead were utterly annihilated. These guards were the monstrous protectors of the iron-eating beast leader. With their demise, the leader was sure to appear. Boom. Accompanied by the wails of the iron-eating beasts and the roars from the depths, a grotesque iron-eating beast matriarch came charging, its massive head swaying as it barreled forth. Ding. You have encountered the iron-eating beast leader. Please be advised, the leader's strength is influenced by the scales of balance. Scattered beast bones, spires, crimson crystals, and iron wheels. The mover is the wind, the still is the sky. The sounds of spears clashing reverberated through the void city. Destruction of path. Number 63. Thunder War Cannon. Upon witnessing this, Lin Hao unleashed a complete destruction of path, and in an instant, the formidable shell of the iron-eating beast leader began to crack, green blood splattering forth. Ding. You have inflicted damage upon the iron-eating beast leader. The leader is exceedingly enraged, beware of its lethal tail. Just as the notification concluded, a swift and sinister tail lunged towards Lin Hao's head. Its speed was so rapid that Lin Hao's pupils constricted. He had initially believed he could easily vanquish the leader with his destruction of path, but he had underestimated the balancing system, which significantly enhanced the leader's power. Binding Path. Number 81. Void Severance. He reacted swiftly, immediately casting the chantless Void Severance. Bang. The leader's tail crashed into the air wall, producing a dull thud. Boom. Before Lin Hao could catch his breath, the colossal body of the iron-eating beast leader shattered the Void Severance wall. Its sharp claws seemed eager to rend him apart. Thousand Birds. Lin Hao swiftly enveloped himself in the Thousand Birds technique. Whoosh. A surge of fierce lightning emanated from his body, incapacitating the iron-eating beast leader. Hiss. Yet, the leader was remarkably tenacious. Despite its state of paralysis, it lunged toward Lin Hao's head. Seeing this, Lin Hao instantly unleashed the Thousand Birds blade. Boom. Finally, the iron-eating beast leader was sent flying, crashing against a distant stone wall with a heavy thud. It seemed that each encounter with the iron-eating beast series was increasingly formidable. Lin Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. Here, he could not wield excessively powerful abilities, such as Return Blade 2, lest he risk being affected himself, potentially crushed beneath the ground. Hiss. By the time the iron-eating beast leader regained its momentum, Lin Hao had already begun to act. His body was covered in spell seals, the Black Thousand Birds enhancing his single-target attack strength. Whoosh. The Black Thousand Birds, with a sound of breaking air, struck the iron-eating beast leader fiercely. Subsequently, Green blood sprayed forth as part of its body was severed. Hiss. This undoubtedly enraged the iron-eating beast leader once more, as it charged at Lin Hao. Lin Hao was astonished. With the black thousand birds enveloping him, he pondered, what manner of creature is this? Such robust vitality? He had assumed it would be a simple kill, but now he had to check the leader's health bar. Iron-eating beast leader health, 70, to his dismay. It still had so much life left. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that fighting here was becoming increasingly disadvantageous. Not only could he not fly or employ high-damage skills, but the surrounding iron-eating beast guards were growing in number. It was time to retreat. In the next moment, he turned and fled. Hiss. The iron-eating beast leader was clearly taken aback, rallying its army in pursuit. Thunderous roars echoed, reminiscent of an earthquake. What was happening? Was the planet quaking? No. He sensed a terrifying pressure. Look. As everyone stood in stunned silence, their expressions shifted dramatically. They beheld the iron-eating beast horde surging forward, led by an immense leader. People. There are people. A few sharp-eyed girls shrieked. Who are they? Their astonishment grew. Upon realizing Lin Hao was sprinting ahead, they immediately turned and fled. Run, escape outside. Voices of panic echoed, for they were thoroughly terrified. Someone had lured the iron-eating beast leader out. As Lin Hao ran, he unleashed both destruction of path and ninjutsu. Explosions erupted in succession, dismantling numerous assaults from the iron-eating beasts. However, their pursuit was too swift. He could only fly low, skimming over the heads of the crowd. Once everyone had burst forth from the underground, the iron-eating beast army and its leader faced their doom. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. A demon. A horde of iron-eating beasts, and their leader surrounded by scattered Blue Star citizens. There stood Lin Hao beneath the rumbling thunder, wielding the sacred artifact, the Lotus Staff. This object, beyond mere description, held unknown abilities. Thus, Lin Hao resolved to utilize it as a medium, unleashing the thunderous power of Return Blade 2 to gauge its effect. Go. Boom. In the next instant, the Lotus Staff transformed into a bolt of lightning, crashing like a thunderclap towards the iron-eating beast leader. Ding. Effect triggered. Angel's wings. Heavenly strike. Whoosh. Splendid wings unfurled behind Lin Hao, and all were blinded by the brilliance. In the next heartbeat, an earth-shattering force surged from the front. Crackle. In an instant, the sounds of returning home echoed everywhere. All Blue Star citizens fled. The shockwave tossed Lin Hao back and forth, shaking him, thrusting him into the sky and back to the earth. Finally, after a minute, the residual wave subsided. Lin Hao felt his head spinning. When he opened his eyes again, he was astounded by the sight before him. Where had the iron-eating beast leader, the iron-eating beast army, and the iron-eating beast lair gone? The entire ground ahead had transformed into an abyss, crackling with lightning and buzzing incessantly. He saw it. The Lotus Staff lay deep in the pit below. What a treasure! Lin Hao gulped. The Lotus Staff, obtained in the Middle-earth continent, possessed such terrifying power. The effect of the angel's wings had evidently become his mightiest weapon. This surpassed any destruction of path or ninjutsu he currently commanded. Its range was estimated to be 30 times that of a typical thunder lance. Lin Hao cautiously retrieved the Lotus Staff and began to review the notifications from earlier. You have slain the iron-eating beast leader, level 50. You have defeated the iron-eating beast royal guard, level 40. You have vanquished the iron-eating beast warriors, level 35. You have killed. You have obliterated the iron-eating beast army, dismantling their lair. Chapter 59, The Ultimate Space, S-Level Difficulty. Acquired title, Hunter. You have completed the public mission. Space points have been credited. You have received 2 golden chests. You have received 10 silver chests. You have received 50 bronze chests. A flurry of notifications overwhelmed him. Lin Hao opened all the chests, though they yielded little of value. Upon checking his growth points, a delighted expression illuminated his face. External demon golem growth points. 85,147, exhilarating. Lin Hao calculated the time since his entry. After the series of explosions, barely 2 hours had passed. And it was still not bedtime. Master, the mission is complete. The spaceship has contacted us, came a prompt from Mary Rose. With a swift motion, Lin Hao unfurled his black wings and soared towards the base at breakneck speed. At this moment, the entire dungeon space was left with just them. As he approached, the multitude of Iron Eater corpses surrounding him astonished him. Clearly, there had been many Iron Eaters nearby, but they had all been repelled by the base's defenses. Big Boss. They called out directly. Previously, they had thought Lin Hao's solo assault on the boss's lair was sheer madness, akin to courting death. Yet, before they could settle in, they received the news of the public mission's completion. The Iron Eater leader had been slain. This left them utterly incredulous. Online strategies claimed that directly slaying the Iron Eater leader was no less challenging than completing an S-level dungeon. In other words, as long as they survived until the spaceship arrived and boarded it, the mission would be considered complete. Only someone of great prowess could defeat the empowered leader. It was evident that such a figure stood before them. Lin Hao's goal was to unlock the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Naturally, he intended to continue grinding. Moreover, after this final round, the World Series space would be utterly obliterated. Ding. You are entering the Iron Eater series Ultimate Space. The cage, S-level, description, You have successfully defeated the army of the Iron Eater leader, but the truly formidable foes are those self-evolving Iron Eaters. And they dwell within the cage. Face your fears. Population limit: 100 people. Main quest: kill the leader to immediately clear the dungeon. Return skills cannot be used. Did I enter the wrong space? S-level danger space? Am I not matched as a C-level? I heard that the matching system for the otherworldly spaces recently installed by Blue Star has malfunctioned. Could it be true? What the hell? I can't exit? Please note: S-level danger space, Iron Eater Ultimate Series. The cage. Main quest 1. All team members must survive to receive a 1,000 reward bonus. Side quest 2. Survive for 24 hours to also clear the dungeon. What? A chill surged from his tailbone, shooting up to the crown of his head. Wu Yong, like a startled cat, jumped up in place and let out an expletive. This was an instinctive reaction when one experiences intense shock or fright. He finally understood why his luck had run so dry. Clearly, he hadn't checked the calendar before stepping out. Who gave him the courage to enter an S-level danger space? Was it Liang Jingru? Wu Yong's mind erupted into chaos, thoughts racing wildly as panic engulfed him. He was already envisioning his demise. The S-level space was filled with an indescribable terror that pervaded his mind. Was this deliberate? He had only a slight edge in strength. He was well aware of his limitations. If he possessed such capabilities, he would have risen to greatness long ago. All he needed was to endure for a day. A profound chill gripped Wu Yong's heart. In the expansive cage, his footsteps were light. Yet in the stillness of the night, they echoed distinctly. Tap. Suddenly, at this critical moment, a noise emanated from the darkness ahead. Wu Yong's heart raced, and he quickly sought cover, crouching down. The sound grew closer, approaching him. He dared not breathe, his body tense, faintly hearing the frantic rhythm of his own heartbeat. At this moment, whatever creature it was had drawn near. Wu Yong couldn't resist the urge to peek outside. The moonlight reflected a shadow. From the reflection, he deduced its colossal size. A mutated Iron Eater. Drawn by the scent of fresh blood and flesh, it was lured by the scent of humanity permeating the space. Wu Yong had concealed himself well. As time passed, the Iron Eater remained unwilling to leave. He felt that if this continued, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by anxiety and vomit. Go away, he silently prayed. Enduring the agonizing wait, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Wu Yong could no longer ascertain whether the terrifying Iron Eater had departed. He still didn't dare to show himself and waited a bit longer. Only then did he cautiously peek outside. It was gone. Under the moonlight, the Iron Eater was nowhere to be seen. Phew. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as he attempted to stand, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. As the tension in his nerves dissipated and the adrenaline faded, he realized his mental state was worse than he had imagined. Just one glance at that mutated Iron Eater had confirmed to him that he could not contend with it. But at that moment, a disturbing realization struck him. The ceiling. A torrent of chaotic thoughts surged through Wu Yong's mind. Thud. He let out a low growl and lunged forward. In that fleeting second, he felt a sudden lightness on his shoulder, followed by a chilling, dizzying, and stiff sensation engulfing him. He had been attacked. Wu Yong rolled and scrambled, employing his agility to evade. Stumbling, he darted behind another cover, gritting his teeth. That Iron Eater had been on the ceiling. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, or he would have been done for. When he glanced at the wound on his shoulder, he gasped in horror. Hiss. 3 long, deep claw marks extended from his shoulder to his waist. The skin was torn open, nearly exposing bone. Initially, the surge of adrenaline had masked the pain. Now, Wu Yong's pupils dilated, nearly fainting from the agony. Ah, it hurts. He hurriedly retrieved a healing item. This was the most advanced medical tool from Naruto, capable of mending any injury, no matter how severe. I don't want to die. I don't want to. I'm equipped with ninja gear, and it's of the purple grade. How could I not withstand this? Wu Yong gritted his teeth, striving to regain his composure. He could not match the Iron Eater. Even if his sword could pierce its reflective cold shell, the sheer size of the creature hurtling towards him would likely overwhelm him. Furthermore, there was a crucial detail. The Iron Eater and Appos' blood possessed corrosive properties. If he were splattered with that acidic blood, he would be corroded to death instantly. Chapter 60. The Mutated Iron Eater and the Silent Cage. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter a mutated Iron Eater right upon my emergence. My heart was in turmoil. At that moment, a low, ominous growl emanated from deep within the creature and Appos' throat, and silently, its elongated tailbone stealthily emerged. Unbeknownst to me, it had already crept up behind me. A glint of cold light flashed like lightning. Thud. The tail, sharp as a celestial hook, pierced through my abdomen effortlessly. The Iron Eater tightened its tail around me, slowly drawing me closer. I was not yet lifeless. My body convulsed and twisted, producing a series of sharp cracks. The creature and Appos' massive maw emerged from beneath its smooth skull, exhaling clouds of white mist, while a viscous secretion oozed from its cold, menacing exterior. With a tremor, its maw extended, and in an instant, it pierced through my skull. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Lightning release, lightning clone. At that moment, I bellowed, revealing my hidden self. ZZZ. The one whose head had just been crushed by the Iron Eater was merely my lightning clone. In an instant, electricity surged through the mutated Iron Eater's body. Bankai awakened shadow scissors. My Zanpakuto was unique, transforming into a colossal pair of scissors, capable of attacking an enemy's shadow and inflicting the same damage to its true form, disregarding armor, defenses, and resistances. This was my trump card. The Iron Eater's shadow was suddenly sliced. Crack! I exerted all my strength into the cut, yet to my astonishment, the shadow proved remarkably resilient, yielding only a third of its form. It was my first encounter with such a terrifying creature that could not be instantly vanquished. Meanwhile, the Iron Eater, even in a state of paralysis, was escaping with astonishing speed. Its tail, like a bolt of lightning, lunged at me once more. Terrifying protrusions emerged on my chest. In a moment of fear and desperation, silence enveloped the surroundings once again. Side Quest 2 survived 24 hours. Current time, 10 hours. The stillness was imbued with desolation and eeriness. In another corner, Qiao Yishuan wielded her Bankai Zanpakuto, shielding herself. The other 4 novices looked around, their faces etched with anxiety. Thick vines twisted like serpents within the prison space. Unseen, terror-laden shadows flitted by, reminiscent of the Iron Eater. Her eyes widened, as the area was enveloped in blinding electromagnetic mist. This environment was utterly conducive for an Iron Eater and Appos' ambush, Qiao Yishuan lamented. Moments later, a massive buzzing sound erupted. As if some system within the prison was activating, the mechanical noise reverberating. This was troublesome. I could no longer discern the source of the sound. Her tone was laced with astonishment. Just then, from the electromagnetic fog, an Iron Eater charged forth. Its speed was akin to a thunderbolt. Boom. Qiao Yishuan acted swiftly, her left hand seizing the mutated Iron Eater with the swiftness of lightning, and with her right hand, she struck the creature and Appos' forehead with the hilt of her sword. Crack! The Iron Eater's forehead shattered, crimson blood gushing forth. The power behind her strike was such that even stone would fracture under its might. Yet, astonishingly, the mutated Iron Eater remained intact, its head not crushed. What formidable defense! Qiao Yishuan was taken aback. To her disbelief, the creature emitted an odd sound from its throat, as if it were gargling water. Its left hand lunged toward her throat while its mouth gaped wide, aiming to bite. Does it possess a biting skill as well? In response, Qiao Yishuan plunged her Zanpakuto into the back of its neck, twisting it to obliterate the Iron Eater's cervical vertebrae. Simultaneously, she pressed her palm against its rear cranium, forcefully slamming it into the ground. Thud! The hard cement floor cracked open, a spiderweb of fissures erupting, blood gushing profusely. At that moment, another Iron Eater charged at her. She sidestepped, narrowly evading its claw aimed at her abdomen. The mutated Iron Eater, now devoid of neck support, let its head droop limply to the side. In astonishment, she watched as it spun around multiple times, its head leveraging its own motion to violently snap off. The corpse began to move, hurling itself toward the others. They were all startled. The Iron Eater's face, previously crushed by Qiao Yishuan's blow, was now a grotesque sight, a horrific amalgamation of shattered bones and flesh. Its head, likewise, propelled forward, the eyeballs dangling from their nerves, evoking sheer terror among them. Ninjutsu quickly used ninjutsu. Despite the chilling fear coursing through them, they could only suppress their discomfort and take action. For against a severely injured mutated Iron Eater was still manageable. Meanwhile, Qiao Yishuan effortlessly dealt with other mutated Iron Eaters, emerging victorious. Not too shabby, the intensity was not high. She flicked the blood from her Zanpakuto. Although these mutated Iron Eaters boasted thick blood and high defenses, coupled with an attribute of immortality, they were still manageable. Yet at that moment, the group of novices seemed to witness something horrifying, their expressions frozen in shock. What were they looking at? Behind me? Suddenly, Qiao Yishuan felt as if she were engulfed by an inky darkness. The surroundings were so shrouded that she could not see her own hand in front of her. Her consciousness remained suspended in that space. In a fleeting moment, a peculiar vision appeared in her mind. A monster 5 times her size loomed behind her, this 3-dimensional image clear and vivid in her mind. This was the manifestation of her devil fruit ability, the perception fruit. After a brief moment of distraction, she finally understood what had terrified the novices. The Iron Eater. The mutated form of the Iron Eater. Twisted light and shadow trembled, and without a moment and Appos' hesitation, she steadied her grip on the Zanpakuto, suppressing the sound of her anxious breaths before striking. Crack! With the sound of the blade slicing through the air, the novices beheld a beautiful head soaring through the air before crashing heavily at their feet. It was Qiao Yishuan and Appos'. Her face, splattered with blood, bore an expression of disbelief and confusion at the turn of events. The novices could no longer contain their terror, turning to flee in a frantic panic. Boom! A brilliant flash of lightning tore through the darkened night sky. Boom, boom, boom. The dazzling light illuminated the entire realm. The thunderous roar shook the earth. As successive bolts of lightning streaked across the heavens, dark clouds swirling violently, and fierce winds howled in fury. Suddenly, a thunderclap reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the universe. As torrential rain poured down. Chapter 61. Ordinary Days, the End of the Barbarians. The torrential rain fell like finely twisted whips, mercilessly lashing against the metallic prison. The howling winds, the relentless downpour, the explosive flashes of lightning, the pitch-black night sky, and the ominous rumblings of thunder all intertwined in the firmament, showcasing the might of nature. Damn it, how long has it been? 90 lives lost already? Lin Hao, who had just entered, found himself surrounded by several novices, all of whom appeared somewhat dazed. Even if one had become a lowly ninja, it should not be possible to perish so quickly, right? Were the iron-eating beasts truly this formidable? Boss, it must be due to the weakening of our powers, one of them ventured. Indeed. The rules of this alien space seemed intent on preventing anyone from slaying the iron-eating beasts, allowing only the completion of side quests. We should hide quickly. It and Appos, it's too dangerous here. I'm about to lose it. Ma Yan trembled all over. The pressure exerted by these iron-eating beasts was unbearable for his fragile spirit. The metallic walls bore 3 claws thicker and longer than those of a lion or tiger, leaving no doubt that a single strike could rend flesh from bone. To slay them would be akin to slaughtering chickens or butchering dogs. Some were killed by the iron-eating beasts, while others were not. As Lin Hao examined a few corpses, his anger could no longer be contained. Damn it, it's those accursed barbarians and their subordinates again. His heart seethed with murderous intent. These Blue Star inhabitants had not been slain by monsters, but had instead been brutally tortured to death by the teams of barbarians and their ilk. Barbarians and their subordinates? Those despicable scoundrels. How could they be so shameless? The eyes of the others also glowed red with fury. At such a time, within the ultimate space of the iron-eating beasts, the survival rate was already dismally low. How could the subordinates of the barbarians and their ilk take advantage of their misfortunes? Their hatred was palpable. Yet, they were all novices with limited strength. They had long heard of the frequent ambushes by these scoundrels against the Dragon Kingdom as practitioners in this alien realm. Many had tragically fallen victim to these ruffians. Who would not feel enraged to encounter such a situation right after graduating from the novice zone? Once they grew stronger, they would surely seek to exact justice upon these scoundrels. You all witnessed the tragic demise of our compatriots. I possess the ability to protect you. But do you dare join me in punishing these vile dogs? Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily stunned, then each seemed to be invigorated as if injected with adrenaline. Boss, we will follow your lead. Some among the group were also novices. They believed they could not be outmatched. Yes, we can set traps and let the iron-eating beasts do the work for us. Let us do it, boss. When do we depart? Initially, they had been filled with trepidation. However, if they could not handle the iron-eating beasts, surely they could confront these barbarians and their subordinates? It was time to prepare for action. Lin Hao surveyed them and nodded. Despite their fear of the iron-eating beasts, they all harbored passionate hearts. He had heard that the Dragon Kingdom was facing a dire predicament in this alien space, desperately in need of fresh forces. Upon learning this, he had made a mental note of the situation. Although Blue Star differed from Earth, the culture, the people, and the flowing bloodlines here bore no significant difference from those of the original world. Coupled with his years of experience in this realm, he resolved to contribute in whatever way possible. Barbarians, your days of rampant behavior upon encountering me in this alien realm are numbered. Lin Hao chuckled coldly. At this moment, Ma Yan and the novices had already loaded their items into storage backpacks. Lacking spatial rings, they could only store various tools in this manner. Their faces were now filled with fierce fighting spirit. Due to the confinement within the prison, his Rain Tiger technique was ineffective, limiting his perception. Lin Hao could only rely on instinct to locate this group. They had been remarkably careless, leaving behind an abundance of traces. The group was filled with delight. They likely had not anticipated that the Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Lin Hao and Appos, lips curled into a cruel smile. They were now dangerously close to this group. Before long, signs of movement appeared ahead. At last, we have caught them. This group of miscreants had hidden themselves. But how amusing. Should we simply eliminate them, or would it be too mundane? Boss, do you think we should toy with them? How shall we play? Of course. We shall lead them to despair spiritually, mentally, and physically. That would be the most exhilarating. Before we proceed, don these armaments, Lin Hao said with a slight smile, pulling forth an array of equipment ranging from purple to red-grade ninja tools. Weapon, red comprehensive ninja tool, boasting incredible defense, can utilize the special skill, all blades out. Delivering a localized assault to foes. One-time destruction scroll. Destruction technique number 73, double lotus azure fire drop. Lin Hao presented these tools one by one, leaving them awestruck by the exceptional gear. Ma Yan and the other novices gaped in astonishment. They finally recognized a singular truth. This formidable leader was a superpower in his own right. Each heart raced uncontrollably. For these exquisite ninja tools could fetch millions on the market. Return them to me after we succeed. Lin Hao was not one to give away gifts freely. Smiling as he added, Marilyn rose, go into action and lure the iron-eating beasts. Marilyn shot him a glance of disdain before turning to entice the iron-eating beasts. Her alluring figure would undoubtedly captivate them. Haha, then we shall not hold back. Ma Yan and the novices surged forward. Almost everyone donned exquisite ninja gear. Equipped with several destruction scrolls and ninja technique scrolls, this would suffice to deal with the barbarians and their subordinates. In the blink of an eye, the group had donned their gear. Lin Hao led them as they began their covert operation amidst the sparse sounds of rain. Before long, they indeed spotted another team. Apart from themselves, the last remaining group, Three barbarians and two of their subordinates were engaged in slaying the mutated iron-eating beasts, completely oblivious to the fact that every move they made was being meticulously monitored by Lin Hao and his team. At this moment, joy radiated from their faces as they gleefully collected the fallen ninja tools and items scattered around. What a bountiful harvest today, how delightful. Indeed, we just took down several Dragon Kingdom pigs, and one of them was a wealthy second-generation heir who transferred all his money to us before he died. Ha, what a fool, right? Those Dragon Kingdom pigs are truly dim-witted, begging us for mercy. Watching them whimper was exhilarating. The last group remains. I wonder if they are also Dragon Kingdom pigs. If so, that would be splendid. We can slaughter them and the iron-eating beasts, achieving perfect victory. Chapter 62. No discussion on your demise. Three individuals, clad in ninja attire and wielding soul-cutting swords, had just vanquished the surrounding mutated creatures. Their voices echoed with unrestrained bravado. Utterly oblivious to the figures stealthily approaching them, Lin Hao and Ma Yin exchanged knowing glances, signaling the arrival of the iron-eater beasts. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated, startling the trio. What is going on? How could such a loud noise occur? One exclaimed, knowing full well their hunts were typically silent to avoid attracting the attention of the iron-eater beasts. Yet, this cacophony was alarmingly close, and they had no time to ascertain its source before three piercing cries shattered the air. Boom! The iron-eater beasts, 10 of them, surged forth. How can this be? Quick, fight back! The trio scrambled to defend themselves, but the mightiest among them was merely a level 10 novice. Even with the release of their full power, they could only contend with a single formidable mutated iron-eater, while the remaining 9 unleashed chaos upon their companions. Screams filled the air as one individual was devoured, disbelief etched on his face as he confronted his impending demise. Help! Help! Another cried, fleeing in terror while calling for his mother. The relentless iron-eater beasts pursued with cruel intent, each step heavy and deliberate. Boom! Desperation drove the novice to unleash a water technique, but to no avail against the mutated beasts. The water merely served as a bath for them. At that moment, Lin Hao and his companions appeared above, relishing the carnage below. We've been duped, they exclaimed, their laughter ringing out amidst the chaos. As the novices were torn apart, Ma Yin exchanged excited glances with Lin Hao, both reveling in the sheer brutality of the scene. Can you believe it? This is exhilarating. Look at that iron eater. How cruel. What a play. The slaughter ignited a thrill within them, and one novice, gritting his teeth, shouted, release. Roar, serpent tail. With a flash, the serpent tail veered past the iron eater, aiming at Lin Hao. A radiant light burst forth. A flawless strike that arrived with the swiftness of thunder and the elegance of a celestial archer. Bang! The serpent tail shattered, leaving the spectators in awe of its brilliance. Impressive. Lin Hao commended, raising a thumb. No. The novice cried out in horror as his serpent tail was obliterated. He had believed it would vanquish the foes, only to find that a mere girl had effortlessly shattered his weapon with a single blow. The mutated iron eater beast wasted no time, seizing the novice and mercilessly stabbing him with their tails, each thrust revealing the landscape beyond. Screams of agony erupted as the novice was torn asunder, his body riddled with gaping wounds, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a discarded rag. One remaining individual, alongside a comrade, stood paralyzed with terror. At that moment, Lin Hao descended gracefully, transforming into his shadow form, exuding a formidable spiritual pressure. Boom! The mutated iron eater beasts found themselves immobilized, crushed by an unseen weight. Yet they still trudged forward. Let me increase your burden, Lin Hao commanded, unleashing a wave of overwhelming power. The beasts roared in response, their massive forms trembling in recognition of Lin Hao as their true adversary. I shall confront them, he declared, leaving the others to deal with the remaining foes. Do you not require my assistance? Mary Rose inquired. Just provide the finishing touches, Lin Hao replied, activating his strongest combination of abilities. The iron eater beasts, recognizing the sinister transformation before them, hesitated momentarily. Together, they launched an assault against Lin Hao, an amalgamation of chaotic energies colliding in the air. With elegance, Lin Hao evaded their attacks, chanting the incantation for his spell. Black Coffin. A profound wave of spiritual pressure erupted, enveloping the beasts in a dark shroud. Despite the current limitations of his power, the spell's might was undeniable. As the black coffin dissipated, the iron eater beast emerged, wounded and bleeding green ichor that seeped into the earth. Bang! One beast leaped, soaring over 10 meters high, its agility astonishing. Shinra Tensei. Lin Hao raised an arm, unleashing a shockwave that sent the creature crashing into a thicket of mutated plants. Without hesitation, Mary Rose dove into the foliage, and moments later, you have slain a mutated iron eater and unexpectedly uncovered a golden treasure chest. The remaining 2 beasts charged at Lin Hao, their roars echoing as they collided with him, sending him skidding across the ground. In that instant, his ribs erupted like spears, forming a defensive barrier that pierced the beast's flesh. Black flash. In the next moment, Lin Hao unleashed the power of the little crow. A beam of black light surged forth. Boom! One of the iron-eating beasts was struck suddenly, sent flying and crashing to the ground, struggling incessantly. Mary Rose had already anticipated this scene, with an air of elegance. She approached and severed the beast and Appo's head. Chapter 63. The Growth Strike. Ascending like a mecha. You have slain the mutated Iron Eater beast, unexpectedly revealing a golden treasure chest. The mutated Iron Eater beast has dropped 99 growth fruits. Only one remains. Lin Hao unleashed his full firepower. The Iron Eater beast was no match for him. Meanwhile, Ma Yin and the newcomers had already dealt with the stick and the little days, just as they had resolved the Blue Star people. Upon witnessing the two Iron Eater beasts brutally defeated by Mary Rose, they could not help but swallow hard. Thankfully, they had no ulterior motives earlier. Otherwise, they might now be the ones lying on the ground. Let us go. With a swift move, Lin Hao sent the Iron Eater beast flying. However, it did not perish immediately. Instead, it landed before the newcomers. Let us see how fortunate you are, he remarked. All right. Ma Yin and the newcomers wasted no time, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the Iron Eater beast, nearly pinning it against the wall. Moments later, you have slain the mutated Iron Eater beast, unexpectedly revealing a golden treasure chest. The mutated Iron Eater beast has dropped 199 growth fruits. Not too shabby, Lin Hao nodded. For him, this was merely an expedited farming space. However, due to map restrictions and diminished strength, he had yet to resolve it completely. He had previously dominated the Iron Eater planet. A mere Iron Eater prison was nothing in comparison. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the level. Mission completed. All squad members survived, earning a 1,000 reward bonus. Mission completed. Defeated the boss. A diamond treasure chest has been distributed to each member. Big shot. Please accept our treasure chest. Ma Yin and the newcomers, understanding the situation, returned the ninja tools along with a diamond treasure chest. Initially, they had matched into an S-rank perilous space, harboring little hope for survival. Yet, the big shot had effortlessly resolved their predicament. Which school do you attend? Ma Yin inquired eagerly. Hanwu, Lin Hao replied with a slight smile. As for the treasure chest, let us skip it. He reclaimed the ninja tools and, under the admiring gaze of the newcomers, took Ellie back to the transit station. Did you hear? It's Panwu. I'm transferring, raising a toast in respect, Ma Yin said earnestly. Time passed unknowingly. Beep, beep, beep. You have new messages. Please check. Lin Hao opened the message, revealing another reminder from the exploration team, indicating 3 days remained until they were to gather in the otherworldly space. The target was the 50-star combat leader, Upper Moon 6, Daki. They were to enter the Demon Slayer otherworldly space. The audacity of the Dragon Kingdom was remarkable. Did they not realize that Upper Moon 6, Daki, was merely the 6th of the 12 Kazuki? Above her were two more formidable beings, including the Demon King Muzan. Upon reviewing the expedition details, Lin Hao was stunned. He understood that the Blue Star people were oblivious to the knowledge he possessed. They believed that Upper Moon 6, Daki, was a solitary leader, relatively easy to defeat, without comprehending the formidable power behind her, Demon King Muzan. Provoking Muzan would undoubtedly stir a hornet's nest. Muzan, as the progenitor of all demons, was the most powerful entity within the Demon Slayer universe. He had survived for millennia and was the absolute ruler of the demon realm, commanding all demons to obey his will. His abilities ensured that any demon he created was bound to follow orders. Failure to comply meant certain death. Muzan was the ancestor of demons, well deserving of the title of Demon King, regardless of power classifications. With the Dragon Kingdom attempting to challenge Upper Moon 6, it was tantamount to declaring war on the Demon Slayer universe. Should he disclose what he knew to the Dragon Kingdom? However, if he did, how would others perceive it? Why did he possess such information? Had he ventured into the SSS Otherworldly Disaster Dungeon? In that scenario, the exploration team might seek trouble with him, and he would find it hard to justify his knowledge. Honestly, I'm a traveler. At that point, if his identity as a traveler were exposed by the state, the lurking dark forces would undoubtedly dissect him 1,000,000 times over. Lin Hao was aware that while he possessed some strength, he had yet to reach a level of complete self-preservation. The exposure of his identity as a traveler would not only interest the Blue Star inhabitants, but also attract the attention of otherworldly beings. Upon discovering that he was a traveler, they would see him as a cheater, eager to pry into his mind and uncover his secrets. Even if they could not succeed, they would definitely devise ways to eliminate him. Thus, Lin Hao was reluctant to let others expose his identity, at least not at this moment. External Demon Avatar Growth Value, 154,547. After eliminating the mutated Iron Eater beast, he received such generous rewards. Personal level, level 10. This was all thanks to the additional 1,000 reward. As for the items within the treasure chest, Lin Hao merely glanced. Only the orange tier sacred artifacts were worth noting. The other ninja tools were of no use. Generally, he carried some ninja scrolls and a few healing items. Now, it was time to cultivate Sasuke. Ding. Sasuke is currently growing. Ding. Congratulations, a critical hit occurred during Uchiha Sasuke's advancement. Your Sasuke has leveled up to Kirin, leaping to Eagle Team Sasuke. Ding. Congratulations, another growth critical hit occurred, ignoring conditions. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is successfully activated for the second pillar. Due to the critical hit, the required energy has decreased, consuming only 100,000 energy points. Is it truly possible? Lin Hao was taken aback. Eternal Meijiki Sharingan Sasuke, Eagle Team, Form, Young Adult, Ninja Quality, SS Level, Bloodline Limit, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Abilities as follows. The highest evolution of the Sharingan, when transplanted with the Meijiki Sharingan of Itachi, merges into a new Meijiki, resembling a six-pointed star superimposed with a triangular pinwheel. Bloodline Limit 1. Amaterasu, the technique derived from the left eye's Meijiki, can unleash a vast range of black flames that incinerate the opponent. Furthermore, the black flames do not extinguish until the target is entirely consumed. Due to the immense strain this technique places on the user's body, it causes bleeding from the eyes upon usage. Bloodline Limit 2. Fire Release. Kagetsuchi, Fire Release. Kagetsuchi is the technique activated by the right eye's Meijiki, capable of releasing black flames that can take various forms for offense and defense. Additionally, it can envelop the Susanu's skeletal structure for protection, transforming the black flames into shields, blades, arrows, and fireballs. Bloodline Limit 3. Fire Release. Raijin. Bloodline Limit 4. Standard Susanu, the ultimate power residing within the Meijiki Sharingan, a superlative ninjutsu that combines both offense and defense, evolving through the enhancement of ocular strength. It possesses absolute defense while also boasting unparalleled offensive capabilities, wielding a bow and arrows with incredible speed, where the bow can also serve as a shield against enemy attacks. And the arrows can transform into black flames. Fire Release, Lightning Release, Illusions, Support-type Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Combination Ninjutsu have been folded. For details, please open the scroll. To be as strong as ascending to the heavens is truly excessive. Lin Hao burst into laughter. Sasuke's evolution into the Meijiki Sharingan, as well as the Rinnegan, is undoubtedly centered around offensive power. What is even more exhilarating is that he can finally unleash his prowess at full scale. Chapter 64. Entering a new, otherworldly space. Hello. Are we heading to the world of Demon Slayer? Asked the sweet-voiced girl in charge of the transport. Indeed, Lin Hao replied with a nod. Currently crossing regions into the world of Demon Slayer. Please hold on. Country, Sakura Nation, Taisho Era 1912 to 1915, a time of peace with no wars. The populace enjoys stability and cultural prosperity, with industrial inventions like electric lights and trains emerging. In this seemingly peaceful era, humans coexist with demons. Yet the existence of demons remains largely unknown to the masses, appearing only sporadically in the legends of the elderly. Demons are not traditional ghosts or monsters, but rather a unique life form that feeds on humans, becoming irrationally violent when hungry. Furthermore, the more humans consumed, the stronger the demon becomes. A sufficiently powerful demon can comprehend the supernatural blood demon arts. Demons possess formidable physical abilities and are resistant to typical harm. They can survive decapitation. Yet they are reduced to ash upon contact with sunlight. Only a specially crafted Nichiren blade can deal fatal blows to demons. This world is divided into two factions. Opposing the demons is the Demon Slayer Corps, a military organization dedicated to exterminating them, with its members known as Demon Slayers. Within the Demon Slayer Corps, 9 of the most powerful swordsmen, known as Hashira, are scattered across the nation, issuing tasks and relaying information through talkative messenger crows. The Demon Slayer's combat ability system is referred to as breathing techniques, which can be likened to various forms of ninjutsu. The Nichiren blade is a combat technique acquired through rigorous training, possessing specific attributes. For instance, thunder breathing techniques are as swift as lightning, embodying one of the lightning-style sword arts. Worldview unlocked. 10. Team mode. Unlimited members. This mode contains numerous side quests, hidden missions, and unique worldviews. Time limit. None. Victory. Unknown. As the voice played, Lin Hao stepped into the world of Demon Slayer. Nezuko, I'm here. In the pitch-black night, Tanjiro Kamado, holding a freshly caught wild rabbit, approached Nezuko with a beaming smile. The two main characters of the Demon Slayer world, with Tanjiro's deep red hair and crimson eyes, and Nezuko, who has turned into a demon, were unmistakably present. The map of the Demon Slayer world is vast, and the chances of encountering demons are minimal. We are incredibly fortunate, Zhang Yongjun gasped, beads of cold sweat lining his forehead, while pain throbbed mercilessly in his calves. Aha. You Blue Star folks insist on wading through this murky water. The depths of the Demon Slayer world are far beyond your grasp. A large, grotesque demon, its arms entwined around its wrists, grinned maliciously at the 5 individuals. Monster, hand demon, combat power rating, 23 stars, ability, description, a demon with an overconfidence in its sturdy neck. Our luck is abysmal. We have barely stepped into the Demon Slayer world and have already encountered a demon. Jiang Chen gripped her Nichiren blade tightly, panting heavily. Information on the hand demon was scarce. It was likely a formidable foe, and they had drawn the short straw. Duan Hongyang covered his face, a gash running from his forehead to chin, blood still trickling from an earlier near-fatal encounter with the hand demon. Had it not been for Jiang Xiang's timely intervention, he would have perished on the spot. What does it mean that we, the pioneering team, have struggled to reach the rendezvous point only to face a demon instead of Chu Tian and the others? Tian's son trembled, confusion clouding his thoughts. 150 members of the reserve team had entered the Demon Slayer world, yet they seemed to have received different coordinates. Why? At that moment, Lin Hao wore a puzzled expression. He had encountered Zhang Yongjun, Jiang Xiang, Duan Hongyang, and Tian Sun at this gathering point, but they had yet to see any other team members. When Zhang Yongjun contacted other teammates within the Demon Slayer world, it dawned on them that their secret coordinates were, in fact, different. They had been scattered. Moreover, their coordinates led them straight into the lair of a vicious demon, a stroke of bad luck indeed. Were the coordinates provided by the pioneering team merely arbitrary? How could they have placed us in a desolate mountain range where we would encounter a demon? Duan Hongyang gritted his teeth. However, regardless of the circumstances, they needed to confront the demon before them. The powerful hand demon clearly regarded them as prey. Furthermore, it was aware of their identity as Blue Star beings. This indicated that the demons in the Demon Slayer world had knowledge of Blue Star existence, as they could not have recognized them otherwise. After all, their powers and abilities were distinctly different from those of the Demon Slayer core. Aha! The flesh and blood of Blue Star beings is far more delectable than that of the natives. I have savored many Blue Star individuals, and I long for that flavor. The hand demon cackled. With a swift motion, it lunged at the five, its intent clear, seized them in one fell swoop. Clang! Jiang Xiang's Nichiren blade was already unleashed, delivering a powerful slash that unleashed a sound wave. Buzzing. The hand demon's movement slowed considerably, a displeased expression etching its face. Blue Star beings resort to such peculiar powers. Yet under absolute power, even your Nichiren blades, ninjutsu, and devil fruits are futile. Be careful. Tian Sun shouted in alarm from the side. But it was already too late. The hand demon tore Jiang Xiang apart without hesitation. It then turned its attention to Zhang Yongjun, unleashing a flurry of 12 punches. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yongjun was pummeled like a rag doll, reduced to a state of utter devastation. The hand demon was exhilarated as it lunged at Duan Hongyang, Tian Sun, and Lin Hao. These feeble Blue Star beings were no match for a demon. In a mere 10 seconds, they were all slain. The battle concluded effortlessly. However, the hand demon remained oblivious to the fact that it had fallen into the illusion of the Sharingan. All its victories were but an illusion. Zhang Yongjun, Jiang Xiang, Duan Hongyang, and Tian Sun were all alive. Jiang Xiang surveyed Lin Hao from head to toe, astonished. Had it not been for him, defeating the hand demon would have been a daunting task. After all, a mere Sharingan had resolved the matter in an instant. Who would believe such a tale? 3-tomo Sharingan? She had heard that no one had ever awakened to the 3-tomo. Lin Hao's eyes were exceptionally unique, blooming like a flower, exuding beauty. Is this truly the Sharingan? Such a powerful ocular technique. Lin Hao, my teammate, could you enlighten me on what the Sharingan is? Zhang Yongjun asked earnestly. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Lin Hao replied while controlling the hand demon with his illusion, a smile gracing his lips. Kaleidoscope? What is a kaleidoscope? Jiang Xiang was dumbfounded, having never heard of such an eye. Was there truly a kaleidoscope Sharingan beyond the regular Sharingan? Duan Hongyang was utterly shocked, momentarily believing that a card master was invincible, effortlessly cultivating abilities that transcended worldly levels. From now on, anyone who dared to call card masters trash would face his wrath. The illusion won't last long. It must be dispelled, Lin Hao suddenly remarked. The kaleidoscope Sharingan's illusion cannot endure indefinitely. The caster will soon realize they are trapped in an illusion and awaken. Be cautious. Prepare for battle, Zhang Yongjun urgently called out. At this moment, the hand demon had shaken its head to regain consciousness. How could I have fallen prey to the illusion of the Blue Star beings? In the realm of delusion, the once self-satisfied hand demon stood frozen, as if struck by a celestial thunderbolt, before its body began to tremble violently, as though beset by an immense humiliation. The sound of grinding teeth echoed ominously. Enraged, the hand demon roared with fervor. How dare you toy with me? Perish. It charged forth with formidable pressure, its amber eyes gleaming with chilling intensity. No matter how potent that illusion was, it could never ensnare him a second time. Every fist twisted through the air, imbued with an inexplicable elegance, before crashing down with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. Duan Hongyang and Zhang Yongjun were struck by the explosive might of the hand demon's powerful musculature, suddenly feeling as though they had been struck by a speeding vehicle, their expression shifting dramatically. Boom. The sound reverberated, and the two were sent flying. Chapter 65, An Absolute Nemesis of Demons. Astounding. Duan Hongyang's left leg lay shattered, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, blood pooling profusely beneath him, the metallic scent overwhelming. In haste, he produced a spray to tend to his wound, and within mere seconds, his injuries were wholly mended. The demons of the Demon Slayer world possess an overwhelming strength, far beyond our capabilities. Zhang Yongjun, having utilized the powers of his devil fruit in the clash, suffered internal injuries despite his defensive abilities. At this moment, he grasped the reality that venturing into the realm of Demon Slayer was premature for them. If the common demons were this formidable, one could only imagine the might of the upper moon demon, Akaza. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiang raise his Zanpakuto to charge at the demon, Lin Hao intervened. Such demons can only be slain with a Nichiren blade. He shook his head. The Nichiren blade is a vital artifact within the Demon Slayer universe, crafted from iron and ores sourced from the sunlight-kissed mountains. Its unique composition allows it to absorb sunlight, the very essence that demons dread most, thus rendering it a weapon capable of vanquishing them. Examine the mission closely. Side quest. Seek out scarlet iron sand and scarlet ore to enhance your weapon. This is a crucial task for you. Suddenly, Lin Hao revealed his Zanpakuto, Riken Inka, as the most potent and ancient blade of the fire element. It is reputed to wield the strongest offensive power within the Soul Society. Its initial release generates heat sufficient to turn all it touches to ash. What a fortuitous circumstance. It is perfectly suited for slaying demons, indeed a demon's bane. What kind of Zanpakuto is that? Lin Hao, have you awakened your blade? Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. In Lin Hao's grasp was an unassuming katana. Its hilt a deep purple and its guard elliptical. Despite its ordinary appearance, a terrifying power simmered within. Lin Hao brandished the sword, pointing it at the hand demon. Come forth. The hand demon, provoked by this taunt, felt his muscles swell with rage and lost all semblance of reason as he charged at Lin Hao. Thundering footsteps echoed like a hammer striking an anvil. All things shall return to ash, Riken in Ka. In an explosive burst, Lin Hao's Zanpakuto unleashed a torrent of flames. Riken in Ka, flames upon the city. The blade as fire enveloped the hand demon, scorching at an astonishing 6,000 degrees, eliciting a piercing shriek from the creature. Within mere seconds, the hand demon was reduced to a mass of blackened matter, akin to a charred remnant. What more need be said? In a single strike, it was utterly obliterated. What are the original breathing techniques? Do we even require the breath of the sun? Energy waves akin to sunlight can deliver immense destructive power against demons. Riken in Ka transcends all Nichiren blades, the ultimate weapon for demon slaying. As the strongest and oldest blade of the fire element, it is the nemesis of all demons, including Muzan Kibutsuji himself. My goodness. Tion's son gasped, nearly having his eyes pop from their sockets. What had he just witnessed? Such a terrifying attack, dispatching a demon in an instant? Lin Hao, is your blade the one proclaimed in the world announcement? Jiang Chen exclaimed in shock. She recalled the prior world announcement stating that someone had acquired the oldest Zanpakuto. Initially, they speculated it was obtained by Chu Tian, only for him to clarify that it was not. Thus, the true owner remained a mystery until now. It turned out this blade had been in Lin Hao's possession all along. Without its initial release, this seemingly ordinary Zanpakuto would be no different from any other. Ding. You have slain the hand demon. Ding. The hand demon has dropped 3 golden treasure chests. After claiming his rewards, Lin Hao reverted Riken in Ka back to its normal state. The flames were overwhelmingly fierce. While he himself sustained no harm, the surrounding flora was charred black, and distant plants had their moisture completely evaporated. A single strike had left Jiang Xiang and the others sweating profusely, as if they were on the verge of shedding their clothing. I sense a new power descending upon the world of Demon Slayer. Ahem, splendid. Muzan Kibutsuji. Are you trembling? The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Wise-Eye Kanamori, was filled with astonishment. However, due to his deteriorating health, he nearly fainted after uttering those words. The Kanamori family, linked by blood to Muzan Kibutsuji, seemed cursed ever since he became a demon a millennium ago. Their offspring, especially males, were frail and often perished shortly after birth. This pattern persisted through generations. Thus, eliminating Muzan Kibutsuji became their family's ultimate mission. The intense reaction from the native inhabitants of the Demon Slayer world astonished the Blue Star individuals who had recently joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Did you all hear what Lord Kanamori just said? Of course we did. Did he just suggest that Muzan Kibutsuji could be frightened? Impossible. Indeed, Muzan is the Demon King. What could possibly instill fear in him? Yet, if Lord Kanamori claims such a thing, it must indeed exist. Quickly, we must search. The Lord has issued a mission. Many began to chatter excitedly, discussing the events that had just transpired. At the same time, within the Infinite Castle, the otherworldly stronghold of Muzan Kibutsuji, a tremor surged through his cells, as if responding to a newfound power. It had been ages since he had felt such a sensation, the last time. Was that man? Initially, he appeared weak, lacking dominance, fighting spirit, hatred, or even intent to kill, yet that very man managed to sever my neck. And these wounds upon my body have burned my flesh and cells like sunlight for centuries. Muzan's face contorted with rage. I once believed that no demon slayer's blade could rival that of that man, but now, a more terrifying power has emerged, surpassing the blade of Kagaya Yorichi. Who could it be? Muzan-sama, please allow me to investigate, suggested Upper Moon 6, Daki, with unwavering confidence. No matter who it might be. She and her brother, Jotaro, would bring them before Muzan-sama. Daki, you may proceed. You and the Blue Star individuals who have willingly transformed into demons must gather all intelligence. Muzan Kibutsuji commanded solemnly. Yes. The transformed Blue Star individuals nodded fervently. Surprised glimmers shone in their eyes as they exchanged looks. Did you just see that? Muzan-sama actually trembled? Indeed, I have never seen Muzan-sama in such a state. It is truly bizarre. What kind of person could instill such fear in him? Did you hear that name mentioned earlier, Kagaya Yorichi? It seems to be linked to a side quest, but we, having transformed into demons, cannot access it. Regardless, we must investigate swiftly. Perhaps we can achieve merit. Upon completing this task, Muzan-sama's rewards will undoubtedly enhance our powers. Upgrading to the 12 Kazuki is my dream. These blue-skinned beings, transformed into demons, have forsaken their original world. In this alternate realm, they have chosen to survive. Some among them did so willingly, while others were compelled. Yet at this moment, they all belonged to Muzin's demonic forces, standing in opposition to the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 66. Is it really burning down the mountain? The main objective of the pioneering team is the fallen princess? Jiang Chen received the latest information. Simultaneously, Lin Hao and several others were also informed. It appears to be the case. Jiang Xiang said helplessly, "Aren't we supposed to act alongside the main team members?" Duan Hongliang was at a loss for words. "Had I known, I would not have joined this pioneering team. Now, they are merely being utilized as tools, with no regard for their lives. The demons in the world of Demon Slayer are formidable, especially the 12 Kazuki. How can we even think about pioneering? If you wish to retreat, then do so." Jiang Xiang shook her head. "I, for one, will not retreat." Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Lin Hao. The flesh has layers, and so do people. The weak blindly seek camaraderie, endlessly sinking, while associating with the strong is the path to strength. One's level and stature are forged through boldness. She, the bold village girl Jiang Xiang, has never feared anyone, not even demons. We do not wish to retreat either. Zhang Yongjun added. We are in agreement. Duan Hongyang and Lu Shuai nodded in affirmation. They had finally formed a team, activating the team mode, and anyone who withdrew now would be a fool. Let us hasten to complete our tasks, seeking the main and side quests. Since we are here, we might as well make the most of it, as entry is free. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Excuse me, I can solo demons. Why would I need to bring you along? He tilted his head. Some protagonists and popular stories often carry such burdens, which is rather foolish. Why would he take them? Aren't we members of the reserve team? Lu Shuai was taken aback. That doesn't mean we have to team up with you. How would energy be distributed, and what about the ninja tools and items? Lin Hao posed a soul-searching question. It was impossible to dismiss them. Want to enjoy for free? Lin Hao remarked. No. Jiang Xiang and the others quickly shook their heads. By the way, ISNT Panwu Academy recruiting mentors? If I become a mentor there, wouldn't that solve everything? Jiang Xiang, displaying her wit, suddenly conceived an idea. Her determination to benefit at no cost solidifying. I want to join too. Count me in. Zhang Yongjun, Duan Hongyang, and Lu Shuai hurriedly chimed in. Lin Hao did not anticipate this tactic from them. Indeed, Panwu Academy currently lacks high-level mentors. The ones they have are of low rank and can only provide basic hunting guidance. Meanwhile, the reserve members of the pioneering team are all talents. Recruiting them as mentors would yield excellent results. After all, the student council has taken over all operations. The teaching group has already become complacent, fully entrusting everything to them. Mentors can enroll with just a word. Then you may join. Lin Hao agreed. Ding. Level 6 Jiang Xiang joins Panwu Academy, becoming a hunting instructor. Ding. Level 7 Zhang Yongjun joins Panwu Academy, becoming a hunting instructor. Ding. Level 6 Duan Hongyang joins Panwu Academy, becoming a hunting instructor. Ding. Level 5 Lu Shuai joins Panwu Academy, becoming a hunting instructor. What is happening? The teaching group of Panwu Academy was astonished. 4 hunting instructors appeared at once. One of them is even level 7? A level 7 can guide university-level hunting. Refer, Lin Hao? Upon seeing the names, their expressions were devoid of emotion. They had become desensitized to shock. They had grown accustomed to it. If Lin Hao were to bring in a dozen hunting instructors, they would likely just smile it off. You can no longer astonish me. I have become indifferent. Do as you please. I have received a side quest. Lu Shuai rushed over. Panting, the prerequisite for this side quest was quite lengthy, but I have finally reached the last monster-slaying phase. The quest has been shared, and the rewards include a substantial amount of energy fruits, as well as Gorilla Crimson Iron Sand and Gorilla Crimson Ore. I received it too. We're almost at the end. Duan Hongliang also sent information. Me too. Zheng Yongjun shared the side quest as well. The world of Demon Slayer is filled with numerous quests, and many individuals often embark on them simultaneously. Side quests range from C to SSS grade. Most of what they received were B to a grade. C grades were disregarded. Oh, Lin Hao, holding a book, snapped it shut, delighted that the monster-slaying phase had arrived. Indeed, having them along was somewhat beneficial. The infernal hell. Dozens of towering fire pillars erupted around, swiftly converging towards the center. Their power capable of turning the land within 100 kilometers into scorched earth. Demons? Apologies, but for demons, encountering me is akin to seeing a ghost. Time flew by, and half a day had slipped away. Under Lin Hao's leadership, the demon-slaying team left nothing but a mess in the mountain. In the frenzied onslaught of the flowing blade like fire, they decimated everything. Burning down the mountain, they would serve their time in prison. By that clear morning, their completed side quest reached 15. 20 pieces of purple-grade equipment, 7 pieces of red-grade equipment, and thousands of other items and scrolls. What a fortune! Zhang Yongjun, Jiang Xiang, Duan Hongyang, and Lu Shuai were transfixed. They were absolutely thrilled. Lin Hao's Zanpakuto was truly the nemesis of demons. Besides the 12 Kazuki, there was hardly any demon that could stand against him. What does it mean to meet death for the first time? You were initially playing on simple difficulty in the world of Demon Slayer, and suddenly encountering Lin Hao escalated the challenge 100-fold. This led to a swift demise, leaving no room for any reaction. The mountain controlled by Lin Hao had become impervious to demons. What does it mean to be the sword god of Shirley Slope? Once, there was an individual who, unable to find the main quest in an alternate realm, spent half a year leveling up in the starting area. Upon arriving in the world of Demon Slayer, he found himself engaged solely in slaying demons. My leveling exploits became widely known. Recently, a cyber psychopath has been wreaking havoc in the new player zone of the world of Demon Slayer. Those newly emerged demons barely saw a shadow of their opponent before meeting their end. This person has lost his humanity, lacking a social circle, resembling a machine. Compressing his human essence, I would dub him the strongest cyber psychopath. The reasons remain unclear. This person's personality is extremely unstable, and one should avoid Shirley Slope at all costs, never provoking the sword god of Shirley Slope. As a demon, I have begun to tremble. No one should stand in my way. Family, who understands, down below, men. Both the forces of demons and demon hunters were left in shock. That range of mountains has transformed into a private hunting ground, commonly referred to as a booked venue. Ha Lin Hao felt drowsy, yet the demons here had respawned. With a gentle sweep of his flowing blade like fire, the infernal hell. Buzz. A tremendous wave of power instantaneously obliterated all demons on the mountain. No escape, no hiding. One slash, and the mountain burns. Lin Hao, our leader, we have completed all the nearby side quests available. Lu Shuai sent a message. The quests are shared, so their completion benefits the entire team. With the completion of each side quest, progress in the world of Demon Slayer advances incrementally. Worldview unlocked. 15. Current progress in the Demon Slayer world. 12. At this moment, Lin Hao was perusing a forum. Terms like cyberpsychosis and mechanical madness were being hurled at him in slander. How infuriating. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, leveling up with fervor, and being forced into solo dominance, a single strike to level 99, Lin Hao was enraged. Do you understand my suffering? Very well. Henceforth, he shall serve as the quality inspector for demons. If they aspire to become one of the 12 Kazuki, let them first test the sharpness of his blade. Hey. The scene has changed, he remarked. Card Master was descending the mountain, restless and yearning for battle. In the demon forum, discussions erupted. The cyber psychotic has emerged. What now? Should we demons consider retreating offline? Such a technique exists? Demon Slayer is my home. I cherish my home. Returning to Blue Star is an impossibility. I shall never go back to the grind. Demon Slayer is far better. I am allied with Musen, indulging in milk bread and large chicken legs daily. The demons were fervently debating. Do not panic. Lady Daki has taken action against the cyber psychotic. At that moment, another demon interjected. In the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon reading the message, the Blue Star members were taken aback. Are you Card Master, the quality inspector for demons? This title eclipsed their own standing in the Demon Slayer Corps. Splendid. The Flame Hashira, with wide, spirited eyes, nodded vigorously. He relished this designation. Flame Hashira? Brother, where are you off to slay monsters? Take me along. The Blue Star members hurriedly sought to cling to his coattails. Infinite Train. The Flame Hashira nodded emphatically. Ding. Side quest released. Flame Hashira and Infinite Train. Description. After concluding their training, Tanjiro and his companions arrived at their next destination, the Infinite Train, where over 40 individuals had mysteriously vanished. Accompanied by Nezuko, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, they joined forces with one of the strongest swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku. Within the darkness of the Infinite Train, they would confront the lurking demons. Victory conditions: unknown, failure, deduction of demon hunting points, accept decline, accept. The majority of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were from the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star. Their spirits ignited as they raised their blades in declaration of acceptance for the mission. After all, acting alongside a Hashira ensured their safety. Indeed, the Hashira represented the highest echelon of swordsmen within the Corps. While lower-ranked members were being systematically eliminated at an alarming rate, the Hashira stood apart, forming the backbone of the Demon Slayer Corps. To ascend to the rank of Hashira, one must vanquish a member of the 12 Kazuki. The number of Hashira is relative to that of the 12 Kazuki. Chapter 67. Speak without thinking, you rascal. The water Hashira, Chitomioka, the insect Hashira, Shinobu Kocho. The flame Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku, the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, the mist Hashira, Michiro Takido, the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji, the serpent Hashira, Abanai Iguro, the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, and the stone Hashira, Jiomi Himejima. From the Dragon Kingdom, we have the rupture Hashira, Hongwan, the demon Hashira, Zhang Xingho, and the sky Hashira, Luoyu. The rupture Hashira possesses formidable abilities, able to freely manipulate her Zanpakuto, the 7 days and nights blade, and ranks among the top 10 in swordsmanship and Kido techniques within the Dragon Kingdom. She is a striking beauty, tall and slender with fair skin, often seen in bold attire that exudes a high degree of allure. Both within the demon ranks and here, she enjoys immense popularity, particularly alongside the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kanroji. As for the demon Hashira, Zhang Xingho, he is adept in the use of ninjutsu and is also quite powerful. The sky Hashira, Luoyu, transitioned to a ninja, practicing a bloodline technique that transcends the limits of bloodline limits, dust release, a fusion of wind, earth, and fire elements, whose power surpasses most ninjutsu. Any demon slain by the Sky Hashira leaves no trace, hence the moniker. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that the Flame Hashira's journey will be one of peril. In the world of Demon Slayer, only Lin Hao is aware that in the original storyline, the Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, is destined to meet his demise on the Mugen train during this side quest. The demons converse fervently, "Ha, Lord Muzan has spoken. The Flame Hashira is heading to the Mugen train. Let us hunt him down. A battle against the Hashira? This shall be a grand confrontation. Indeed. We demons are set to engage the Demon Slayer Corps. Who shall lead us? The strongest among Muzan and Appos. S12 Kazuki, lower rank 1, Enmu. Enmu? The one capable of weaving dreams with his blood demon art? The Demon Slayer Corps is doomed. Not only Enmu, but also Akaza. What? Lord Akaza will also participate. The upper rank 3 of the Kazuki? After all, it is a battle against the Hashira. One lower rank Kazuki, Enmu, is not sufficient. A spectacular show awaits, and we demons shall surely triumph over the Demon Slayer Corps and dominate the world. The demons are in heated discussion, as most aboarded the train, confident they will earn splendid rewards. By slaying a Hashira, they could obtain a diamond treasure chest. Meanwhile, Lin Hao has just emerged, teaming up with Zhang Yongjun, Jiang Xiang, Duan Hong Yang, and Lu Shuai to complete the main quest. Ding. Main quest initiated. Would you like to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Description. The Demon Slayer Corps comprises hundreds of native members and 50,000 from the Blue Star, known as Demon Hunters, dedicated to slaying the progenitor demon Muzan Kabutsuji, serving the Kanroji clan. Ding. This main quest has a branch option to become a demon and join Muzan and Appos as faction. Please choose wisely. Without hesitation, Lin Hao opted for the Demon Slayer Corps. Become a demon? The current demon forces are comprised of the likes of the Japanese, Koreans, and others. We, the Dragon Kingdom people, will surely join the Demon Slayer Corps. Ding. Choice successful. You have joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Ding. Please report to the Demon Slayer Corps. Thus, the formidable Lin Hao swaggered into the territory of the Demon Slayer Corps. A newcomer? Step aside. Ken and Appos. TUCU and Appos. Re-blocking my shadow? A man shouldering a Nicaran blade glanced at Lin Hao and his companions with a disdainful expression. He detested the lack of decorum displayed by these newcomers. Lin Hao did not anticipate encountering such a figure so soon, who was offended by the mere fact that Lin Hao had stepped into his shadow. How dare you not recognize me, the quality inspector of the demons and the examiner for demon hunters? He swatted at the man. Ouch! The man was caught off guard, feeling a heavy blow to his head, and fell to the ground in a comical manner. Laughter erupted around them, save for one girl, expressionless, who turned her gaze toward Lin Hao. She was Tong Tong, known as the robot. Her assassination target was Lin Hao. The Flame Hashira, the Mugen train? Lin Hao received a side quest, scratching his nose with an expression that suggested mischief. What nonsense! The Flame Hashira will perish on the Mugen train. What? The demon hunters around him were taken aback. They had witnessed reckless behavior before, but never to this extent. How dare he speak so boldly in front of a Hashira? The Hashira's strength far exceeded theirs, and they regarded him with reverence and admiration. Yet here was this fellow, spouting such outrageous claims. Everyone dies. But I shall not perish easily. The Flame Hashira, Kaijiro Rengoku, remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Brother, this is the attitude we need. Upon hearing this, the crowd was moved to tears. Indeed, this is a true brother. Lord Flame Hashira, we have located the Mugen train, announced a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Before embarking on our mission, let us enjoy a bowl of ramen. Kaijiro Rengoku declared cheerfully. And so, the Hashira led the members of the Dragon Kingdom and Lin Hao toward the enigmatic Mugen train. Wow, how fast! Cried a boy resembling a pig. Apologies. He is a pig and Appos, as head. Come here, you fool. Zenitsu hurriedly pulled the pig-headed boy to another carriage. By the way, you were looking for the Flame Hashira, right, Tanjiro? Yes, his hair is quite striking, and I remember his scent. Ding. Side quest for the Mugen train has commenced. What the hell? As everyone awakened, they found themselves inside the train. They had no recollection of how they arrived. What happened? Some women shrieked. Calm down. It is likely an attack by demons. As long as the Flame Hashira is here, we have nothing to fear. Yes, the Flame Hashira is here. The Demon Slayer Corps was astonished by the scene before them. Their last memory was acting alongside the Flame Hashira, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves seated inside the train. The train chugged along, exhaling bright sparks, laboring through the darkness toward the vast unknown. Outside, the landscape unfolded as expansive fields, with the rumbling train resembling an explosion. Everyone swallowed hard, surveying their surroundings, but apart from the deafening noise of the machinery and the wind swirling beneath the train, nothing seemed amiss. Could it be that this mission involved direct transportation upon acceptance? Some speculated. Nevertheless, it is imperative to ascertain the current circumstances. One must proceed with caution and seek the traces of the demons. The realm of purgatory also suspects that this may be an assault by the fiends. Indeed, they are present. At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the front. A horde of demons, with malevolent grins, lunged toward them, igniting a fierce battle within the confines of the train car. In an instant, the air was thick with the scent of blood, painting a hellish tableau. The flame-breathing, First form, unknowable fire. With the ferocity of an inferno, the assault was launched upon the adversaries, and several demons were swiftly decapitated. Wow, the flame pillar is astonishing. Indeed. He's the elder brother. Remarkable. As the members of the Demon Slayer Corps erupted in cheers, they commenced their counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Lin Hao stood rooted in place, his eyes resembling a kaleidoscope. The ability of the lower moon one, Yum, was rendered trivial before his gaze. Everything appeared as ephemeral as a bubble, with the illusionary arts being exceedingly rudimentary. He shook his head. Around him, the flame pillar, along with Jiang Chen and other members of the Demon Slayer Corps, were in deep slumber. Each individual had succumbed to the dreamscape conjured by the blood demon art of Yum. It was akin to an infinite Tsukuyomi, where everyone was ensnared in their own dreams, yet each was the protagonist of their own narrative. While all were lost in slumber, he alone remained awake. Ha ha ha. Yes, venture deep into the dreamscape, be devoured, and then be slain. Yum stood at the forefront of the infinite train, arms outstretched, a chilling smile adorning his face. Clad in a long black coat and white trimmed trousers, he emitted a laugh that was indistinguishable in gender. As the leader of the lower moon, the dreams he crafted ensured that his opponents could only awaken by taking their own lives. Yet, who possessed the valor to do so? Surely, no one has noticed? A sinister grin stretched across his face. Lord Musen would undoubtedly reward him handsomely. Slaying the pillars and vanquishing so many members of the Demon Slayer Corps would surely earn him a grand reward, would it not? Thus, Akaza made his entrance. 1, 2, 3. Splendid, splendid. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps fell one after another. He counted the heads while wearing a malevolent grin. The priority remained to eliminate the pillar. Perish, pillar. Within the realm of dreams, every individual harbored a core of spiritual essence. Should this core be destroyed, the dream's master would lose consciousness, becoming a mere shell, incapable of any resistance even in death. Although the flame pillar's core was formidable, it was on the brink of demise. Ha ha ha, victory is so easily attained. No one can escape my initial kill. Yum cackled with glee, never expecting to seize victory so effortlessly. The flame pillar was thus dispatched by him. Oh, foolish Idu, how far can your eyes truly see? Unexpectedly, a deep and resonant voice suddenly reverberated from behind him. Someone? What is this scent? A blue star person? How can this be? Yum turned in shock to behold a youth with piercing eyes, alabaster skin, and hair as dark as ink. Beneath his stunning visage lay an icy demeanor that repelled all, exuding an air of coolness and a regal bearing. His every movement radiated pride and sovereign authority. Against the pitch-black night sky, his elongated figure was accentuated. Beneath his slender brows, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered like an enigma, their depths unfathomably dark. The youth's lips curled slightly, sketching a mocking arc that seemed to challenge the world. He unsheathed his sword with grace, his black hair flowing in the wind, the moonlight shimmering like water, reflecting not only his form but also an overwhelming intent to kill. Blue star person. Yum immediately grasped the situation. How did you breach my dream? He was astonished, but his expression swiftly morphed into one of malevolence. Your pillar is already dead. Whatever you do is futile. Is that so? The newcomer was none other than Lin Hao, who smiled gently, his kaleidoscope Sharingan still revolving. How tragic. You are utterly oblivious to having fallen prey to counter-illusion techniques. Yum, you are pathetically weak. Lin Hao snapped his fingers. The ability to manipulate the illusory and the real is not solely yours. I possess this eye as well. Ah. Yum felt himself plummeting into an endless abyss, only to be pulled back into reality. The revelation dawned upon him. Everything he had witnessed was merely an illusion crafted by this youth. He, Yum, had fallen victim to an illusion. This was an unparalleled disgrace. How could this be? Awakening from the dream were not only the lower moon Yum, but also other transformed demons, little days, sticks, and monkeys, each wearing a look of astonishment. Moments ago, they had reveled in the ecstasy of victory. And now? Damn it. We were ensnared in an illusion? Yum, ensnared by the Sharingan? Chapter 68, the most ancient Zanpakuto, slaying demons. But wait, why does his Sharingan not possess 1 or 2 tomo? Indeed, it lacks even the 3rd tomo. What kind of Sharingan is this? A mutated Sharingan? Regardless, they were all left in a state of astonishment. As inhabitants of Blue Star, they were aware, before becoming demons, that awakened ninjas possessed the Sharingan technique. For instance, Kakashi, Obito, Sasuke, Itachi, and other members of the Uchiha clan. However, none had ever achieved the 3rd tomo, let alone the Meijiki Sharingan. Why, you may ask? Because Lin Hao understood that they were utterly oblivious to the concept of bonds. Sasuke and Itachi are brothers. Would they know if they had never watched Naruto? Obito and Kakashi were teammates. Did they comprehend this? Without bonds, how could one attain the Meijiki? The Sharingan is indeed powerful, but its evolution is far more challenging. For Uchiha without talent, the 2nd tomo is already the limit. Just look at the Uchiha clan. Aside from Itachi and Sasuke, Shursui, how many of those lesser Uchihas possess the 3rd tomo? As for the Meijiki, it is beyond their reach. Not to mention the eternal Meijiki. Upon arriving at Blue Star, the difficulty of awakening the Sharingan has escalated dramatically. During the pioneering phase of Blue Star, mastering the Sharingan is no small feat at this moment. All members of the Demon Slayer Corps were awakening. each with a bewildered expression. I am the king of another world. I am the king of another realm. Suddenly, someone regained consciousness, exclaiming in shock. What the hell? It was just a dream. Many others furrowed their brows, awakening to realize they had fallen under an illusion. They hurried to the rooftop, only to find Lin Hao confronting Yandang, surrounded by numerous demons, all watching intently. Damn, it's the Demon Slayer Corps. They have awakened. The citizens of Dragon Country, now turned demons, were startled upon seeing the inhabitants of Dragon Country, their cries echoing in the air. In the face of enemies, emotions ran high, especially on the battlefield. Both sides stood opposed. You are human, and I am a demon. What can we do now? Damn it, where and Oppos, as my artillery? Fire at them. Annihilate the demons. Kill. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps roared, showcasing their prowess as they launched their assault. Charge. The demon soldiers shouted, rushing forward to engage in battle. The lesser demons also exhibited their blood demon arts, clashing with the Demon Slayer Corps of Dragon Country. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkeys from Monkey Country joined the fray like wild animals. Thank you, young man from Blue Star. The flame Hashira had unexpectedly appeared beside Lin Hao. No need for thanks, Lin Hao replied, narrowing his eyes. Flame Hashira, the true enemy, is not the Lower Moon one. Yandang. At that moment, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke had also climbed onto the rooftop. Boom. Suddenly, the entire infinite train seemed to collide with something. With the clang of metal, the train came to a halt amidst swirling smoke, and a figure slowly approached. Indeed, you are quite formidable. Before the figure even drew near, an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings. Young man, the true enemy you speak of must be him, the flame Hashira remarked, his eyes wide open and unwavering. Before them stood a figure with short peach-colored hair, golden eyes, and pale skin, covered in countless deep blue tattoos symbolizing sin. His crimson nails appeared eerily menacing, stained with the blood of countless victims, while the beads around his ankles retained some characteristics from his human days, though they were scarce. In summary, it was all intentional. Indeed, he is the Upper Moon 3, Akaza, a demon that reveres strength and despises weakness, perpetually seeking formidable opponents to become stronger. Lin Hao's tone was slow, and the members of the Demon Slayer Corps trembled. This demon represented the pinnacle of combat power in the world of Demon Slayer, Akaza. The Dragon Country's Bureau of Heavenly Officials had originally intended to confront this demon, only to be drawn into another realm. This demon's opponent should have been Chutian. Now, these lesser beings were unexpectedly facing an Upper Moon. Wasn't this supposed to be a routine mission? How could they encounter an Upper Moon? Akaza, Upper Moon 3. What a predicament. The expressions of the Dragon Country members of the Demon Slayer Corps changed drastically. Such a demon was beyond their capabilities, especially with Lower Moon 1, Yandang, lurking ominously. They swallowed hard. The situation was dire, and they were indeed surrounded by demons. Akaza has arrived? This is fantastic. The Demon Slayer Corps is doomed. You didn't see this coming, did you? The demons were equally surprised to have an Upper Moon come to their aid, especially the third one. The Demon Slayer Corps was in grave danger. Everyone might perish here. Leave this demon to me. You focus on Lower Moon 1, Yandang. Rengoku's expression remained unfazed as he maintained a calm smile while issuing commands. Just then, Akaza, who had been slowly approaching, suddenly accelerated, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Lin Hao. Bang! Before Lin Hao could react, Rengoku raised his Nichiren blade and struck Akaza's fist. Second form, Rising Sun. The Nichiren blade swung upward, slashing at the opponent with flames as fierce as wildfire. Akaza was struck by the tremendous force, his arms severed in an instant, causing him to leap backward. In that brief confrontation, everyone was rendered speechless, particularly Lin Hao. He had not anticipated that the combat prowess in this alternate realm of Demon Slayer would escalate to such heights. It was evidently different from his prior understanding of the Demon Slayer world. He had initially thought that his Zanpakuto, ninjutsu, and fruit abilities could easily suppress demons. Yet, upon witnessing an Upper Moon, he comprehended everything. The world had indeed strengthened, as expected of an alternate realm capable of autonomous growth. Indeed, you are impressive. Akaza crouched on the ground, a smile on his face, as his severed arm twisted and healed at an alarming rate. This regeneration speed rivaled that of the 100 heal technique. No, it even surpassed it. The demon's abilities had greatly enhanced. There was no notion of combat power degradation. Ordinary Zanpakuto here would likely pale in comparison to the Nichiren blade in the hands of the Hashira. Lower-tier ninjutsu could not even surpass the Hashira's breathing techniques. Comparatively inferior fruit abilities were utterly outmatched, while the blood demon arts offered a greater variety. In short, the strength of the Hashira had also increased. For instance, Rengoku and Appo's strike was akin to the prowess of flame breathing, first form. Why attack the weak? Rengoku inquired. Because I despise weakness. Weakness affects our combat. When you protect the weak, you hinder your own strength. Akaza smiled sincerely. What? Lin Hao was taken aback. So he was the weak one. This simply wouldn't and Appo's do. It would tarnish the legacy of the most ancient Zanpakuto. Mr. Rengoku, we shall fight alongside you. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke leaped forward. You handle Upper Moon 1, Yinding. I will confront Akaza. Rengoku nodded earnestly. Mr. Rengoku, Tanjiro called out. Could he really handle the third-ranking demon alone? How could anyone feel at ease with this? And what about me? I too am facing Akaza. Lin Hao felt utterly disregarded. From the beginning, he stood there like a mere fool. What was happening? Did no one recognize his strength? Huh? Who are you? Tanjiro tilted his head, looking at Lin Hao with a perplexed expression. Who is this person? When did he arrive here? Can't you see my credentials? Lin Hao's face darkened. As a distinguished quality inspector for demons, a prestigious member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and a central figure in the battle against demons, how could the protagonist not know his title? Character name, Lin Hao. Origin, Blue Star. Dragon Kingdom, Demon Slayer Corps member. Others, unknown. It was he, the cyber psychopath. At this moment, a demon finally recognized Lin Hao. He was indeed the cyber psychopath? The sword god of Tenley Slope? The one who had foolishly claimed that the flame Hashira would perish? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were astonished. Just look at the situation. Everyone was already in position, ready for battle. The lower moon one, Yum, was leading the small group, while the protagonists prepared for confrontation against the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Slayer Corps. Rengoku faced off against the strongest, Akaza, Upper Moon 3. Yet, here was Lin Hao, making bold claims. What audacity! What gave him the right to say he would confront Akaza? Faced with the demons and the skepticism of the Demon Slayer Corps, Lin Hao was incensed. Your esteemed quality inspector, wield the most ancient Zanpakuto, each strike ablaze with fire, capable of inflicting 999 damage. And you dare to label me a cyber psychopath? How could he, a distinguished inspector of demons, be questioned? Your Zanpakuto is the most ancient? Rengoku exclaimed in astonishment. Pfft. Mr. Rengoku, you can't possibly believe that. It's obviously a fabrication. What ancient Zanpakuto could just appear at will? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were shocked. Mr. Rengoku, you truly believe everything. What are you all doing? What is happening here? Akaza glared, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage. As Upper Moon 3. How could he be so overlooked for so long? That Lin Hao had interrupted the battlefield multiple times. He could hardly contain his desire to tear him apart. How dare he disrupt this sacred battleground? Whoosh. He launched an attack. Step back. Rengoku exclaimed, immediately employing the flame-breathing, third form, Flame Tiger. Boom. This was a downward slash, accompanied by surging flames. However, Akaza braced himself against the blow, while his other fist slammed into Rengoku's face. Bang. Rengoku reacted swiftly. If struck, his head would surely be lost. Ding. Assault task. Protect the 3 protagonists. Total reward, 3 golden treasure chests. 3 golden treasure chests? The members of the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Slayer Corps drooled at the notification. Wipe out the protagonist group? The demons, along with their minions, also paused before revealing sinister smiles. What were they waiting for? Let the battle commence. Boom. 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 The battlefield erupted into chaos as war broke out. Lin Hao, get out of the way. I will slay Akaza. Rengoku declared solemnly. It seemed that this quality inspector of demons was truly underestimated. Lin Hao sighed. What was the situation? He had used his kaleidoscope Sharingan to save all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps on the train, and they didn't even know who had rescued them. Had Rengoku not sensed his true strength either? Lin Hao? Rengoku was startled to see Lin Hao approaching with his Zanpakuto in hand. So graceful, simply exquisite. With a smooth draw, Lin Hao wielded his blade. The first form of flowing blade like fire required no release of the Zanpakuto. In the mere instant of drawing the blade, he concentrated his spiritual pressure into a swift vertical slash. It could cleave an enemy in twain with astonishing speed. Swoosh. From a distance, a deep cut appeared on Akaza, running from shoulder to waist. What? He didn't even realize when he had been injured. It was too fast. So incomprehensibly swift. Rengoku was utterly astonished. Was that a draw slash? How could it possess such incredible speed? Even he could not achieve such a feat. He was aware that he was inherently stronger than ordinary individuals, possessing immense strength. Ranking third among the 12 Hashira in wrist strength, surpassed only by the stone Hashira, Kaijuro Rengoku, and the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui. His own speed was considerable. Yet it paled in comparison to Lin Hao's drawing speed. Thus, he was the most shocked of all. Akaza's pupils dilated in disbelief. This boy had actually landed a hit. In that instant, he saw a flash of light, and then he was struck. Impossible. Destructive kill, needle. Akaza growled. This was his core blood demon art, summoning a 12-pointed snowflake formation beneath his feet, known as technique deployment. It allowed him to sense all of his opponent's attacks and presence, making his own strikes and evasive maneuvers as precise as if drawn by a magnet. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the more responsive the needle became, enhancing both strength and accuracy. Is he activating a skill? Lin Hao stepped forward, shielding Rengoku behind him. Chapter 69. The Staff of Lotus, Wings of Angels. Initial release, flowing blade like fire. Whoosh. To everyone's astonishment, the Zanpakuto in his hand erupted into a torrent of searing flames, surpassing even the techniques of the flame pillar and the sunwell sword. A blazing torch. In the instant Lin Hao drew his sword, a swirling wall of fire ignited, a technique meant to reduce enemies to ashes before dissipating. However, Yuaz managed to evade part of it using his core blood demon art. Moreover, endowed with formidable regenerative powers, he merely experienced the effects of being repelled. That is, both factions, engaged in fierce combat, were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. As Yuaz charged at Rengoku, Lin Hao unleashed a fiery tornado, sending Yuaz soaring. The tremendous force left everyone present in sheer shock. Could it be the breath of the sun? Tanjiro, gazing from afar, was left speechless. This was the joy of fire. Lin Hao's blade inflicted wounds upon the third upper moon, and with another strike, he repelled Yuaz, who was preparing to unleash his blood demon art. This level of power exceeded Rengoku's expectations by far. You were formidable. I underestimated you. Rengoku nodded vigorously. Then let us strike together. Breath of flames, fifth form, flame tiger. In the next moment, he inhaled deeply, thrusting the sun wheel sword forward. The flame swirling like a ferocious fire tiger lunging at its prey. Boom. Yuaz was taken aback as his body was ensnared by the flame tiger. The city was engulfed in flames. Subsequently, the flames released from Lin Hao's sword enveloped the enemy like a colossal hand, the 6,000-degree fire causing Yuaz to scream in agony. A combined assault. The identical flames astonished everyone present. What on earth? The cybernetic madman is actually fighting alongside Mr. Rengoku? Is this real, or am I hallucinating? Am I still dreaming? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. The combat prowess displayed by this individual was beyond imagination. The world of Demon Slayer was a vast, highly dangerous realm classified as a triple S-level threat. Originally, the denizens of Blue Star believed they could flaunt their Zanpakuto, ninjutsu, and the powers of devil fruits. However, the demons of this world had undergone various enhancements. Whether through fruits, swords, or ninjutsu, none could find any advantage. The interdimensional cybernetic brain emphasized a singular principle: fairness across worlds. Every realm operated under a balanced system, automatically enhancing the capabilities of monsters. Yet, even the augmented monsters found themselves at a disadvantage against Lin Hao. Boom. The battle was intensely fierce, with Lin Hao and Rengoku trading blows of fiery might, exerting overwhelming pressure on Yuaz. Destructive kill, chaos style. Yuaz roared, striking with extreme speed at a single point. The residual force from his severed blood demon art retaining its destructive power. Fourth form, spiraling flames. Rengoku intoned, centering himself, unleashing a vortex of flames through his swordsmanship. A technique designed to counter large-scale enemy assaults. Blazing hell. Lin Hao swung his blade, conjuring dozens of towering fire pillars that converged and exploded in an expansive radius. Boom. This level of combat left both factions momentarily stunned. Too powerful. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were in disbelief. What cybernetic lunacy? This is the true embodiment of the cyber deity. I can almost see a new pillar rising. What pillar? The bull pillar. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hao and Rengoku continued their relentless strikes, forcing Yuaz to retreat continuously. Veins bulging on his forehead, Yuaz bellowed. Destructive kill, void style. He unleashed a rapid 6-hit combo aimed at Lin Hao and Rengoku's heads, his speed too swift to be discerned. Flash, clang, clang, clang. In a single second, Lin Hao executed 30 swift strikes, blocking every one of them. What? Yuaz was once again astonished. Who are you? Demon Slayer Corps? No, Blue Star individual. How can someone so powerful exist among you? This is merely a glimpse of my might. The Upper Moon Demon. This is just the tip of the iceberg of my strength. The flowing blade like fire in Lin Hao's hand is merely a Zanpakuto. Impossible. Yuaz fumed. Enraged at being belittled. An Upper Moon Demon humiliated. Destructive kill, foot style, crown slash. He propelled a powerful kick from below, aimed at Lin Hao and Rengoku's heads. Bang. Rengoku retaliated with his blade but was sent flying, skidding across the ground. Mr. Rengoku, are you alright? Tanjiro rushed over. I am fine. What about the first lower moon? Rengoku inquired. That demon has merged with the train, but we of the Demon Slayer Corps should be able to handle it. Tanjiro quickly replied. Excellent. Just as Rengoku was about to say more, he witnessed was executing destructive kill, foot style, flowing flash group light. Boom, boom, boom. On Lin Hao's side, the Upper Moon Demon unleashed a rapid series of powerful kicks towards the same spot, erupting like flashes of light. Rengoku moved, ready to assist. But then he heard. Foolish Upper Moon Demon, you have yet to grasp the extent of our disparity. Boom. A colossal, ominous aura surged to its peak. Purple flames igniting and soaring into the sky, massive ribs appearing before Lin Hao. What? Yuaz was horrified. What is that? It can withstand his flowing flash group light? Buzz. In his eyes, the bizarre entity morphed into a towering skeleton, completely encasing Lin Hao. Susanoo. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted around Lin Hao, causing the very heavens to tremble. Clang, clang, clang. Many wielders of the Sunwell Sword dropped their weapons. Mouths agape, staring in disbelief at the gigantic figure. What power is this? The ultimate power of the Sharingan, known as divine power, requires the double Meijiki Sharingan to manifest energy from within. Lin Hao understood that the people of this world were unaware of what Susanoo entailed. As a scholar, he felt compelled to enlighten these ignorant souls about the essence of Susanoo. The first stage of Susanoo is the initial form, possessing partial capabilities. And the user's body is not fully enveloped, offering the weakest defense. The second stage evolves from the initial form into a skeletal shape, capable of completely encasing the user while significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. This is the form he currently embodies. The third stage, established, within Susanoo. Lin Hao clenched his right hand. Buzz. In this state, Susanoo possesses a complete body, capable of releasing ninjutsu and wielding exclusive weapons and techniques. But it does not end here. Yuaz. Behold the full might of your grandpa. Lin Hao howled. The curse mark activates. Whoosh. Black patterns surged across Susanoo. Is this the pattern that Muzan fears? In this state, one can harness natural energy beyond their own power. Arrows, come forth. Buzz. Susanoo swiftly conjured a bow and arrow, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering stones, known as the legendary Amino Makigabo. Lotus Staff, Wings of Angels. As Susanoo sprouted celestial wings, his debut demanded a magnificent conclusion to the battle. He bestowed upon the upper-ranked demons the utmost honor and privilege. In that moment, Tong Tong gasped. Purgatory looked up in awe. The Demon Slayer Corps was horrified, and the demons trembled in terror, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Ah! Destruction kill, final form, blue-silver chaotic light. Akaza roared repeatedly, summoning his blood needles, unleashing an instant barrage of hundreds of projectiles in all directions. The velocity was astonishing, and the power immense. Yet, when confronted with the might wielded by Lin Hao, it seemed but a trifling spectacle. Boom. Then, they witnessed the most splendid explosion of their lives, a terrifying shockwave sweeping from all sides, a blinding white light cascading down like a torrential downpour. The deafening blast resonating throughout the infinite train. It resembled the Tunguska event, utterly obliterating the wailing Akaza. In that very spot, the lotus staff embedded itself into the ground, emitting wisps of azure smoke. Having expended all his strength, Lin Hao nearly plummeted from the heavens. He had drained every ounce of his power to execute such a strike. That power has returned. The reading Muzan Kabutsuji shuddered, his book thudding to the ground with a resounding thud. His visage contorted with rage, as if he had encountered a force he most feared, every cell in his body quaking uncontrollably. Lord Muzan, Akaza is dead, Daki quavered in terror. She had initially contemplated aiding Muzan in eliminating that formidable entity. Yet, upon her return from that place, she collapsed upon entering the infinite city. How could this be? This power rivals that of Yorichi Tsujikuni. Who could it possibly be? Muzan regained his composure, his expression a mask of fury. Lord Muzan, it is a blue star being. Daki stammered. A blue star being? Muzan seethed with rage. Yet another from the blue star. The last one, a fellow named Haoyan, had forced him into hiding for a decade, and now another had appeared. How many more years must he evade? He raged internally, suddenly turning to Daki. Have you located the Stone Demon Mask? The Stone Demon Mask was an artifact possessing the power to transcend to the ultimate life form. He, Muzan, yearned for it desperately to conquer the sun. They had procured one, yet many remained elusive, lacking the most crucial artifact, the Super Aja Red Stone. Daki hastily responded. The Aja Red Stone is an exceptionally rare gem in nature, reflecting light billions of times, radiating from a single point. A miraculous force created by nature. While the Super Aja Red Stone refers to the pristine, unblemished perfect red stone. In ancient times, a unique species, the Dark Clan, thrived, living solely at night. Exposure to sunlight would spell their doom, bearing a striking resemblance to us demons. Chapter 70. What is there to discuss about being a pillar? However, our upper moon demons encountered obstacles while searching for the Aja Red Stone. Daki spoke cautiously. Obstacles? Muzan's eyes flashed with an uncontrollable fury, radiating a piercing glare. The overwhelming pressure made the demons in Infinity Castle feel a chill run down their spines. As sacrifices, the newcomers were frightened like fledglings. Muzan-sama, he is their supreme leader. The most terrifying demon, the progenitor of demons. You upper moons have truly disappointed me. It is a pity. He spoke in an exceedingly calm tone. Nevertheless, it no longer matters. I have no expectations left for you. You are once again uttering such sorrowful words. A carefree demon with slanted eyes and a smile, embodying innocence, spoke. He is upper moon too, Doma. Have I ever let down your expectations? Doma gazed with his kaleidoscopic eyes, as though he were receiving divine revelation. The Tsujikuni clan, now joined by the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, had hoped that with your involvement, they could eradicate them. Yet the upper moons are even missing a piece. Muzan cast a cold, emotionless gaze at the newcomers, who dared not speak. The fledglings trembled, unable to lift their heads. The blue shore flower has yet to be found. Only the Aja Red Stone can transform me into the ultimate being, allowing me to transcend all. Muzan suddenly pressed his hands on the table. His face contorted with rage. I am gradually losing understanding of your purpose. Please forgive me, my subordinates. My subordinates have no words to say. The upper moons bowed their heads, unable to refute. Daki, continue. Muzan commanded icily. In the ancient era, long before the emergence of humans, there existed a race that could not face the sun, strikingly similar to us demons. Among them was a genius named Cass, who invented and utilized the stone demon mask and even killed his own kin to become the ultimate being. Cass sought the perfect Ajo redstone with his companions, but ultimately fell into a slumber lasting 2,000 years. Now, they have awakened. SSS level dangerous interdimensional space, Jojo and Appos, S bizarre adventure. Daki quickly added, the Ajo redstone, once guarded by the Ripple clan 1,000 years ago, is now protected by the Ripple user, Lisa. Daki continued, Ripple breathing is a more extraordinary technique than that of the Demon Slayer core. It is also known as Ripple Qigong, with each individual and Appos, S fluctuations differing, and the strength of that world has significantly increased, with each Ripple user possessing combat prowess comparable to that of the pillars. Moreover, with the addition of individuals from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, they have become even stronger and more numerous. Upon hearing this, a fledgling demon quickly raised his head and said, the enemy of the Ripple clan, Cass, is the inventor of the stone demon mask, and now our people have joined Cass and Appos, S ranks, working in tandem with you, Musen-sama. Cass has stated that you and he can become ultimate beings together. Crack. Before the fledgling could finish speaking, his head was suddenly in Musen and Appos, S hands. Cass? He dares to be mentioned in the same breath as me? Musen discarded the fledgling and Appos, S head, scanning the room coldly. Only I, Musen, can become the ultimate being. Yes. The demons bowed in submission. Kokushibo. Musen's gaze fell upon a specific area in Infinity Castle. A man named Kokushibo slowly emerged. He is the Upper Moon One, the strongest among the 12 Kazuki. Though he resembles a human, he possesses 6 eyes with red scara and golden irises. His imposing presence instills fear even in the pillars. You and Doma will go to the Jojo world and seize the Ajo redstone from the Ripple clan. If you encounter Kaz, slay him. Musen spoke coldly. Yes. Kokushibo and Upper Moon 2, Doma, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the fledglings were swallowing hard. Initially, both Kaz's faction in the otherworldly space and Musen's forces were demons. Now, Musen intends to monopolize the Ajo redstone and become the ultimate being? What does Kaz think? What do the Ripple users think? This could provoke numerous factions. Yet, they dared not speak. The recent gruesome death of the fledgling had already instilled fear in them. Indeed, an epic battle is about to commence. Musen versus Ripple users. The vampire Kaz, who will ultimately triumph. Ding. Assault mission completed. All rewards. 3 golden chests. Ding. You fearlessly eliminated Musen's direct subordinate, Upper Moon 3, Akaza, and received a special reward, Blood Demon Art, Destruction Kill Skillbook. Ding. Musen and Appos, S faction and Appos, S favor towards you has turned to deep hatred. Ding. You have cleared Akaza, receiving additional benefits from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Please return to Blue Star to claim them. Ding. You have obtained 20 golden chests, 50 silver chests, and 100 bronze chests. Ding. You have acquired a new title, Upper Moon Hunter. Ding. A series of notifications overwhelmed Lin Hao. He immediately summoned the Outer Path Golem, extracting Akaza's soul and converting it into pure energy. Outer Path Golem Chakra, 192547. Hiss. Lin Hao gasped in astonishment, not expecting such a substantial amount. The stronger the soul, the greater the energy conversion. He stored everything else in his dimensional ring, leaving the group behind with their mouths agape for a long time. Especially Tong Tong, as a robot, was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape. Instant, eliminated. The Upper Moon Demon was annihilated. What? The battle just began, and you tell me it's over? Cyber mental illness. Cyber deity. I swear. I shall call you the strongest demon hunter. As formidable as the mud horse climbing to the sky. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps from the Dragon Kingdom erupted in astonished discussions. Quack. Quack. At this moment, the crows circled overhead, spreading the news throughout the entire Demon Slayer Corps. The Upper Moon Demon has been slain? Excellent, excellent. Rengoku, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, and the Dragon Kingdom's demon hunters. This is just the beginning. Unprecedentedly, Musen is finally heading towards decline. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Sujikuni Yoya, coughed blood while exuding vitality, saying, the Upper Moon Demon, Akaza, has been killed? The Upper Moon from the Dragon Kingdom, Tear Pillar, H. Ren, Demon Pillar, Zhang Xingho, Sky Pillar, Luo Yu. They were still at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, witnessing their leader bleed, exchanging shocked glances. Are the demons in the Demon Slayer world not supposed to be enhanced? Zhang Xingho exclaimed in disbelief. I know the Flame Pillar's strength well. He shouldn't be strong enough to single-handedly kill Upper Moon 3. Even with the assistance of the 3 strong ones and the hunters from the Demon Slayer Corps, it doesn't seem plausible for them to take down Akaza. H. Rin furrowed his brow. I am aware of Akaza. He was initially the target of the Heavenly Officials hunting squad, possessing formidable strength. His blood demon art is named Destruction Kill, centered around the perception of combat energy, with the Destruction Kill, Luo Needle at its core, giving rise to a series of precise, rapid, and powerful martial strikes. Ryu exclaimed, regardless of whether it is the chaotic style, the void style, the foot style, the fragmented style, the annihilation style, or the final style, these 6 forms are immensely powerful. How could they be defeated by a mere pillar? Look closely. There is a name of a blue star person within, Zhang Xingho suddenly remarked. Lin Hao. Hong Wan was equally astonished. This is evidently a blue star name. Let me investigate. Rou promptly opened the system panel to search for the name Lin Hao. Found it. He is actually a reserve member of the Heavenly Official Bureau's expedition team. He gasped. A reserve member? How could a mere reserve member possibly assist a pillar in vanquishing an upper moon demon? Hong Wan's brow furrowed even deeper. We are not reserve members either. We have not participated in any expedition. Zhang Xingho pondered for a moment and said, regardless, we must meet this Lin Hao. If he truly helped the pillar defeat the upper moon demon, he may have the potential to become a pillar himself. A pillar? Are we adding another person? Rou exclaimed. So powerful. Truly remarkable. Inosuk dashed over, gesticulating wildly. Incredible. Zenitsu was equally astounded. That last strike was evidently 100 times more terrifying than the flame pillar's attack. Mr. Lin Hao. May I ask if you could teach me the fire goddess dance? Tanjiro, carrying Nezuko on his back, rushed over, brimming with excitement. Haha, you're impressive. Would you be interested in becoming a pillar? I would gladly recommend you, Rengoku said, patting Lin Hao on the shoulder. He had never encountered such a dazzling blue star individual. What kind of attack was that? A fusion of various elemental powers reducing the upper moon demon to dust. Even I cannot achieve such a feat, he admitted with great respect. Are you all members of the Flattery sect? Hurry and slay the demons. There are still many remaining. Lin Hao pointed at the bewildered, life-questioning Little Sun and Stick demons. Ah. The Little Sun and Stick demons immediately reacted. Their upper moon leader had been slain. What are we waiting for? Retreat. No, it cannot be. Lower moon demon Yin Ming, still in disbelief, had witnessed the death of Lord Akaza with his own eyes, his hands clasped on either side of his face in shock. Yin Ming, we must flee. If we don't run now, it will be too late. A group of Little Sun demons screeched. The situation had now turned overwhelmingly against them. The Demon Slayer Corps pursued them relentlessly, with many demons already reduced to mere mortals, perishing beneath the sunlit blades. Ah. Yin Ming finally awoke from his stupor. No, I must avenge Lord Akaza. Everyone shall perish. Let the dream unfold. However, before he could finish his sentence, crack, the flame pillar struck, ending it in an instant. What more is there to say? This is the pillar. Only upper moon demons can rival such power. At this moment, within one of the SSS-level spaces of another realm, the world of Sword Art Online, the massive floating castle of Aincrad, constructed of rock and steel, comprises 100 layers, suspended in midair. Its interior boasts several urban areas, numerous small streets and villages, forests, grasslands, and even the presence of lakes. Chapter 71, the activation of the direct and simple mode once. The earth was safeguarded by the dual holy trees of black and white, maintaining the equilibrium of all things. Within the 100 layers of Aincrad, a staircase connected the upper and lower floors, existing perilously within the labyrinthine regions teeming with monsters. Players relied solely on their weapons to traverse these floors, seeking the staircase leading to the upper levels, vanquishing powerful guardian beasts, and striving to ascend to the pinnacle of the castle. Beyond battling monsters, skills in metallurgy, leather crafting, and tailoring also flourished, alongside everyday skills like fishing, cooking, and music. Within this vast realm, players engaged not merely in adventure, but in a life as vivid as the text suggested. The expedition team, comprising 20 core members including Jiang Ingding, Chu Tian, and Tong Yi, received fresh intelligence. At that moment, they were delving into the second layer, facing the guardian boss, the Bull King Asterios. Armed with radiant golden warhammers capable of unleashing paralysis-inducing sword techniques and explosive paralysis attacks, boasting a combat power rating of 35. For them, it was all hands on deck to activate the simple mode. Huh? At this moment, Chu Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, the Upper Moon 3 from Demon Slayer, Akaza, has been defeated. Eh? Instantly, the others halted their actions, astonished expressions adorning their faces. No way, Akaza's combat rating is at least 50 stars. Besides us, who else could possibly defeat him? A bald-headed member exclaimed. Monk, you underestimate the Hashira of the Demon Slayer world. Their Nicaran blades have been enhanced by a foreign light brain, their power rivaling that of a Zanpakuto, Jiang Inging countered, shaking her head. Underestimating the Hashira doesn't he imply they could take down Upper Moon 3? Tongi interjected, his astonishment evident. We previously disseminated false information, allowing the reserve team to infiltrate the Demon Slayer world to provide us cover while we tackled the 100-layer tower in Sword Art Online, Chu Tian explained. The plan succeeded. Even the strongest of Eagle Sauce, Adam, was tricked into it. Indeed, Jiang Inging nodded. Yet, we never anticipated that Akaza would truly be slain, with a hint of helplessness. Chu Tian remarked, I've encountered that demon before and fought him. Although I emerged victorious, he managed to escape. I also clashed with Muzan. The monk said, Muzan, the leader of the demons, is rumored to aspire to become the ultimate being. His influence is encroaching upon other realms, seeking to claim the red stone for evolution. If he succeeds, it will indeed become troublesome. By the way, when did Lin Hao join? Chu Tian suddenly inquired. Lin Hao? Jiang Inging, most familiar with him, replied. I initially intended to test him, but the situation unfolded too swiftly. This time, he participated in the subjugation of Akaza alongside the Flame Hashira. So he may indeed deserve some credit. Oh? Chu Tian's interest peaked. What is his class? He has transitioned into any ninja class, Jiang Yinging clarified. HM? The other members of the expedition team turned their attention, curious. What do you mean? Literally, his profession is a unique support class, a card master. Jiang Yinging slowly divulged the truth. Chu Tian was taken aback. He had assumed he was a formidable ninja. Instead, he was met with the term, card master? No way. The monk appeared equally dumbfounded. He was aware of card masters, whose produced cards were notoriously subpar and rarely utilized. Moreover, each card was exorbitantly priced, making it more prudent to purchase ninja tools, scrolls, or destructive arts. Lin Hao is highly recommended by Director Zhao Ji and General Lu Feng, and has received unanimous endorsements from other departments, Jiang Yinging stated. Then I shall keep a close watch. A card master, how intriguing, Chu Tian nodded. What level is he currently at? Probably around level 8, Jiang Yinging replied. After all, levels are determined by various factors. A rough estimation suggests this. Alright. Let us proceed to tackle the boss of the second layer in Sword Art Online, taking advantage of the fact that other nations remain oblivious to our true intentions. Chu Tian nodded and, accompanied by the core members, opened the portal to the boss's domain, at the He family residence. The master was informed by butler Huangzheng. News from the Demon Slayer world indicates that the young master has executed a significant feat, uniting the Hashira to eliminate Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Lin Longqi frowned, setting down his tools. Provide me with the details. Of course, meanwhile. A woman with a devilishly alluring figure, her long legs clad in a form-fitting, pale yellow dress that accentuated her perfect physique, was present. Her long, flowing curls framed her shoulders, and her subtly applied makeup highlighted her alluring features, including her sensuous red lips. Madam, at this moment, Tong Tong has sent a message stating a nearby guard began. His shooting coldly interrupted. What message? She wishes to abandon the mission, the guard quickly replied. Why? His shooting's brow furrowed. Insufficient strength, the guard succinctly stated. What? His shooting's fury erupted. That robot, Tong Tong, would actually forsake a task? This is unprecedented. How dare she utter such words? What does insufficient strength even mean? Arrange for a new assassin immediately, she commanded coldly. If Tong Tong cannot handle it, then let us choose someone more ruthless. To dare contest for the inheritance against Tian Heir is sheer folly. Understood, the guard nodded promptly. Ha ha ha, Lin Hao. Have you finally begun to shine? Upon receiving the news, Tian burst into laughter. You, so formidable, could no longer restrain yourself, could you? Excellent, excellent. A sinister expression crossed his face. Hurry and come to my side. Are you now my rival? That mere Akaza is insignificant. I've already triumphed over him in a round. Ha ha. His raucous laughter echoed, exuding an invincible fervor. Tian, do not forget our plan. Two women beside him interjected coldly. One, tall and elegant with bronze skin, was an otherworldly being named Vanny. The other, clad in red, stood at 5 feet tall. Her alluring figure partially concealed, a magical fairy named Beatrice. It was evident they had ties to Tian. I am aware, Tian, regaining his composure, casually replied. Lin Hao is merely a small stone on my path forward. When he arrives at my feet, I shall effortlessly kick him aside. Haraha. The student council called upon all members to venture into the Demon Slayer world, distributing benefits and inviting them to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Xia Li can urge the entire school to enter the realm. Lin Hao had already paved the way, establishing a foundation. It was time for them to immerse themselves, adopt the identity of demon hunters, and relish the associated benefits and privileges. Often, a blue star individual possesses numerous identities and titles in alternate realms, for they can traverse each world at will. However, human energy is not boundless. During their 3 years in the middle and advanced classes, one might only manage to acquire around 5 such identities. Achieving more than 8 beneficial titles is truly the mark of a master. Foster father, I have arrived. Zhou Yingji exclaimed with a peculiar cry. Following him were Su Gaoi, Yi Tong, Fei Mingliang, Tian's son, Tang Taihe, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Xiao, and Wang Fei. Regarding the exploration of the SSS-level perilous space by the Glory Academy, soon, various networks began to report on this matter, inciting considerable ire among the Academy's leaders. Were they courting disaster? Exploring an SSS-level dangerous space? Yet, often the outcomes are most contrary to expectations. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, every member adheres strictly to the mentorship system, supported by professional medical facilities and logistical teams. Welcome the new Hashira, Kazu Hashira. Upon vanquishing Akaza, Lin Hao was elevated to the status of Kazu Hashira. Initially, he lacked the qualifications for such a title, but based on comprehensive assessments of military strength, referring to the academy and individual combat prowess, he was deemed worthy. With the strong endorsement of the Flame Hashira, none of the other Hashira raised any objections. Thus, Lin Hao became the sole leader of a dedicated Demon Slayer Corps, possessing his own personal team. Kazu Hashira, greetings. I am Zhang Xingho, the Demon Hashira. This is the Sky Hashira, Luo Yu, and the Blood Hashira, Hongwan. We are all from Longhua. Zhang Xingho introduced himself. Lin Hao, we are already aware of your combat capabilities, thanks to the flame Hashira, Luo Yu remarked. You are the only one to have ascended to Hashira so swiftly, Hong Wan stated with indifference. Hashira? I am not particularly interested. I am merely here to level up, Lin Hao replied, narrowing his eyes at them. The three Hashira from Longwa held a level of 15, which is considered moderate within the Heavenly Official Bureau. It is said that their tasks are directly assigned by Longwa since, apart from slaying demons, they also venture into other alternate spaces. While the Demon Slayer realm is indeed an excellent place for acquiring items and leveling up, circumstances have changed. The number of demons created by the upper moons has significantly diminished. Hong Wan remarked, aside from the Demon King Muzin, the upper moons can also transform natives into demons. But the conversion rate has drastically declined. We suspect they are undertaking critical missions for Muzin. Oh? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao realized that intelligence had indeed arrived. We have received news that the Demon King Muzin is assaulting the JoJo's bizarre adventure world, seeking the legendary Red Stone, which can transform individuals into ultimate beings. It is referred to as the IGA Redstone, Luo Yu disclosed. Is that so? Lin Hao nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor, though a tempest brewed within him. Damn it, Muzin truly possesses intellect. No wonder he is an academic prodigy. The vampire masks created from the stone ghosts fear the sun, exhibiting powers akin to those of the demons in the Demon Slayer universe. If the stone ghosts and the IGA Redstone are combined, Muzin would no longer require the blue moonflower to counter sunlight. Impressive indeed, Kabutsuji Muzin. Should he succeed in defeating Kaz and transform into an ultimate being, the Demon Slayer world would surely meet its demise. Chapter 72, Return to Blue Star. The world of the Demon King as the Demon King from the Demon Slayer world stirs trouble. It seems that the primary mission for the Demon Hunters is to eliminate Muzin and liberate the realm. However, should Muzin be vanquished, wouldn't that signify unemployment for all Demon Hunters? It is no wonder that the young master expresses concern for their future. Gu Tianle feels deeply moved. Upon their return to Blue Star, the majority remain in the Demon Slayer world to hone their skills. Lin Hao's level has risen to 10. Having faced an upper moon and obtained a blood demon art skill, Destruction Kill. Yet, he plans to sell this skill, as he finds it rather unappealing, akin to physical techniques, but lacking in finesse. After all, no skill, no matter how formidable, can compare to the 8 gates. With the abundance of energy he has acquired, why not awaken his Might Guy? Might Guy, the exuberant ninja from Naruto, known as the Azure Beast of Konoha, excels in physical prowess despite lacking in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Lin Hao ponders, envisioning the iconic green jumpsuit and the distinctive watermelon hairstyle, truly Gaia's preference. While powerful, it is rather unappealing, best suited for secondary awakening, perhaps employing a physically adept ninja before transitioning into Gaia's transformation. The 8 gates, formerly known as the 8 inner gates, are checkpoints within the energy flow meridian system that suppress and control the energy within one's body. The opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, dower gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate. A physical ninja can forcibly surpass these limitations, unleashing techniques exponentially more potent than usual, albeit at a personal cost. Given the unique nature of physical techniques, Lin Hao surmises that awakening might also entail backlash, as the bones must possess remarkable resilience. Who possesses the hardest bones? Without doubt, it is Junma Lu. Utilizing Junma Lu to unlock the 8 gates is a surefire strategy. Meanwhile, Sasuke is nearly ready. Achieving 6 paths energy requires approximately 4 to 500,000, likely sufficient to defeat Muzin. Lin Hao contemplates that Nagato requires no upgrades, while Aizen can be enhanced. However, the prerequisites for upgrading Aizen include acquiring the H-Gyoku. The Two-Tomo Sharingan Itachi, with his current energy level, can challenge an ordinary Manjiki Sharingan. Although Tsukuyami is formidable, the true strength lies within Susanoo, which can forge a powerful bond with Sasuke, culminating in the awe-inspiring Susanoo, Twin Divine Lightning. This option merits consideration. Additionally, the cursed seal of Junma Lu, the Moonlight Gale, and Uzumaki Naruto are of lesser concern. The Frog Ninja serves merely as a tool, wielding the power of the 9 tails. The Moonlight Gale is even less significant, primarily for stealth. A dilemma arises, should Lin Hao continuously upgrade Aizen, transforming him into H-Gyoku Aizen, allowing Junma Lu to grow stronger and unlocking the 3rd stage of his Zanpakuto. Or should he elevate Itachi to unleash Twin Divine Lightning? In class, Lin Hao remains absorbed in thought. Ding ding ding. The school bell rings. Young master, would you like some spicy strips? Gu Tianle offers a package of happy prints. Lin Hao takes 2 strips and chews, his mind still racing. Well, Kuin, did you add extra spice? He exclaims. This is exceptionally spicy. The foundation of trust between people has nearly vanished, he muses. Not at all. They're not spicy in the slightest. Gu Tianle contemplates, suddenly thrilled to discover a skill that surpasses the young master. The following morning, Lin Hao resumes his regular rest schedule, foregoing all-nighters in the otherworld. Although the otherworld is enticing, frequent visits are not advisable. Balance is essential. This prompts others to exclaim, now, This truly is a great figure. The sky is clear, and the cicadas sing incessantly. Our school thrives within the realm of Demon Slayer, with personal levels and ninja ranks soaring. Indeed, I hear the advanced class is preparing to awaken their Zampicades. Are they already 18? Aside from those with formidable ninja abilities, many are surpassing the threshold for their Zampicades, with 18-year-olds readying themselves. The murmurs beneath the trees gradually fade. Swish. Lin Hao leaps down from above, landing gracefully. The smoke fruit he previously created possesses the ability to transform any part of the body into smoke, allowing for immediate reconstitution even when subjected to pure physical attacks. However, he has yet to reach the third stage of power acquisition. Thus, the devil fruit remains unusable. Furthermore, those who consume the devil fruit cannot wield that card. He had previously allowed his mentor, Gu Aoshang, to experiment with this. The G-Virus Solution card, on the other hand, is freely usable. After crafting several cards from the monster materials he had obtained, he began to study the rules of the heavenly Tao within Blue Star. After all, such a rudimentary power acquisition system could benefit from refinement. Upon reaching the age of 15, a pivotal moment arises, the first communication with the otherworldly light brain, a magnificent entity governing all space. Engaging with it grants one power and facilitates the transition into various ninja forms. The second pivotal moment allows for the awakening of the Zampicade, while the third concerns the devil fruit. Legend speaks of a divine being from the holy domain. Suddenly, Lin Hao receives a revelation. My previous memories are scant. A god? The holy domain was my creation. Who else could be a god besides me? Ailey declares with pride. Is that so? Lin Hao responds with skepticism. If there exists a god above Ailey, it must be the otherworldly light brain, or perhaps Ailey's system, a unique power of sorts. Regardless, all possibilities remain. His last research into enhancing the souls of humanity proved nearly impossible. Thus, he resolves to seek the points of energy leakage in the otherworld. Since this god originated in the holy domain, he shall search there. Lin Hao glances at Ailey. She has now ascended to 23-star battle power, yet still lacks the ancient memories. Perhaps with a slight enhancement. Her identity as a Valkyrie could reconnect her with the fragmented holy domain, allowing for seamless resolution. The holy domain serves as a transit hub, a springboard space teeming with countless individuals. It is vast and managed by a coalition of nations, with portals to the Dragon Nation. Upon arrival, Lin Hao weaves through the crowd, yet he finds no leads on the elusive energy leaks from the otherworld. He can only ask Ailey to sense it. While I can feel a powerful force here, it remains unresponsive, Ailey states, eyes closed before opening them again. Hearing your words is enlightening, Lin Hao nods in agreement. This period has been remarkably tranquil. Since Tong Tong's disappearance, the He family has remained inactive. The exploration team remains focused on their endeavors. And while the situation in Galan City is precarious, support from the Dragon Nation allows them to hold the line. Thus, a month passes. Lin Hao finally reaches a decision. Following the upgrades to the Eisen card and Junmalu card, he sets about crafting a card for Guy. Ding. Eisen card is upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. Ding. Junmalu card is upgrading. Ding. Upgrade successful. With this, Eisen is strengthened. And Junmalu can now unlock the second level of his cursed seal, further enhancing his bone density. Ding. You are creating a new card, Might Guy. Ding. Creation successful. You have obtained the Might Guy card. Ding. A critical hit occurred during card creation, resulting in a new variation of Might Guy's technique. View. Card. Might Guy. Form. Adolescence. Ninja quality. S grade. Taijutsu. 8 gates fully open. First gate. Open lotus. Third gate. Inner lotus. Sixth gate. Morning peacock. Seventh gate. Day tiger. Eighth gate. Evening elephant. Night Guy. 8 gates effect. Lifts limitations on the brain domain. Alleviates physical fatigue. Significantly enhances attack and speed. Capable of creating air currents that disturb the ground while in motion, instantaneously unleashing full combat power. Other taijutsu. Leaf whirlwind. Leaf great whirlwind. Dynamic entry. Leaf strong whirlwind. Critical moves. Night phoenix. True inner lotus. Ultimate inner lotus. Nunchaku. Chakra value. 4,999. 4,999. Bond 1. Eternal rivals. Might Guy Kakashi Hitaki. 8 gates can be opened to the 7th gate. Day Tiger. Bond 2. Power of Youth. Might Guy Rock Lee. Releases Day Tiger. Causing a massive explosion upon contact with the enemy, Lin Hao, undeterred, proceeded to create a secondary card, forming the bonds. The ability to open up to the 7th gate, Day Tiger, is indeed formidable. Although it consumes all energy, it yields the most powerful taijutsu. Lin Hao chuckled, pondering how much stronger it would be if he learned the destructive technique. However, it seemed unnecessary. Guy's techniques were already overwhelmingly potent. Today, a gentle rain fell. Lin Hao was at home crafting cards, producing an array of peculiar cards from his hands. Ninja tools, ninjas, Zampicade, devil fruits, until he exhausted all monster materials. It was merely a whimsical endeavor, and he believed he wouldn't incur a loss. These cards, when sold, would surely be considered premium goods. In the quiet of his room, Lin Hao examined a devil fruit card. The image depicted something resembling a plum, albeit with an unusual blue hue that seemed to emanate from within. suggesting a formidable blue energy contained inside. However, he was uncertain of the effects it would have upon consumption. Devil Fruit card. Unknown. Restriction. Third acquisition of power. Having consumed a devil fruit, this card cannot be utilized. Failure to comply may incite internal demonic conflict. Lin Hao found this restriction quite vexing and tossed it into the student council's bank. He continued crafting cards. Ding. You have created a critical devil fruit card, breaking through the restrictions of heaven, and you have obtained an unknown devil fruit. Huh? Lin Hao was taken aback. The card had achieved a critical hit? The restrictions of heaven meant there were no conditions on this devil fruit, suggesting he could consume it immediately? Yet, he hesitated, uncertain about the unknown nature of the devil fruit. Regardless, Lin Hao did not wish to squander this singular opportunity. Besides, the new devil fruit card he had just created displayed an image that appeared rather mundane. It did not seem to represent a powerful devil fruit. Nevertheless, it taught him that critical hits in card creation were indeed a rare occurrence. Breaking through the restrictions of heaven was likely influenced by his transcendent card crafting abilities. Chapter 73. Entering Otherworldly Realms. Thus, this power transcends the boundaries of other realms? Lin Hao pondered, nodding thoughtfully as he endeavored to craft several new cards. The Fruit of Power cards. These cards could materialize fruits for immediate consumption, crafted from monster materials. He swiftly popped one into his mouth, feeling it transform into a warm flow upon entry. Lin Hao and Appo's teeth were exceptionally robust, given his formidable physique. And the core of the energy fruit cracked audibly as he consumed it without wasting a morsel. He devoured all remaining fruit cards, and Sasuke and Appo's chakra surged in response. After all, operating a mech was immensely taxing. Sustaining it for 10 seconds was already commendable. To maintain it for longer, he would need to consume more energy fruits. A week later, tranquility prevailed with no movements from any factions. However, Lin Hao sensed an impending storm. Young master, look. It's news about the exploration team. Gu Tianle rushed over. I have already arrived, Lin Hao replied. Chu Tian's team had reached the 49th floor in the Sword Art Online realm. Indeed impressive. Remarkably, none of the 20 main team members had perished. Furthermore, they seemed to have acquired a crucial artifact, returning to Blue Star just as they were about to breach the 50th floor. Such news had reverberated through the small nations, much to their astonishment. Is it true? The reserve members acquired a divine artifact? The expert Chu Tian remarked, this was indeed my plan. We intended to release that artifact. By the way, what is this artifact? The artifact in question was extraordinarily special, and the Strategy Bureau had to negotiate meticulously to obtain precise information. Jiang Ying said, you can see for yourself. With that, she displayed the panel to Chu Tian. Chu Tian and Appo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The national fortune? The Xinyuan sword? He had not expected it to be such a treasure, on par with his own divine artifact, the illusionary immortal sword. Regretful now? Tong Yi teased. This is the Xinyuan sword. It must possess similar wonders to the illusionary immortal sword. I and Appo's contact him. Chu Tian promptly sought to add him as a friend. Ding. The other party has declined your friend request. Huh? Chu Tian was taken aback. Was this person rejecting so swiftly? Did he not know who he was? Chu Tian? How could such a prominent figure add me? Lin Hao shrugged. At that moment, he was deep within the venomous dungeon, clearing minor monsters. He had conveniently disabled the friend request feature to avoid disturbances while grinding. Is it possible he clicked wrong? Jiang Ying suggested nearby. Let me try again. Chu Tian nodded. The result. Ding. The other party has set their profile to not accept any friend requests. Damn it. Chu Tian erupted in frustration. This guy must be doing it on purpose, surely. Where is he? He has gone to the other realm. I can and Appo's believe it. 7 days later, Lin Hao emerged from the otherworldly space, having successfully sealed the venomous demon without any complications. He met the demon with a sudden earth explosion star, catching it completely off guard before sealing it within the celestial sphere. How annoying. Even with notifications silenced, the alerts keep ringing. Lin Hao sighed, casually tapping on one. Ding. Reading message. I am Chu Tian. I am Chu Tian. I am Chu Tian. There was nothing else. As if it had been copied and pasted a million times. Chu Tian? Is it truly that Chu Tian? Lin Hao cleared his throat and responded with a voice message. Which Chu Tian? Ding. You have new messages. Please check. Wow, this kid finally added me. Chu Tian was astounded. He must have just exited the otherworldly space. I am Chu Tian, the captain of the exploration team at the Heavenly Official Bureau. He sent a message. Ding ding ding. The other party has sent a message. It can and Appo's be fake, can it? Let me see your ID first. Lin Hao replied. Now you can be sure, right? Chu Tian realized Lin Hao was overly cautious. Yes, indeed, but I cannot rule out the possibility of forgery. I'll trust you for now. Lin Hao nodded. Oh. Then I must thank you. Chu Tian chuckled in disbelief. Who in the Dragon Nation would dare impersonate his identity? No need to be polite. Lin Hao responded. Let us get straight to business. I heard you acquired a divine artifact, the Xinyuan sword. I am very interested. Chu Tian sent another message. Oh. Lin Hao nodded. Oh. Chu Tian was momentarily stunned. Was such a reaction all he had to offer? So nonchalant? He was the captain of the exploration team. After all, what is it? Lin Hao was already preparing to enter another dungeon to seal more demons, lacking time for idle chatter with this high-ranking leader. He was well aware of Chu Tian's intentions. What was so noteworthy? Was it not due to the recent acquisition of the artifact? So, how much for the Xinyuan sword? Chu Tian said slowly, the price is negotiable. You can offer whatever you wish. 99 trillion. Lin Hao stated outright. Chu Tian was momentarily speechless. How much is that in total globally? 99 trillion. Lin Hao answered. So you want 99 trillion? Chu Tian was astonished. Is that a problem? You asked me to make an offer. Lin Hao retorted. Chu Tian was left speechless for a moment before replying. 500 billion. How does that sound? TSK. As Lin Hao processed this information, he couldn't help but think, this guy is truly wealthy. But he understood the power of the divine artifact. How could he sell it? Selling the Xianyuan sword would significantly diminish his attack power. Not enough? 600 billion. I'm being very sincere. Chu Tian pressed on. If it's not 99 trillion. I want to sell. Lin Hao replied. I am the captain of the exploration team. You are merely a reserve member. Chu Tian hadn't intended to play this card, but when he sent it, he received a prompt. The other party has temporarily declined your message. What do you think? Jiang Chen asked. That nearly drove me mad. Chu Tian mused. This kid is asking for 99 trillion. Does he want to buy Blue Star? Tong Tong nearly burst into tears from laughter. This Lin Hao clearly had no intention of giving face. He wanted to keep the artifact for himself. Offending me, the captain, would not bode well for him. Chu Tian remarked intentionally. In truth, the artifact was merely something he hadn't anticipated, not something he was fervently after. Since Lin Hao was unwilling to offer, so be it. The crucial point was that he had acquired an even superior item, a weapon surpassing divine artifacts, a sacred relic. This time, he also brought back 10-dimensional shattering crystals, ready to directly support the city of Galan. Chu Tian inquired. How many reserve members remained in the Demon Slayer world? Captain, not a single one perished. A team member promptly reported. Not one. Chu Tian felt as though today's events were aligning perfectly with his thoughts. It was Lin Hao once again, wasn't it? His curiosity about this individual intensified. The 10th demon had been sealed away with remarkable efficiency. Lin Hao piloted his Gundam, the gleaming blade slicing through the air, emitting mournful wails as it cleaved the atmosphere. In a thunderous roar, the raging demons of the dungeon were vanquished effortlessly by his solitary might, untouched and unharmed. Transforming into Little Wu, he sought to summon the ancient demon, a task that required his formidable power. With a fierce roar, the raging demon, enticed by this overwhelming force, emerged to commit its misdeeds. As the parallel dimensions began to merge, Lin Hao awaited this moment, declaring, Heavenly Star Explosion, with a mere pinch of his fingers. All surrounding matter coalesced into a celestial sphere, sealing the raging demon within before it could unleash its fury. What on earth is happening? Exclaimed the bewildered onlookers. I don't know, buddy, just hold on tight. Confounded by the unfolding events, the friends from various nations were left in suspense as the interdimensional space concluded. Main quest completed. Successfully sealed the raging demon. Reward, 1 diamond treasure chest. Your personal level has increased to level 12. Those who completed the main quest will be transported back to Blue Star in 30 seconds. Please prepare accordingly. A beam of teleportation light enveloped Lin Hao, and in the haze of consciousness, he found himself wrapped in a translucent membrane, hurtling through space amidst indistinct stars. Suddenly, a surge of energy burst through the darkness. In the distance, vast stretches of lightning spread ominously. What is happening? Lin Hao pondered, having undergone numerous teleportations without encountering such phenomena before. The lightning appeared capable of consuming all matter, devouring even the surrounding darkness as it advanced towards him. The power of creation? Intriguing. A voice emanated from the shadowy depths. Though Lin Hao could not discern the source, he felt an overwhelming, irresistible strength radiating from it, a sensation he had never before experienced. Warning. Teleportation interrupted by an unknown powerful entity, suspected to be an extremely dangerous being. Demon King. Repairing. Sizzling sounds. Repair complete. Teleportation continues. As Lin Hao's vision darkened once more, he regained the familiar sensations of before. In that realm of unknown void, a silhouette gradually materialized, sharply attuned to its surroundings. Did it escape? Oh, interdimensional deity, you are remarkably swift in your protection. How dull. I had hoped for a battle, but never mind. That bald fellow from earlier was quite formidable. I shall seek him out for a duel instead. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Hao found himself in a peculiar chamber. This was not a teleportation point. Could the previous repair have caused a displacement in his teleportation? He checked the details. Otherworldly space, one-punch world, semi-open mode. Level unknown, entry restrictions, unknown, invitation required, victory conditions, unknown, current main quest, defeat the extraterrestrial invaders, leader of the cosmic dark matter pirate gang. The unrivaled overlord of the universe, Boros. Failure, death, return to city. No, Chapter 74. The world on the brink of destruction, the universe's sovereign, the undefeated Boros? Lin Hao nearly lost his breath. This main quest is exceedingly twisted. What is the situation? A semi-open mode with undisclosed levels? An invitation method? Damn. He had stumbled into this predicament by sheer coincidence. In the world of One Punch Man, Lin Hao was quite familiar. The monsters within were notoriously formidable. Since childhood, he has relished watching action-packed anime, enjoying the gradual transformation of protagonists from the weakest to the strongest. Titles like Naruto and Fairy Tail, where characters start at max level, offer little intrigue, primarily mere thrillers with bouts of conflict. One day, he chanced upon a video on a certain website, accompanied by an electrifying soundtrack and stunning special effects. The protagonist, Saitama, was a being devoid of flight, superpowers, or energy beams. Yet, he obliterated any monster with a single punch. Such a character embodies the essence of cheating and overpowered abilities. Lin Hao instinctively surveyed his surroundings and noticed many others, their expressions shifting in alarm. It appeared that they had all entered this alternate space around the same time, a mass invitation indeed. What a joke. How did I end up in the world of One Punch Man? This is the end. I'm doomed. Who can form a temporary team with me for protection? I'll pay 5 million. A woman's desperate wail echoed from a distance, prompting Lin Hao to glance in her direction. After her outcry, the nearby invitees cast mocking glances her way. In this alternate space, several high-risk worlds existed, such as Madoka Magica and the terrifying Hell Girl world, which was even more chaotic than horror films like The Ring or Ju-on. The Future Diary and Dark Animation are home to entities wielding genuine divine powers. The Blue Star inhabitants who entered these realms often faced death. Rumors circulated that 100 Blue Star individuals had ventured into Naruto and met an untimely demise at the hands of Haiden. Unfamiliar with the plot lines of these anime, they mistook Haiden and Kakuzu for mere fodder, assuming they were easy targets. Alas, only one Blue Star individual emerged alive, with the rest perishing. Please, 5 million. This is 5 million. The woman's face was etched with despair as she helplessly scanned her surroundings. The others showed no compassion, some even scoffing. They were veteran players, recently transitioned newcomers likely unaware of the harsh realities of this alternate space. Unless one had a stable team, relying on anyone else was futile. Lin Hao possessed no saintly aura. He was indifferent to her plight. His interest lay solely in the 5 million. As for forming a team, it seemed trivial, merely a collection of strangers thrust together in an unknown world. Typically, teams are formed to enter alternate spaces, but in the case of One Punch Man, entry was by invitation. Thus, assembling a team externally was out of the question. Please, esteemed individuals, the monsters in this world are terrifying. A timid little girl cried out helplessly. In the One Punch Man universe, monsters are categorized into 5 levels, sometimes escalating with the severity of disasters. A bearded man nearby took a puff from his cigar, releasing a lazy smoke ring as he spoke. The classification of monsters, from lowest to highest, follows: wolf, tiger, demon, dragon, and god, in exceedingly clear hierarchy. The lowest level, the wolf, comprises monsters not significantly distinguishable from ordinary humans, representing the least danger and destruction. A young man clad in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses added, "Since we are all invited, let us share any intelligence we have. We can mutually benefit from it." Sharing intelligence? Lin Hao nodded slightly. This was indeed a wise choice for those entering an unfamiliar realm. However, they were all Blue Star inhabitants, lacking sufficient knowledge of the One Punch Man universe, especially regarding the main quest to defeat the cosmic sovereign Boros. It seemed that only the extraordinary Saitama stood a chance of success. Thus, after a cacophony of discussion, the information sharing reached a conclusion. Beep. The One Punch world has officially commenced. The difficulty level of this space cannot be determined, but the danger is exceedingly high. Beep. You have received enhancements to your physical attributes. Your level has temporarily increased by 10. Beep. The reward multiplier has been elevated to 3000. Beep. Unknown difficulty, new system erasure initiated. Beep. Please be advised, an alien with a single eye, light pink spiky hair, sharp teeth, pointed ears, and a pale blue skin adorned with deep blue crack-like patterns is the leader of the dark matter pirate crew, the sovereign of the universe, Boros. Beep. Challenging the sovereign of the universe is not advised. Challenge that turtle. Lin Hao felt a chill at the thought of the cosmic ship captain. It seemed imperative to locate Saitama quickly, as only he could offer them protection. At that moment, a Korean shouted, "In our country, those who entered the One Punch world to challenge Boros have all failed. This is an unfinished alternate space. Damn it. What nonsense, you deadbeat." A few Dragon Kingdom citizens rolled their eyes in response, thankful for the built-in translation system. Otherwise, they would have been baffled by the Korean and Apos' ramblings. Amidst their bickering, Lin Hao simmered with frustration towards the Demon King. Had it not been for him, he wouldn't have been prematurely thrust into the One Punch universe. He had been thriving in the Demon Slayer world when suddenly transported here, without the option to return. Was this some form of torment? Fortunately, he possessed a dimensional crystal, allowing him to escape at any moment. If all else failed, he could simply withdraw from this space. Moreover, could this Demon King possibly be Lilith? A Demon King could traverse various alternate spaces to grow stronger. Who knows how many realms the Demon King had traversed, or the extent of his power? Lin Hao pondered quietly. Regardless, the ability to traverse during teleportation indicated that the Demon King's strength must be astronomical. How does he compare to the cosmic ship captain? Boros? Hello, my name is Dong Yu. Would you be interested in forming a temporary team? At this moment, the bespectacled young man approached, extending his hand. Beside him stood a few fellow Blue Star individuals, all from the Dragon Kingdom. The previously timid girl, the bearded man, the woman who had cried out for a bodyguard, and the Korean who had been shouting were all present. I am Ning Qian, Zhang Jiling, Momingli, Jiang Chen. They introduced themselves. No matter how one looked at it, they resembled a group of cannon fodder. Lin Hao was taken aback, realizing that other teams had already formed, leaving only this and Amp, Oppos, old, weak, sick, and disabled and Amp, Oppos, group, essentially a shelter for the hopeless. What did you say? Dong Yu was momentarily stunned. Boom. Just as he was about to speak, a tremendous noise erupted, and several figures came hurtling from the distance, collapsing to the ground, their fates unknown. Help, help me. One man struggled to raise his arm, seemingly begging for assistance. This scene captured the attention of all nearby, including Lin Hao, whose expression changed in shock. Mosquito girl. Disaster level. Demon. This is a leader capable of commanding vast swarms of mosquitoes, continuously enhancing its powers through bloodsucking. It is certainly no mere foe. Ding. You have encountered the leader of the One-Punch world. Proceed with caution. Engage in battle. What nonsense. In Lin Hao and Amp, Oppos, recollection. The strength of the mosquito woman is terrifying, having once forced Genos, one of Saitama and Amp, Oppos, allies, to the brink of despair. Furthermore, he remains unfamiliar with the mosquito woman's prowess in this one-punch world and must observe cautiously. TSK, how delightful your blood is. Are you Blue Star dwellers? It has been ages since I savored such a delicacy. The mosquito woman appeared in midair, exuding an air of elegance, it must be said. She possesses both a striking figure and beauty, entirely embodying the visage of a monstrous elder sister. Although she is a villainess, one who devours her victims whole. Her demeanor is rather alluring. Yet, her limbs have yet to assume a more human form. She has not yet entered the second stage of evolution. Lin Hao squinted. Exhaling deeply. What does that mean? How do you know there is a second evolution? Dong Yi was taken aback. Could this creature possess crucial information? Hush, hush. At that moment, the sound of blood drinking echoed as the mosquito woman had drained the lifeblood of 5 individuals. This blood-soaked beauty carelessly discarded her victims, greedily gazing at the others. What are we waiting for? Let us fight. The expressions of the others turned grim. They knew a fierce battle was inevitable against this leader. Suddenly, a vast swarm of mosquitoes surged from the distance. The sight of these mosquitoes, crashing towards them like a tidal wave, caused their faces to pale in shock. They certainly did not wish to be drained of their blood by these creatures. Run. A burly man, wearing a mask, shouted and bolted away. Everyone began to scream, fleeing in a frenzy. The mosquito woman could command mosquitoes, and their numbers were reaching a terrifying level. How many mosquitoes inhabit a city? The answer is countless. Mosquitoes breed in water, possessing an extraordinary survival and reproductive capacity. While some animals face extinction, mosquitoes remain untroubled by such concerns. It is worth noting that mosquitoes are among the oldest living beings, having existed for hundreds of millions of years without ever truly facing extinction. As the leader of mosquitoes, the mosquito woman is naturally formidable. Cursed wretch, it hurts. A slow-moving individual was overwhelmed by mosquitoes, calling out a few times before being drained into a desiccated husk. What level of space is this? The others closed their eyes and sprinted madly. That unfortunate soul was around level 10, with a Zanpakuto at his waist, appearing far from worthless. Yet, after merely swinging his sword twice, he was consumed by the mosquito horde. Has this monster from the one-punch world become immensely stronger? Their awakened Zanpakuto, if merely in its initial release, would be utterly ineffective. Chapter 75. Entering the final space, Devour them, my darlings. The mosquito woman, leisurely hovering in the air, led her army of mosquitoes in pursuit of her prey. To her, these humans were nothing more than delectable morsels. Once the mosquitoes gorged themselves, they would transfer their bodily fluids to her, thereby completing her evolution and enhancing her power. It could be said that her voluptuous figure held infinite potential for evolution. Of course, she needed to consume those who were stronger. At that moment, a bald man was lounging on his couch, engrossed in his television. He was indeed Saitama. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a mosquito appeared above his head. How bothersome. He grimaced as he clapped his hands together with force. Bang. The powerful shockwave sent furniture flying. Buzz buzz buzz. Yet, the mosquito remained unharmed, elegantly flying past him, which infuriated Saitama. Slap slap slap. He swatted repeatedly. But the mosquito would not die. Gritting his teeth in frustration, his veins bulged as he leaped into the street, determined to eliminate the pesky insect. Meanwhile, at a covert research facility on the outskirts, a young man with dark green hair, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, stared intently at a full-body image of King on his computer screen. His hands gripped the edge of the desk tightly, his eyes aflame with fervor. You chose the path of heaven and ignored it. Now you come to Z City, King, which is my territory. I must entertain you splendidly while I extract your bloodline for my experiments, taking our species' evolution to the next level. Who is King? It is essential to mention the Hero Association and the monster classification in the world of One Punch Man S class. the pinnacle of heroes, capable of confronting disasters at the level of demon and dragon. The monsters referred to by lower-ranked heroes are often exceptionally powerful, lacking in cooperation. A class, the goal for most heroes, capable of facing disasters at the level of tiger and demon. B class, significantly stronger than average humans, capable of confronting disasters at the level of wolf and tiger. C class, ordinary humans or slightly stronger, primarily dealing with petty thieves and similar threats. King ranks 7th in S-class at the age of 29, his true name unknown. He is dubbed the strongest man on Earth. Often accompanied by the ominous sound of thumping when he appears, rumored to be the sound of his king engine revving up in battle. However, only Genos knows that he is merely an ordinary person who enjoys action and romance games, spending his days indoors. The so-called king engine is merely the sound of his accelerated heartbeat due to excessive anxiety. Nonetheless, he is the only one to have defeated Saitama multiple times, albeit in video games. Indeed, this man is the mad scientist, Dr. Genos, a tall, handsome figure with black hair and glasses. The thought of possibly obtaining a sample from the strongest man on the planet made Dr. Genos giddy with excitement, eagerly inquiring of his clone assistant, Subject 28. Has the mosquito woman initiated her attack? He asked. If my calculations are correct, she has summoned a swarm of mosquitoes to invade Z City. Do you believe the swarm can successfully extract King and Amp, Appos, S blood? How can we analyze and extract King and Amp, Appos, S genes from the mosquito woman and Amp, Appos, S complex blood bank? Subject 28 appeared puzzled. That is precisely why you are a clone, Dr. Genos chuckled. At this moment, the mosquito woman was pursuing Lin Hao and his companions. The irritable Saitama was chasing after the mosquito, gradually closing in from behind. It's over. It's over. We're doomed. The woman demanding a ransom of 5 million screamed as she ran. Up until now, Lin Hao showed no intention of intervening. Boom at last. He awaited the explosion of flames, soaring into the sky. What? The attacking swarm of mosquitoes was completely annihilated. The mosquito woman halted, her pupils constricting. She stared in shock at the humans below as the black smoke dissipated, revealing their true forms. Genos, Saitama's disciple. We're saved, but who is this? The others regained their senses and quickly turned to Genos. Name, Genos, origin, One Punch World, abilities, cyborg. The inhabitants of the original world clearly recognized him. Dong Yu had previously taken note of this information. The only survivor from Blue Star had mentioned a cyborg who wielded thermal weapons and had saved him in the One Punch World. It was indeed this mechanical warrior, Genos. Side Quest 1. Assist Genos in battling the mosquito woman. Reward. 5 golden treasure chests. Side Quest 2. Escape. No reward. No penalty. 2222. Now's our chance. Escape. The others snapped back to reality, leaping high into the air and fleeing in every direction. Although they were unfamiliar with Genos, it appeared he had come to confront the mosquito woman. At this moment, they had no desire to engage in battle. First, they needed to understand the One Punch World. Encounters with leaders often led to immediate conflict, and without information, it was wiser to avoid confrontation. Moreover, the mosquito woman had already displayed formidable power. Even if they could overwhelm her in numbers, what if other monsters were lurking nearby? The best choice was to vacate the area. The Blue Star inhabitants had fled. Splendid. Burn it all. Genos coldly observed the mosquito woman, unleashing his attack. This move was a wide-area skill that would affect the Blue Star inhabitants. Thankfully, they vacated quickly. Genos versus mosquito woman, the battle commences. Bring it on. The mosquito woman, eyeing the incoming incendiary cannon, sneered mockingly, her 6 pairs of delicate, transparent wings fluttering slightly behind her. She demonstrated her power and confidence by gliding past the burning cannonball with barely a touch. Boom. The 2 vortex engines on Genos' shoulders roared to life, releasing jets of blue flame. He crouched slightly, propelling himself forward as though equipped with a rocket launcher. Mechanical fist. His mechanical fist struck with the rapidity of a machine gun, unleashing a flurry of blows toward the mosquito woman, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Is that all? The mosquito woman chuckled, raising her hook-like arms to deflect Genos' assault. With a swift motion, her right hand delivered a powerful strike to Genos' head. Pow pow. Taken by surprise, Genos plummeted. Suddenly, the vortex engines on his shoulders roared to life. Boom boom boom. With blue flames erupting. His arms transformed momentarily into helicopter blades, allowing him to swiftly descend to the ground. SSS. The immense inertia caused him to slide a distance, but he remained unfazed. Upon regaining his footing, he raised his right hand toward the airborne mosquito woman, coldly declaring, burn. Boom. Red light erupted, a fire dragon surged forth, howling toward the heavens. How? Such a sluggish energy cannon is futile against me. The mosquito woman scoffed, her 6 wings flapping rapidly. Her graceful form spiraled through the air like a butterfly. Descending rapidly with a blazing cannonball, and in her supersonic motion, she launched herself fiercely at Genos. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Genos' metallic left hand was effortlessly obliterated by the mosquito girl with a single strike. Next, I shall dismantle your legs. The protruding beak on her head, which seemed merely ornamental, was ensnaring a mechanical arm. Yet, as she completed her boastful remark, her body inexplicably began to lose control. Confused, She glanced at the source of her discomfort and discovered, to her astonishment, that the lower half of her calves had also been shredded, perhaps due to her overwhelming speed. She momentarily felt no pain. Where are my legs? With a swift motion, Genos discarded 2 enlarged mosquito limbs with his remaining right hand. His cold gaze fixated on the airborne mosquito girl. She sensed a shift in fortune and quickly ascended. Futile. Genos raised his right arm and aimed once more at the mosquito girl, launching another flaming cannonball. You shall not escape from my grasp. Illuminated by the flames, his visage appeared even more frigid. Humph. The mosquito girl flapped her wings, evading the fiery projectile, her expression one of frustration as she observed the relentless Genos below. What on earth is this creature? If this continues, I will surely be defeated. I cannot falter before my mission from the laboratory is complete. Her exquisite figure twirled gracefully in the air, and upon realizing that the city streets were devoid of life, she gazed towards the nearby forest. A sly smile playing on her lips. Although the people on the streets have hidden away, the creatures of the forest are quite different. Buzzing. Within the woods, swarms of mosquitoes devoured everything in their path, leaving behind desiccated carcasses of animals drained of blood. Come, my children, pour your long-accumulated essence into my being. With a seductive smile, she fully extended her arms, her alluring figure on full display, and her peculiar words ignited a strange fervor within the hearts of onlookers. Buzzing. At her command, the surrounding mosquitoes surged toward her like sharks drawn to blood. In an instant, a dark torrent converged from all directions, the numbers swelling exponentially compared to before. Within moments, a massive black vortex of mosquitoes formed around her, a sight both mesmerizing and terrifying. Genos gazed at the formidable swarm, his expression tense. Such a multitude of mosquitoes, such a vast reservoir of blood energy, if not for sustenance, then surely it serves as combat power. Is she evolving by harnessing the energy of blood? If that is the case, once her evolution is complete, it will pose an even greater challenge. Genos' demeanor turned grave as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move to eliminate the mosquito girl. Dreaded mosquitoes. At that moment, a newcomer wielding insecticide appeared, pursuing a single mosquito. With a strikingly bright bald head and an expression of frantic determination, clad in a yellow short-sleeved shirt, mustard-colored shorts, and house slippers, he appeared utterly ordinary. Lin Hao, the sole remaining inhabitant of Blue Star, squinted slightly. Through the clash between Genos and the mosquito girl, he had gained a rough understanding of the demon and Appos, level of combat prowess. A mech suit could likely handle it. Now, Saitama had also arrived, spraying insecticide at the mosquitoes while simultaneously grumbling. Ugh, gross, I sprayed it in my mouth. Spit, spit. How infuriating. This bald man, seemingly an ordinary individual, yet could easily dismantle a mech with his bare hands. Susanoo. Codenamed Appos. Teehee. Chapter 76. The final battle. Who is he? Genos stood bewildered, observing a man armed with a can of insecticide relentlessly pursuing a mosquito. This man was Saitama, engaged in a fierce battle against the mosquito, fighting from indoors to outdoors with no apparent victor. Inadvertently, he sprayed some insecticide into his own mouth, and after spitting several times to ensure no residue remained, he resumed his pursuit of the pesky insect. Upon recalling the mosquito he had been chasing, he looked up, only to be met with a swirling storm composed of thousands of mosquitoes. Saitama, a passing hero. Lin Hao shouted towards Genos from a distance. Saitama? Genos frowned. This hero was someone he had never heard of before. At this moment, Master, could you travel a bit further? While Genos was locked in a deadly confrontation with Mosquito Girl, King was negotiating with a taxi driver at the edge of an uninhabited zone. Due to the city dwellers' fear of the area, the driver was adamant about not entering. With a heavy sigh, the driver said, I really cannot go in there any longer. You would be wise not to enter either. There are many strange individuals inside, and it would be easy to lose your life alone. King replied earnestly, If you accompany me, then you won't be alone. The driver shook his head vigorously. Today, there was a warning about a ghost-level disaster in the city center, advising us to stay indoors. I have already taken a significant risk bringing you this far. I absolutely cannot proceed further. I'll at 50. Not going. 100. If you go in, you and Appos. LL have money, but no life to spend it. 200. That and Appos. That's my final offer. I fear having money, but no life to spend it. With a roar of the engine, the yellow taxi swiftly turned around and sped away, its graceful maneuver revealing a history of stories, perhaps having once delivered tofu. King watched the taxi disappear, his face etched with helplessness as he turned back to the eerie silence of the uninhabited zone, realizing he still had a considerable distance to cover. Saitama, was he home? Equipped only with his ever-present cap and trench coat, along with a small backpack. He pondered the audacity of the Blue Star organization, which, knowing his presence, had contacted him upon discovering the disaster, imploring him to confront it. However, how could he possibly be a match for them? The Blue Star people were still oblivious to his true strength. Perhaps I shall merely be an onlooker. Wait. Have I consistently been an onlooker? This question is thought-provoking. Boom. At that moment, as he contemplated Saitama's whereabouts, a sudden explosion of flames erupted 1,000 meters ahead. The fire surged with the intensity of an atomic bomb, engulfing the area within hundreds of meters. At that instant, something is moving? Wait a minute, a mosquito. It and Appos, S.A. mosquito. Saitama and Appos, S. eyes widened in shock, as if he could sense a wave of malice from across the globe. If one mosquito was troublesome, a swarm was downright revolting. Genos, observing Saitama and Appos, S. stunned expression, urgently declared, ordinary people, while there is still time, you must seek shelter. Blue Star individual. Hurry and take him away. Me? Lin Hao pointed to himself. Of course it and Appos. S.U. Those mosquitoes possess intelligence, and as soon as they spot you, they will rush over. Genos pointed toward the swarm above. But he is not an ordinary person. Lin Hao tilted his head. Just then, the black storm erupted with the sinister laughter of Mosquito Girl. Hee hee. In an instant, the swarm of mosquitoes transformed into a torrent rushing towards them. Buzzing. In the blink of an eye, the swarm inundated the two of them. From above, the street appeared as a dark tide, thick with mosquitoes, obscuring any trace of Lin Hao and Saitama. By the heavens, incinerate! Genos exclaimed, immediately unleashing a torrent of flames. Boom. The black torrent formed by the mosquitoes was violently struck by the crimson light, cascading in waves. Ultimately, the flames engulfed the entire dark tide, transforming it into molten red. Erupting like a volcanic explosion, the area within hundreds of meters was consumed by fierce flames. As the cool breeze swept through, ash drifted away. It was too late. Holding his right hand in the firing position, he gazed at Mosquito Girl in the sky. This monster was exceedingly ruthless. She had to be eliminated immediately. What is happening? It's so hot. Just as he lamented, a voice of relief echoed from behind him. What? Genos turned in shock, only to find Lin Hao and Saitama. They were still alive? Saitama wore an innocent smile, curiously inquiring. You were incredible. What was that technique just now? Lin Hao chimed in, Mosquito Coil Flash. Mosquito Coil Flash? Genos was bewildered, staring incredulously at them. It was one thing for the Blue Star individuals to have the means to fend off mosquito attacks. But how did this bald man accomplish it? Had the Blue Star people saved him? Meanwhile, Saitama murmured, if only I could breathe fire too. That wretched mosquito would have met its demise 1,000 times over. Just then, a piercing cackle echoed from above as Mosquito Girl transformed dramatically. Her severed limbs had regrown. Now stronger, and her skin, perhaps due to excessive blood consumption, had shifted from black and white to a deep crimson. Her hair blossomed into a striking shade of pinkish purple, making her even more alluring. She raised her sharp claws and slashed at a nearby high-rise. Boom. The building was cleaved in two, collapsing like a neatly sliced radish, sending plumes of dust into the air. I have evolved. This is my strongest form. She cackled, displaying her pride and confidence. All right, boys, prepare to descend into hell. In the blink of an eye, her entire fiery form vanished from the trio's sight. Such speed. Genos was taken aback, his mechanical body unable to react in time. Crack. Mosquito Girl had appeared behind him as if teleporting, a cruel smile curling at her lips as her sharp claws descended. The sound of a clean cut echoed as Genos' body was nearly severed in two. Arcs of electricity flickering at the point of his waist where he had been sliced. Such a sharp attack. His pupils constricted. Fortunately, this would be a fatal wound for a human, but ineffective against his mechanical form. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his right fist back to retaliate. However, his attack was nothing more than child's play to the now formidable Mosquito Girl. She mocked with a laugh, her claws striking Genos' chin with a resounding thud. Whoosh. Genos was propelled uncontrollably into the sky. Haha. Mosquito Girl cackled, soaring into the heavens. Due to her incredible speed, she left a trail of crimson in her wake. In the blink of an eye, she arrived beside Genos, her sharp claws incessantly rending his form, leaving behind a myriad of wounds. Yet, none were fatal. She toyed with him as a cat would with a mouse, her laughter echoing with a cruel delight. It was time for the bald-headed one to intervene. Lin Hao mused as he observed Genos, akin to a mere plaything, tumbling helplessly in the clutches of the Mosquito Girl. At this moment, Genos was battered and torn, rendered nearly immobile. Buzzing sounds pierced the air, drawing Lin Hao's attention from afar. It was then that he spotted the emblem of Blue Star on an aircraft. Could it be the Blue Star organization stationed in the One Punch world? He recalled that some worlds were devoid of return portals, their inhabitants lacking the dimensional crystals necessary for completing main quests, thus compelled to exist within this realm. Consequently, the number of Blue Star denizens had surged, giving rise to their organization, the Blue Star Hero Association. He squinted, recognizing the truth in alliance within the One Punch world, collaborating with the Hero Association to combat the monsters. Levels 8, 9, 10, 10. Their ranks were displayed clearly, along with names, titles, and health bars. Oh my, the heroes of Blue Star, today I shall indulge. The Mosquito Girl and Appos' malevolent grin loomed larger in Genos and Appos' eyes as her claws descended with a menacing whoosh. Release your Shurikai, devour her, tsunami. Bankai, shatter everything, earthquake. Ninjutsu. Shadow strangle. Momo fruit, ensnare him. Ninjutsu, explosive technique. Iron fruit, magnetic sand sword. Pierce her. In that critical moment, the heroes of Blue Star leapt from their vessel, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as they unleashed their powers. However, they gravely underestimated the demon-level monster, especially one as formidable as the second stage evolved Mosquito Girl. In an instant, a group was utterly obliterated by her, a crimson mist rising in their wake. Lin Hao had no intention of intervening. He was no savior. Moreover, those individuals were merely minor players, foreigners. Had they been from his own dragon nation, their fate would have been different, deliciously so. The Mosquito Girl licked the blood from her claws, her expression exuding sadistic pleasure. How impressive. Meanwhile, Saitama showed no inclination to act. Instead, he observed with curious interest. Lin Hao surmised Saitama's attitude towards the Blue Star individuals. Being non-natives of this world, he had no desire to rescue them, even if Genos wished to help. He was in such a pitiful state that movement was nearly impossible. It fell upon him, the peculiar inspector, to assess the Mosquito Girl's alluring physique. Lin Hao's mission was to assist Genos in battling the Mosquito Girl. Susanoo. He resolved to create a commotion. Having gathered sufficient understanding, it was time to make his move. With a resounding hum, the colossal form of Susanoo enveloped Lin Hao, a purple luminescence radiating forth. Freeze. The complete Susanoo, adorned with the armor of the Tengu, symbolizing the might of destruction, materialized within the one-punch world. Chapter 77. Successfully completing the mission, facing the conclusion. The world proclaims, once one has witnessed it with their own eyes, death becomes inevitable. The third power, known as the divine power, can only be unlocked by activating the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Curse Seal. Lin Hao conjured a card depicting Kimimaro. Boom. Infusing natural energy into Susanoo. The surface of this state of Susanoo revealed the intricate patterns of Curse Seal, State 2. Simultaneously, the attack carried the attributes of Sage Arts. How immense! Saitama exclaimed in astonishment. What on earth is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Genos was equally taken aback, having never encountered such power. Transformation? Is he also a monster? Heavenly Magatama bow. Lin Hao placed the Xianyuan's sword on the bow, aiming at the alluring Mosquito Girl. Meanwhile, the Mosquito Girl was still in shock at the sheer size of the weapon. Boom. National defense. A simple yet powerful strike directly hit her. With a piercing scream, smoke billowed, followed by a dazzling white light, as the ground trembled, twisted, cracked, and surged. Woo-woo. A colossal pressure and shockwave coalesced into a massive misty ring, under which everything would be obliterated. Flames erupted, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant glow. As the Xianyuan sword plunged into the clear earth, it transformed into a blossoming flower, its blade radiating intense heat. Remarkable. Genos was left speechless. With the flames ascending and the explosion resonating, the scene was breathtaking, stirring his heart. This was the pinnacle of power he had always yearned for. Ding. Side quest completed. Assist Genos in confronting Mosquito Girl, rewarded with 5 golden treasure chests. A massive explosion rocked the no man's land. At that moment, alarms blared in the Blue Star Hero Organization's base. Everyone stared at the screen showcasing the explosive flower, utterly astounded. This is terrible. Our dispatched hero team has been annihilated. Zhao Jinming, the leader of the Blue Star Hero Organization, turned to the others. Fortunately, they had just absorbed a group of individuals who had entered the one-punch world. Ning Qianzhong, Zhong Jilong, Ma Mingli, Jin Shinkan, and Dong Yu. This somewhat mitigated their losses. Is that where we just came from? Ma Mingli suddenly realized. They had just abandoned side quest 1, opting to flee instead of fighting alongside Genos. Subsequently, they were safely retrieved by the Blue Star Hero Association, where they found a sense of belonging and security. Yet the explosion on the screen clearly originated from the location they had just arrived at in the one-punch world. What is that? At that moment, Dong Yu pointed at a gigantic purple monster, his expression changing drastically. How can it be more terrifying than Mosquito Girl? I don't know. Ning Qian shook her head. Look. It's reverted back. It's a human, a Blue Star person. Hey, is that him? Ma Mingli suddenly exclaimed, pointing. Another Blue Star person? The others in the Blue Star Hero Association gasped. That's a ghost-level monster. It just wiped out our team. Yet someone is there, still alive? Stranger still. What purpose does this transformed gigantic purple monster serve? Genos. That's Genos. He has been severely injured. Someone shouted. They recognized Genos as one of the native heroes who frequently emerged to combat monsters. Yet now, he was battered and nearly incapacitated. What about Mosquito Girl? Zhao Jiming quickly adjusted the perspective. Could that long, alluring leg be hers? Someone gulped. From the drone surveillance, the scene was chaotic, with only a single long leg remaining. It couldn't have been Genos who defeated Mosquito Girl. It was likely that Blue Star person. Who was the bald man beside him? Unfamiliar. I haven't seen him either. What is this? It transformed in an instant. Saitama tilted his head, observing Lin Hao. Initially, he had intended to sweat the mosquito. But this Blue Star individual had resolved the issue with his artillery. This was far more efficient than the robot's high-temperature mosquito extermination. Susanoo, the third power of the Sharingan. The divine power. Lin Hao dashed over to retrieve the Xianyuan sword. The blade was still scorching hot, so he tossed it into his spatial ring to cool it down. rendering it temporarily unusable. Divine power? Genos was astonished. The power he sought ranked first among monsters. Divine? Oh, Saitama nodded, displaying no surprise. He was an individual who simply relished hot pot, played games, and battled monsters. The concept of divine power didn't intrigue him. He merely found it impressive. Yet Saitama also experienced moments of confusion. The current monsters were too feeble, lacking the ability to reignite his once fervent fighting spirit. If only this blue star person could engage him in a battle. I can assure you, however, you must first defeat an alien intent on destroying the world. Lin Hao immediately sensed Saitama's fighting spirit. An alien bent on global destruction? Saitama's interest piqued. Are there such monsters? He's a big brother piloting a spaceship, nicknamed Big Pineapple. And he should be arriving shortly. If you defeat him, I'll unleash all my power to battle you earnestly, Lin Hao replied with a smile. All right, Saitama nodded. For him. It was merely 2 battles, adding a dash of excitement to his otherwise dull life. Both of you, please, allow me to be your disciple. Just as they were about to depart, Genos shouted. Gaga, Blue Star Hero Association. Greetings, I am Lin Hao, a Blue Star individual. Lin Hao stepped out from the back door, seriously doubting whether this organization was too lackluster, devoid of formidable warriors. Zhao Jiming, the president of the Blue Star Association, stated. Currently, we are unable to leave the one-punch world and can only defeat Boros. However, we possess no information about Boros' strength. So we must gather as much power as possible to confront him. With all due respect, based on your capabilities, you cannot contend with Boros. Lin Hao's words extinguished the smiles of everyone present. What do you mean? Had their hard work been dismissed by mere words? Were it not for Lin Hao? Had there been no doubt about his victory over the ghost-level monster, they would have long since dealt with him. Do you know the strength of Boros? Zhao Jiming was astonished. He is the ruler of the entire universe, is that not written? Lin Hao shrugged. Can you defeat him? Ma Mingli hastily inquired. Me? Lin Hao mused, that's an excellent question. Boros possesses strength above the dragon level, and he has a second form. Once activated, he becomes divine. As a rare combat race in the universe, if fully powered, he could obliterate a world, something no monster can achieve. The only beings capable of contending with him would be Psiots. After all, one Kamehameha can destroy a planet, right? Darn. Thank goodness we Waren and Amp, Oppos, T transported to the Dragon Ball world. If Dragon Ball were to exist, where every individual possessed the power to annihilate planets, we would indeed face dire consequences. It seems that his card requires further evolution, perhaps to create a Scion card or something similar. I wonder how much energy that would demand? 1 million, 2 million, or perhaps even more. Regardless, we all wish to escape this realm, as the so-called overlord of the universe is set to descend in 10 days. At that time, we shall join forces with the local hero association to confront him. Zhao Jiming declared. Today is the supermarket special discount day. I almost forgot. Saitama exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Don't even think about escaping. King replied sternly. With just one more plate, he would claim victory. Enough of the games. It's time to eat. Tifa emerged from the kitchen, where a hot pot brimming with exquisite beef and large lobsters awaited. Gulping at the enticing aroma, both Saitama and King swallowed hard. Undoubtedly, Tifa's culinary skills had flourished. Her hot pot could easily rival a 5-star dining experience. Lin Hao sat down, ready to indulge. Eri, beside him, picked up her chopsticks, selecting a piece of beef to savor. Oh, who are you? Never mind, it's not important, King mused, momentarily forgetting how Lin Hao had integrated into their midst. Perhaps it was his prowess in gaming? At the very least, he was stronger than Saitama, having just defeated him, a true master. Exquisite beef. Saitama was thoroughly satisfied. On Blue Star, where is Lin Hao? He has vanished. Has he not returned from the otherworldly space yet? Where could he possibly be? A group was searching for his whereabouts. No, it's futile. We cannot locate him. Normally, individuals from Dragon Country possess an identity positioning system, yet now, they're at a loss. Where could he have gone? Surely not. No, that cannot be. His life signs appear normal. This is quite troublesome. At that moment, Chu Tian scratched his head. This rascal isn't hiding from me, is he? Not long ago, he had been sealing ancient demons in various dungeons, each possessing a combat strength of 30 stars. While the reasoning behind this was unclear, it was evident he was scheming something. Tongyi remarked. I am quite curious as to how he lured the demons to appear. What kind of artifacts does he possess? The other members of the exploration team chimed in. He may have entered a semi-open otherworldly space. Chu Tian contemplated for a moment. I had intended to recruit him as a formal member for our expedition into the 70th layer of the sword and blade domain, but now the opportunity seems lost. We must act swiftly. Indeed, upon reaching the 100th layer, another sacred artifact will be ours. The others nodded in agreement. This Lin Hao is far too rebellious. He must be kept in check. Chu Tian sighed. After all, the youth often do not grasp the vastness of the world. We must remember that the Demon King Lilith is traversing various realms, hunting formidable opponents. If he inadvertently provokes her, it could spell disaster. The Demon King Lilith is currently recognized as the strongest among the otherworldly beings. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. What a headache, Chu Tian lamented, gazing skyward. Adam from the Eagle Nation is always in pursuit of me, increasing the pressure tenfold. Chapter 78. The Emergence of the Super Spaceship. Hey, you rascal, truly. Saitama unleashed his primordial power, intent on delivering a brutal blow to Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao deftly sidestepped the attack, effortlessly neutralizing it and countering with a swift embrace maneuver that resulted in Saitama's immediate demise. Saitama's cry echoed through the air. You've lost again, Saitama. It seems it's time for me to take the stage, King declared, shedding his outer garment to reveal his sculpted physique. His expression grave and imposing as he fixed his gaze on Saitama, his eyes brimming with an intimidating intensity. Come on, King. Lin Hao beckoned with a finger. Although he had never played Street Fighter, his innate gaming genius allowed him to grasp the mechanics after observing Saitama and King in a couple of rounds. After several matches, even Eri and Tifa proved no match for him, easily falling to his prowess. Darn it, Eri fumed, clenching her fists in disbelief at how swiftly her Valkyrie persona had been vanquished. Boom, boom, boom. King furiously manipulated the controller, creating an overwhelming presence that left Saitama and Tifa in awe. Yet, what astonished them more was Lin Hao's calm demeanor as he effortlessly countered King's advances, gradually depleting King's health bar. A bead of sweat trickled down King's forehead. He was feeling the pressure. Wow, Saitama exclaimed in surprise. King knew all too well how formidable Lin Hao was at gaming. He had never once triumphed over him in their encounters. Previously, he had been so thoroughly dominated by King that it had shaken his very existence. With just 2 fingers, King had executed an extensive infinite combo. The one time he nearly secured victory, bringing King to the brink of defeat, King remained unfazed and ultimately executed a counterattack. Saitama vividly recalled that moment. Now, seeing King perspire was a testament to Lin Hao's superior gaming skills and innate talent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, King activated the Emperor engine. What is that sound? Eri stood up, bewildered, realizing the source was King's extraordinarily amplified heartbeat. Useless, King. Brace yourself for the spiral attack. Lin Hao suddenly looked up, his piercing gaze igniting with intensity as he swiftly obliterated King, who had only a third of his health remaining. I won. Tifa cheered, leaping in joy. Phew. King sighed in relief, setting down the controller. At long last, he had encountered a true rival, a genuine gaming master whose skills and talent were unparalleled. Impressive, Lin Hao. Saitama praised, giving Lin Hao a pat on the shoulder. Ding. Side quest completed. Defeat King in the game. Reward. 2 diamond chests. Ding. You have received an exceedingly rare title, Vanquisher of the Strongest on Earth. Ding. You have obtained 1 S-level side quest point. Ding. Your exclusive system has acquired card-making materials. So many rewards? Lin Hao was taken aback. This title was indeed quite enticing. The diamond chests were decent, capable of yielding orange-level ninja tools, scrolls, items, and a minuscule chance of obtaining breaking wall crystals. However, for him, orange-level ninja tools were merely precious consumables. While ordinary individuals would covet blue and purple items as treasures, reluctant to use them. Moreover, the card-making materials were a first-time direct reward. It seemed he should focus on completing more side quests. These materials were no less valuable than defeating a combatant with a power level of 30 stars. Yet, defeating King was already an extraordinary challenge. Even if one's personal strength was monumental, capable of cataclysmic destruction or immense transformation, such prowess could not manifest on a mere television screen. Success hinged on gaming skill, which was why Saitama consistently fell short against King. Furthermore, the S-level side quest point, being the first of its kind, hinted at its potential connection to this semi-open world, possibly indicating that the interdimensional brain was evolving and testing this functionality in this realm. S-level side quest points can be exchanged for dimensional items with the interdimensional brain. Upon reading the explanation, Lin Hao smiled. Indeed, this represented a new pinnacle, encouraging players to undertake side quests and tackle various high-difficulty tasks. Not only could they earn intrinsic rewards, but they could also gain exchangeable rewards, effectively reaping dual benefits. Teacher. At that moment, Genos burst in, shouting, a colossal spaceship is hurtling towards our world. It's enormous, truly gigantic. Has it finally arrived? Lin Hao turned to Saitama, saying, the monster I mentioned is coming. Really? How big is it? I'm eager to see. Saitama tilted his head. Is the big brother piloting the spaceship coming? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a massive unidentified flying object approached Earth, gliding beneath the Big Dipper, causing the heavens to tremble. The upper echelons of the local hero association in One Punch World were struck with terror, their eyes wide in disbelief as they gazed at the incoming entity. It was colossal enough to overshadow an entire city. 17 S-class heroes, 38 A-class heroes, and 101 B-class heroes, along with 390 C-class heroes. All heroes were mobilized. The president of the Hero Association, the core brain that usually summoned S-class heroes, issued an urgent call to arms. Dragon level? Some C-class heroes gulped nervously. Thankfully, their headquarters, fortified by the indomitable S-class hero Metal Knight, was deemed impervious, serving as the last bastion against monsters. At the very least, they felt safe within its walls. Oh, At that moment, a little girl clad in a stylish cheongsam floated in. She was Tornado of Terror, ranked second among S-class heroes and a powerful esper. With her green hair and black split-length dress, she resembled an underage maiden. Yet this fairy girl was revered by the Hero Association as the ultimate weapon. Ordinary attacks could hardly touch her core, and unlike other heroes, she specialized in telekinesis for long-range assaults. In a focused state, her strength could effortlessly manipulate and propel destructive forces capable of cleaving continents. Tornado, this is getting serious. A high-ranking member exclaimed. Watch me pull down meteors from space. Without hesitation, Tornado soared from the Hero Association, spreading her arms as her powers began to manifest. The Blue Star Hero Association. The main quest had arrived. It was finally here. The crowd was electrified, having eagerly awaited this moment. Completing the main quest would allow them to escape this wretched space and return to the Blue Star. With a total of 1,680 heroes mobilized, they set out to confront Boros. Come on, Zhao Jiming shouted. Boros, let me witness your strength. Engage. The crowd echoed his fervor, their excitement palpable. Boom. At that moment, a tremor coursed through the air, sending a shiver down the spine of everyone present. A meteorite. It's a meteorite. Someone shouted. The quaking tornado revealed two formidable S-rank heroes, superpowered beings. Zhao Jinming's pupils constricted sharply, having just arrived. He encountered one of the strongest trump cards of the indigenous people. Superpowered beings? Dong Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Are they formidable? Ma Mingli hurriedly inquired from the side. They had only just entered the world of One Punch and were still grappling with the strength that this realm possessed. Extremely formidable. She pulled that meteorite down from the heavens. Others gasped in disbelief. Boom. The meteorite struck the colossal spaceship, unveiling its true form, which had been shrouded in mist until now. A collective intake of breath echoed among the onlookers. Ding. The information on this spaceship is available for viewing. The details are extensive. You may quickly flip through or skip ahead. The spaceship is collectible. Main battleship of the Dark Matter Pirate Group, Cosmic Ruler. Specifications. Length 423,000 m, width 143,000 m, height 83,000 m, weight 900,000 tons. Equipped with 620,000 plasma cannons, a total of 120,000 plasma close combat cannons and rapid-fire artillery, as well as focused beam cannons, 40,000 powerful XC artillery networks, and numerous X-8360 particle anti-ship weapons. It can utilize a long-range strike device to directly ignore shields and attack the spaceship's core using super wormhole technology. The ruler mechanism digitizes all data. Post-digitization, consciousness, memory, personality, and even soul can be stored in specific areas of the ship, allowing the data controller aboard to modify targets at will. The tractor beams are strong enough to effortlessly restrain warships and spacecraft capable of superluminal travel, forcibly intercepting their signals. It can manipulate various plasma, beams, and physical projectiles with ease, redirecting them away from the ship's core. The battleship's main cannon can obliterate an entire sun. It features a tri-layered reinforced shield and a fire transfer network. This network can forcibly divert any attacks into unknown space, while certain special attacks remain undefended. The first shield layer is immune to physical attacks. The second automatically intercepts all physical, supernatural, magical, and psychic attacks, while the third layer forcibly intercepts all energy. A speed prohibition device can halt all nearby ships' movements, restricting spatial traversal and superluminal travel. Furthermore, it possesses a time controller that allows for the manipulation of time at will, pausing, deleting, accelerating, and reversing time with ease, making it useful for escape. Note, the time controller is ineffective against allies of Boros. The ship is equipped with a comprehensive signal interceptor that can block any distress signals, employing certain special technologies to achieve invisibility, rendering it undetectable by any means, while both biological and mechanical entities are completely oblivious to its presence. In addition, the vessel is outfitted with an advanced nano-repair system and quantum repair device. Chapter 79, The Final World, Dragon Ball, completed. Crew, a total of 255,896 basic extraterrestrial crew members, along with 300 million virtual warriors and over 3 million highly advanced artificial intelligence mechanical warriors equipped with armor and weapons. Additionally, there are 223 commanders, 3 supreme generals, and 1 ultimate ruler. Furthermore, the crew's basic living conditions are equally vital. It boasts 130,000 supersized residential buildings, alongside 423 entertainment centers and 428 large shopping malls. Information is shared globally and is visible to all. What am I witnessing? Is this real? Not only the local Hero Association, but also the Blue Star Alliance, and the tornado that bombarded this spaceship with meteors. That meteor struck the cosmic ruler, yet it was effortlessly repelled by the energy shield without a tremor. Reality often surpasses animation in its exaggeration. Lin Hao was utterly astonished. The cosmic ruler? Has this concept appeared in the animation? Clearly, it is an enhanced spacecraft. In his recollection, all attacks directly affected the ship. Yet, now with various energy shields, defensive barriers, and psychic barriers, it seems that its sheer size and health points elevate its defense to a level that could easily overpower all technology. Is it possible that the Trisolarians have arrived, launching a dimensional strike? This is utterly absurd. Moreover, this thing can still collect? A bold thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated to voice it. Saitama, I want to take this spaceship to Blue Star, Lin Hao declared to the Saitama beside him. You want that? Saitama replied, his expression exaggerated. All right then, I will do my best not to damage it while fighting the big brother piloting the ship. Fighting? King questioned. It's been a while. I sense a formidable power. Saitama was already eager to engage. After all, if he did not step in, the entire One-Punch world might truly be in jeopardy. Boom. Just then, another meteor struck the spaceship. The outcome? It was merely a gentle tap. Lin Hao instantly understood. The energy from Tornado was akin to a gentle massage for the spaceship. As in the animation, the damage inflicted by Tornado was about 1/10 of the ship's total durability, which hardly counts as a significant impact. He recalled how Tornado had obliterated the ship's exterior, destroying all its turrets. Yet, in this enhanced One-Punch world, Boros had likely reached an unfathomable level. Originally, Boros, clad in restrictive armor, was at the pinnacle of combat. Now, enhanced, he must have ascended to a godly status. Saitama, can you really take him on? To be honest, Lin Hao felt a twinge of excitement, tempted to transform into a divine being and deliver a kick. At that moment, Boros remarked, this world is truly remarkable. It is perfect for conquest. Boros's subordinates included numerous formidable monsters, such as the main combatants from the Dark Matter Pirates flagship, Maluzagalu, Glory Base, and Goryaginchipu. The enemy's formidable generals had arrived. Atomic Samurai, ranked 4th in the S-class, a master of the sword. Kof, Bongu, the 3rd in S-class, a master of the rock-crushing fist, a luminary in the martial arts realm, capable of annihilating dragon-class monsters when serious. Ah, so many foes. Child Emperor, the 5th in S-class, the think tank of the Hero Association, concealed various advanced weaponry within his backpack. Zombie Man, the 8th in S-class, an experimental subject number 66 that escaped from the Evolution House, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities and harboring multiple weapons within. S-class 9th, Drive Knight, S-class 10th, Pig God, S-class 11th. Metal Bat, S-class 12th, Police Dogman, S-class 13th, Flashy Flash, and also Genos, Tank Top Master, and Sexy Prisoner, all appeared. They represented the local Hero Association, joining forces with the Blue Star Alliance to repel the onslaught of Boros's minions. Our Blue Star fighters are not to be underestimated, wielding Zanpakuto, Ninjutsu, and Devil Fruits. Zhao Jinming arrived with a group of equally skilled S-class heroes. The 1st in S-class, a female ninja with the bloodline limit of crystal release, Chun Pashao. The 2nd in S-class, Zanpakuto, Hornet. The 3rd in S-class, Zanpakuto, Yamarashi. The 4th in S-class, the possessor of the Golden Devil Fruit. The combined forces of both sides were still dwarfed by the enemies aboard the Cosmic Ruler. Just the 300 million virtual warriors and over 3 million highly advanced AI mechanical warriors were terrifying enough. Not to mention, the 3 generals possessed strength at the level of dragon-class monsters. As both sides met for the first time, following the basic pattern, one of the 3 powerful generals, Goryaginchipu, was assigned to provide long-range support, while Maluz and Glory Base engaged in close combat. On the Hero Association side, those capable of close-quarters combat advanced, while the rest dealt with Shupu. Given Tornado's strength, having her face the enhanced Shupu alone was already a significant challenge. You are the universe's foremost telekinetic user? Tornado remarked, gazing at the octopus-like monster. Tornado, this is a world-ending battle. Unleash all your powers. If we can eliminate nearly 600 million minions, deal with the universe's foremost telekinetic user Shupu, and withstand all the bombardments from the ruler, we might still have a chance at victory, Bongu suggested after clearing his throat. Do you take me for a donkey? Trembling, Tornado was on the verge of transforming into a battle-ready tornado, slowly rising to unleash her super abilities. Thus, the heroes launched into full combat. The battle commenced. At this moment, a girl resembling a lowly, leisurely observed everything from the clouds. She was the Demon King, Lilith, the ruler of Terror City, the queen intent on conquering Galro City, seeking to seize the world and conquer the cosmic brain. She had also arrived in the One-Punch world, initially intending to confront Saitama. However, she unexpectedly stumbled upon this grand battle. This spaceship, quite impressive. Demon King Lilith was intrigued by the cosmic ruler. However, its master would not easily acquiesce, would he? Lilith pondered, observing below, wondering about Saitama's strength. Ultimately, she would decide after assessing who was mightier between him and Boros. Boom. Meanwhile, Saitama's overwhelming force shattered the spaceship's energy barrier, gaining entry aboard. What? This shield could withstand meteors, meaning that Ban's Tian AI Jinxing technique is ineffective against the ruler's defenses? Lin Hao was stunned. Truly, This was a semi-open world, an invitation-based realm. If this were a public world, how would they manage? In every dimension, enhancements were the norm. What about those employing ninjutsu, wielding Zanpakuto, or utilizing devil fruits? With the opening created by Saitama, Lin Hao advanced further. Notification. You are currently completing the main quest. Prevent Boros from destroying the One-Punch World and assist Saitama in defeating the Cosmic Overlord. Reward, 1 Super King treasure chest. What does assist mean? Does Saitama even need assistance? Lin Hao was perplexed. He speculated that it must relate to Saitama's combat style. If Boros were to launch Saitama into outer space, no matter how strong Saitama was, he could not endure for long. Boros resembles Frieza from Dragon Ball, conquering the entire universe and thriving within it. This is the enemy's greatest advantage. Have you located Lin Hao? Where is he? In the One-Punch World? Chu Tian, utilizing a special search tool, has finally discovered a trace. The wall-breaking crystal recently acquired from Sword Art Online cannot be squandered, can it? Jiang Chen sighed. Chu Tian. Even if you are desperate to obtain the Xianyuan sword, you cannot act so recklessly. What I care about is not the sword itself, but rather a certain item from the One-Punch World, Chu Tian replied, waving his hands dismissively. The One-Punch World is the realm I have longed to enter. I have devised a way in. He continued, originally, I planned to use the wall-breaking crystal, but the only one was utilized by the Countermeasures Bureau, which has delayed my plans. Previously, my strength was insufficient, preventing me from proceeding. You desire a semi-open world? It is far too perilous. What item compels you to take such risks? Tong Yi and the other team members were astounded. Chu Tian. You must understand that you are the strongest in our dragon country, the mightiest in Asia, the only one capable of sanctioning Atom. Losing you would be tantamount to having our nation's combat power, Jiang Ingting stated. Wow, am I really that important? Chu Tian chuckled. Now that the wall-breaking crystal is in hand, what exactly do you intend to acquire from the One-Punch World? Someone from the exploration team inquired. A secret. Chu Tian replied, the wall-breaking crystal already manifesting in his hand. Yet, he hesitated, contemplating whether to use it. Hesitation leads to defeat. Lin Hao had already stood beside Saitama, gazing at the terrifying figure upon the throne. Boros, title, ruler of the universe, combat form, power suppression state, due to the armor that curbs his strength. His abilities are significantly diminished compared to his normal state. Combat power at the pinnacle of dragon rank, star rating. Over 100 stars, combat techniques, regeneration, energy cannon. And the rest? Good heavens. Lin Hao felt a shiver run down his spine upon seeing the 100-star rating. Is this creature on par with the Demon King Lilith? Incredible! I sense overwhelming power. Suddenly, Boros opened his singular eye, fixating on them. It is you, indeed. Excellent. You have arrived. I, Boros, demand your names. Boros declared from his lofty position. Ahem. Excluding myself, I am merely here to observe, Lin Hao replied, convinced that while he could challenge foes of a higher tier, such a level was beyond his reach. In fantastical, cultivation novels, it is common for a foundation-building stage to defeat golden core stage cultivators, and with a system, even defeating nascent soul stage adversaries is not impossible, right? However, can a foundation-building cultivator truly confront someone at the tribulation stage? The authors who dare write such narratives must either be exceptionally foolish or utterly misguided. I am Saitama. If you wish to destroy the world, why pursue such a course? Saitama inquired, tilting his head. Why? Because I am bored. My strength is sufficient to dominate the entire universe. However, a prophecy foretells that a being will arise who can match me. That being is you, Boros replied, his voice tinged with excitement. Consider invading other realms, perhaps. Dragon Ball? Lin Hao interjected with a subtle smile before Saitama could respond. To conquer the universe? Science. We await your challenge. The end.